brow. Everything he saw and heard today was playing in Lin Ao's mind like a movie. Xiaoju carefully helped Lin Ao to walk to the sofa, asked him to sit down, and then began to play these memory scenes. She leaned gently on Lin Ao's shoulder like a little bird, quietly waiting for the gift that belonged to her. Gradually, Xiaoju closed his eyes and immersed himself in it. Not long after, Lin Ao slowly opened his eyes, and all the information in his eyes had been absorbed. He frowned. A massive army is truly approaching. They've even issued a kill order. Lin Ao thought to himself that Xiaoju's brain was quite quick. He actually came up with the undercover excuse to get close to me. In this way, not only can she stay by his side with good reason, but she can also receive information from other clones. At the same time, they can also pass on some false information to the outside world. Lin Ao turned his head and looked at Xiaoju, who was sleeping soundly on his shoulder, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. At this time, Xiaoju's breathing was steady and he was sleeping soundly. So, Lin Ao gently helped Xiaoju up and carried her to the bed, fearing that he would wake up the beauty in his arms. Lin Ao covered Xiaoju with the quilt and walked out of the room alone. He went to the backyard and took a comfortable hot spring bath. Neither Nozomi Sasaki nor Yui Aragaki came to disturb him tonight. After taking a comfortable bath, he came to Nakamura Yuichi's room feeling refreshed. At this moment, Nakamura Yuichi had already finished his medicinal bath and was sitting alone on the balcony, looking into the distance. Yuichi. Lin Ao's loud voice suddenly sounded at the door. Nakamura Yuichi stood up instantly as if he had been electrocuted, walked quickly to the door, and opened the door happily to greet him. Master. He bowed respectfully to Lin Ao, who nodded slightly in response and then walked into the room. After entering the room, Lin Ao used his strength and his eyes flashed as he carefully examined Nakamura Yuichi's physical condition. After a period of training and practice, Nakamura Yuichi's strength has improved significantly. Now, even if an ordinary master uses his full strength to attack him, he will probably only suffer minor injuries. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Lin Ao's eyes, but then his expression turned serious. He spoke to Nakamura Yuichi earnestly. Now, you no longer need to rely so heavily on physical training as before. The mental method I'm teaching you requires you to practice diligently every day and use your internal energy to strengthen your muscles and bones. When Nakamura Yuichi heard this, he knew that this was his master's higher expectations and requirements for him, so he nodded in response, saying that he would definitely follow the master's orders and practice diligently. Then, Lin Ao changed the topic and said solemnly, "Now, I'm going to give you an important task." As soon as he finished speaking, Nakamura Yuichi immediately stared at Lin Ao intently, his eyes full of expectation and determination. Your training ends today. Starting tomorrow, you will realize what you've longed for. I will have Paishi and Yamei assist you, but they can only provide a little help. The key lies in your own hard work and strength. You must avenge this vengeance yourself. After Lin Ao finished speaking, Nakamura Yuichi immediately bowed deeply to him respectfully. Master, please rest assured. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Nakamura Yuichi's expression was as firm as a rock, and his eyes seemed to be burning with flames. Very good. After your business is over, it will be Zai's turn to face the test. The Haidu family must be completely destroyed. This is also one of my trials for you. No matter what kind of assassins they send, I will not interfere. Whether you can hold on to the end depends entirely on yourselves. Lin Ao was very satisfied with Nakamura Yuichi's attitude. Just have a good rest tonight. I'm going to find she and the others. Lin Ao patted Nakamura Yuichi's shoulder and turned to walk out. Nakamura Yuichi looked at Lin Ao's back with burning eyes. He clenched his fists and secretly swore in his heart that he would not let his master down. When Lin Ao arrived at Nozomi Sasaki's door, he heard the voices of several women talking and laughing. Yui, I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it. There were so many kissing scenes during filming today, and you were still shy. What's wrong with you? Nozomi Sasaki's exasperated voice rang out. That every time Ao Jun gets close to me, I feel my heartbeat speed up, and then I can't think straight. Aragaki Yui spoke incoherently and felt a little embarrassed. She had already shown many things, but the more she did so, the more shy she became towards Lin Ao. I agree with what Yui said. Suzuki Masami agreed with what Aragaki Yui said very much. She also felt the same way, but she would not show it. I'm telling you guys, I know the master has great charisma, but as someone who's been there, let me tell you, if you don't take the initiative, you'll never have a chance. I have practical experience. Nozomi Sasaki appeared superior in front of them. Like a proud little swan with its head raised. Lin Ao was standing outside the door with a frown on his face. So you left in a hurry after dinner tonight just to come here for a discussion meeting. And the topic of discussion is how to take me down. Lin Ao knocked on the door silently, and hurried footsteps were heard from inside. Lin Ao also clearly heard the sound of someone falling, accompanied by a muffled groan. Chapter 236 Everything depends on you. Master, you are here. Suzuki Masami calmly opened the door and bowed respectfully to Lin Ao. Lin Ao smiled and nodded, walked into the room, and saw Aragaki Yui rubbing her ankles and Sasaki Nozomi rubbing her forehead. Lin Ao smiled and walked over to the two of them and squatted down. What? So it was you who tripped and fell just now? Lin Ao looked at Yui Aragaki and then at Nozomi Sasaki. They smiled awkwardly, wondering if Lin Ao had heard what they had just said. Nozomi Masami. Lin Ao sat down on the futon on the ground and called out the names of Nozomi Sasaki and Masami Suzuki in a serious tone. Suzuki Masami immediately knelt in front of Lin Ao, and Sasaki Nozomi also rubbed her forehead and sat down properly, looking at Lin Ao. Lin Ao must have something to tell him to do this, while Aragaki Yui looked at the three of them in confusion. What about me? Why didn't you call me? Is it because I failed dozens of times during the kissing scene today? Is that why you're ignoring me? She looked at Lin Ao with grievance. I have already arranged the mission for Yuichi. You and Yame will set off with him tomorrow. Lin Ao's words made Nozomi Sasaki obviously stunned. Master, what is the mission? Nozomi Sasaki asked the question, while Masami Suzuki looked at Lin Ao quietly. Yui Aragaki also chose to remain silent, listening to their conversation curiously. Do you remember why Yui wanted to become my master? Lin Ao's words reminded Nozomi Sasaki of the scene when Nakamura Yuichi became his apprentice. She nodded, and Lin Ao continued speaking. He's now capable enough to handle household matters, so I'll arrange for him to leave tomorrow to handle his affairs, and you will assist him to prevent any accidents. Remember, let him handle everything personally, and don't interfere with him too much. After hearing Lin Ao's words, a special light flashed in Nozomi Sasaki's eyes. After this period of hard training, her own strength has been significantly improved, and deep down she longs to compete with other masters. After all, she is lively and active by nature and likes to challenge herself. Upon hearing the details of the mission from Lin Ao, Nozomi Sasaki immediately cheered with excitement. Master, please rest assured. I will do my utmost to protect my junior brother and will never let him come to any harm. Moreover, it will be even safer if Sister Yame comes along. Nozomi Sasaki made a solemn promise to Lin Ao while patting her chest. Suzuki Masami, who was standing nearby, nodded slightly in agreement. In fact, Suzuki Masami's talent and the skills taught to her by Lin Ao are a perfect match. Now, no matter where she is, she can always maintain a minimum sense of presence. She seems invisible when standing next to an ordinary person. This unique ability makes Lin Ao deeply admire her. On weekdays, in addition to taking good care of Nakamura Yuichi, Suzuki Masami spends most of her time practicing. Because she knew very well that only by constantly improving her own strength could she show her true value in front of Lin Ao. She has always firmly believed in this and has worked tirelessly for it. So the biggest improvement here is her. Very good. After Yuichi's business is finished, there is still one more mission. Lin Ao smiled and continued. Our target is the Black Cross family. The ultimate mission of this operation is to completely wipe them out. Do you think you can accomplish this? Lin Ao stared at Nozomi Sasaki with a sharp gaze and an extremely solemn expression. You know, it is really difficult to predict whether there is a master-level strongman hidden in the Heidu family, so for them, this battle will undoubtedly be a huge test. I can definitely do it. Absolutely no problem. There was a raging rage in Nozomi Sasaki's eyes, and her face was firm and resolute. Because her former mentor was killed by the Heidu family, now the opportunity has finally come. Master, please rest assured. I will take good care of them both. Suzuki Masami looked at Lin Ao intently, and said that after going out, taking good care of Sasaki Nozomi and Nakamura Yuichi became the most critical task of her trip. Lin Ao nodded slightly in agreement, and then his tense expression gradually relaxed, a smile appearing on his face. He looked at the two people in front of him gently. Then give it your all. Facing a possible counterattack from them, everything will depend on you. Do you have the confidence? Lin Ao looked at Nozomi Sasaki with expectation and gently stroked her hair. Nozomi Sasaki nodded, then tilted her head in confusion. What about Master? Where are you going? Nozomi Sasaki's words caught Yui Arigaki's attention, and she looked at Lin Ao with bright eyes. Me. I'll stay here for the next few days to finish filming, and then I'll go back to Tokyo. Lin Ao's words made Arigaki Yui's eyes gradually brighten. Nozomi Sasaki looked at Arigaki Yui. Isn't this a bright opportunity? I just mentioned her, and now the opportunity comes. Hey, she just be well and take care of your affairs. I will take good care of your master. Arigaki Yui shyly lifted her hair and lowered her head shyly. Oh, Nozomi Sasaki rolled her eyes. Lin Ao patted her head amusedly. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll go rest. Be careful with everything. After saying this, Lin Ao also touched Suzuki Masami's head. I'll leave them in your care. Please be careful. When Lin Ao's hand touched her head, her heart rate suddenly started beating rapidly. Suzuki Asami's eyes were full of stars, and she nodded vigorously. I'm leaving now. Remember what I said. After Lin Ao finished speaking, he stood up and left the room. Ah! Arigaki Yui cheered excitedly, while Nozomi Sasaki collapsed to the ground, supporting her chin and looking at Arigaki Yui. Tisk! Nozomi Sasaki clearly looks down on Yui Arigaki. Don't call me for help then. Yui Arigaki excitedly knelt down and held Nozomi Sasaki's hand. Master, teach me. Yui Arigaki's eyes sparkled, her gaze full of desire. Suzuki Masami smiled and shook her head. She got up, packed up, and prepared to take a shower and rest. The master finally assigned her the first mission, she must treat it well and execute it perfectly. He, since you seem so sincere, come closer and listen. Nozomi Sasaki is very satisfied with Yui Arigaki's attitude. The two of them talked quietly about girlish topics. Nozomi Sasaki had a sly smile on her face, and she added a lot of creative ideas of her own. Arigaki Yui blushed. Chapter 237 Their Journey. After arranging everything, Lin Ao gently pushed open the door and walked in. The room is filled with a light fragrance, making people feel particularly comfortable and relaxed. He came to the bed and saw Xiaoju leaning on the bed with a confused look in his eyes, but a happy smile on his face. Obviously, she had just woken up. Why didn't you wake me up? Xiaoju said coquettishly, stretching lazily at the same time. The movement was both charming and cute. She originally planned to accompany Lin Ao to the hot springs to reward each other. However, somehow, I fell asleep in Lin Ao's warm embrace. How abominable. Looking at Xiaoju like this, Lin Ao couldn't help but feel pity for her, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised to reveal a smile. He slowly walked to the bed and sat down. Seeing this, Xiaoju immediately buried her head deep in Lin Ao's broad arms like a well-behaved kitten. What's wrong? Lin Ao asked gently, while stretching out his fingers to gently stroke Xiaoju's soft hair. Xiaoju closed his eyes tightly, enjoying the warmth and tranquility of the moment. Nothing. After a while, Xiaoju slowly opened his eyes, looked up at Lin Ao, and answered softly. In fact, she knew very well in her heart that nestling quietly in Lin Ao's arms like this was also an extremely wonderful experience. No words are needed, just feel the tranquility and sweetness. Lin Ao seemed to understand Xiaoju's thoughts. He lowered his head and gently kissed Xiaoju's forehead. This simple and affectionate gesture filled Xiaoju's heart with happiness and satisfaction. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, and the whole world belonged to only the two of them. I want to go take a hot spring bath. After a long time, Xiaoju whispered softly in Lin Ao's arms. Do you need me to accompany you? Lin Ao gently stroked Xiaoju's soft hair. No thanks. Xiaoju shook her head gently. She quietly left Lin Ao's arms, picked up her clothes and left, glancing at the balcony before leaving. When Lin Ao saw Xiaoju leave, he walked to the sofa and sat down. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, outlining a barely perceptible smile. Come out. Aren't you tired of hiding there for so long? Lin Ao thought to himself, no wonder Xiaoju didn't need him to accompany her this time. It turned out that she had already discovered Nozomi Sasaki hiding on the balcony. He master. Accompanied by a clear and pleasant call, Nozomi Sasaki, wearing a bright red yukata and a pair of exquisite wooden clogs, ran from the balcony like a light butterfly and threw herself into Lin Ao's warm arms. Master, I'm leaving tomorrow. Nozomi Sasaki twisted her body and acted coquettishly in Lin Ao's arms like a cute kitten. Her big watery eyes looked at Lin Ao expectantly, as if waiting for a response. Yes, of course I understand the mission I assigned. Lin Ao pretended to be indifferent, but a sly smile appeared on his face. Master, you obviously knew it, you are so abominable. Nozomi Sasaki was obviously a little anxious, and kept turning her little head in Lin Ao's arms, which made Lin Ao feel itchy. Okay, stop messing around. Look at how messed up your hair is. Lin Ao picked up Nozomi Sasaki and placed her on his lap, gently helping her tidy up her messy hair, his eyes full of doting. Master, accompany me tonight. Nozomi Sasaki blinked her eyes and looked at Lin Ao in front of her. I was thinking that I would be away from my master for a long time tomorrow, so no matter what, I wanted him to stay and accompany me tonight. Oh, just chatting other charges. Lin Ao tapped Nozomi Sasaki's forehead, and Nozomi Sasaki's face puffed up like a bun. HMPH, my money is your money. I'll keep you tonight. Mr. Lin Ao, I'm officially informing you that tonight you belong only to me. Nozomi Sasaki tightly wrapped her arms around Lin Ao's neck, tilted her head slightly, pouted her pink little mouth, and her face was full of pride. Oh, so domineering. Miss Sasaki's aura is really different now. Lin Ao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a playful smile. He gently pinched Nozomi Sasaki's delicate cheek, then picked her up by the waist and disappeared in the room. Xiaoju had just finished taking a hot spring bath and returned to the room with light steps, but was surprised to find that Lin Ao was nowhere to be seen. She frowned, a hint of doubt flashed in her beautiful eyes, then she closed her eyes, concentrated her mind and began to sense. After a moment, she suddenly opened her eyes, her charming look revealed a bit of helplessness, and she rolled her eyes. Why don't you change your room to a room farther away, like next door? You really are. Xiaoju muttered softly and lay down on the bed angrily. Before going to sleep, she did not forget to glare fiercely at the wall at the head of the bed. That night, the hotel was particularly lively, and the most special one was the room next to Xiaoju's. Strange noises were heard from inside from time to time, and they continued until 5 a.m. Lin Ao, just wait for me. You kept me awake all night. I'm going to make sure you don't even think about sleeping for the next 2 days. Xiaoju tossed and turned in bed all night, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She grabbed the quilt indignantly and covered her head with it tightly, as if this could block out all interference from the outside world. The next morning, several people were standing at the door of the hotel. Nozomi Sasaki, Masami Suzuki, and Yuichi Nakamura were each carrying luggage. Master, let's go. Yuichi Nakamura's voice was loud, as if his whole body was full of strength. His eyes were firm and sharp, revealing a fearless courage and determination. He was determined not to let his master down in this mission. Be careful on the road. As Lin Ao spoke, he waved his hand listlessly and couldn't help but yawning loudly. In stark contrast to Yuichi Nakamura, Nozomi Sasaki looked radiant with a bright smile on her face. Master, don't miss me too much, hee. She winked playfully and said with a grin. However, only Suzuki Masami knew that at this moment Nozomi Sasaki's legs were weak and she had no strength to stand, so she could only lean on herself. Suzuki Masami looked helplessly at Nozomi Sasaki, who had a playful smile on her face. Of course she knew what happened last night that caused Nozomi Sasaki to not return home all night. Despite this, there was still a hint of fondness for this lovely girl in his eyes. Master, I will take good care of them, please rest assured. Suzuki Masami looked focused and solemnly assured Lin Ao. She has a strong sense of mission and looks serious. Lin Ao smiled as he looked at Suzuki Amy, who had a serious face and a strong sense of mission, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. He gently reached out and stroked Suzuki Masami's little head to express his approval and encouragement. Okay, I get it. You should be careful too. Hearing Lin Ao's words, Suzuki Masami narrowed her eyes with satisfaction, enjoying the care and warmth from her master. In the end, they left the hotel, looking back every few steps. Then let's go, Aojun. Yui Aragaki looked at Lin Ao with stars in her eyes. Lin Ao nodded and left with Xiaoju, who looked resentful. Chapter 238. It's snowing. In the next few days, Lin Ao finally lived a relatively peaceful life, working from 9 to 5, following the routine. All the shots that were originally requested by the director have now been completed. Tonight is the official wrap-up, and everyone gathered in a restaurant to hold a celebration banquet. Xiaoju sat upright beside Lin Ao, her face as calm as water, and on Lin Ao's right sat Aragaki Yui, with a smile as warm and gentle as the spring breeze on her face. Both of these women are stunningly beautiful, with very different styles and extraordinary grace. Xiaoju and Aragaki Yui were always the focus of the whole audience. All the men present wished they had 2 more eyes. It was very tiring to twist their necks all the time, but it was all worth it if they could appreciate the 2 women's stunning beauty for a few more seconds. Aojun, thank you so much. I know you're a rare talent, incredibly talented yet so approachable. Thanks to your participation, I'm confident this film will be a huge success. I'm sure we'll win the box office this time. The director raised his glass high and said to Lin Ao with excitement on his face. He was very excited inside because he knew that Lin Ao must be a hidden big boss. Lin Ao nodded lightly and clinked glasses with the director. This time he was just trying to experience the novelty, and the whole process was quite fun. You're welcome. I wish you a big box office success. You can find this person before you go online. He will help you. Lin Ao gave Yi Duzi Waishui's business card to the director. The director took it respectfully. He knew that Lin Ao must be a hidden boss, but after looking at the business card, he almost fell to the ground. This Ao Group. The director's words made everyone around him open their eyes wide, including Yui Aragaki. Ao Group. Isn't that Hatsune's headquarters? Oh my god. Someone immediately exclaimed, and the director trembled as he held the business card. The person on the business card turned out to be the president of the Ao Group, Yi Duzi Waishui. So, what about Lin Ao's identity? The director took a deep breath. He thought it was a thigh, but he didn't expect it to be such a thick thigh. Mr. Ao, can you please tell me about your relationship with the Ao Group? The director swallowed his saliva, and even a few drops of sweat dripped down his forehead. His hands trembled slightly, and he looked at Lin Ao nervously. Oh, it's not inconvenient. I founded the Ao Group, but now I have handed it over to President Yi Duzi for management. Lin Ao smiled slightly, his face looking calm and composed. When the director heard this, he stood there in shock as if struck by lightning, with a storm in his heart. He never imagined that the seemingly ordinary man in front of him was actually the founder of the Ao Group. What does this mean? It means that this time, I have really grasped a golden, super powerful thigh. The director was extremely excited, as if he saw countless bright futures beckoning to him. Originally, he just wanted to use Lin Ao's good looks and various gimmicks to increase the popularity of the movie. In addition, he also had a gambling nature in his heart, betting that Lin Ao was a big shot and would be helpful to his movie. But I didn't expect to meet such a great god by accident. As a subsidiary of the Ao Group, the nationwide popular software, Hatsune, will undoubtedly become a powerful force in his career development. Aragaki Yui, who was standing by, covered her mouth with her hands, her face full of astonishment and disbelief. She had heard a little about the Ao Group and knew that the company had recently risen like a bright new star, and that there was rumored to be a mysterious super-rich man behind it. Moreover, it is said that after the super-rich man completed the acquisition of the original company, the first product he launched, Hatsune Miku, quickly became popular across the country and became a well-deserved national software. Such a brilliant achievement is simply legendary. The people around the director were all shocked at this moment, and looked at Lin Ao with awe. They all have admiration for the strong in their bones. At this moment, facing this prominent figure, they naturally showed deep respect. So, you can ask Yi Duzi for help with publicity matters. He will help you. Lin Ao took a sip of sake and felt it had no effect at all, so he put it down with some disgust. The director nodded vigorously and called someone over. Go buy me a few bottles of China's best wine. Lin Ao looked up at the director, who was smiling flatteringly. Lin Ao shook his head helplessly and said nothing. They talked and laughed while eating until midnight, and the director even cried as he said goodbye to Lin Ao. Lin Ao's mouth twitched. You're crying at the grave. She gave the director a look of disdain and left, taking Aragaki Yui and Xiaoju with her. Aragaki Yui's face was flushed, and she had obviously drunk a lot of wine. She held Lin Ao's arm and looked at him intently. Ao Jun. Yui Aragaki leaned her head on Lin Ao's shoulder. What's wrong? Lin Ao looked at the drunk little woman, his voice full of magnetism and tenderness. Are you leaving tomorrow? Aragaki Yui looked at the stars in the sky, and her heart felt empty when she thought of this. Well, I'm leaving here tomorrow. She and the others are about to start their first mission soon. I'll go see them after I return to Tokyo. Lin Ao told her his plan, and Aragaki Yui looked at the stars and took a deep breath. Aojun, tonight can you stay with me? Aragaki Yui turned her head to look at Lin Ao, whose facial features were sharp and angular, and her eyes were filled with tenderness. Yui, what you know now is just one of my many faces. You are drunk. Lin Ao stared at Aragaki Yui in front of him, reached out and gently tapped her forehead. Xiaoju glanced at the two of them and sighed inwardly, looking at the situation. I'm afraid I won't have a chance tonight. So she left quietly and silently, as if she had never appeared, leaving Lin Ao and Aragaki Yui alone, leaving the space to the two of them. No, I firmly believe in my own judgment and my deepest feelings. I am willing to listen to the voice of my heart and will never regret or hesitate. I don't want to wait, and I don't want to leave any regrets in my life. Sometimes, fate arranges it this way, forcing us to act impulsively. After all, life is short, just a few decades. Can't you allow me to be willful just this once? Aragaki Yui's tone was full of determination, and her obsessed eyes were fixed on Lin Ao, as bright and dazzling as stars. At this moment, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. They danced lightly like elves and landed softly on the heads of the two people. Lin Ao looked at Yui Aragaki silently, then gently reached out his hand to brush away the snowflakes in her hair. In an instant, Aragaki Yui closed her eyes and wrapped her wrists around Lin Ao's neck like a snake. Lin Ao understood what she meant, and slowly leaned over, kissing her lips softly and affectionately. Chapter 239 Nozomi Sasaki started a live broadcast. At noon, sunlight shines through the window into the room, creating patches of mottled light and shadow. Yui Aragaki slowly woke up and reached out to grope for the place beside her with sleepy eyes. However, what I touched was ice cold. A trace of loss flashed across her eyes, but she quickly recalled the sweet time last night, and the sadness in her heart instantly disappeared without a trace. She stretched her body gently, trying to loosen up her muscles, but accidentally pulled the wound on her body, and she couldn't help but frown. I'm sorry, last night was my first time, and I couldn't satisfy you enough. Aragaki Yui murmured softly, her eyes blurred, and her hand uncontrollably touched the empty bed beside her again. It seems as if the warmth of lover still remains there. After thinking for a moment, she decided to cover herself with the quilt again. After all, she was not feeling well now, so it would be better for her to rest for a while. The moment she lay down, thoughts flooded into her mind like a tide, all about Lin Ao. From their initial acquaintance, to gradually understanding each other, to the later affectionate embraces and passionate kisses, and even further those beautiful scenes were like wonderful movies, constantly playing before her eyes. She sometimes frowned and sometimes smiled happily, completely immersed in memories of the past. What's wrong? You still don't want to get up? Suddenly a familiar voice appeared in her ears. She was a little unbelievable and sat up suddenly. This large movement made her wound feel a strong tearing sensation. Ao-jun. Aragaki Yui ignored the pain, her eyes full of shock. Lin Ao was holding a tray with a bowl of hot food on it in his hands, and he was looking at Aragaki Yui with a smile on his face. Gradually, tears flashed in Aragaki Yui's eyes, and all kinds of emotions intertwined deep in her heart. Why are you crying? Lin Ao put the tray on the coffee table in front of the sofa and walked over quickly. Yui Aragaki suddenly threw herself into Lin Ao's arms. Wow, I thought you were leaving without even telling me. Yui Aragaki choked in Lin Ao's arms, and Lin Ao gently patted her back. Lin Ao thought to himself, am I such a bad person? Yui Aragaki is not like Nozomi Sasaki and Xiaoju. She is just an ordinary woman, so even if Lin Ao wants to go back to Tokyo, this day won't make a difference. After all, someone has entrusted you with such a precious item, and it would be inhumane of you to just walk away. Okay, I'll carry you to wash up, and help you treat your wounds, then let's eat. Lin Ao touched Aragaki Yui's head lovingly. He gently picked her up and slowly activated the Yang Shenju, and a warm feeling enveloped Aragaki Yui's whole body. The strong tearing feeling disappeared, and she looked up at Lin Ao. Sure enough, what Lin Ao said last night was right. She only knew one side of him. After washing up, it only takes a short while for Aragaki Yui to be able to jump up and down again. Aojun, it's amazing. She jumped and spun around in front of Lin Ao. She is fine now, it's like magic. Haha, since you're alright, let's eat quickly. It'll get cold if you leave it out any longer. Lin Ao pulled her to sit on the sofa, and his doting tone made Aragaki Yui smile happily. You know, when I touched that place and it was so cold, I felt very sad. Yui Aragaki ate while speaking her heart out. She was completely open with Lin Ao and said whatever she thought. But I was just sad for a moment, and I thought I would come to you as soon as I got better. I found that I can't leave you anymore. Aragaki Yui murmured softly, and Lin Ao listened carefully. You should do what you like to do, without tying your heart completely to me. Don't lose your freedom because of me. This is what Lin Ao really thinks. Love is not about tying two people together, nor is it about sacrificing freedom. His idea is that everyone has their own life and their own world. The fact that they can come together is the fusion of two worlds, and Lin Ao's world does not want to swallow up Aragaki Yui's world. Then she would no longer be herself. Aren't you worried that I'll fall in love with someone else? Aren't you worried that I won't like you anymore? Aragaki Yui blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Ao. Even if you don't worry, I'm worried that you will forget me. You will put me in a corner and ignore me for a long time. I will be very sad. If I get it, I'm lucky. If I lose it, I'm doomed. Lin Ao uttered a few words softly. These few short words seemed to contain endless philosophy and also put an end to this issue. And I think you don't have enough confidence in me, right? He looked at Yui Aragaki, gently touched her extremely cute face and smiled. Yui Aragaki pouted slightly like a wounded little animal and sighed inwardly. Lin Ao was right. In fact, it was precisely because she lacked confidence in herself that she had such worries. After all, there has never been a shortage of beautiful women around Lin Ao, and she is afraid that she will eventually become a rag doll forgotten in a corner and ignored by everyone. Okay, don't think too much. If you ever get tired of work and feel exhausted, you can always come to me. There's always a place for you here. Lin Ao gently stroked Yui Aragaki's hair and comforted her. When the time comes, you can return to China with me and live there. I won't abandon you. Lin Ao said it very seriously. He really would not abandon her. I am such a kind person. Really. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Aragaki Yui's eyes, and her originally dull eyes instantly became bright. As long as she could get this promise from Lin Ao, she would be satisfied. At this moment, her heart was full of anticipation and yearning, as if she saw a picture of a happy and beautiful life in the future. Bite. Just then Lin Ao's cell phone rang. Master. We've already organized everything. Yuichi is ready to attack the Nakamura family. Expression.jip. Nozomi Sasaki sent a report on their actions. Lin Ao smiled at the cute emoticons in the message. Okay, I got it. Lin Ao edited a message and sent it. Beep 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 beep. After a while, his phone rang with the sound of a video call. Lin Ao answered the call doubtfully. Master. Surprise. Yuichi Nakamura and Masami Suzuki appeared in front of the camera, and it seems that the person operating the game console is Nozomi Sasaki. I saw you replied to my message, which proves you've been to bed. I bought a set of live streaming equipment specially for this welcome big brother to give me a reward on Hatsune. Master, go to my Hatsune, now. I'll start a private broadcast for you. After saying this, Nozomi Sasaki hung up the video call. Lin Ao was filled with questions. Private broadcast. Lin Ao curiously logged into Hatsune Miku, opened Nozomi Sasaki's account, and clicked on it. I found that there were already several people inside giving out gifts. Thank you for the reward, masters. Your disciple, Nakamura Yuichi, will definitely give it my all. In front of the camera, Yuichi Nakamura was seen waving at the camera with a silly look on his face and bowing respectfully. The gifts inside are endless. Come on, don't embarrass your master. It's okay. Just try your best. If you can't defeat them, senior sister Nyen Nyen will come over and help you kill them. Lin Ao. Sasaki, you are really good at using this method to cheat pocket money. This is the surprise you mentioned. Chapter 240 Nakamura Family. Lin Ao widened his eyes, staring intently at the barrage of comments that were rolling rapidly like a waterfall in the live broadcast room, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. He muttered to himself, Nozomi Sasaki, Nozomi Sasaki. At this moment, a striking comment came into view. All of them said, Sisters Lin Ao is here. Who is this? Lin Ao looked at the ID in confusion. Then, another netizen named Lu also said, Lin Ao, your apprentice is interesting, ha ha ha. This must be Lu Mengen. Shang Baba, Ha ha ha, yes, yes, Lin Ao, please bring her to China quickly so that I can hug this lovely girl. This netizen with the ID, Shang Ba Ba, is obviously full of love for Nozomi Sasaki. Suddenly, another barrage of comments passed by. Lin Ao, I'm protecting you, understand? Very good, it depends on the master's reward. It goes without saying that this must have been sent by Ji Wanqing. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen of the live broadcast room instantly flashed with the dazzling, carnival, gift effects. Ah, thank you for the gift, master's wife, Mua. Nozomi Sasaki's face flushed with excitement. She quickly turned the camera around and acted cute and thanked the camera. Her adorable look was enough to melt people's hearts. When the eldest daughter arrived, everyone fled. Senior sister, I also want to go over and play. Damn Uncle Lin, he didn't forget to buy me exercise books when he was abroad. Damn, I protest. Lin Ao saw this comment and smiled mischievously. It seems this isn't enough. He needs to add more. Sicily's dream, Nianian, someone is peeking at the screen. Do you think he can't see what you're saying? Do you believe you'll receive dozens of exercise books tomorrow? Lin Ao nodded in agreement. Anna knew him quite well. The new exercise book had already been ordered in their chat room. Lu Nian just had to wait to be enriched with knowledge. Xiying, Lin Ao, where is he? Where is he? Why don't I see him on camera? I'm a singer, you just came back today, I don't know. He said yesterday that he was busy filming and let his apprentices go out and gain experience on their own. This should be Sha Qianj. All of them said, hey, Xiying, how about a few rounds tonight? Xiying, Yanran, it seems you haven't lost enough, let's go tonight. It turns out that she is Luo Yanran. I am a singer, you are really talented and love to play. Lin Ao, I'm protecting you, understand? Lin Ao, I heard from she that there are 2 more beauties around you, right? Ji Wanqing's comment instantly triggered a sea of comments, filled with all kinds of curiosity and questions. Lin Ao rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. Yui Aragaki was watching the live broadcast at the side, but unfortunately she couldn't understand Chinese. She secretly vowed in her heart that she would learn Chinese after today. She had made up her mind to return to China to live with Lin Ao. Ao Ao cried, ahem, there are 2 new friends. I will introduce them to you when I have time. Let's watch the live broadcast first, haha. Lin Ao said something casually, and the girls did not insist and turned their attention back to the live broadcast. In Nozomi Sasaki's shot, you can see Yuichi Nakamura and Masami Suzuki walking forward. They finally arrived in front of a typical Japanese garden. At the entrance stood a huge wooden door, which was now tightly closed. Dear viewers, we have now arrived at the Nakamura residence. Next, let's take a look at how my junior apprentice, Nakamura Yuichi, enters the Nakamura household. Nozomi Sasaki stood behind the camera and explained enthusiastically. However, Nakamura Yuichi and Suzuki Masami seemed completely unperturbed by Nozomi Sasaki's words. In fact, this time Nakamura Yuichi had made arrangements in advance. He told Suzuki Masami and Sasaki Nozomi that they just needed to watch from the side, because there was no need for them to take action to deal with an opponent like the Nakamura family. So, Nozomi Sasaki simply opened the live broadcast room, intending to use this opportunity to earn some pocket money. Suzuki Masami stood quietly by, responsible for stabilizing the situation. Through the lens, you can clearly see Yuichi Nakamura walking towards the wooden door with firm steps. He took a deep breath, secretly accumulated strength in his right arm, and then suddenly swung out a punch, hitting the sturdy wooden door as violently as a storm. Bang! With a deafening bang, the entire wooden door instantly shattered, and wood chips flew everywhere. Nakamura Yuichi's punch was so powerful that it actually shattered the seemingly indestructible door. When the eldest lady arrived, everyone fled. Junior brother. Awesome. Senior sister is watching you. Lu Nian immediately cheered in the barrage. Thank you, senior sister, for sending me 10 carnivals. Nozomi Sasaki looked at the gift special effects and expressed her gratitude continuously. The girls also started a new round of gift giving in the live broadcast room. He kept repeating Ji Wanqing and the others' names. Thank you for your recognition, master's wives. Yui, I will definitely not embarrass master. After hearing this, Yuichi Nakamura turned around and bowed deeply to the camera. Lin Ao, I'm protecting you. Got it. Don't worry about us, just do your own thing. Master's wife told you to do your own thing and not to worry about us. Nozomi Sasaki conveyed Ji Wanqing's words, and Nakamura Yuichi bowed deeply again and stepped into the Nakamura family. With the loud bang of the wooden door breaking, people from the Nakamura family also appeared at the door. A group of bodyguards in black suits, led by a young man. "It's been a while, big brother." Yuichi Nakamura looked coldly at the young man. This man was his half-brother, Takeshi Nakamura. "Yuichi, I haven't been able to contact you these days. What have you been doing? Weren't you with Kuro Watarazawa and Moriya Nakemi? And what's with this gate?" Takeshi Nakamura looked at Yuichi Nakamura in front of him with suspicion and asked several questions in succession. From these questions, it can be clearly felt that Takeshi Nakamura is completely clueless about Yuichi Nakamura's recent whereabouts. It seems that Hades doesn't have the courage to tell the truth. "Oh, it seems like Brother Wu doesn't know anything at all." Nakamura Yu answered expressionlessly, then slowly walked towards Nakamura Takeshi. His steps seemed unusually steady, as if every step was carried out with a firm determination. Seeing this, Takeshi Nakamura couldn't help but frown. "I'm here to look for Nakamura Yuya, please make way." At this moment, Nakamura Yuichi's attitude was completely different from before. The humility, modesty and obedience he once had disappeared without a trace. Instead, there is an unfamiliar indifference and confidence. "What do you want to do? You can't just call your father by his name. Are you crazy?" Nakamura Takeshi shouted, raised his hand and swung it towards Nakamura Yuichi, trying to teach him a lesson. However, the expected scene did not happen. Nakamura Takeshi watched in astonishment as his palm was easily blocked by Nakamura Yuichi, as if it had hit an extremely hard steel bar. "How could you?" Nakamura Takeshi widened his eyes and looked at Nakamura Yuichi in disbelief. He couldn't understand why Nakamura Yuichi dared to block his slap, dared to defy him, and could easily block his attack. A series of doubts arose in his mind, and Nakamura Yuichi raised his eyes and glanced at Nakamura Takeshi. Bang! Chapter 241. He glared at me. Bang! A crisp sound echoed in the air. Nakamura Takeshi covered his cheeks and looked at Nakamura Yuichi in front of him with astonishment. This time, Nakamura Yuichi did not use much strength, but he still knocked Nakamura Takeshi dizzy. A tooth flew out of his mouth and landed on the palm of his hand. Takeshi Nakamura widened his eyes and stared at the teeth in his hand in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe that all this was true. "Beat him to death." Nakamura Takeshi's face instantly turned as red as pig liver, his eyes were bloodshot, he glared at Nakamura Yuichi and roared angrily. Before he finished speaking, the men in suits all took action and quickly surrounded Nakamura Yuichi. Each of them held a variety of weapons in their hands, looking menacing and aggressive. Faced with such a dangerous situation, Nakamura Yuichi appeared extremely calm. He looked around with an expressionless face. At this time, Nozomi Sasaki, who was standing aside, seemed particularly excited. Her face flushed with excitement and she explained enthusiastically. "Now Yuichi has slapped his eldest brother. The eldest brother feels greatly insulted, so he gathers his men to besiege Yuichi. Next, let's see how Yuichi will deal with this crisis." Nozomi Sasaki's sweet voice is as melodious as a nightingale, attracting the attention of many men in suits. Gradually, several men in suits began to approach Nozomi Sasaki. However, Nozomi Sasaki simply ignored the presence of these people and continued to concentrate on her commentary. Because she knew that Suzuki Masami would naturally handle these things. Suzuki Masami looked at them coldly. Those people only paid attention to Nozomi Sasaki, as if they couldn't see Suzuki Masami at all. Suzuki Masami disappeared from beside Sasaki Nozomi in an instant, as if she had never existed. Then several people who came over here fell to the ground silently, all foaming at the mouth. Then Suzuki Masami appeared next to Nozomi Sasaki again, and she elegantly lifted the hair that was scattered around her face. There were a few people who wanted to come over here, but when they saw the fate of those brothers, they quickly turned around and joined the team that surrounded Nakamura Yuichi with an expressionless face, with a few drops of cold sweat on their foreheads. "Nakamura Yuichi, you're courting death. Come on." Nakamura Takeshi roared angrily, and all the men in suits rushed forward. Yuichi Nakamura looked at those people with contempt. They were just ordinary warriors and could not cause much harm to him at all. Bang bang snap. The sounds of various weapons hitting each other continued to come from the screen. Yui Aragaki widened her eyes and covered her mouth in shock, unable to believe that what she saw was actually happening. She watched in horror as Nakamura Yuichi was besieged by a group of people holding various weapons. Her body was completely frozen, as if time had stopped at that moment. However, what happened next left her dumbfounded and completely destroyed her worldview. I saw the weapons wielded by those people, whether it was baseball bats, samurai swords or machetes, every fierce chop was like hitting an extremely hard steel plate, even splashing dazzling sparks. This Ao-kun, Yui. Yui Arigaki's gaze involuntarily turned to Lin Ao, who was calm and composed beside her. Lin Ao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. Hee, my apprentice, how's your performance? Not bad. He was already accustomed to such small scenes. After all, Nakamura Yu is now receiving strict training from Nozomi Sasaki and Masami Suzuki day by day. His muscles, bones and skin have been greatly tempered, and his external kung fu has reached a superior level. Coupled with the internal force skills that Lin Ao taught later, he was able to cultivate both internal and external strength and was not afraid even when facing a master-level opponent. The live broadcast continues. The men in suits were also looking at Nakamura Yuichi in the center of the field in shock. Some of them even picked up their weapons in confusion and checked them, only to find that the blades had become bumpy. Now it's my turn. Nakamura Yu looked around with an expressionless and cold face. His movements were simple and direct, without any frills. He reached out and grabbed the person closest to him, then punched him hard. The fist hit the man's face hard, and the man's face was instantly distorted, and his mouth was dislocated due to the huge impact force. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, staining half of his cheek red. However, Nakamura Yuichi did not stop his actions and immediately threw out several punches. Seeing that Nakamura Yuichi dared to fight back, the people who were originally stunned by the situation rushed up again. Faced with the siege of numerous enemies, Nakamura Yu was not afraid at all. He stared at the front and specifically chose to attack the people closest to him. He completely ignored the other people around him who were trying to attack him. No matter how they attacked, it seemed that they had no effect on him. Nakamura Takeshi, who was standing aside, stared at the scene with wide eyes and a look of astonishment. He was frightened by Nakamura Yuichi's ferocious fighting style and his body began to tremble involuntarily. In a panic, Takeshi Nakamura quickly took out his cell phone from his pocket and quietly retreated while no one was paying attention. Hey, look, Nakamura Takeshi actually took out a phone. Is he trying to call for help? Haha, he's such a coward. He must have been scared by Yuichi's strength. Nozomi Sasaki's sharp commentary echoed throughout the venue, accompanied by undisguised laughter. Nakamura Takeshi naturally heard it clearly. His face turned extremely ugly, turning blue and red, as if he would explode at any time. At this moment, he glanced at Nozomi Sasaki fiercely. He really needed to find other support and notify his father Yu Nakamura. Yuichi, that idiot is staring at me. Nozomi Sasaki pointed at the retreating Takeshi Nakamura and glared at him. Upon hearing this, Nakamura Yuichi immediately looked at the retreating Takeshi Nakamura. Nakamura Takeshi looked at Nozomi Sasaki in horror, hating her to the core, but he could do nothing about her. Nozomi Sasaki made a, yeah, sign to Takeshi Nakamura. Everyone got out of the way when the eldest lady arrived. Ha, little junior sister, you are so mean. You have half the demeanor of your senior sister. Shangbaba, Puchi. That person was really scared. All of them said in unison, beat him up. Gu Wanqing and the others laughed out loud when they saw Nakamura Takeshi's expression. The barrage of comments was scrolling wildly and the gifts were showering in non-stop. Yuichi Nakamura ignored everyone else, his only target at this moment was Takeshi Nakamura. Takeshi Nakamura was forced to retreat repeatedly under the stare of Yuichi Nakamura. Yuichi Nakamura jumped in front of Takeshi Nakamura, who was frightened by his aura and fell to the ground. Nakamura Yuichi, have you thought about the consequences? I'm your big brother. How dare you touch me? Takeshi Nakamura collapsed to the ground, yelling helplessly. He is actually a warrior, but he usually has no chance to take action, and he has long lost the sharpness of a warrior. Nakamura Yuichi didn't say anything and punched Nakamura Takeshi. Stop! A loud voice came from behind the courtyard. Nakamura Yuichi's face changed and he became even more angry. He had been holding back on his punch, but stimulated by this voice, he threw it with all his strength. Chapter 242 Yuya Nakamura. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, Takeshi Nakamura embedded into the wall like a cannonball, with his entire body deeply sunk into it, as if he had become one with the wall. "Evil creature, how dare you be so bold?" A burly, muscular man roared loudly with his hair standing on end. The man looked to be about 50 years old, with an exaggerated slicked back hair, dressed in a jet black kimono, and a sharp samurai sword slung across his waist. He rushed towards Nakamura Yuichi like lightning. In an instant, the man arrived in front of Yuichi Nakamura. His speed was astonishing. Nakamura Yu glanced at the other person expressionlessly, and then a dazzling silver light suddenly flashed across the sky. Bang! A crisp and loud sound of metal collision was heard, accompanied by sparks flying. Nakamura Yuichi stood firmly, staring indifferently at the samurai sword on his shoulder, without any fear or emotion. "Long time no see, father no, Nakamura Yuya." Nakamura Yuichi raised the corner of his mouth slightly and spoke in a calm tone. He easily grasped the katana with his 2 fingers, and with a little force, the blade broke instantly. Nakamura Yuya's face was filled with astonishment, and he involuntarily took several steps back. How did you become so powerful?" Nakamura Yuya opened his eyes wide and looked at Nakamura Yuichi in disbelief, his face full of shock. He subconsciously turned his head to glance at where Takeshi Nakamura was and couldn't help but gasp. "Perhaps, it's because of my hatred for you." A faint smile appeared on Nakamura Yuichi's lips, but this smile made people shudder. Then, he took a deep breath, tensed all his muscles, gathered his strength in his right arm, and then swung a punch without hesitation, striking directly towards Nakamura Yuya with unparalleled momentum. This punch contained all of Nakamura Yuichi's strength and hatred, as if he wanted to pour out all his anger. The moment the fist struck, Nakamura Yuichi's eyes were already filled with burning hatred and rage, and his whole body exuded a heart-pounding aura. Faced with such a fierce attack, Nakamura Yu did not dare to be negligent at all. He quickly raised the samurai sword in his hand to try to block the deadly attack. However, what he never expected was that at the moment the blade touched his fist, the seemingly indestructible samurai sword actually broke. Nakamura Yuya was shocked and quickly retreated. But Nakamura Yuichi's fist stuck to him like a homing missile, and no matter how Nakamura Yuya dodged, he could not escape his pursuit. In desperation, Nakamura Yuya had to grit his teeth, fill his arms with strength, cross them over his chest, and prepare to withstand the blow. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, Nakamura Yuya flew backwards as if hit hard, and hit the wall next to Nakamura Takeshi hard. However, unlike Takeshi Nakamura, Yuya Nakamura did not look too embarrassed. Although a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, he quickly supported his body with his hands, broke free from the wall, and shook off the rubble attached to his body. "Yuichi, I never thought you'd change so dramatically in just a few days. You're truly remarkable. Ha ha ha." Nakamura Yuya suddenly burst into laughter, and his laughter echoed throughout the space, revealing an indescribable madness. "Yuichi, I now officially announce that you will be the next head of my Nakamura family." Nakamura Yuya's words left Lin Ao and Ji Yu Wanqing, who were watching the live broadcast, confused. What kind of logic is this? Little Japanese logic. Who cares about the Nakamura family? Who cares about this head of the family? I hate the Nakamura family, you know that. Nakamura Yuya thought that Nakamura Yuichi would be grateful, but he immediately heard Nakamura Yuichi's cold voice. Nakamura Yuya looked up and saw that Nakamura Yuichi was already standing beside him. The cold sweat slowly flowed down his forehead. "Yuichi, think about it, from now on, you will inherit the huge Nakamura family business. Isn't that attractive enough?" Nakamura Yuya tried to continue persuading Nakamura Yuichi, because from the punch Nakamura Yuichi just threw, he already knew that he was definitely no match for Nakamura Yuichi, and he knew what he had done. What he just said was that he wanted to use the Nakamura family and sacrifice the family to Nakamura Yuichi in exchange for his own survival. Old Deng's negotiations are ineffective. Ryu isn't buying into anything. It looks like the Nakamura family is about to be destroyed. Give us some gifts. Let's celebrate our junior brother's successful revenge in advance. Nozomi Sasaki's clear and pleasant commentary began to fill the screen. After she finished speaking, the screen was flooded with gifts. The most outrageous one was, "Lin Ao, I'm protecting you, understand?" 70% of the carnival in the live broadcast room was caused by her. At least Nozomi Sasaki's income from this live broadcast is tens of millions of Chinese yuan. Even if I kill you, the Nakamura family will still be mine. Nakamura Yuichi's extremely cold words seemed to freeze the air, causing Nakamura Yuya's face to turn as pale as paper in an instant. However, just a moment later, a hint of gloom flashed in Nakamura Yuya's eyes. He quickly reached for his waist and pulled out a black pistol. Immediately afterwards, a series of deafening gunshots rang out. Bang 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 bang. Nakamura Yuya's eyes were cold and resolute. Without even blinking, he pulled the trigger and fired 7 bullets in a row. When the smoke cleared, he stared coldly at Nakamura Yuichi, who was frightened into a state of shock, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, outlining a smile full of contempt and ridicule. You are still too young. Nakamura Yuya spoke slowly, while gently patting Nakamura Yuichi's cheek, as if enjoying the victory at this moment. You're still a step behind me, Yuichi. The last lesson your father taught you is that you must be ruthless, and you must plan ahead and have multiple escape routes for yourself. Takeshi Nakamura taught Nakamura Yuichi earnestly with a condescending and arrogant attitude of a winner. It's over. Lao Deng has no moral principles and is secretly shooting. Nozomi Sasaki continued to explain on the side, but she and Suzuki Masami showed no nervousness and no intention of stepping forward. Lin Ao also sneered as he watched the live broadcast. Haha, although there is a chance to successfully kill the gun master, the problem is, don't you see how Nakamura Yuichi was trained by Lin Ao? Gun. Chapter 243. A visitor from the Ao group. Nakamura Yuichi raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and looked at Nakamura Yuya in front of him with a playful look on his face. Haha, such despicable means are indeed consistent with your usual style of doing things. His tone was as calm as water, as if the person who had just been attacked was not him. The smug smile on Nakamura Yuya's face froze instantly, replaced by astonishment and confusion. He widened his eyes and hurriedly looked down at Nakamura Yuichi's physical condition, but was surprised to find that apart from some damage to his clothes, there was no blood seeping out. A wave of fear surged in Nakamura Yuya's heart, and he involuntarily took a step back. He nervously gripped the pistol in his hand, aimed at Nakamura Yuichi's heart without hesitation and fired several shots. Bang 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 bang. A series of deafening gunshots echoed in the air, but Nakamura Yuya found in despair that the bullets bounced off as if hitting steel, and could not even penetrate Nakamura Yuichi's skin. How is it possible? Are you a monster? Impossible. This is impossible. Nakamura Yuya's body was shaking with extreme panic, his face turned pale as paper, and he stared at Nakamura Yuichi in disbelief. His finger was still mechanically pulling the trigger, but there were no more bullets in the pistol to fire, only crisp, click, 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 sounds remained. At this moment, Nakamura Yuichi's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly stretched out a big hand and clamped Nakamura Yuya's head tightly like an iron clamp. Suddenly, a sharp pain came and Nakamura Yuya let out a shrill scream. You can die now, Nakamura Yuya. A surge of hatred burst out from Nakamura Yuichi's eyes. Ah! Nakamura Yuya was lifted up by Nakamura Yuichi's head. He kicked his feet wildly in the air and grabbed Nakamura Yuichi's arms with both hands, trying to make him let go. Yuichi Nakamura looked at Yuya Nakamura in front of him and raised his other hand to snap his fingers. Bang 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 bang. A series of noises were heard, and all of Nakamura Yuya's joints were broken by Nakamura Yuichi with just one finger. The whole person was twitching in midair, and yellow and white stuff was flowing out of his crotch. Ouch Yuichi, he's so disgusting. Nozomi Sasaki jumped aside in disgust, and Masami Suzuki also floated aside calmly. Yuichi Nakamura dragged Yuya Nakamura and walked towards the inner room of the Nakamura family with heavy steps. Every step seemed to carry endless pressure, making the air around him heavy. The men in suits followed closely behind him, but did not dare to get close easily, as if they were full of awe for Nakamura Yuichi. Nozomi Sasaki and Masami Suzuki followed carefully behind, keeping a certain distance from Yuya Nakamura. There was a hint of disgust in their eyes, and they were obviously very disgusted with Nakamura Yuya's current state. Ah! Yuya Nakamura's wailing echoed throughout the courtyard, making people's hair stand on end. As Nakamura Yuichi moved forward, the maids who were busy in the inner room fled in fear, as if they had seen something terrible. Nakamura Yu walked across the courtyard with an expressionless face and went straight to the inner room. His keen senses told him that the target was nearby. Finally, he stopped in front of a door and kicked it without hesitation, smashing it to pieces. Inside the room, a beautiful and graceful woman was sitting on the ground. Ah! The sudden sound of kicking the door was like thunder exploding in the woman's ears. She was so frightened that she couldn't help but let out a shrill scream. When she saw the miserable situation of Nakamura Yuya being held tightly in Nakamura Yuichi's hand, her face instantly turned pale as paper and her body trembled involuntarily. Tears flowed from my eyes like a flood. Yuichi, how could you treat your own father like this? The woman widened her eyes, pointed at Nakamura Yuichi in disbelief, and asked angrily. Nakamura Yuichi let out a snicker. Now everyone was there. This woman was equally vicious and extremely evil. When Nakamura Yuichi was a child, a red light flashed in Nakamura Yuichi's eyes, and he brought Nakamura Yuya in front of the woman. Ma'am, long time no see. Yuichi Nakamura showed a warm smile, but this smile was very dangerous in the eyes of others. What are you doing? Nakamura Yuichi, let go of your father right now. The woman looked strong on the outside but was weak on the inside. Her whole body was trembling and her condition was not much better than that of Nakamura Yuya. Isn't it obvious what I'm going to do? As soon as Nakamura Yuichi spoke, he exerted force, and Nakamura Yuya let out a violent scream. His eyes gradually bulged out, and blood flowed from all his orifices. Ah, what are you doing? The woman stepped forward in horror and tried to pull Nakamura Yuichi's hands apart. Nakamura Yu was not affected at all. He turned his head and looked at Nozomi Sasaki. Senior sister, Sister Yame, I think the following scene is not suitable for Master and the others to see. Yuichi Nakamura's voice was gentle, and Nozomi Sasaki smiled and nodded. Masters, what Yui said is right. Don't let those pictures smudge your eyes. Now I will take you to see other scenery. Nozomi Sasaki turned around the camera and acted cutely in the live broadcast room. Ji-Yu Wanqing and the others also knew what Nakamura Yuichi was going to do next, and they all said they didn't care. Oh, senior sister, I've seen big scenes before, it's okay. Go ahead and play it boldly. As soon as Lun Yan's words appeared, the next second Lun Yan's account was seen to exit the live broadcast room, and Joanna's account also left the live broadcast room along with Lun Yan's account. Haha, you must be tired after watching for so long, shall we go out for a walk? Lin Ao also left the live broadcast room and went to play with Nozomi Sasaki and Ji-Yu Wanqing and the others. Aragaki Yui nodded, and she was gently led out of the hotel by Lin Ao. They strolled along the beach. Aragaki Yui shrank her neck, and Lin Ao held her hand, passing a warm strength to her. Aragaki Yui felt warm all over. She was just surprised about this matter but did not ask any more questions. She already knew that Lin Ao was completely different from what she had imagined. I'm going to Tokyo tomorrow, what about you? Aragaki Yui was slightly stunned. Yes, he was going to leave today. As for me, I'm going back to the company to take care of some work. I have a few fan meetings, and then I'll check the announcements and prepare to advertise our movie and appear on variety shows. I guess I'll be busy for a long time. Will you miss me? At this moment, Aragaki Yui really wanted to drop all her work and follow Lin Ao, but she didn't want Lin Ao to think that she was a burden to him, so she decided to go back and take care of her work first. The two of them strolled along the beach, and everything seemed so beautiful. At this time, several guests from the Tokyo Ao group came and were sitting in the reception room. Yijuzi Waishui was accompanying a few people. Chapter 244 Brother Lin, wait for my good news. President Yi, please read this letter of intent carefully. Daniel immediately placed the heavy document on the table and looked at Yijuzi Waishui quietly. Yijuzi Waishui smiled, picked up the document calmly and started flipping through it. His eyes flicked across the pages, but he didn't seem to be truly absorbed in them. Don't worry, Mr. Daniel. I will take this seriously. We'll discuss this in detail in 3 days. Yijuzi Waishui showed a professional and polite smile and made a gesture to see him off, indicating that today's conversation was over. Daniel and Sean looked at each other and exchanged glances, while Lin Feng sat quietly beside them without saying a word. The three of them slowly stood up and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to leave, Sean suddenly turned his head and fixed his eyes on Yijuzi Waishui. President Yi, I hope we can receive a satisfactory response in 3 days. You won't let us down, will you? There was a hint of provocation and threat in Sean's tone. Yijuzi Waishui still had a smile on his face, without any change, and he just nodded slightly. Of course, I'll definitely satisfy you. However, his forced smile could hardly conceal his true thoughts. Sean narrowed his eyes and stared at Yijuzi Waishui, with a dangerous glint in his eyes. In an instant, a powerful warrior aura gushed out from him, pressing down on the opponent like a mountain. The atmosphere in the whole room suddenly became tense, as if a fierce battle was about to break out. Yijuzi Waishui's expression froze, and the smile on his face became a little stiff, but he still tried his best to maintain his original expression. Okay, then let's meet again in 3 days. Sean seemed quite proud of the method he had just used. Then he showed a brilliant smile and followed Lin Feng and others away. Lin Feng didn't say a word from beginning to end. He was like a proud white swan. After these people walked away, Yijuzi Waishui's eyes revealed a trace of contempt, disgust and resentment. How dare you, a foolish foreigner, covet our chairman Lin's things? He muttered indignantly. After saying that, he walked straight to the shredder and threw the so-called letter of intent in his hand into it without hesitation, and watched it being completely shredded with his own eyes. How can you just buy our family? You really think you're some big shot? So what if you know a little martial arts? So what if you have a little money? You know, what our family lacks the most is money and talent. Yijuzi Waishui kept muttering to himself while continuing to clean up the pile of broken letters of intent. In fact, the contents of these documents are extremely ridiculous. They are nothing more than some unfair terms of forced transactions and have no practical value at all. Looking at the scraps of paper on the ground in front of him, Yijuzi Waishui nodded with satisfaction and clapped his hands gently. At this moment, he realized that he should inform the president as soon as possible, because the people the other party was looking for had already come to him. Yijuzi Waishui, who was investigating before, was also very surprised to see them today. These were the people whose portraits Lin Ao had shown him before. They probably used special means to conceal their actions when they entered the country, so he was unable to find them even when using his connections in the immigration department. Who knew they would come to my door today? Then he took out his cell phone and dialed Lin Ao's number. Hello. Lin Ao's voice came from the phone. Hey, Moshi. My dear president, it's me, your most loyal employee, Yijuzi. Yijuzi Waishui was very respectful, nodding and bowing continuously with his cell phone in hand. Don't give me all this nonsense, just say it quickly if you have something to say. Lin Ao listened to Yijuzi's opening remarks in silence. He was really an expert at being a bootlicker. Hey, president, let me tell you, the people you asked me to find just showed up, saying they want to buy out our group. It's my fault, too. I promised I'd find them in a few days, but now they've shown up and I still haven't found their location. Yijuzi Waishui gave a long speech on the phone, admitting his mistakes to Lin Ao, and he was almost crying. But Lin Ao only focused on his opening sentence. Lin Feng and the others came to visit. I thought to myself, it's a good thing that he came. He was planning to go back to Tokyo, so he could have a good fight with Lin Feng and the others. I wonder if he will disappoint me after getting the blessing of Fate 3 and Fate 4. Okay, I don't blame you for this. I'll go back tomorrow. Lin Ao hung up the phone, sparks flashing in his eyes. Aojun, what's wrong? Aragaki Yui couldn't help but feel curious as she looked at Lin Ao's changing expression. It's okay. I'll be back in Tokyo tomorrow. I just got a call from the company, so I'm going back to take care of some things. Lin Ao touched Yui Aragaki's head and smiled. Aragaki Yui looked depressed for a moment, but soon she put on a smile. The right thing to do is to cherish the present. She suddenly threw herself into Lin Ao's arms, and her meaning could not be clearer. The next day at noon, Lin Ao appeared at Tokyo Airport. Just like before, as soon as he went out, he saw Yijuzi Waishui with a smile on his face. Lin Ao really missed him when he saw him like this. He hadn't seen him for many days. Master President. Following Yijuzi Waishui's shouts, the men in suits on both sides also shouted and bowed in unison. Lin Ao's eyelids twitched. This is really your style, you idiot. Okay, take me back to headquarters. Lin Ao waved his hand, and Yijuzi led the way and opened the car door for Lin Ao. President, those days will continue to come over in 2 days. They are still warriors. Yijuzi told Lin Ao in detail what happened that day in the back row, and Lin Ao nodded. This Lin Feng is really arrogant. Very good, let's see if you are still arrogant in 2 days. Lin Ao took out his phone and dialed a number. Hey brother Lin, why are you so free today? Instead of playing, are you busy teaching your apprentice? The familiar voice of Long Aoshan came from the phone. Lin Ao rolled his eyes and ignored what he said. Aoshan, it's time for the Wanlong Society to be destroyed. I'll give you 1 day. Is that enough? Long Aoshan on the other end of the phone did not respond to Lin Ao's words. Only his voice was heard on the other end of the phone. Assemble forced march target the Wanlong Society. Brother Lin, let's leave it at that for now. Wait for my good news, hey. Long Aoshan hung up Lin Ao's phone with a series of strange laughs. Listening to Long Aoshan's last words, Lin Ao covered his forehead speechlessly and said, please don't laugh so strangely at the end, okay? Chapter 245 I want all congressmen to be ours. Lin Ao followed Yi Duzi to the headquarters of the Ao Group. From a distance, he saw a group of people waiting downstairs of the company, as if they were looking forward to the arrival of some important person. That's right, the person they were waiting for was Lin Ao, the highly regarded president. This was Lin Ao's second visit to the company, but his first visit left an indelible impression on everyone. At that time, he proposed the concept of Hatsune, and now, this software has become popular all over the country and has become a well-deserved national-level application. In the eyes of these employees, Lin Ao not only possesses outstanding wisdom and creativity, but also has attractive appearance and wealth. Such a perfect man naturally became the idol and pursuit goal of many women in the company. So, today they all dressed up carefully and looked gorgeous, just to attract more attention from Lin Ao. Welcome, President. Accompanied by deafening shouts, the scene was quite spectacular and even attracted many passers-by to stop and watch. Lin Ao slowly got out of the car. Yi Duzi and Waishui still stood respectfully beside him, leading him straight to the meeting room. Those ordinary employees could only watch helplessly as those lucky senior managers entered the meeting room first. They were able to look at Lin Ao for so long, and their hearts were filled with envy and jealousy. Lin Ao's visit this time seemed to have ignited the fighting spirit deep in their hearts, making them secretly vow they must work hard to get the opportunity to enter the conference room. Because of Lin Ao's arrival, the competitive atmosphere within the entire Ao group has become increasingly fierce. Lin Ao was sitting at the head of the conference room, looking at the employees below with a strange look in his eyes. They all had gleaming eyes as if they wanted to eat him, especially the female executives. Why did he feel like a little lamb? Ahem. Thank you all for your hard work during this period. Lin Ao made a simple opening statement. It's not hard. A group of people suddenly shouted in unison, and Lin Ao was startled. Yi Duzi Waishui, who was sitting below, nodded with great satisfaction. Lin Ao's mouth twitched. It seems that you have contributed to this. The success of Hatsune Miku is inseparable from everyone's hard work, so I have decided to take out 60% of the profits from Hatsune Miku this month as bonuses to everyone in the company. Everyone will get a share. After hearing Lin Ao's words, the group of people became even more restless. Today, Hatsune Miku's monthly advertising profit has reached $60 million, which means that Lin Ao will take out $36 million as a reward from the company. How many companies in the world can afford such a huge bonus? At that moment, Lin Ao's words and the number completely ignited the conference room. The people who were watching the live broadcast of the conference outside the conference room also felt a surge of shock in their hearts, and cheers like a tsunami rang out. This will be the first time in the history of Shaori. Money can move people's hearts and also bind them. When they gradually calmed down, Lin Ao spoke again. I believe I'm the only one in Japan who would do this. Every 6 months, the company will allocate a portion of its revenue and profits as a reward to all employees. So, you must cherish your position in the Ao group. Lin Ao looked at them with a smile. When all the employees in the company heard Lin Ao's words, an unshakable determination appeared in their eyes. It is indeed as Lin Ao said, let alone Japan, it is difficult to find a second company like this in the world. Therefore, unless they die, no one can let them leave the Ao group. Let me be frank. If someone harms the interests of the Ao group and chooses to sell out the company, this benefit will be permanently revoked. Lin Ao's words made the employees' hearts jump to their throats. So, open your eyes and don't let one person ruin the collective interests. Find those people before they do anything to harm the company. Then, this benefit will continue, and those who help the company eliminate pests will receive a substantial bonus. Yijuzi Waishui's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Ao's words. This move has put all the employees under control. The economic pressure and job competition in Japan are very high, and the expenses for food, consumption, housing, etc. are very high. Moreover, the employees of the Ao group are those who stayed over from the previous company. They can clearly feel the changes since Lin Ao took over the group. Both the treatment and benefits are very different from the previous company. Therefore, the benefits offered by Lin Ao this time will completely control them. Now if he asks them to overthrow the emperor, they will probably be very happy to do it. The employees looked at each other and smiled kindly. From this moment on, the Ao group will be the most difficult company for outsiders to infiltrate. It will be like an iron barrel. When Lin Ao first came, he created a national software. When he came the second time, he built the company into an iron bucket, and he held 2 meetings. Yi Duzi Waishui looked at Lin Ao sitting in the chairman's seat with stars in his eyes, which made Lin Ao feel a chill. Then let's adjourn and get to work. Hey, we will never let the president down. The employees were like chicken blood. Full of energy. President Yijuzi, let those trustworthy people stay. I have something else to do. Yi Duzi's eyes gleamed with brilliance, and he immediately understood Lin Ao's meaning and left behind a dozen people. Master President, these are all completely trustworthy. I, Yijuzi, guarantee it with my own life. Yi Duzi lowered his head and reported to Lin Ao, leaving the dozen or so people kneeling on one knee on the ground at the same time, looking at Lin Ao with fanatical expressions. Lin Ao nodded. Everyone sit down, I'll tell you my plan, and you guys go and execute it. More than a dozen people sat aside excitedly. The president had arranged something again, which made them very excited. Hatsune Miku already has a very high influence and can already drive public opinion, so. Next, we need to create a god. Lin Ao's words cheered them up. A god in the political arena. I want all the people who pass the meeting in Japan to be our own people. Do you have confidence in this mission? Lin Ao's words sent shockwaves through their hearts. The president. It's simply amazing. Yes, they kept shouting Lin Ao's name in their hearts, their faces flushed with excitement. Each consortium will support some of its own people to enter Congress, so as to gain more voice and facilitate certain policies and operations of its own consortium. Lin Ao's target is the entire Congress. This task is undoubtedly arduous, but it is a feat that will go down in history. President, please tell me in detail. Yi Duzi Waishui's face flushed with excitement. He was fortunate enough to be involved in such a big event. This was the honor bestowed upon him by Lin Ao. Use Hatsune Miku to create some representatives in the minds of young people, then create a group of representatives in the minds of middle-aged people, the elderly, otakus, and so on. I want to create several representatives for each group of people. Lin Ao's words made Yi Duzi and the others' eyes sparkle. He is indeed the president. His words seemed to enlighten those people. Use the foundation's funds to support them, build their personas, and assemble a writing team. I don't need to tell you what's next, right? Lin Ao looked at them quietly. They nodded like chicks pecking at rice. He had explained it so clearly, but they still didn't know how to do it. So they could even commit suicide by cutting their stomachs. I'm looking forward to your results. Let's stop here for today and take me back to the manor. Yi Duzi Waishui respectfully took Lin Ao away, while the others continued to work without stopping, and everyone was full of enthusiasm. Chapter 246 Lisa, long time no see. When the car that Lin Ao was riding in slowly drove into the manor, he saw Lisa standing in front of the gate from afar, as graceful and charming as a blooming flower. As soon as the car stopped, Lisa walked up quickly, opened the door for Lin Ao with ease, and bowed. Long time no see, Lisa. Lin Ao got out of the car and looked at Lisa, who looked like a peach in front of him. Her golden hair exuded a charming luster. Long time no see, President. Lisa bowed respectfully to greet him, her voice clear and sweet as the sound of a nightingale singing in a valley. Lin Ao's eyes swept over the beauty in front of him, and he couldn't help but secretly admire in his heart that Lisa was still so graceful and charming. Haha, don't just stand there and talk. I'm so hungry after running all this way. Lin Ao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. Lisa understood what he meant and smiled immediately. Her face, as bright as a blooming flower, touched everyone's heart. Her eyes were always fixed on Lin Ao, as if she had 1,000 words to say, but in the end she didn't say a word. In fact, deep down in her heart, she really wanted to tell Lin Ao, Master President, I'm hungry too. Lin Ao walked into the restaurant leisurely, chose a comfortable seat and sat down, looking forward to the delicious food that was about to be served. While waiting for the food to be delivered, he took out his cell phone and made a video call to Nozomi Sasaki. Recalling that yesterday Nakamura Yuichi said that he would handle the matter of Nakamura Yuya alone, Lin Ao did not enter the live broadcast room to watch the development of the situation, so he has no idea about the subsequent situation at this moment. Taking advantage of the free time now, I would like to ask Nozomi Sasaki. The phone rang for a while before it was connected. Ah, it's Master. Nozomi Sasaki's dazed voice sounded, and Lin Ao was full of confusion. Is he still sleeping? What's wrong? You haven't gotten up yet and it's already noon. In the video, Nozomi Sasaki rubbed her eyes and smiled. Hee, yesterday Yuichi dealt with something that had been on his mind for years, and he wasn't feeling well, so we went to drink with him and try to comfort him. By the way, Master, look. Nozomi Sasaki suddenly smiled cunningly, the camera flipped, and a charming figure appeared in front of the camera. Hiss. It was Suzuki Masami. At this time, Suzuki Masami was still sleeping. It seemed that they drank a lot last night. Master, let me lift the quilt to show you. It turns out that Sister Yamei is a very reserved person, ha 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 ha. Nozomi Sasaki's voice came out, she lifted Suzuki Masami's quilt, and a beautiful figure immediately appeared in front of the screen. That curvy figure and that set of Tinker Bell underwear. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Nozomi Sasaki's laughter, Lin Ao's mouth twitched, while Suzuki Masami in the camera pouting and looking for the quilt. Nozomi Sasaki turned the camera over again and kissed it cutely. Master, I miss you. Lin Ao smiled. This girl really just left not long ago. Okay, how's Yuichi doing now? Have you dealt with the Nakamura family's affairs? Lin Ao brought the topic back to the main topic to prevent Nozomi Sasaki from leading the conversation astray. Oh, yesterday Nakamura Yuya was completely destroyed by Yuichi. He didn't kill him. Yuichi said that his being alive now was the greatest punishment for him. And that stepmother and that brother were also destroyed. The three of them were thrown into a backyard of the Nakamura family. Nozomi Sasaki was talking about the follow-up of the incident, and Lin Ao thought to himself, yes, it would be too easy for him to die directly. And now Yuichi has taken over the entire Nakamura family. He was very busy yesterday. In order to save his life, Nakamura Takeshi dug out all the things that Nakamura Yuya had hidden. All the procedures went very smoothly. Lin Ao listened to Nozomi Sasaki's words and nodded. So how is he now? Is he in better condition? When Nozomi Sasaki heard Lin Ao's question, she seemed to think of something happy and couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha 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 ha, last night after he got drunk, I helped my junior brother and ordered 5 people now. I guess he can't even stand up straight. After Nozomi Sasaki finished speaking, Lin Ao was completely speechless. It is really a blessing for Yui to have a senior sister like you. Next it's the Kuroda family's turn. The Kuroda family is different from the Nakamura family. Are you mentally prepared? What Lin Ao is relatively worried about is Nozomi Sasaki's next itinerary. Although he knows that the problem is not serious, it does not prevent a master from caring about his apprentice. Master, are you underestimating me? We have Sister Yamei and Yui too. With the 3 of us together, we can go anywhere with the little Japanese. Looking at Nozomi Sasaki's proud expression, Lin Ao felt relieved. It was just as she said. Even if the Heidu family counterattacked, they shouldn't have any big problems. Okay, Master knows how powerful you are. You must be careful and cautious in everything you do, understand? Lin Ao still reminded her and prepared to hang up the phone. Master, let me show you something else. Lin Ao looked at Nozomi Sasaki in confusion. Thump, thump, thump. When Lin Ao saw Nozomi Sasaki lifting the quilt, he felt very uncomfortable and then the video call was cut off by Nozomi Sasaki. Lin Ao's mouth twitched. Okay, you've ignited my anger all of a sudden. Lin Ao took a deep breath, and Lisa just came over pushing a food cart. Sorry for the wait, President. Lisa bowed respectfully and began to arrange the food. This time, she cooked all Chinese delicacies. Lin Ao smiled at Lisa and said, "That's thoughtful of you, Lisa." After dinner, Lin Ao was enjoying Lisa's massage. After returning to the manor, he immediately entered the decadent mode. Master President, the room has been cleaned up and the water temperature is just right. You can go take a bath and rest. Lin Ao smiled slightly. It turned out that the life in the manor was indeed as different as heaven and earth compared to that in Hokkaido. Okay, thank you Lisa. Then he followed Lisa and left the restaurant. Daniel and his companions who left the Ao group yesterday were in the presidential suite of a luxury hotel. Feng, I thought President Na Yi didn't seem very happy yesterday. Daniel shook the wine glass, still looking cynical. Is it his turn whether he's willing or not? In my eyes, he's just a grasshopper that won't last long. Lin Feng, standing in front of the window, looked at the bustling street scene downstairs with a disdainful smile. At this time, the door of the suite opened and Sean walked in. We've got the information, and we've also sent people to infiltrate. As soon as Sean came in, he lay down on the sofa and poured himself a glass of wine. Yi Duzi Waishui was a small financial officer in the predecessor company of the Ao Group. After the Ao Group was acquired, he was directly appointed as the president. He was basically a puppet. Sean took a sip of his wine and spoke slowly. What's interesting is that the financial backer behind the Ao Group is actually the Lin family from Zhonghai. After Sean finished speaking, he looked at Lin Feng, who was still standing by the window, with a playful expression. Chapter 247 Unilateral Report. Lin Feng's expression froze. He slowly turned around and looked at Sean. You said the Ao Group's financial backer is the Zhonghai family from China. Lin Feng's voice was as cold as if it came from the Nine Nether Hell, and his eyes were filled with a heart-pounding haze. Yes, it's the Zhonghai family. But I still don't know who the people who came this time are. Sean stared at Lin Feng's cold face and thought to himself, as I expected, Lin Feng would show this expression. This also slightly satisfied the little evil taste in his heart. Lin Feng's face was extremely gloomy. He walked over with heavy steps, reached out to grab the wine glass on the table, and drank it all in one gulp. Originally, he had carefully planned an impeccable plan, intending to break into Zhonghai, take back the Lin family property that belonged to him in one fell swoop, and force the biological father who cruelly abandoned his wife and children to kneel before him. Unexpectedly, a sudden strong premonition one day prompted him to make a prompt decision and retreat quickly, while gathering all the forces and resources that had been scattered before. This incident caused him to suffer heavy losses, but the reason why he was able to get to where he is today was actually due to his mysterious sixth sense. Because of this, he has great faith in his intuition. However, what he had never expected was that after arriving in this tiny place, he would meet the Lin family again. Great. Since this is God's will, before completely wiping out the Lin family, let's just start with the Ao consortium and treat it as a delicious appetizer. Sean's news made Lin Feng determined to acquire the Ao group and at the same time find out which member of the Lin family came here this time. Lin Feng had a hunch that it was most likely the cousin he had never met. Haha, just a mortal, nothing to be afraid of. How's the infiltration going? Lin Feng asked a question. Sean had another thing to do when he went out, which was to send people to infiltrate the Ao group. Such a large company must have a lot of gray information. As long as they could get hold of something that was wrong about their company or Yi Duzi, the acquisition would be very smooth. It's impossible for someone who was only assigned this afternoon to get results so quickly. Let's wait and see tomorrow. I've thrown out money, power, and people. Let's see how many take the bait. Sean smiled lightly and shook his wine glass. His eyes narrowed, as if everything was under control. Daniel jumped slightly, stood up and raised the glass in his hand. Then let's raise a toast in advance to celebrate our future success. Cheers. Daniel smiled evilly, Sean smiled evilly, and Lin Feng smiled evilly again. Cheers. At this time, there were two people sitting next to him in the room. They were dressed very strangely, with red lines covering their bodies. However, the other people in the room completely ignored their existence, as if they were transparent. Ming San, why do I feel like they're a little bit? Ming Si looked at the smiles of those people and his mouth twitched. He even tried to imitate them, but failed to imitate them at all. Oh my, how on earth did this make me laugh? Damn it, how can I not get that angle? Ming San on the side directly removed the cover on her head and poked her face with her fingers. It turned out that she was also imitating the recognition of Lin Feng and others. Ming Si's mouth twitched. I take back what I just said. It's not just them, you too, your brain is a little bit. This is so annoying. Let's ask Ming about the situation. We've already started the operation here. Let's see how she's doing. Ming San lowered her finger dejectedly, and a stream of red energy flew out of her body and shot into the sky. At this moment, Xiaoju was on his way to Kyoto. When Lin Ao was accompanying Aragaki Yui, Xiaoju left for 2 days. She went to the Hokkaido shrine and retrieved all the seeds that had been buried in the girl's body before rushing back to Lin Ao. Before, she had never thought that she would follow Lin Ao, so she still kept a backup plan, but now there is no need at all. If left alone, she was afraid that her backup plan would eventually become a hidden danger that could be exploited by others. It took her so long that she must have had more than one backup plan. In the past, she was too cautious and had hundreds of backup plans, which is why it took so long. In the past 2 days, Xiaoju has traveled all over Japan. Finally everything is collected. Xiaoju was flying in the air, looking tired and mentally exhausted. Just then a red light flew towards her and stopped in front of her. Fate 3. Xiaoju lightly touched it with his fingers and immediately sensed the breath of Ming San. Ha ha ha, it's me, Ming Er. Lin Feng on our side has started to take action. He knows that the Zhonghai Lin family is behind the Ao consortium, but he doesn't know it's Lin Ao yet. How's your ambush going? After hearing the news from Ming San, Xiaoju gave a meaningful smile. I'm ready. I believe we'll be able to meet again soon. What does Lin Feng plan to do? Xiaoju kept in touch with Ming San while flying. That's great. I'm so bored here, looking at these grown men. They're all acting weird. Let me tell you about their expressions. Ming San started chatting for a long time. Xiaoju's eyes twitched. She was trying her best to hold back from getting angry. Hey, why aren't you talking? Ming Er. 5 minutes later, Ming San finally stopped. Xiaoju breathed a sigh of relief. She adjusted her mood and then spoke slowly. I am not listening to you patiently. Ming San on the other end was so moved that he burst into tears. Ming Er, you're so nice. When I'm talking to Ming Si over here, he always shuts me up, saying I'm too noisy. It makes me so mad. Who else can I talk to here besides him? Isn't he lonely? Then there was another 5-minute-long conversation. Xiaoju learned her lesson this time and left her finger on the communication mark. She only touched it again when it was almost done. So, Ming Si is just a piece of wood. Humph. It seems that Xiaoju has a very good grasp of timing. That's right. By the way, you haven't told me what Lin Feng and the others are going to do. Xiaoju immediately raised the question again to avoid going off topic again. Oh, I heard from them that they found someone to infiltrate, used some money, some people, some power, etc. It seems that they sent people out to investigate. If you receive any news about Lin Ao's actions, remember to tell me. Xiaoju finally heard what he wanted to know, then responded with a few words and quickly ended the communication. Phew, that's too tortuous. Xiaoju looked at the bustling city below, carefully sensed Lin Ao's position, and dived down directly. On Lin Feng's side, Ming San ended the communication. Ming Si was about to ask a few questions, but Ming San rolled his eyes. She turned her head and ignored him. Chapter 248, The Disappearing Red Line. Bang! Lin Ao, who was sleeping soundly, was suddenly hit in the chest by something, making a muffled sound. Fuck! Lin Ao knew who it was when he smelled the familiar scent. Xiaoju, you're back. What are you doing? The person who bumped into Lin Ao was Xiaoju, who had been away for 2 days. Hee, I just got back, so I came to see you right away. Xiaoju hugged Lin Ao and rubbed him, and suddenly found something wrong. Lin Ao smells like someone else. She rolled her eyes at Lin Ao, turned around and rolled to the side. Go take a shower, this smell is not familiar to me, Lin Ao instantly knew what Xiaoju was talking about. He scratched his head and poked her gently. Tell me, are you done with your work? Lin Ao changed the subject. Xiaoju rolled her eyes at Lin Ao, then turned around and buried her head in Lin Ao's chest. Done. I recovered everything. I was exhausted. Ming San even contacted me when I got back. Lin Ao looked at Xiaoju in surprise. Ming San, I've heard of your name for a long time. What? Is there any new news? Lin Ao smiled and looked at Xiaoju, who raised his head proudly. HMPH, she said Lin Feng has already started to act, and that he knows that the Ao group is controlled by your Zhonghai Lin family. She also said that Lin Feng is using some underhanded tactics to deal with your Ao group, and it seems that he wants to infiltrate your group. Xiaoju briefly explained the information provided by Ming San. Lin Ao laughed after hearing this. Infiltrate. Haha, yesterday I already made the consortium like an iron barrel. How can you infiltrate? Just wait and see. What's wrong? Did you have a plan already? You're laughing so strangely. Xiaoju looked at Lin Ao strangely. Shouldn't he be surprised, then sit up, frown slightly, and then continue to think of a solution? Hey, you'll know tomorrow. By the way, how strong are each of you among the Destiny clones? Xiaoju gave Lin Ao a charming look, then closed her eyes and thought for a while. Are there any power divisions? Fighting alone, the smaller the number, the greater the power. But when they unite, it's different. The power undergoes a qualitative change. You've encountered Ming Yi before. We can all use a single ability together. Xiaoju's words reminded Lin Ao of that tragic night in Sicily. To drive destiny is to use a mysterious force to make everything around you develop and change according to the user's wishes and ideas, and present reasonable results. Xiaoju's words made Lin Ao fall into deep thought. For example, if I want someone to fall, then under normal circumstances they might not fall, but through our special ability, they are very likely to fall for various reasons. Perhaps they accidentally trip over something, or step on a banana peel, etc. Xiaoju's eyes lit up red, and a ball of red energy appeared in his hand, with crystal-clear silk threads wrapped around it. Of course, if they gathered all their strength and went all out to drive fate in an attempt to kill one person, then you can imagine what kind of horror would happen to that unfortunate person. Xiaoju explained it in concise and clear language, and also gave a vivid analogy. After hearing Xiaoju's words, Lin Ao couldn't help but recall the series of incredible changes that happened that night, and secretly sighed in his heart. This is indeed a very difficult problem. Just as he was lost in thought, Xiaoju suddenly chuckled and then spoke. But, before he finished speaking, Lin Ao's gaze was immediately attracted and he looked straight at Xiaoju. The light tube in Xiaoju's hand turned into thousands of silk threads that wanted to wrap around Lin Ao, but they seemed to directly penetrate Lin Ao's body, and Lin Ao did not feel anything different. But you're different. You now have destiny and my blessing, so their tricks may not work on you. And I've discovered that I can no longer grasp the red thread of your destiny. I could vaguely see and even touch it before, but now it's completely gone. Xiaoju's eyes flashed with dazzling red light as he stared at Lin Ao with a gaze as sharp as a torch, as if it could penetrate his body. Her gaze slowly moved, scanning behind Lin Ao. Sure enough, the fuzzy red line that should have been there had disappeared without a trace. However, for other people, Xiaoju can clearly see and touch the red lines on them. Not only that, even the thread of fate that was barely visible just now could not touch Lin Ao at all. When many clones of destiny gathered together, Xiaoju could more or less sense some clues about the other clones except Lin Ao. This mysterious line is undoubtedly the key to how fate controls a person. After listening to Xiaoju's description, Lin Ao understood what he had experienced. It turned out that he had successfully integrated two powerful energies into one. Could this be the legendary state of transcending the three realms and not being within the five elements? It seems that my decision back then was extremely wise. Xiaoju stared at Lin Ao, with a hint of different emotions in his eyes. Ever since she made that change, the benefits she has gained from Lin Ao are countless. She also experienced the joy of being herself. How are you going to thank me? Lin Ao smiled and gently poked Xiaoju's smooth forehead. HMPH. Xiaoju gave Lin Ao a charming look. The next day, Lisa came to Lin Ao's room and found that there was one more person inside, but she did not show any surprise. She called out to Lin Ao as she did in the past. Lin Ao stretched his body and finished washing up with Lisa's help. Let's go downstairs to have breakfast, then go to the consortium and have some fun. Lin Ao called out to Xiaoju who was sitting on the sofa, and the two of them went downstairs to have breakfast together. That woman's scent is the same one I smelled last night. Xiaoju's sudden words almost choked Lin Ao. Ahem, you. Lin Ao wiped his mouth unhappily, still thinking about this matter. Are you full? If you are, let's go. Lin Ao and Xiaoju walked out of the manor, and the driver had been waiting at the door for a long time. Lin Ao, I don't know why, but I'm really looking forward to your encounter with Ming-san Ming-si. Xiaoju sat in the back row, her eyes full of cunning. For some reason, after last night she was looking forward to the real meeting between Lin Ao and Ming-san and Ming-si. Why? Lin Ao looked at Xiaoju strangely, and for a moment he didn't understand her inexplicable sense of anticipation. Haha, I don't know. Maybe I'm looking forward to their expressions. Xiaoju smiled, and she couldn't explain why she had this feeling. Chapter 249. They are looking forward to breaking through the defense. Lin Ao and Xiaoju came to the headquarters of Ao Group. For a moment, all the employees focused their attention on Xiaoju. Lin Ao shook his head helplessly. Xiaoju's beauty was indeed popular with both men and women. Everyone seemed to be attracted by her. The only one who seemed to have eyes only for the president, Lin Ao, was Yi Duzi Waishui. He just glanced at Xiaoju lightly, and then served Lin Ao as before. This actually gave Lin Ao goosebumps. You'd better be a normal person, Yijuzi Waishui. Master President, do you have any instructions for me today? Yijuzi Waishui had just arrived at the company and it was exactly 8 o'clock in the morning. He originally thought that Lin Ao would disappear for a few days after giving the order, just like in the past. If Yiduzi Waishui had known that Lin Ao was coming today, he should have arrived at the manor in advance to greet him. He silently reminded himself in his heart. Yijuzi Waishui, you must never slack off in the slightest. After all, the president can be regarded as your second parent. Haha, I came here specially today to join in the fun. By the way, where is the prosecution department located? Lin Ao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a smile, and asked about the location of a certain department in the consortium. That place is the main reason why Lin Ao came here today, so it must be extremely noisy today. Yes, it's on the same floor as my office. Please come with me, President. Yi Duzi Waishui bowed deeply, bent down respectfully, and then led Lin Ao to the reporting department. This department usually does not have too many matters to deal with. Its main responsibility is to resolve disputes among employees within the company and conflicts between superiors and subordinates. As soon as they arrived, they saw a team of more than 10 people waiting in front of the office door, queuing in an orderly manner. The employees in the office have already started working busily, and the scene is bustling with activity. Just as Lin Ao thought in his heart. Those people also saw Lin Ao coming, and they straightened their backs and looked excited. Hello, President. They all bowed respectfully to Lin Ao and greeted him in unison. Lin Ao waved his hand, signaling them to relax, and then he walked into the office. Yesterday, Matsushita Mutori, a senior executive from the company we're working with, invited me to a high-end club and offered me a 3 million yen bribe, hoping I'd betray company information. A middle-aged bald man wearing glasses was reporting his work to the several recorders in front. He looked sacred and proud, and especially after seeing Lin Ao come in, he became even more excited. Xiaoju looked at this scene in surprise. Is this what Lin Ao said last night and what I know today? It seems that these bribes were done by Lin Feng and his men. Okay, thank you for the information, Minister Kato. After recording, the recorder expressed his gratitude. Minister Kato stood up and bowed deeply to Lin Ao. Well, this Director Kato should be commended. The company should just give him 3 million yen. Lin Ao smiled slightly, and his words made Minister Kato blush immediately. Thank you, President, but I can't accept this money. I know the company already provides us with very high salaries and benefits. If I accept this money, it will be difficult for me to gain a foothold in the company. Once again, I am very grateful to you, President. Kato was very excited. To get Lin Ao's recognition was more important than anything else. Money. Lin Ao had already given him enough. Lin Ao looked at Yijuzi Waishui in confusion. Is there anyone who thinks the money is too much? Yijuzi nodded, indicating that what Kato said was right. If he accepted the money, it would be difficult for him to gain a foothold in the company. Well, I'm looking forward to your performance in the future. Lin Ao's praise made Kato tremble all over. Hey, I will definitely keep working hard in the future. He bowed deeply and then strode out. Hello, President. My name is Masahiko Kondo, and I'm the head of the purchasing department. A young man walked in next. Last night, several companies that work with our purchasing department invited me to a nightclub. They were accompanied by 3 beautiful women. They wanted to use the Red Skull to paralyze my loyalty to the Ao Group. One immediately refused, gave each of them a big bag, and left without any regrets. The young man stood up and reported. He spoke clearly, his hands pressed against his thighs, his head held high and his face flushed slightly with excitement. Lin Ao smiled and clapped his hands in encouragement, and then the people in the office also applauded. Kondo Masahiko was breathing heavily and was extremely excited. The president actually applauded him. Thank you for your report, Mr. Kondo. We will keep a record of the participating companies and issue a warning. You will be included in our list of contributors to the consortium. Thank you again. The beautiful girl who was sitting and taking notes gave Kondo Masahiko a sweet smile. Kondo Masahiko seemed to be touched. He nodded shyly and walked out. Contribution list. Lin Ao looked at Yijuzi Waishui in confusion. Haha, Mr. Chairman, I created this yesterday to motivate our consortium employees. Every suggestion or action that benefits the company will be recorded and converted into contribution points, which will eventually be withdrawn and included in the year-end bonus. Yi Duzi Waishui was reporting to Lin Ao. He further deepened Lin Ao's decision. Lin Ao nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, this could motivate them better. It seems that Yijuzi only has locust water in his stomach. Excellent. Well done. Yi Duzi was very happy to receive Lin Ao's praise. The things that happened to those people were similar, except for one thing that made Lin Ao a little. They invited the muscular minister to a men's club. Ahem, it's okay, I don't discriminate, you did a great job. Lin Ao still encouraged the muscular man. His chest muscles were throbbing with excitement. Xiaoju has become numb. No wonder Lin Ao was not anxious at all last night. It turns out that the Ao group has become like this. No one who can work here is stupid. A simple calculation will tell you what to choose. 3 million yen. Is that a joke? The president's bonus is even bigger than yours. Are you trying to use this to undermine my loyalty to the consortium? Not to mention the amount of money, if other employees knew that it was his fault that the foundation's benefits were cancelled, he would probably disappear from this world. With this conversion, the result will naturally become clear. Let's go Xiaoju, now I really want to know what Lin Feng and the others will look like after they know the news. Lin Ao felt relaxed all over and walked out with Xiaoju. How about I show you? Xiaoju's sudden words made Lin Ao stunned for a moment. Can you see it? Lin Ao looked at Xiaoju in disbelief. I'll try it later and see if Fate 3 cooperates. Xiaoju smiled cunningly, and the two of them laughed at the same time. Chapter 250 Good Teammate Fate 3. Lin Ao brought Xiaoju to a luxurious office. This was Lin Ao's president's office, but he had never been there before. When you open the office door, you will see luxurious decoration, which combines entertainment and leisure. It seems that Yijuzi Waishui has put a lot of effort here. Come on, what do you need to do? Lin Ao couldn't wait to ask Xiaoju to sit down and ask what would happen next. Wait, I'll go talk to Ming-san first and see what's going on. Xiaoju gave a sly smile, then her eyes flashed red, a burst of red energy appeared in her hands, and then she flew out of the sky. Lin Ao, stretch out your hand. After hearing this, Lin Ao stretched out his left hand, interlocked his fingers with Xiaoju's white and tender palm. Suddenly, Lin Ao's eyes went dark, and he found himself walking through a red passage. Lin Ao, please don't make any noise later, just wait aside. Xiaoju gave Lin Ao a warning, and Lin Ao nodded in response. From now on, he began to keep his mouth shut. Lin Feng's presidential suite. Ming-san was sitting there bored and yawning. In an instant, a red energy floated to her side, and she suddenly became energetic. She linked it immediately. Ming-er. Oh, I was just bored you came over here, did you come to chat with me? Ming-san spoke cheerfully, thinking to himself, it seems that Ming-er and I have become really good friends. It's me, I came to tell you about Lin Ao's situation. Ming-san's smile disappeared. No matter what Ming-er came for, as long as he could chat with her for a few minutes, it would be better than anything else. How is he? Did you manage to get to him? Ming-si also came over at this time, with a red line sticking out, wanting to join the chat, but was slapped away by Ming-san, who also rolled his eyes at Ming-si. What are you doing? Sisters are chatting, why are you joining in the fun? Ming-si shook his head speechlessly and continued to stay aside. What's wrong? What happened? Xiaoju asked Ming-san in confusion. Nothing, Ming-si just wanted to join the chat but I chased him away. I don't usually see him talking, so why would he join in the fun when you're here? Xiaoju found Ming-san's words a little funny, and then she immediately returned to the topic. I've already come to Lin Ao's side, lurking beside him as his girlfriend. I didn't expect Lin Ao to be so easy to deceive. This guy's weakness is lust. Lin Ao, who was staying in the tunnel, rolled his eyes at Xiaoju. What do you mean? Am I that kind of person? Woohoo, that's great, it looks like we're making good progress. Ming-san's words made Xiaoju smile meaningfully, and so did Lin Ao. Bang bang bang. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of Lin Feng's presidential suite. Lin Feng walked to the door to open it and saw Daniel, Sean and Sophia were there. The three of them hurried in as soon as Lin Feng opened the door. Daniel and Sean looked angry, while Sophia looked worried. When Lin Feng saw the expressions of several people, his heart skipped a beat. It seemed that something had happened. Ming-er, something seems to be wrong. Ming-san immediately spoke in a tone of enjoyment, mixed with a hint of excitement. What's going on? By the way, Ming-san, can you let me see the footage over there? Xiaoju took the opportunity to ask to see the picture. Hey, sure, Ming-er, look at their faces, they're so funny. Ming-san waved her finger, and the scene she saw immediately appeared in front of Lin Ao and Xiaoju. She agreed so smoothly without any hesitation. Lin Ao felt a little gloating about his fate. With Fate 3 around, there was no need to worry about not achieving his great cause. Lin Ao looked at Lin Feng and the others in the picture. Lin Feng was still the same as he remembered, with no changes, and looked very much like his second uncle. Then he looked at the others, Daniel and Sean, with dark faces. The two of them were full of Western arrogance and looked at people with sidelong glances when they walked. In another timeline, although Lin Ao did not kill Lin Feng, he killed these two guys many times, which also aroused Lin Feng's brotherhood and escalated his revenge, hehe. And Sophia, the daughter of Lin Feng's backer, is a Chable princess. She is Lin Feng's treasure and the apple of his eye. He loves her very much. Lin Ao looked at her and smiled mischievously. What are you thinking about? You're smiling so evilly. Lin Ao Xiaoju suddenly appeared beside him in the passage and took Lin Ao's hand. Lin Ao didn't say anything. He shook his head and pointed at the screen, signaling him to continue watching. Hateful. Daniel in the picture slapped the table with his hand, and Sean took a bottle of foreign wine from the side, filled 2 glasses and handed one to Daniel, and they both drank it. Lin Feng frowned and looked at the two of them. What happened that made you react so strongly? Tell me, what happened? They had never experienced such a huge mood swing before. Sean answered as he poured his drink. That's simply too much. Didn't we arrange for many people to infiltrate the Ao group yesterday? Sean took another sip of his drink. Damn the Ao group. I don't know what's wrong with them. They're so stubborn. Not a single one of the people we sent out succeeded. And they even turned around and laughed at us. Fuck. At the end of his speech, Sean said a Chinese quintessence. It seems that he learned a lot from Lin Feng. We paid them, and they looked at us with disgust. We used honey traps, and they remained chaste. We drugged them, and they refused to touch anything. What kind of people are these? Even the damn cleaner chased us away with a mop. Daniel added that they were actually so angry because they didn't believe in evil and went to contact people from the Ao group in person early in the morning. As a result, they were met with disdain and even spat on. How could they tolerate this humiliation? Lin Feng listened to Daniel and Sean's narration in amazement. He had been chopped to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. Ming-Si on the side tilted his head in confusion and was also shocked. He was shocked not because they had failed, but because Lin Feng could still fail with their joint support. If that's the case, then this matter is a bit weird. He looked at Ming-san, who was still grinning happily, and felt a little bitter in his heart. Why did he end up with such a teammate? A red energy appeared in Life 2's hand and also flew into the sky. Since Life 3 didn't let him join, he just called Life 2 himself. At this moment, Xiaoju received a communication request from Ming-Si. Lin Ao also saw another red mark in the tunnel. Xiaoju smiled slightly and chose to answer the call. Chapter 251. Your grandfather's name is Long Aocean. Ming-er, I have something to ask you. Ming-Si's voice appeared in Xiaoju and Lin Ao's minds. Ah, Ming-Si, why are you coming in to butt in? As soon as Ming-Si's voice sounded, before Xiaoju could reply, Ming-san interrupted anxiously. Ming-Si simply ignored her and continued to ask Xiaoju questions. Ming-san and I have already blessed Lin Feng. Their plan failed this time. I think the situation is very strange. Ming-Si's words made Ming-san shut up. Ming-san was thinking, strange. What's so strange about it? She couldn't interrupt and ask why at this moment, otherwise it would seem she hadn't noticed, and Ming-Si would mistakenly think she was ignorant. Oh, you've already blessed Lin Feng. If that's the case, it really shouldn't be the case. Logically, he should be able to complete his plan smoothly and according to his wishes. Xiaoju pretended to be surprised and his tone became a little low. I just arrived at Lin Ao's side and haven't fully gained his trust yet. I need some time. Although he is easy to approach, it is difficult to open up to him. Xiaoju found lying as easy as drinking water, and Ming-Si nodded. It seems that everything is going smoothly on your side. I can only rely on you to see what problem Lin Ao has. I feel that the situation is completely out of our control now. It seems that the order given by the main body is not unreasonable. The variable is Lin Ao. In the program, he's a bug waiting to be fixed. Ming-Si's tone was really deep. He felt an invisible pressure coming towards them. After the real-life Ming-Si finished speaking, he sighed and glanced at Ming-san, who was looking very focused. Now the pressure was even greater. Actually, I thought of that, too. I was just about to tell Ming-er, but I didn't expect you, Ming-Si, to think of it too. You're quite smart. Ming-san interrupted at this time, thinking that the topic was about to end, and if he didn't say anything, they might think that I knew nothing about it. Xiaoju smiled and said nothing after hearing what Ming-san said, while Lin Ao's mouth twitched and he felt a little sympathy for Ming-Si. Ming-Si naturally remained silent. Now everyone had a tacit understanding and kept silent. Bang! A crisp sound was heard in the room, and the wine glass in Sean's hand was crushed by him. I've never suffered such a loss before. Feng, tell me, how are we going to get back at this? Sean, Daniel and Sophia looked at Lin Feng at the same time. Lin Feng rubbed his brows. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing. When he woke up this morning, he was still thinking that the noodles would be full of confidential information of the Ao group in the afternoon. Let's see tomorrow. Tomorrow is the date I have an appointment with that wretched president. If he still refuses to agree by then, don't blame me for being ruthless and forcing him to. Having said that, Lin Feng's face suddenly became gloomy and cold, and he made a gesture of wiping his neck. Maple. Sophia on the side called out to Lin Feng softly. She obviously didn't like seeing Lin Feng looking so fierce and ferocious. After hearing Sophia's cry, Lin Feng smiled awkwardly, realizing that he had accidentally revealed his overly violent side. Sophia didn't want Lin Feng to use such extremely violent means to solve the problem. Lin Ao smiled meaningfully. Haha, it seems that Sophia's saintly character has not changed in this timeline. In the previous world line, he had some contact with Sophia and understood her personality. Lin Feng, how about I go and meet your Sophia tomorrow? I just don't know if Sophia would fall in love with Lin Feng at this time without Lin Ao's assistance. At this moment, Daniel slapped his thigh excitedly. Alright, let's do it. I want to see whether he wants money or life. Since he won't accept my offer, I might as well take his life too. After saying that, Daniel picked up the wine glass and gulped down several mouthfuls of wine. His originally fair cheeks turned red in an instant. However, Sean had his doubts about this. But, after all, he's just the president. The real power behind the scenes is the Lin family. Even if we kill this president, they can always replace him with someone else. Haha, what if even the core members are dead? By then, what countermeasures will the Lin group have? Leaving behind an empty shell of a consortium is completely useless. Lin Feng smiled slightly, and a state of being in control of the situation appeared on him. Also, what if we just capture all those core members? We'll invite you nicely, and if you don't accept, don't blame us. Lin Feng smiled with a crooked mouth. Daniel and Sean were stunned for a moment, and then they smiled together. However, the angle of their smiles was not as standard as Lin Feng's. It seems that this also depends on talent. Sophia on the side did not react at all, because their family has always done this, and her younger brother, who was trained by their father, uses it very well. Ming-er, look at that smile. It's the same one I told you yesterday. I can't imitate it, but can you? Ming-san excitedly pointed at Lin Feng and the others, while Ming-si Suo Ming closed his eyes, slapped his forehead, and walked aside. Lin Ao looked at Lin Feng speechlessly. He was of course familiar with this smile. Two people who had this kind of smile had already died, and another one was attacking your Saitama territory. Speaking of this, Aoshin should have completed the task, right? Lin Ao just thought about it when he heard Lin Feng say to Daniel. Daniel, call Saitama and have your men gather in Tokyo immediately. We have a big operation tomorrow, and we can't accomplish it with just a few of us. Lin Ao immediately looked at the screen. He would know how Aoshin was doing soon. Okay, I'll call right away. Hearing this, Daniel took out his phone and dialed a number. It rang for a long time but no one answered. Daniel looked at the phone in confusion and checked the number. He didn't dial the wrong number. Haha, maybe those guys had too much fun last night. I'll fight them again and see. Daniel was a little embarrassed. He and Sean were jointly responsible for the Wanlong Club. They were not usually so casual. Why was he acting so strangely today? The phone rang again, and after a long while the call was finally answered. Asshole. What took you so long to answer the phone? Are you trying to kill yourself? Daniel immediately yelled at the person on the phone, thinking that he had embarrassed himself in front of Lin Feng, and that he would be in trouble when he came over. Shut your stinky mouth. Who the hell are you? Is that the way you talk to Grandpa? Since Daniel had turned on the speaker, everyone in the room could hear the voice on the phone. Lin Ao covered his mouth and laughed. He recognized that the voice was Aoshin's. Grandpa, when did my grandpa come over? Daniel's mind didn't wrap around for a moment, and he kept muttering to himself. Lin Feng's face turned shiny black. He walked over and asked directly. Who are you? He had already realized that something might have happened to the Wanlong Society in Saitama. Your grandfather's name is Long Aoshin, the second in command of the Blade Dragon Club. Hee hee. Aoshin's last laugh made veins pop up on Lin Feng's forehead. Lin Ao stopped covering his mouth in the tunnel and started covering his stomach instead. Chapter 252 I am your father. Lin Ao was laughing so hard that he was almost out of breath, but he didn't dare to laugh out loud. It seems that Aoshin has completed the task successfully. Lin Feng had a gloomy look on his face. He clenched his fists tightly and stared at the phone on the table, as if Long Aoshin was standing right in front of him. No matter who you are, you really pissed me off this time. You'll pay the price. Lin Feng's tone was icy cold, full of anger and forbearance. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between teeth, filled with endless hatred. However, at this moment, that strange and funny voice came from the other end of the phone again. No matter who you are, you really pissed me off this time. You'll pay the price. Long Aoshin repeated Lin Feng's words in a funny way, and several blue veins bulged on Lin Feng's forehead. Who do you think you are? You're just a loser, always looking like you're about to cry. Long Aoshin said this in a strange tone. The whole room fell into deathly silence in an instant, and you could hear a pin drop. At this moment, Ming-san was already laughing so hard that he even rolled to the floor. She released her joy to the fullest, while Lin Feng and the others treated Ming-san as air and had no reaction at all. Oh, this is so funny, you're just a loser, always looking like you're about to cry, ha ha ha. Ming-san also enthusiastically imitated Long Aoshin's tone of voice, and then added his own expressions, which made people laugh. Ming-si looked at Ming-san speechlessly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching a few times. Come on, someone on their side is being attacked by someone else, how can you still laugh so loudly? Xiao Ju, your former companion is quite interesting. He really has a sharp mind. Lin Ao turned to look at Xiao Ju. Ming-san's words and actions fully proved that she was definitely an extremely intelligent person. As for the Destiny avatars, each one is an independent being, the only thing they share is the power they possess. Our births are completely random, so the chances of a unique and outstanding avatar like Destiny 3 appearing are quite high. Xiaoju smiled slightly, appearing very polite. From the first time she met Ming-san, she already knew exactly what kind of person she was. Take the party on the rooftop for example, Xiaoju has to thank her very much. Damn it, you're so arrogant and conceited. Tell me where you are right now. I'm going to come and settle the score with you myself. Just wait for me if you dare. After a moment of silence, Lin Feng suddenly burst into extremely strong anger. It can be seen that his defense has been broken. The series of news this morning completely broke him down. At this moment, Daniel and Sean's faces also became extremely gloomy and ugly. Sophia looked at Lin Feng with concern. Me? I just defeated the Wanlong Society, and you don't even know where your hideout is. You still have the nerve to ask. Where's your brain? Are you stupid enough to ask such a question? Do you want me to send you the location? But I don't think you can even understand the location. Long Aoshin complained mercilessly, still with that familiar expression. You just wait for me. Lin Feng roared angrily and suddenly froze. Wait, Long Aoshin. Why do I seem to have heard of this name before? The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more familiar this name became to him. His memory couldn't be wrong. He must have heard of this name somewhere. Oh right, Zhang Hai. Who are you? Suddenly he changed his tone and asked tentatively in Chinese with a gloomy tone. I'm your dad, you big idiot. Long Aoshin also responded in Chinese, and his words made Lin Feng's face turn red. You. Beep beep beep. Lin Feng was so angry that he jumped up, and the essence of Chinese culture continued to gush out, but at this moment, the phone on the table was busy. Lin Feng picked up the phone on the table and continued to dial. As a result, the other party hung up mercilessly, and then with a ding sound, a message came. It was sent from the same number as Long Aoshin just now, and it also used Chinese fonts. My dear son, I'm busy. Don't ask me why I gave birth to you. It was an accident. I meant to stick you on the wall. What a mess, sigh. The veins on Lin Feng's forehead were throbbing wildly, and the whites of his eyes were filled with red bloodshot. Now Daniel and Sean didn't dare to make a sound. His expression was so terrifying that no one dared to approach him. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. This guy is a genius. I really want to meet him. Ming San stared at the screen of the mobile phone in his hand with an expression of disbelief on his face. Then he burst into laughter and fell to the ground uncontrollably. She was muttering while laughing. Ming, do you know who this person is? I feel like he and I are so destined to be together. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoju turned his gaze towards Lin Ao, with a hint of meaning in his eyes that everyone understood. Xiaoju seemed to be saying, look, it turns out you have such an outstanding and capable assistant by your side. Lin Ao scratched his head embarrassedly and nodded in agreement with Xiaoju's opinion. However, Lin Feng on the other side was furious and roared with gritted teeth. Asshole Daniel. Sean, let's go back to Saitama immediately, no matter what. I must kill that guy with my own hands. His words seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, filled with endless anger. At this time, Sophia came out and tried to calm Lin Feng's anger and persuade him. Feng, can you calm down for a moment? After all, you still have to go to the Ao group tomorrow to discuss the acquisition. If you rush to Saitama now, how will the Ao group handle it? However, Lin Feng was already extremely angry at this time and could not calm down at all. How could he sit still in the face of Long Aotian's arrogant provocation? That's fine, Daniel, Sean. Let's go. Lin Feng opened the door angrily, and Daniel and Sean followed immediately. For a moment, Sophia was the only one left in the room. Ha ha ha, life too. Life too. I won't talk to you anymore, I want to go over and take a look. Bye. Ming San immediately followed, and Ming Si shook his head helplessly and followed him out as well to prevent any other accidents. Sophia stood in the presidential suite in a daze, and everyone had forgotten about her. But after a while, Sophia's eyes lit up. Even if Lin Feng and the others don't go to talk about it, she can do it. If she succeeds, Lin Feng will definitely be very happy. Chapter 253 Beat him up. The call was suddenly interrupted, and the two of them instantly returned to the office. Ha ha ha, comfortable, it's so comfortable. Lin Ao couldn't help but chuckle softly, and Xiaoju also smiled slightly beside him. Xiaoju, this Ming San is really a character. I must praise her a few words. Lin Ao recalled what happened today. Things went so smoothly that even Lin Ao was surprised. In his heart, he secretly classified her and Long Aotian as the same kind of people. Oh, right, Aotian, I have to call him first. Just thinking of Long Aotian, Lin Ao quickly took out his phone, tapped the screen and made a video call. The call was connected immediately. In the picture, Long Aotian's familiar face appeared in front of the camera. Brother Lin, I was looking for you. Long Aotian spoke in an excited tone. Behind him appeared a group of people kneeling on the ground. Each of them had a bruised face and nose. A row of people stood neatly around them. They had solemn faces, weapons in their hands, and did not move. Each of them was wearing a neat Zhongshan suit and a red armband on their left arm. The words on it made Lin Ao's mouth twitch. Specially targeting the Japanese Special Forces. Brother Lin, why aren't you talking? Why are you looking at me like that? Aotian waved at Lin Ao, who was stunned in front of the camera, and tapped his phone with his hand. Is this thing broken? Hello, hello. Long Aotian put his face close to the camera and shouted a few times. Only then did Lin Ao come back to his senses. It has to be you. Ahem. Sorry, the signal was a bit bad just now. I think you seem to have successfully killed the insects. Lin Ao smiled and brought the topic back. Xiaoju was watching from the side. Like Lin Ao, she had already classified Long Aotian into the category of Fate 3. Hey, we finished it last night. We came here today to clean up. I thought they were very capable, but when I got here, apart from yelling and screaming, I didn't see how strong they were. Long Aotian looked with disdain at the group of people kneeling on the ground behind him. Those people felt Long Aotian's gaze and began to tremble. Yesterday they experienced a war that shattered their worldviews. The Wanlong society almost has absolute power in Saitama, and its members are countless, but out of nowhere a group of bald men in Zhongshan suits show up. This group of bald men rushed to the front of the Wanlong club with great momentum, shouting at the top of their lungs. We are from the Blade Dragon Society. We received reports from the public that your Wanlong Society has committed all kinds of evil deeds in Saitama. We have come here today to wipe you out. Hearing what they said, how could the people in Wanlong Society tolerate it? They quickly gathered all the members, armed with all kinds of weapons, and rushed out of the door angrily, determined to teach these ignorant outsiders a lesson so that they would know that their Wanlong Society was not to be trifled with. Reported by the masses. Are you kidding? Who here dares to mess with us Wanlong? They quickly gathered their manpower, and the other side was giving the Wanlong Society time to prepare, as if they looked down on them. It made the people of Wanlong Society hate it so much. The two gangs were confronting each other. In terms of numbers, the Wanlong Society had an absolute advantage. After all, their number was more than 10 times that of the other side. However, once they started fighting, they found that the situation was completely unexpected. The fighting power of these guys in Zhongshan suits and with bald heads was so astonishing that they could easily defeat 10 enemies at once. What is even more surprising is that they cooperate with each other in a tacit understanding, everyone does their job and acts in an orderly manner. The young man standing in the center giving orders was undoubtedly Lin Ao. He was calm and composed, issuing clear and concise instructions, and the members of the Blade Dragon Society obeyed his orders without any delay. At this moment, everyone in the Wanlong Club couldn't help but wonder, could these people be the legendary mercenaries? Even if they were, mercenaries rarely possessed such strict discipline. Just as they were secretly speculating, their eyes involuntarily fell on Lin Ao in the field. Several innate masters in the Wanlong Society immediately looked at each other and directly suppressed the young man, then they would be like a pot of loose sand. Then they quickly went around and tried to launch a sneak attack on Lin Ao. As a result, the innate masters of the Wanlong Society could not even withstand a single move from Lin Ao. They all fell to the ground and the battle lasted no more than 20 seconds. The situation on Lin Ao's side made Blade Dragon's morale soar. Boss is awesome. They shouted in unison, directly shattering the remaining momentum of the Wanlong Club, and they began to flee in all directions. Lin Ao also briefly explained what happened to Lin Ao. Lin Ao nodded. He was not too surprised. Indeed, the Japanese military strength was indeed on the low side. By the way, brother Lin, some idiot just called me. No, it should be that big pig-headed guy. Lin Ao pointed at the burly man who was crying at the moment. When he saw Lin Ao pointing at him, he forced an ugly smile. Yes, I know, he is Lin Feng. Lin Ao smiled and nodded. Lin Ao slapped his forehead and said, oh, that's right. When I fought Wanlong, I thought that this was Lin Feng's doing. How come he was finished now? Yes, yes, yes. At the end, that person even spoke Chinese. Look at my memory. But how did brother Lin know this? Lin Ao tilted his head in confusion at the camera, staring at Lin Ao on the screen. Get lost, stop trying to be cute. They're already on their way to find you. Lin Ao looked at Lin Ao in the camera with displeasure. Really? He's really here. Can I fuck him? When Lin Ao heard Lin Ao's words, he instantly became excited. This means that he can fight with Lin Feng. Apart from training Blade Dragon here on a daily basis, he hasn't done much exercise. Isn't Lin Feng's arrival just a chance for him to vent? Lin Ao thought for a while. In the previous world line, Lin Feng's strength seemed to have reached that of a master. Daniel and Sean are innate great perfection. According to Lin Ao's current combat power, he should have no problem dealing with it. Wait for me a moment. Lin Ao turned off the camera and voice, then looked at Xiaoju. Xiaoju, with the blessing of Fate 3 and Fate 4, what do you think will happen if Lin Feng faces a Grandmaster? Xiaoju came to a conclusion without hesitation. Ming San and Ming Si will not let anything happen to Lin Feng. She expressed it very clearly, that is, when Lin Feng is defeated, Ming San and Ming Si will take action. Lin Ao, turn on the camera. Suddenly, Tianming's voice appeared in Lin Ao's mind. Ever since Lin Ao raided her boudoir last time, Tianming had ignored him for a long time. Do you have a solution? Lin Ao asked Tianming in confusion. I'll send a burst of energy over there, and nothing will happen to Lin Ao. Lin Ao nodded, then turned on the camera and voice again. Target that enemy. Destroy him. Destroy him. Charge. Chop the devil's heads with your swords. Kill. Singing could be heard from the screen. Lin Ao saw Lin Ao put his phone aside and directed a group of people, including those kneeling on the ground, to sing a song. Aoshin. Lin Ao yelled into the phone because the singing was too loud. Brother Lin, you're back. Don't stop. Keep singing. Long Aoshin immediately turned around and ran over. Give him a good beating. Lin Ao's words immediately made Long Aoshin reveal a familiar crooked smile. A stream of golden energy flew out from Lin Ao's forehead, appeared directly in front of Long Aoshin through the lens, and instantly merged into his body. Brother Lin. Long Aoshin's bubbling sound made Lin Ao shudder all over. Wait for my good news. Lin Ao hung up quickly. Xiaoju looked at him strangely. He really was an interesting person. Chapter 254. This is retaliation. You little bastard. You're such a jerk. Lin Ao looked at the hung-up phone with disgust, while Xiaoju looked at Lin Ao strangely. Xiaoju was muttering in his heart, why do you seem quite happy to me? Xiaoju, let's go. Let's go back first. Let's wait for their news tomorrow. Also, I hope she will arrive at the Heidu family soon. Let's go back and ask her. Lin Ao stretched lazily. With the help of destiny, Long Aoshin should be fine. Nozomi Sasaki and the others have already started their journey to the Kuroto family. Everyone is busy, so why do I feel like the one with the most free time at the moment? Lin Ao shook his head, thinking that he still needed to find something to do. He and Xiaoju returned to the manor together. Master, eat, take a bath, or... Lisa stood aside and respectfully provided Lin Ao with meticulous and considerate service. Ahem, Xiaoju, are you hungry? Lin Ao looked at Xiaoju somewhat awkwardly, and Xiaoju rolled his eyes at Lin Ao and sat on the sofa. Lisa completely ignored Xiaoju, doing what she should do and saying what she should say. In her heart, Lin Ao was everything. Then let's make dinner first. Thank you, Lisa. Of course, Lin Ao chose the first one, and decided to wait until nightfall to consider other options. This is what I should do, master. Lisa bowed respectfully and went down to make the arrangements. Lin Ao, it seems that your life was quite exciting when I was away. Xiaoju looked at the direction Lisa left, and she had to say that she was moved by such meticulous service. Well, no, you know what happened in the previous timeline. Now that I'm free, I can live a carefree life. Lin Ao lazily lay on the sofa, enjoying the comfort. The past experiences were still vivid in her mind. Xiaoju stared at Lin Ao, her eyes revealing an indescribable complex emotion. When I looked at you, I never thought that this day would come. Xiaoju spoke slowly, his mind constantly recalling what had happened before. You and I can actually sit face to face and chat, and even hee. Xiaoju smiled slightly, as if he remembered something happy. Was I cold and heartless then, or had I simply gotten used to that kind of life? I always assumed things would just go on as planned, and that you were destined to be killed by them. Then Xiaoju's tone changed as his thoughts changed. And I must obey the will of the entity without reservation. I have never considered what choices and problems I would face if I had freedom. Xiaoju looked out the window. The sun was setting, and the afterglow was pouring into the house through the window. The golden light was reflected on her face. Now, I feel the changes in time. It has become meaningful. I feel the sunrise and sunset, and the changes in my mood. Xiaoju smiled again and looked at Lin Ao. Lin Ao, at first I really hated you and Tianming, but looking back, I realized that my hatred for you was simply born out of fear. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiaoju. Fear? Was she afraid that Tianming and I would kill her? What? Do you think I'm still worried that you and Tianming will kill me? Not really. Xiaoju smiled. She changed into a comfortable position, put her long legs together, and gently hugged them with her hands. What I'm really afraid of is change itself. I'm afraid you'll disrupt my original life trajectory. I'm worried that I'll become addicted to this change and unable to extricate myself. Because I know that once I'm in it, there's no going back. But the facts prove that my premonition was correct. At this moment, I am extremely intoxicated with myself and this kind of life. Xiaoju narrowed his eyes, an expression of satisfaction and joy on his face. When she met Lin Ao at the shrine, Lin Ao's words at that time had already planted a seed in her heart. Or perhaps Lin Ao's words were just a fuse. In fact, deep down in her heart, she already had the idea of changing the status quo. Xiaoju, why does your original body allow you to have independent will and consciousness? Lin Ao looked at Xiaoju and asked the biggest question in his mind right now. Doesn't he know that it is very dangerous to let the clone have will and consciousness? It would be better to create a model and let the clones execute according to the procedures in it, which would greatly reduce the risk of rebellion. Today's Xiaoju is a living example. Haha, it's too late. He couldn't think that much back then. Otherwise, do you think Tianming and you would be like this now? Xiaoju tilted his head and looked at Lin Ao, speaking softly. Too late. Why is it too late? Lin Ao looked at Xiaoju in confusion. The war between destiny and him took place a long time ago. My original body was actually severely damaged at that time. He had to speed up his recovery and absorb the scattered destiny energy. The rules were also set by him in a hurry. That's why so many times, you were killed by them in a very rough way. Xiaoju stared at Lin Ao with deep sympathy in his eyes. She knew very well that every time Lin Ao appeared in the past, he would start some brainless plots, but he would be easily defeated and wiped out after a while, and then a new cycle would begin. Back then, I usually just watched from the sidelines. There was no need to use the red thread of fate. I was already tired of seeing that kind of scene, even numb to it. There were all kinds of bizarre and strange ways of dying, really. Xiaoju's words were like a sharp sword, piercing Lin Ao's heart and causing the corners of his mouth to twitch constantly. Lin Ao couldn't help but recall the unreasonable deaths in the past. Recalling those simple and crude plots, and then ending the cycle in a different way. The ruthless massacres came like a tide, making people feel tired and angry. The more Lin Ao thought about it, the angrier he became. The rage in his heart burned more fiercely, and his eyes seemed to spew out blazing flames. If it weren't for the intervention of fate, I would probably have been trapped in countless cycles of death and unable to extricate myself. Lin Ao raised his eyes and looked at Xiaoju. Xiaoju looked at Lin Ao in confusion. What are you doing? Xiaoju saw a hint of danger in Lin Ao's eyes. Haha, I'm feeling depressed. If I can't attack the real body, then attacking the clone wouldn't be a bad idea. Lin Ao smiled evilly, and Xiaoju shuddered when he heard his words. Ahem, I feel like there are some things I forgot to deal with. Xiaoju stood up barefoot and wanted to run away without even putting on his shoes. Haha, is that so? Stand still. Lin Ao narrowed his eyes, and the effect of the soul imprint was fully demonstrated. Lin Ao, you are abusing your power and retaliating. Xiaoju shouted anxiously. Lisa pushed the food cart out, but found that there was no one outside. Lin Ao and Xiaoju were gone. Where's the master? Chapter 255 Sophia. The next morning, Lin Ao received a call from Yuduzi Waishui. Hello. Lin Ao answered the phone lazily. Moss, President. I'm sorry to bother you so early in the morning. Yuduzi Waishui, upon hearing Lin Ao's voice, knew that he had not gotten up yet, and immediately apologized to Lin Ao. What happened? Lin Feng and the others shouldn't be able to come to the consortium today. Lin Ao's puzzled voice came from the phone. How did you know this, President? I'm calling to report this to you. Lin Feng and his companions didn't come, but a woman who claimed to represent Lin Feng did. Yuduzi answered respectfully, and he couldn't help sighing in his heart. The president is the president, he is really good at calculating. Is her name Sophia? Lin Ao instantly perked up. The only person who could say such words was the woman from Sophia. Hey, she did say her name was Sophia Elizabeth. Yuduzi Waishui's words gave Lin Ao affirmation. She's waiting at the consortium now. Lin Ao got out of bed, and Lisa had already come over to help Lin Ao change his clothes. Coming to the shower room, Lisa carefully helped Lin Ao wipe his face. Yes, President, she said she would come to discuss the acquisition with us on behalf of Lin Feng. I asked her to wait in your office alone, and then I called you. In fact, Sophia arrived at the Ao group earlier than Yuduzi and Waishui. At that time, she was already waiting in the lobby. When Yuduzi just stepped into the door, Sophia suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost, scaring Yuduzi so much. This girl looks very well educated, and her speech and behavior reveal an elegant temperament, but for some reason, Yuduzi always feels that her thinking seems a little too simple. Moreover, she deliberately put on a very strong look. I'm sure the president would like that attitude very much. Yuduzi was secretly delighted in her heart. Afterwards, Yuduzi brought Sophia to Lin Ao's office and attentively handed her a specially prepared drink. Not only was it filling and delicious, but it was also affordable. After everything was arranged, we just had to wait for Mr. Lin Ao to arrive. Okay, I understand. We'll be at the consortium soon. Please ask her to wait for a moment. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ao smiled slightly and opened his mouth. Lisa skillfully picked up the toothbrush and began to brush his teeth. With Lisa's thoughtful and considerate, wake-up service, Lin Ao quickly became refreshed and energetic, ready to go out. Xiaoju, don't stay in bed anymore. I have something to do and need to leave first. I need to go to the consortium. Lin Ao looked at Xiaoju, who was still lying in bed, and smiled helplessly. It seemed that the retaliation was too severe. Got it, now leave me alone. Xiaoju's lazy voice sounded, and he turned over and continued to sleep soundly. Lin Ao smiled, then turned and left. Along the way, Lin Ao was recalling memories related to Sophia. He remembered that not long after Lin Feng appeared, he brought her to the family and introduced her to the Lin family. She is the daughter of the overseas Elizabeth tycoon. In the Western world, Elizabeth's power is one of the best. Sophia's character cannot be said to be simple. It can only be said that she has been protected too well since she was a child, which leads to her only having simple thoughts about many things. Lin Feng was extremely considerate and attentive to him. She was the white moonlight and goddess in Lin Feng's heart. He guarded Sophia like a loyal dog and did not dare to do anything disrespectful to her. What's even more ridiculous is that Lin Feng proposed to Sophia once in Zhonghai and was rejected because Sophia said that she had always regarded Lin Feng as her brother and had never planned to get married to him. This incident was undoubtedly a devastating disaster for Lin Feng at the time, and it was an absolutely devastating blow. Endless rage burned in his heart, as if it wanted to consume everything. And this rage inevitably flowed towards the Lin family and Lin Ao. Lin Ao was of course the object of his main attention, and was undoubtedly a very good outlet for his emotions. Then something extremely bloody happened. Because of the fight with Lin Feng, Lin Ao took a risk and kidnapped Sophia. This kidnapping lasted about half an hour. Or maybe 20 minutes. Anyway, in Lin Ao's impression, time is very short, so short that he doubts his life. Anyway, every time at the critical moment, Lin Feng appeared like a savior and successfully rescued Sophia. Lin Ao suspected that Lin Feng was using him to make Sophia fall in love with him, because since then, Sophia had other feelings for Lin Feng and re-examined the relationship between her and Lin Feng. The instigator of all this, Lin Ao, was a tool to promote the progress of their relationship. He witnessed all this and felt an indescribable disgust in his heart. Also, this is called heart-throb, Feng. Ah, I found that I like you, Feng. Thinking back to the disgusting words between them, Lin Ao couldn't help but dry heave. But now it's interesting, Lin Feng, it seems that you have really been blinded by anger. How dare he leave Sophia alone in this place? How dare he leave her here alone? How dare he? Ha 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 ha. Lin Ao showed a sly and meaningful smile, with a different light flashing in his eyes. Soon the car arrived downstairs of the consortium, and Yijuzi Waishui had been waiting outside for a long time. Master President, Yijuzi Waishui bowed respectfully to Lin Ao. Lin Ao nodded and walked into the consortium. Mr. President, she is in your office now. You can just go over there. Yijuzi followed Lin Ao and briefly repeated what had happened. However, he did not mention the cup with added ingredients but no additional price. He just regarded it as an Easter egg for the president he admired. The corners of Yijuzi's mouth twisted unexpectedly. Lin Ao looked at him in confusion. Could it be that he was infected by Aoshin? Then Lin Ao walked towards his office alone. He found that he didn't see any other staff members along the way, which made Lin Ao confused again. What's going on? Is it a day off? Or are they on a team-building trip? This was actually arranged by Yijuzi Waishui, who basically cleared out the staff on this floor of Lin Ao's office. At the same time, all the cameras on that floor were turned off. At this moment, Lin Ao was only slightly confused and soon arrived at the door of his office. He slowly opened the door and saw a foreign beauty with an elegant temperament and a perfect tall figure standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of her office. She turned around when she heard the voice, and the charm at that moment made Lin Ao sigh in his heart. At this moment I understand you, Lin Feng. With such a beauty, no wonder you can be a husky. Sophia looked at Lin Ao, who walked in slowly, feeling inexplicably nervous. This man's aura is very strong. Lin Ao looked at Sophia and smiled. Hello, Miss Sophia, I'm Lin Ao, the top executive of this consortium. Lin Ao walked up to Sophia and stretched out his right hand. Sophia politely shook hands with Lin Ao. Lin Ao sighed in his heart, this feels really good. Chapter 256 Congratulations on your freedom. Sophia and Lin Ao held hands tightly, as if touching a mysterious switch. In an instant, a strong electric current spread throughout her body like lightning, striking deep into Sophia's heart. Countless blurry yet familiar images flashed before her eyes, like a fast-playing movie. These scenes are brief but powerful, and each one deeply shakes Sophia's heart. Is this an illusion in a dream or a strange experience beyond reality? A huge amount of information flooded into Sophia's mind like a tide, making her unable to bear the huge amount of information for a while. Suddenly, she felt a darkness in front of her eyes and her body fell forward involuntarily. At this moment, Lin Ao was originally intoxicated by the touch of Sophia's delicate and smooth little hands, and had never expected that she would pounce on him so suddenly. Faced with this sudden change, Lin Ao was shocked and had no idea what was going on. Lin Ao's first reaction was to let go of his hand and then jump away. Bang! Only a dull sound was heard from the ground. Lin Ao looked carefully and saw that Sophia was lying straight on the ground. Oh my god, did you really faint? Was it low blood sugar? Or a sudden serious illness? Lin Ao was a little surprised. What was going on? He walked over and picked up Sophia. Wow, she smelled quite nice. Lin Ao put her on the sofa and was about to call a doctor to come and take a look when Sophia let out a muffled groan. Lin Ao looked at Sophia in confusion. She woke up already. Was she really suffering from hypoglycemia just now? Sophia covered her forehead, feeling a slight pain. What had just happened? Her head hurt. Sophia slowly opened her eyes and saw Lin Ao with a puzzled look on his face. He was looking at her curiously. Lin Ao, why are you here? Sophia saw the person in front of her clearly and immediately called out Lin Ao's name. Lin Ao looked at Sophia in disbelief. Did this woman have a broken brain? This was his office. They had just met, and Lin Ao had introduced himself. If I wasn't here, who would be here? Lin Ao was about to speak when he was interrupted by Sophia's exclamation. Ah, you're not. Sophia covered her mouth halfway through her words, her face full of fear and her body trembling slightly. Because from the memory in her mind just now, Lin Ao had died many times in front of her. She looked at Lin Ao, and the more she looked, the more incredible it seemed to her. She combined this with the memories that had just come to her mind, and was completely stunned. Lin Ao, in her memory he is Lin Feng's cousin. He appears almost every time in her memory, and even kidnaps people almost every time. He can be said to be an old acquaintance. When kidnapping, he would sometimes mutter something mysteriously, saying that he would be here soon and there was nothing to be afraid of. Then Lin Feng would appear, and soon after, Lin Ao would die. Sometimes he even died before he could kidnap them. Why is he so obsessed with kidnapping me? Is he too obsessed with me? Also, why do I have these memories after coming into contact with him? Was this God's will? Was it to continue this ill-fated relationship? To be kidnapped by him again? Sophia's thoughts were racing around, like her left brain battling her right, creating a chaotic mess. Oh right, where's Lin Feng? Sophia blinked her eyes, and her mind quickly sorted out her memories. Lin Feng was adopted by his father when he was very young. When he grew up, he showed genius-like personal talents, and his martial arts and intelligence made his father very satisfied. Lin Feng was also very good to her, and Sophia always treated him as a younger brother. That was originally the case, but every time Lin Ao kidnapped her, she inexplicably developed other feelings for Lin Feng, which was also the question that puzzled her now. Hello. Lin Ao looked at the dazed Sophia and couldn't help but shout. Sophia's heartbeat accelerated after hearing his shout, and she felt a little hot in her body. I thought it was because I was just scared. Ms. Sophia, please don't scare me. What's wrong with you? Lin Ao looked at Sophia speechlessly. You're putting on a show for me so early in the morning. After listening to Lin Ao's words, Sophia did not answer. She looked at Lin Ao, and her eyes became wider and wider. Because Sophia saw a panel appear in front of her. She shook her head vigorously, then rubbed her eyes and found that the panel was still in front of her. Name: Lin Ao. Appearance: SSS. Personality: complex. Hidden attribute: Tsunere, sharp tongue but kind heart, zero resistance to women's tears. Character relationships: father, Lin Dong; mother, Li Wanyu; fiancé, several people. Character's current state: thoughts: this person is sick, don't get infected. Character favorability: 50. Character's heart rate: 100. Current target: none. Rationality index: 50. All data are updated in real time. Congratulations on leaving the destiny route. Lin Ao. Tsunere. Lots of fiancés. Sophia stared blankly at the panel in front of her and couldn't help but read out something. Miss Sophia, it seems you have specifically investigated me before. Lin Ao looked at Sophia with a slightly cold expression. He felt a little angry. Could it be that this woman wanted to touch Wanqing and the others? This would touch Lin Ao's reverse scale. Sophia's eyes suddenly widened again. Because the column of Lin Ao's current thoughts and goals changed immediately. Character's current state thoughts. You dare to threaten me. I'll just kill you later. Current target. Kill the current target. Sophia shuddered. This person really was the evil Lin Ao, and this panel was actually real, not fictional. Sophia looked at Lin Ao tremblingly. Well, could you please not kill me, just kidnap me? Consider it the fulfillment of a wish you've had for years. How about that? Her soft and sticky voice sounded, and Lin Ao was stunned for a moment. How did she know that I had this idea? Wait a minute. She said it was my unfulfilled wish for many years. Kidnapping. Is kidnapping her my unfulfilled wish for many years? Boom. It was as if a bolt of lightning struck Lin Ao's mind. How could I have forgotten? Sophia appears next to Lin Feng in every timeline. Does that mean she's the same as Wanqing and the others? Ms. Sophia, congratulations. Lin Ao finally understood what had just happened to her. He slowly leaned back on the sofa and looked at Sophia with interest. Congratulations. Sophia looked at Lin Ao in confusion. She shrank her neck, her mind still in a mess. Congratulations. You're free. Chapter 256. Who is so wicked? Sophia was still very confused after listening to Lin Ao's words. Instead, it was the bright panel that always attracted her attention. Character's current status thoughts. It seems one more person has escaped fate. Character favorability, 50. Current goal. Pull him into our camp, or destroy him if you can't get him. She knew clearly that the data on the panel was updated in real time and truly reflected Lin Ao's true thoughts. Favorability, only 50. That target is too cruel. What about rationality? Sophia looked at Lin Ao seriously in front of her, but the direction of her gaze made Lin Ao's mouth twitch. He moved quietly, but Sophia's eyes still followed him closely. Until Lin Ao picked up a pillow from the side and put it in his arms. I muttered to myself, hey. No, I said, this woman really doesn't have any serious illness. Not only does she not answer my questions, but she also keeps saying some incomprehensible things. Now she keeps staring at that part of me. Does she really think I'm a good guy? Cough, 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 cough. Lin Ao rolled his eyes and coughed loudly a few times before Sophia came back to her senses. Lin Ao, what's wrong with you? Are you thirsty? Lin Ao, %%. Miss Sophia, did you just hear that? Congratulations on your freedom. Only then did Sophia seriously think about what Lin Ao said. Seeing that Sophia finally fell into deep thought, Lin Ao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why was it so difficult to communicate with this person? Lin Ao, are you really going to kidnap me this time? Suddenly, Sophia raised her head and looked at Lin Ao with some fiery eyes. Just now she was thinking about what Lin Ao said, and then her thoughts drifted back to the kidnapping. Lin Ao, Lin Feng went to Saitama. He's not here. Why don't you fulfill your long-cherished wish now? Oh, maybe you don't know what I'm talking about, but I think you should be kidnapped perfectly once. Believe me, as long as you fulfill this long-cherished wish, you can go to heaven. Oh, according to you, you can become a Buddha and don't need to stay in the human world anymore. I don't know if Sophia's brain has been polluted by the Western world for too long or what, but her mind seems very simple and stupid, very stupid. Lin Ao stared at Sophia in amazement as she looked so excited. His hands clenched into fists unconsciously, his eyelids twitched, and he stood up all of a sudden. Sophia watched Lin Ao's actions and wondered if it had started already. As expected, it was just as she had thought in her heart. The memories that awakened in her mind were just to help Lin Ao fulfill his long-cherished wish and then go to heaven immediately. Come on, Lin Ao, remember to be a good person in your next life. But you can kidnap me, but you can't hurt me. I'm only helping you. Sophia blinked as she watched Lin Ao approaching step by step. Her heartbeat continued to accelerate, and a different emotion emerged from her heart. Some embarrassing thoughts invaded like a virus and continued to spread in her heart. Her face became redder and redder, and she suddenly felt a little embarrassed and didn't dare to look at Lin Ao. No, you can't do that. Suddenly she spoke out the dialogue in her mind, She immediately covered her mouth and looked at Lin Ao with tears in her eyes, wondering why she suddenly had such an idea. Lin Ao walked up to Sophia with an expressionless face. He just stood there looking at her sitting on the sofa. Ms. Sophia, I'm telling you seriously, please think carefully about what I'm going to say next, okay? Lin Ao's tone was cold, but Sophia felt that Lin Ao's attitude was very fascinating at this moment. Well, you talk, I listen. Sophia's tone was gentle, and her eyes flashed with various expressions. Lin Ao took a deep breath, bent down and slowly approached Sophia. Sophia swallowed and looked at Lin Ao, who was slowly approaching her, as if she was expecting something. As a result, Lin Ao stopped about 15 centimeters in front of her and spoke slowly. The memories in your mind are all things that really happened. Lin Ao's tone was serious and solemn. Sophia thought to herself, yeah, I know, you take every kidnapping so seriously. Many of your actions are actually not controlled by your own thoughts. Many times you are not yourself. In other words, your thoughts are imprisoned and you have become one of the puppets of fate. Sophia thought to herself, that seems to be the case, otherwise why would I have other feelings for Lin Feng? Actually, there are many people like you. They were all controlled by fate and couldn't control themselves. Think carefully about it. Is it as I said? Sophia thought, a lot of people like me. Are they just those fiancés? Does that mean I could be your fiancé too? After this contact between you and me, you were able to recall memories from the previous world line, which means you have escaped the mental constraints I mentioned earlier and left the original false destiny path. You are now the truest you, your mind has been liberated and returned to your body. Sophia thought to herself, I think it was mentioned at the end of the panel. So, what I'm feeling now is my truest feeling. So, I've always been attracted to you. So, you've been kidnapping me, and I've always been kidnapped by you. Lin Ao was explaining very seriously, and Sophia was thinking very seriously, but what they said and thought didn't seem to be in sync, and their styles were different. Then Miss Sophia, let me ask you, what is your decision now? Will you continue to fight against me together with Lin Feng and kill me, or? There was a hint of cold murderous intent in Lin Ao's eyes, and he looked straight at Sophia. Sophia thought, Lin Feng. Who is this person? Oh, you mean Lin Feng. Why would I join him in killing you? Are you done? Can you kiss or kidnap me now? Sophia's whole body was burning with heat. At this moment, there was only Lin Ao in her eyes, and there was only him in her mind, and there was no room for anyone else. Ms. Sophia, please answer my question seriously. Lin Ao frowned slightly, and his tone became colder. Oh, I don't want Lin Feng, I only want you. Sophia looked at Lin Ao, and her words made Lin Ao a little dazed. What is go ba? Before Lin Ao could react, Sophia blocked his mouth as he tried to speak. Woo woo woo. Lin Ao lost his balance and was knocked to the ground by Sophia. Who is Lin Feng? I don't know him. Now I just want you to kidnap me. Lin Ao looked at Sophia, who was in a strange state, and he used his skills to sense her body. The corners of his mouth twitched. Who is so wicked as to give her such a large dose of medicine? Ao group. Yijuzi Waishui was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the office with a smile on his face. Ah, today is another fulfilling day. It's really gratifying to be able to help the president. Yijuzi Waishui took a puff of his cigar and slowly exhaled the cigarette in his mouth. Be careful not to be arrogant or impatient. You must work even harder in the future. Chapter 257, Using Magic to Defeat Magic. Hiss who? Lin Ao stood quietly in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, holding a cigarette in his right hand. He slowly brought it to his lips, took a light puff, and then exhaled a wisp of light smoke. Don't ask him where the cigarette came from, because in this office, Yijuzi has already arranged everything properly. There is nothing he can't do, except what you can't think of. Don't ask Lin Ao why he smokes. Because Lin Ao was feeling a little sad and secretly happy at this moment, he urgently needed a way to vent his emotions, and cigarettes were the best tool. Night has fallen, and the world outside the window is illuminated by countless lights. From afar, those lights twinkle like bright stars, forming a sharp contrast with the dark night sky. Lin Ao's gaze passed through the glass and looked at the figure still sleeping behind him through the reflection of the glass. Hiss who? There is an old saying, a cigarette after a meal makes you as happy as a god. It is true that Chinese wisdom is profound and extensive, and the description is very apt. Calabash Brothers 7 flowers on one vine. A familiar ringtone rang, Lin Ao took it out and saw that it was Aoshan calling. Lin Ao answered the phone and asked softly. Hey, Aoshan, what's going on? Lin Ao guessed in his heart that Lin Feng and the other three should have arrived in Saitama. Brother Lin, we agreed to fight. Why haven't they shown up yet? I'm getting a little bored. I was just about to ask you something. Didn't you say they were already here? Long Aoshan yawned, and it was obvious that he was really bored of waiting. I called him many times, but he didn't dare to answer my calls. When Lin Ao heard what Long Aoshan said, he felt a little confused. Wait for me for a moment, I'll help you find out some information. Lin Ao hung up the phone and slowly walked to the sofa, pinching Sophia who was still sleeping. Hey, wake up, I have something to ask you. Lin Ao pinched left and right, and finally, Sophia's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and it looked like she was about to wake up. What are you doing? I'm so sleepy, just let me go. Her voice was delicate, as if she was really sleepy. I warned you before, I told you not to mess with me, but you didn't listen. Lin Ao pinched her little nose, his tone full of grievance, but his face was full of playful expression. Oh my. Lin Ao, you're going too far. Sophia was forced to sit up from the sofa, and her little fists fell on Lin Ao's body like raindrops. You still say that? You still say that? How do I know why this happened? You actually still say that to me? Woo 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 woo. After being teased by Sophia Bellaneo, she felt so aggrieved that she had no place to vent. The emotions after the storm came over her and she burst into tears immediately. For a moment Lin Ao froze in place, his passive state inadvertently triggered by Sophia. What I said is just the truth. Lin Ao tried to explain with a guilty conscience. Woo, you still say that? Woo. Sophia was like a flood that had broken through a dam, tears streaming down her face. Well, I was wrong. I shouldn't have given in to temptation. I shouldn't have completely listened to you. I shouldn't have been so defeated. Sigh. Lin Ao admitted his mistakes repeatedly, but the content of his apologies seemed a bit strange. Woo woo woo, why it's just like the old Chinese saying, possessed by a ghost. What should I do from now on? Woo woo woo. Sophia sniffled as she cried. Lin Ao was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Anyway, she was in such a state of panic that he had no way to deal with her. She was not a stranger anymore, so he couldn't just slap her in the face for crying like that. Please stop crying, okay? I will take responsibility and support you. Lin Ao patted his chest and assured Sophia. Sophia paused, her eyes red and tears hanging on her long eyelashes. She stared at Lin Ao blankly, and it seemed that she had stopped crying. What did you say? Her voice was soft and sticky with a hint of nasality. I said, I'll support you. Hearing Sophia's question, Lin Ao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Woo woo woo, I don't need you to support me. I have plenty of money. Why should I need you to support me? Woo woo woo. Sophia was stunned for a while, and suddenly burst into tears again. Lin Ao had a terrible headache. Then what do you say we should do? Then you support me. Sophia stopped crying again. Lin Ao looked at her seriously, and the pressure forced out a tear in his eyes. Why, now you don't want to take responsibility? Sophia didn't understand what Lin Ao was saying for a moment. What did he mean by, I am responsible? What? How did you react? What do you mean? Scumbag, you are a complete scumbag. Sophia stared blankly at Lin Ao. She had forgotten how to cry, because Lin Ao's words were enough for her little brain to slowly think about. She kept repeating Lin Ao's questions in her mind. Am I irresponsible? Am I a scumbag? When Lin Ao saw that Sophia was still in a daze for a moment, he had already made a decision in his heart that he had to use magic to defeat magic. You're crying like this just because you're being irresponsible. You're a scumbag. You took the initiative and I just passively accepted it. Now with your attitude, what should I do in the future? Tell me, what should I do in the future? Lin Ao activated his skills with a loud voice, and he sounded very confident. Sophia's head was buzzing with shock at Lin Ao's words. She opened her mouth slightly and looked at Lin Ao. What's going on? What should I do when my fiancés find out that I've been raped by you? You're still acting like this to evade responsibility, you complete liar. Lin Ao spoke very quickly, and he kept pouring a lot of information into Sophia's already not very bright brain. Just now you were calling me Xiao Ao Ao, and in the blink of an eye you turned your back on me. Oh, I get it. You're Lin Feng's man, you did it on purpose, didn't you? You came here on purpose to tarnish my innocence, to make me fall out with my fiancés, and leave me all alone. Lin Ao's counter-accusation made Sophia almost completely lose the ability to think. Before she could fully understand Lin Ao's previous sentence, the next sentence followed. Sophia's mind was now full of questions. After hearing Lin Ao's tearful accusations, she began to doubt herself. Am I really the scumbag he described me as? But amn't it me who's sad? Isn't it me who doesn't know what to do? Why is Lin Ao blaming me now? Am I really a complete bad person? Sophia's mind was full of doubts about herself at this moment. Is that so? Chapter 258 I'm convinced. I'm convinced. Tell me, will you be responsible for me? Answer me. Lin Ao looked at Sophia with his eyes fixed on her, making Sophia feel a little uncomfortable. She subconsciously wanted to avoid Lin Ao's eyes and turned her head away, but Lin Ao grabbed her fair and pretty face tightly, making her unable to move at all. Wu you I how can I be responsible? Wu quickly let go, you're pinching me so hard. Lin Ao looked at Sophia, who was already confused, and laughed in his heart. Good, you finally caught up with me. You're pretty good, Sophia. You're on par with Fate 3. How else do I have to take responsibility? Of course, you have to publicly admit that I'm your man. You've treated me like that, do you think you want to hide me? I'm telling you, I don't have any secret relationships. Lin Ao was very close to Sophia, feeling a subtle sense of oppression. A faint fragrance came from Sophia's side, and Lin Ao liked this smell very much. I thought it would be nice to have her stay around as an air freshener. The most important thing is, Lin Feng, your white moonlight will soon become mine. No, it should already be mine, although it is only half, but it is enough to make your Tao heart collapse. Hey. There seemed to be a bottomless vortex in Sophia's eyes, and I felt dizzy. How should I answer? Seeing this, Lin Ao immediately gathered his scattered thoughts and continued. Why don't you answer, or are you really right about what I said? You treat me like this because of Lin Feng. Sophia, answer me. Answer me now. Lin Ao didn't give her any chance to think calmly. No, I have always truly considered Lin Feng my younger brother. Although I don't know why I suddenly developed other feelings for him based on those memories from the past, I know in my heart that I don't have any other feelings for him. Sophia was trying her best to deny it. In fact, she didn't know why she had to explain, but she just didn't seem to want Lin Ao to misunderstand her. She didn't want Lin Ao to suspect that she had other intentions. Sophia, was just Sophia, and there was nothing strange about her. Even after what happened, she was still herself. Then why did you ask me to kidnap you? Isn't it just to repeat the same mistake and let me continue to be the bad guy? Then let Lin Feng continue to be the hero and save the beauty, and then you will naturally fall in love with him like before. Lin Ao's accusation made Sophia blush. Lin Ao repeated the question again and again, which made her feel extremely disgusted with this matter. I just thought that after I came into contact with you, I was able to obtain those memories because I wanted to help you fulfill your long-cherished wish. If you say that again, I will be angry. I really am angry. Humph. Lin Ao waved his fist in his heart. Very good, this was exactly the result he wanted. Originally, Sophia had doubts about this matter, that is, why she finally developed feelings for Lin Feng, but Lin Ao kept using this matter to oppress her. This caused her to have a defensive reaction in her heart, which made her extremely disgusted with the matter. As for the person involved in this matter, that is, Lin Feng, Lin Ao had been teasing him, which was also a psychological hint to Sophia. So Sophia has subconsciously developed a sense of disgust towards Lin Feng, and it will continue to grow with time, until one day. Total explosion. We must deal with her quickly and see what Lin Feng is doing. Then I don't have to tell you, but you have to prove it to me. Lin Ao showed a skeptical expression, which made Sophia even more annoyed. Tell me, how are you going to prove it? Her voice was clear, but it contained a hint of anger. Then call Lin Feng right now, just show some concern for him and ask him what he's doing. If he doesn't mention me during this conversation, then it proves that you didn't collude with him to use this kind of vulgar honey trap on me. If I really misunderstood, then I apologize to you. I offer you my most sincere apology. Lin Ao spoke quickly, and during the process, his eyes showed various emotions such as doubt, humiliation, unwillingness, anger and grief. Every look and expression is just right. Maybe he learned his acting skills while filming in Hokkaido. Anyway, it is more than enough to deal with Sophia, and it may even be a bit of a waste of talent. Because you can tell by looking at Sophia's expression at this moment. She stared at Lin Ao, gnashing her teeth, with flames in her eyes. She vowed to prove her innocence. She changed her clothes, walked to the side, took out her cell phone from her bag, and dialed a number. She glared at Lin Ao, as if to say, "Just wait, I will definitely make you apologize." Lin Ao cooperated very well at this time, showing 3 parts of doubt and 7 parts of disdain, which stimulated Sophia again. "Turn on speaker. How else would I know what he said?" Lin Ao said something with an annoying look on his face. Sophia pressed the phone lightly and slammed it on the table. At this moment, the call seemed to be connected. "Ouch, Sophia, what's going on? Why did my head explode as soon as I answered the phone?" Lin Feng's depressed voice came from the phone. Sophia glared at Lin Ao before speaking slowly. "Oh, my hand slipped and it dropped on the ground." Sophia opened her mouth and Lin Ao raised an eyebrow. How could this woman lie so fluently? Did she lie to me just now? Sophia's actions made Lin Ao doubt himself. "Oh, by the way, Sophia, I'm sorry for what happened earlier. I was so angry at the time that I left with Daniel and Sean. Do you want to come find me now?" Lin Feng spoke to Sophia with apology. Lin Ao thought to himself, "It's good that you left. If you hadn't left, how would I have had this opportunity?" "Well, no need. I'll just wait for you here. By the way, how are things going over there?" Sophia was chatting like normal, nothing unusual at all, no way. She was really winking at Lin Ao, as if to say, "Look. Listen, did Lin Feng mention you?" "No." There was even a hint of pride on her face. "I've been here a long time ago, gathering information. I've heard from the remaining men that the Blade Dragon Society is no simple matter." Lin Feng's tone was a little serious, but Sophia didn't really listen to her at all. She was busy staring at Lin Ao. "Oh, what should I do then?" Sophia asked Lin Feng very perfunctorily, but this was what Lin Ao wanted to hear. "I'll gather some men and launch a night raid tomorrow night. I've already asked Daniel to get some hot weapons, but it'll take some time. Don't worry, I'll be back in Tokyo to find you soon." Lin Ao raised his eyebrows. Hot weapons, damn, it turns out he's been doing this kind of trick for so long. "Oh, I'll wait for you. If nothing else, I'll hang up first." Sophia leaned carelessly on the sofa, completely oblivious to her own demeanor. She was looking at Lin Ao with a triumphant look on her face. Then, without waiting for Lin Feng to reply, he cut off Lin Feng's phone call with one hand. "How's it going? Are you convinced?" Sophia was very proud. And Lin Ao was also very happy. "I'm convinced. I'm convinced." After hearing that Lin Ao was convinced, Sophia felt as refreshed as if she had taken a bite of iced watermelon in the hot summer. At this time, Lin Ao was busy editing text messages sent to his good brother Long Aotian. According to the information revealed by the spy, I arranged to be with Lin Feng. Lin Ao let out a long sigh, looked at the densely packed text messages, and sighed that typing was really hard. "Lin Ao, you seem to have forgotten something." Sophia frowned slightly and looked at Lin Ao, who was playing with his mobile phone. Chapter 259, Fight. Yijuzi. "Ah, what did you say? Is there anything else?" Lin Ao glanced at his phone casually, then put it back in his pocket as if nothing had happened. However, at this moment, the sound of footsteps was heard, and Sophia walked towards them quickly with a puffed face and a menacing look. She held her head high and chest out, like a ferocious little lion, staring at Lin Ao with sharp eyes. Finally, Lin Ao seemed to remember something and said with sudden enlightenment, "Oh, apologize, huh?" Sophia was secretly delighted and looked forward to the next scene. She raised her chin, crossed her arms over her chest, and waited triumphantly for Lin Ao's apology. Sorry." Lin Ao spoke in a calm tone, then calmly straightened his clothes and turned to walk towards the door. Sophia widened her eyes, staring at Lin Ao, who was gradually moving away in disbelief, and stood there in a daze. "Ah, gone." She couldn't believe her ears. "Is this the end?" Sophia, who was originally looking forward to Lin Ao's sincere apology with joy, suddenly felt depressed. She stood there blankly, watching Lin Ao's departing back, feeling a little aggrieved and angry. "Wait a moment, Lin Ao, you are so abominable." Sophia's eyes flushed and tears welled up in them. She felt extremely insulted and was overwhelmed with anger. She stumbled towards Lin Ao, her body swaying as if she might fall to the ground at any moment. She frowned tightly, trying to suppress some physical discomfort, and her anger even made her quicken her pace. Lu Mei quickly came behind Lin Ao, frowned slightly, and jumped up without hesitation. Like an agile cheetah, it landed accurately on Lin Ao's broad shoulders. Ouch! She bit Lin Ao's shoulder hard. Her eyes were red and tears had been swirling in them for a long time, finally bursting out like a flood. It seems like he wants to vent all his grievances. Lin Ao had never expected Sophia to attack so suddenly. He was startled and his body shook violently. He tried to pull her off him, but was afraid to use too much force for fear of hurting the fragile blonde. At the same time, he didn't dare to tense his shoulder muscles, lest he accidentally turn Sophia into a girl with broken teeth. Woo! Sophia had no intention of letting go. She bit Lin Ao's shoulder tightly, and her tears wet Lin Ao's shoulder. Lin Ao rolled his eyes helplessly, sighed inwardly, gave up struggling, stood there obediently, and let her vent her emotions. Lin Ao was even considerate enough to put his hands behind his back, gently hugged Sophia's legs, and lifted her up so that she could hang more comfortably on his back. After a few minutes, Sophia finally got tired. She then slowly opened her mouth. There was a deep tooth mark on Lin Ao's shoulder, but there was no blood. Are you done venting? If you're done, get off me. Hiss. Lin Ao loosened his hands, and Sophia stood on the ground. She screamed in pain and frowned tightly. Lin Ao then remembered something, and a warm power emanated from his hands. He gently lifted Sophia's tender little white hand, and the energy was transmitted to Sophia's whole body. That trace of pain also disappeared completely in this energy. Huh! Sophia opened her eyes wide in surprise. She jumped and found that she was really fine and her whole body was still warm. Lin Ao, are you good here? Lin Ao was speechless. Why did his attention suddenly shift here? Lin Ao nodded and then let go of his hand. Okay, I have something to do and I'm leaving first. Just pack up and leave. After Lin Ao finished speaking, he looked Sophia up and down, and Sophia followed Lin Ao's gaze. Ah! Her face flushed with embarrassment, and Lin Ao took this opportunity to open and close the door in one go. Sophia looked at the door angrily again, stamped her feet, and picked up her clothes. Wait a minute, this is what a scumbag does, right? Ah, Lin Ao, this is what a scumbag does. Sophia suddenly roared in the office. She didn't even have Lin Ao's contact information. He just left like that. Didn't he even think of sending me back? Or staying with me? Bah, I don't need him to stay with me. Lin Ao had already arrived downstairs of the consortium. He stretched and dialed Aoshin's number. The call was connected quickly. Aoshin, did you receive my message? Lin Ao immediately asked about the situation. Brother Lin, which one of you is the undercover agent next to him? When did you arrange this? Why don't you tell me now? Otherwise, I might accidentally hurt him if a fight breaks out. Long Aoshin was very surprised at Lin Ao's source of information. Brother Lin was still Brother Lin, but he actually had placed an undercover agent next to Lin Feng. Well, we agreed to be undercover. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Go ahead and fight. You won't hurt her. Lin Ao looked back at the floor that belonged to him and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Okay, I get it. I didn't expect that little bastard to be preparing firearms. Brother Lin, can you get me some? Otherwise, how are my men going to fight them? Long Aoshin himself was not very afraid. After all, he had undergone special training, but his subordinates were afraid, which was why Lin Ao called Long Aoshin. I'm calling you so you can just wait and I'll make arrangements for you. Lin Ao smiled, hung up the phone, and dialed another number. Hey Moshi. Good evening, President. Your most loyal employee is at your service at all times. Lin Ao's mouth twitched, and the phone was connected after only one ring. This was Yi Duzi's speed. And seeing Sophia's strange behavior today, I guessed that it was Yijuzi's work. I knew it was him after just a little thought. Yijuzi Waishui, you performed well today. What reward do you want? Lin Ao smiled and thought that hard-working employees deserved rewards. Being able to work for the president and make him happy is my life's mission. I don't need any other rewards. Yi Duzi Waishui's words were very sincere, and Lin Ao smiled faintly. Well, isn't there a high-end villa area near my manor? Go pick one tomorrow and I'll give it to you. After Lin Ao finished speaking, Yi Duzi on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, and then his face immediately turned red. Thank you, President. Thank you, President. He thanked Lin Ao emotionally. Okay, take some time to pick it out tomorrow. You deserve it, but right now there's something I need you to take care of. When Yi Duzi heard that Lin Ao was going to give out a task, he immediately suppressed his excitement. Get a batch of hot weapons and send them to Special Agent Long. I need them tonight. Can you do it? As soon as Lin Ao finished speaking, Yi Duzi responded quickly. No problem, I have leverage over a lot of people. I can use it to my advantage. I must get a bunch of powerful people to give to Executive Long tonight. Lin Ao smiled slightly, very satisfied with Yi Duzi's work attitude and efficiency. After hanging up the phone, Yi Duzi received the address sent by Lin Ao, and Yi Duzi clenched his fists heavily. Fight, Yi Duzi. Then he turned on his home computer. In a top-secret folder, he opened a document labeled, Military, which contained densely packed names of people. He gave a meaningful smile and started making calls one by one. Chapter 259 I'll go with you. Lin Ao quickly returned to the manor. After entering the living room, he saw Xiaoju sitting elegantly on the sofa with her legs crossed. She glanced at Lin Ao with her charming eyes, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly with a hint of dissatisfaction. Tisk. It's the scent of a strange woman again. Lin Ao, what are you doing today? There was a hint of laziness and teasing in Xiaoju's voice. She had been resting in the manor all day today and felt a little tired. She needed to recover her energy. Lin Ao sat quietly aside, and Lisa came over considerately and changed him into comfortable slippers. Master, do you need to prepare dinner? Lisa smiled gently and asked Lin Ao for his opinion. Her eyes were full of care and obedience. Lin Ao nodded and said softly. Well, I want to eat steak tonight, you go prepare it. Lisa bowed respectfully to Lin Ao, then turned and left to start preparing dinner. Lin Ao then turned his attention to Xiaoju. He slowly walked over to Xiaoju and sat down beside her, asking with concern. What can I do? Isn't it just going to work for a consortium? He. Xiaoju twisted his body lazily, adjusted his sitting position, and rolled his eyes at Lin Ao. Haha, going to work. So this is how you do it. I've learned something new. When Lin Ao heard Xiaoju's words, he scratched his head in embarrassment. Virtue. Okay, do you need my help over there, brother? He was stunned for a moment, not understanding why Xiaoju suddenly brought up this topic. I just spoke to Ming San. She said Lin Feng got a lot of grenades and ammunition, and that there's going to be a raid tomorrow night. Ming San has already bought some popcorn and is ready to watch the show. Lin Ao suddenly realized, it turned out to be Ming San. Oh damn, oh yes, there is an undercover agent Ming San beside Lin Feng. Lin Ao can really get information about the enemy at any time. How can you help? Won't you be discovered by Ming San and Ming Si? Lin Ao couldn't help but ask questions. If I use it directly, they will definitely find it. Don't you have a helper? Xiaoju hinted at something and tapped Lin Ao's forehead. Then Lin Ao suddenly realized, oh. Then Lin Ao smiled and closed his eyes, calling out to fate in his mind. Heavens, will I'm coming in. Lin Ao shouted, and then his consciousness appeared outside the door of destiny. As a result, as soon as his consciousness appeared, the entire pure white space flashed with red light. It flashed wildly, making the atmosphere seem very tense for a moment. Then, accompanied by the alarm sound of well woo. Lin Ao stood there in a daze, the corners of his mouth twitching wildly. Is this a big deal? Is it necessary to be so wary of me? This scene was too exaggerated. Lin Ao stood speechlessly in front of the ancient door of Tianming. After a while, the door slowly opened. Lin Ao rolled his eyes and walked in. What brings you here to see me? Tianming was still covered in a layer of hazy gauze. Lin Ao exerted his strength, his eyes flashed golden red, and the veil of destiny became transparent. Lin Ao's eyes lit up when he noticed Tianming was wearing solid-colored yoga clothes. He wondered if she had just been working out in them. Her show was quite exciting. Lin Ao looked at Tianming in front of him. The solid-color yoga clothes completely outlined the perfect curves of her figure, but her expression seemed a little impatient at this time. Oh, I must have something important to ask you, right? Lin Ao stared at Tianming's face, which was a disaster to the country and the people, without blinking, and thought to himself, he has a lot of little expressions. As soon as Lin Ao finished speaking, Tianming showed a contemptuous expression and then rolled his eyes slightly. Hurry up and tell me. Tianming's impatient voice sounded, and Lin Ao curled his lips. I want Xiaoju to go over and help Aoshan. Do you have any way to let her use her power without being discovered by Ming San and Ming Si? Lin Ao also directly stated the purpose of his visit, and then he saw Tianming raised his eyebrows with disgust on his face. It seems to be saying, is that all? Why are you just coming here? How is it? Is there any solution? Lin Ao pretended not to know what expression she made and continued to ask. Tianming didn't answer. She waved her hand and a golden talisman appeared and flashed in front of Lin Ao's eyes. What's this? Lin Ao reached out and touched it, and it immediately shrank to the size of a thumb and fell into the palm of Lin Ao's hand. This is a shielding talisman. Have Ming carry it with you. When you use its power, the other clones won't notice it. It lasts for a week. Tianming explained briefly, and as soon as she finished speaking, Lin Ao found himself in a white space. Fuck, do you have to be so impatient? Lin Ao was speechless. Tianming seemed to be guarding against him like a thief. Lin Ao left the consciousness space cursing. What's wrong? Why do you look so strange? Is it that fate can't do anything about it or hasn't promised you? Seeing that Lin Ao had a strange look on his face when he opened his eyes, Xiaoju thought that fate had not agreed to his request. Lin Ao shook his head and collected his thoughts, then a thumb-sized golden talisman suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. Here, this is a shielding talisman that will last for a week. Take this with you and use your power without being discovered by Ming San and Ming Si. Xiaoju glanced at Lin Ao in surprise, then took the talisman. Didn't Tianming agree? Why did he still have such a strange expression on his face? How about I go with you? I'm also a little worried about Aoshin. Even though he has the power of destiny, I'm still afraid that something might happen to him. Lin Ao thought about it and decided to follow, worried that something like what happened in Sicily would happen again. Okay, then we'll go there early tomorrow morning, but it's best if you don't show up. Let's wait until this incident is over. Lin Ao was stunned for a moment. Why? He looked at Xiaoju in confusion. I can't guarantee that your appearance will change anything, because destiny resides within you. If the main body discovers something and does something unexpected, it will be difficult to deal with. As soon as Xiaoju finished speaking, the voice of destiny came into Lin Ao's mind. She is right, you should listen to her. Since Tianming said so, Lin Ao nodded and agreed. Then he would just be a spectator tomorrow night. In a presidential suite in Tokyo. Sophia had just finished taking a shower, and her mind was full of Lin Ao. Everything that happened today has overturned her worldview. Asshole. How can I contact you if you didn't even leave me your phone number? Bah, why would I contact him? Yes. He's a scumbag. I want him to be held accountable. I want an explanation from him. Then Sophia took out her cell phone and dialed someone's number. I don't believe that the president of the consortium doesn't have your contact information. The call was connected quickly, and Yijuzi's voice came from the phone. Moshi, is this Miss Sophia? Yijuzi's voice was very respectful because she was already the president's woman. Hello, President Yijuzi, I want to ask for your president's contact information. Sophia asked Yijuzi with some trepidation, because she knew that Lin Feng's acquisition made Yijuzi very unhappy, and she didn't know whether Yijuzi would give it to her. Yijuzi on the other end of the phone gave a meaningful smile. Then he gave a phone number and told Sophia Hatsune Miku's account number. Finally, he hung up the phone respectfully. Sophia was a little surprised that it went so smoothly. Then she looked at the number she had just copied down in her notebook, and flames flashed in her eyes. Chapter 260 confused Sophia. At night in the manor, Lin Ao had just finished taking a shower and was lying comfortably on the bed, listening to Hatsune Miku. Suddenly, a message to add a friend popped up on the phone. He clicked on the avatar and saw that it was a cartoon avatar of a foreign girl with a name consisting of a string of symbols. He then directly chose to reject the offer. His friends were only those around him, and he never added strangers. After a while, another message popped up, from the same girl. Lin Ao continued to reject her. As a result, she kept adding him as a friend, so Lin Ao simply turned off the adding friend function. When Lin Ao thought everything was finally quiet, his phone rang. An unfamiliar number called, and Lin Ao looked at the number in confusion. But he still chose to answer the call. Ah, Lin Ao, why didn't you accept my friend request? A familiar female voice rang out. Lin Ao's mouth twitched, and he was very surprised. Sophia. When Sophia heard Lin Ao's voice, she became even more emotional. That's right, it's me. You scumbag. Irresponsible scumbag. You're a complete liar. Sophia told Lin Ao everything he had said to her today. For a moment, she felt as refreshed as if she had drunk a cold drink in the summer. Lin Ao on the other end of the phone seemed a little silent. He showed a faint smile on his face and even changed to a comfortable posture. It was obvious that Sophia's words could not stimulate Lin Ao at all. What's wrong? Why aren't you talking? Did I say it all right? Sophia showed a proud expression on the other end of the phone. She secretly felt a little regretful that Lin Ao was not by her side at the moment, otherwise she would be able to observe Lin Ao's mental activities through the panel. Then how do you want to solve this? Are you calling me just to scold me? Lin Ao's calm voice sounded, and Sophia frowned slightly. Oh, that's right, what was I going to do by calling? I want to tell you that you were wrong to call me a scumbag today. You are the scumbag. You are the scumbag who eats everything and walks away. Lin Ao simply turned on the radio, put his phone aside, and then found a comfortable position to lie down. What else? You're going to be a good person now, scold me and wake me up, so that I can quickly wake up and stop being a scumbag, right? Lin Ao's voice was a little lazy, and he even yawned after he finished speaking. Sophia's round eyes turned, as if she was trying to understand what Lin Ao said. Well, I'm a good person. Sophia seemed to have only understood the word, good person, in Lin Ao's words. Then I promise you that I will turn back. How about that? Lin Ao smiled slightly. He found that he didn't need to think when talking to Sophia, and it was very helpful in helping him sleep. Oh, then you should be a good person from now on. Sophia continued speaking along with Lin Ao's words, but she always felt something was wrong. Yeah, okay. How about I take responsibility for you for the rest of my life? How about I be your significant other from now on? Lin Ao almost couldn't help laughing out loud. I can be such a good person anytime, day or night. After listening to this, Sophia couldn't help but ask a question. No matter how stupid she was, she should have figured out something was wrong. That's not what I meant. That's not right. I don't want you to be like this. No, this is not right. Sophia hurried to explain. She was so anxious that she even used her native language. What do you mean? You were the one who came to me, and you told me to be a good person. And Sophia, have you forgotten? You were the one who took the initiative, and I couldn't resist. Lin Ao spoke lightly. He glanced at the timer of the call and counted. She was silent for about 5 seconds. She was probably about to speak. Do you think I will let you speak? Lin Ao gave a playful smile. And, sure enough, Lin Ao caught the timing just right. Sophia on the other end of the phone was about to speak, but was immediately interrupted by Lin Ao, and for a moment she forgot what she was going to say. Besides, I just admitted that I'm a scumbag, and I've already been very considerate and attentive to your feelings. I admitted it with a clear conscience. Haven't you ever thought about how I spent those long hours? Don't you Westerners advocate democracy? You only consider your own feelings, and have you never considered mine? Lin Ao directly gave her a value, and it would probably take her a long time to digest this sentence. How did he spend those long hours? Lin Ao spent them lying down, laughing and having fun all the way. You're such a selfish person, Sophia. I've finally seen through you. Not only are you a scumbag, you're also an egoist. You're not kind, you're a demon. You called me in the middle of the night just to remind me of those good, but also bad, memories. Lin Ao slowly raised the volume, creating a feeling of increasing emotions. Sure enough, I didn't believe what others said about how scumbag and irresponsible the women there were. But after I met one, I realized that such rumors are not groundless. Lin Ao then sighed deeply, his tone sad. Sigh, never mind. I've finally faced reality. Sophia, please remember this. Lin Ao quickly looked at the time and date on his phone. At this moment, on the 25th, at 23 hours 13 minutes and 26 seconds, a poor man has been heartbroken by you. Goodbye. Never again. Lin Ao finished what he said all at once, then quickly hung up the phone, and then blocked everyone. Great. This will take you a long time to digest. Don't even think about getting away from me, Sophia. He. Lin Ao felt very refreshed after hanging up the phone. He closed his eyes with a smile on his face, and then slowly fell asleep. Sweet dreams. Sophia on the other end of the phone didn't react until Lin Ao hung up, with the phone still pressed to her ear. The whole person looked a little dazed. On the 25th, at 11:26 p.m. Lin Ao was heartbroken by me. I'm an egoist, I'm a scumbag. Sophia was muttering to herself, repeating Lin Ao's words in disorder. She began to feel depressed, and then began to question herself. She couldn't get out of the circle drawn by Lin Ao's words. She sat down on the sofa dejectedly, her eyes slightly red. This was the first time that Sophia, who had always been protected, encountered such a thing. She seemed a little bewildered and had no idea where to begin. So sometimes overprotection is a kind of harm. I'm not. He misunderstood me, I want to explain to him. Sophia muttered to herself as she quickly picked up her phone. Go ahead and dial that number. Unfortunately, there was a busy tone when I called. The tears in her eyes finally fell. Chapter 261. Tonight I'll let you know what happens if you mess with me. Lin Ao opened his eyes comfortably. He slept very comfortably last night. Master, are you awake? Lisa walked over respectfully, and it was another comfortable and familiar getting up routine. Lin Ao stood aside, and Lisa was carefully helping Lin Ao tidy up his clothes. Lisa, I'm going to be away for a few days. If there's anything about the manor, please call me or contact Yijuzi. When Lisa heard that Lin Ao was going to be away for a few days, there was a hint of loss in her eyes, but it only flashed away. She then smiled sweetly and nodded. Speaking of Yijuzi, Lin Ao remembered something and took out his cell phone to call him. The call was answered immediately. Lin Ao felt that Yijuzi didn't need to sleep or rest. This was the case every time he called. Hey, Moses, President. It's another bright and beautiful day. I wish you a good mood today. Yijuzi's energetic voice sounded on the phone. Although Lin Ao had told him many times that there was no need to do this, he still insisted. Lin Ao smiled slightly and then spoke. Yijuzi, I have to go to Executive Director Long's place today. I was thinking of going with you to choose a house. Sorry. As soon as Lin Ao finished speaking, Yijuzi's excited voice came over. Master President, you don't have to worry so much about me. I can arrange everything myself. I'm so lucky to have you take such good care of me. I will pursue you until death. In the future, I will. Yijuzi's eyes were already filled with tears on the other end of the phone, and his wife and daughter looked at their father in confusion. Okay, stop, I get it. I have one more thing to ask you. How did the thing I asked you to do last night go? Lin Ao quickly asked him to stop, otherwise he would have to keep talking for hours without repeating himself. Hey, it's all done, and the local police won't interfere with them. Hee ha. Yijuzi looked at the list on his computer and gave a strange smile. Haha, I feel relieved when I hear you laugh like that. When Lin Ao heard Yijuzi Waishui's strange smile, he knew that he would definitely get the job done perfectly, even exceeding Lin Ao's expectations. Hey, Chief Executive Long has probably received the goods long ago. They're enough to take down an entire city. Yijuzi's words startled Lin Ao. Gosh, how much firepower have you arranged? Are you setting up an arsenal? Yijuzi said this, looking at the list with a sinister look on his face. President, I'm Yijuzi. Waishui. I'll do the job. Don't worry. Okay, I get it. I'll go over and take a look and see. I'm leaving now. You can go over and pick it out yourself. Just use the official seal and pay in full. Don't be polite with me, okay? Yijuzi Waishui was moved again when he heard Lin Ao say that, but Lin Ao quickly hung up the phone before he could speak. Then, accompanied by Lisa, they came to the restaurant. Xiaoju was already waiting there. Then the two of them had breakfast and set off for Saitama. After Yijuzi hung up the phone, his face was full of happiness and emotion. His wife and daughter looked at Yijuzi Waishui in confusion. Wife, and may you ask for leave from school today. Dad will take you to buy a house. This is the most domineering sentence Yijuzi has said in all these years. An hour later, Lin Ao and Xiaoju appeared at the Saitama airport. They slowly walked to the airport gate, where Long Aoshin was already waiting. Brother Lin, what brought you here? Lin Ao had just told Long Aoshin an hour ago before he boarded the plane. He was originally asked to find someone to pick him up, but he ended up running over by himself. How are those things? Lin Ao and Xiaoju got in the car and then asked. What about those things? Long Aoshin looked at Lin Ao in confusion and didn't react for a moment. I mean, the batch of things you asked me to prepare last night. Lin Ao rolled his eyes, and after hearing this, Long Aoshin's eyes immediately flashed with a strong gleam of light. Brother Lin, you're really exaggerating. I even had to rent a warehouse to store all this stuff. Furthermore, the stuff was covered with black cloth before being shipped here. I almost suspect the people transporting it were military personnel. Long Aotian's expression was quite exaggerated, which made Lin Ao even more curious. He even set up a warehouse specially. This is all caused by Yijuzi Waishui. I still don't know what it is. Lin Ao was also looking forward to seeing what was in the warehouse. He wanted to use it on Lin Feng tonight. He, what a pity that he couldn't do it himself. Damn it. Soon, Long Aotian brought Lin Ao to a warehouse in the suburbs. There were several bald men standing guard outside. When they saw Long Aotian get out of the car, they saluted respectfully. Boss. Master President. Lin Ao had some impression of the person who was shouting. His name seemed to be Watanabe Shota. Shota, open the door and let my good brother see the good stuff inside. When Watanabe Shota heard Long Aotian mention the things in the warehouse, his eyes brightened a little. Then he pressed a switch in his hand, and the gate of the warehouse slowly rose. Lin Ao walked in with Long Aotian. As the lights turned on, Lin Ao was stunned. The entire 800 square meter warehouse is almost full. There were countless guns and ammunition inside. Various types of bulletproof vests, explosion-proof shields, Martin boots, and helmets. Boxes of grenades, smoke bombs, flash bombs, stun grenades, tear gas bombs, a full range of categories. Various pistols, rifles, light machine guns, Gatling guns. This bazooka. When Long Aotian heard Lin Ao's question, he nodded excitedly. At least a dozen Japanese soldiers disappeared with one shot. Lin Ao took a deep breath, then walked to other places to look, while Long Aotian introduced it to the side. It's a flamethrower. Oh, this is a mine. This is a remote-controlled miniature tank. This is a drone. It can carry 8 small bombs and deliver them with pinpoint accuracy. It also has night vision. Lin Ao was stunned all the way here. Tonight, he was even praying that Lin Feng and his group could hold on a little longer. I've already taken a batch out to let my men get familiar with them. Do you want to go take a look? Lin Ao nodded, followed Long Aotian out, and drove to a mountain forest. There were people guarding the entrance to Shangalin. After driving for more than 20 minutes, Lin Ao heard an explosion. There were flashes of fire over there, and swarms of drones in the sky. After stopping the car, Lin Ao saw many bald men shooting at targets with various guns. Those grenades and other things were thrown out as if they were free, just to practice higher throwing accuracy. Lin Ao gave Long Aotian a thumbs up. Xiaoju also looked at the group of bald heads with a strange expression. She felt that it was ridiculous for her to say she wanted to come over to support. With that kind of firepower, did she still need support? Even though they had wasted the power of Life 3 and Life 4, they might not be able to break into the Blade Dragon. At this time, Lin Feng accompanied Daniel and others to open 2 boxes, which contained some pistols and submachine guns, plus dozens of grenades. They looked at the things inside with their bright eyes. That's great. I didn't expect to get so many good things. Daniel picked up a submachine gun and felt its feel, then sighed. There will be a good show tonight. Ha 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 ha. Sean also picked up a grenade and weighed its weight. He already imagined in his mind that this grenade would blow the Blade Dragon Society members to pieces. Lin Feng was very happy and excited when he looked at the things in the box. Which man doesn't like guns? He also picked out a weapon he liked. That Long Aotian. Tonight I'll let you know what happens if you mess with me. Lin Feng raised the corner of his mouth to make a Nike. Chapter 262, Far From Enough. Lin Ao, there's news from Ming San. Xiaoju, who was standing aside, pulled Lin Ao, who was still watching the summer fireworks. Because a red energy mark appeared in front of her. Aotian, wait for us here for a while. We'll go do something and be back soon. While Long Aotian was looking shocked, Lin Ao and Xiaoju ran to a small path at the back of the mountain and left. Oh my god, brother Lin, in broad daylight, there's artillery fire roaring here. You actually want artillery fire roaring too? Long Aotian's jaw dropped at this moment. Someone come. Long Aotian shook his head and called a few people over. You guys guard this place. No one is allowed to enter this path. Got it. Long Aotian took a deep look at the winding path and sighed. Brother Lin, I can only help you up to this point. Be careful of the mosquitoes, ants and reptiles in the mountains. After saying that, Long Aotian went to the shooting range, picked up a gun and started shooting. At this time, Lin Ao and Xiaoju had arrived at a flat ground on the top of the mountain. Xiaoju held Lin Ao's hand as before, and then clicked on the red energy mark. In an instant, Lin Ao and Xiaoju appeared in the communication space. Ming-san, do you have any news to tell me? As soon as Xiaoju arrived at the space, he asked about Ming-san. Hey, Ming-er, let me tell you, Lin Feng has prepared a large number of weapons. It looks like he's going to be very powerful tonight. Ming-san's voice was filled with excitement, the kind of excitement that came from joining in the fun. Oh, let me see. Xiaoju smiled and Lin Ao gave her a thumbs up. Okay, they happen to be playing with those weapons. Ming-san readily agreed to Xiaoju, and then a huge screen immediately appeared in the space, showing the picture from Ming-san's perspective. There were 2 large boxes in the picture, and inside the boxes were submachine guns, pistols and grenades. At this time, Lin Feng was stroking a submachine gun, and Shan was holding 2 grenades in his hands. Xiaoju and Lin Ao both raised their eyebrows at the same time, their movements were very consistent. Ming-san, anything else? Any other equipment? Xiaoju looked at the 2 boxes of things, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he asked Ming-san with some unwillingness to give up. No, there are 2 big boxes. If it's Ming-san, there's no way I can give Xiaoju and Lin Ao anything, just these 2 big boxes. That's all. In the picture, Lin Feng and others had evil smiles on their eyes and were playing with the weapons in their hands. Daniel, excellent. You did an amazing job this time. You were able to get so many things. Lin Feng praised Daniel generously, and Daniel raised his head proudly. Hehe, I really tried my best this time, even using my family's connections in Japan, otherwise it would be really difficult to get so many weapons. Daniel's proud look made Lin Ao feel a little helpless. Are you starting to get cocky and complacent now? Huh, look at our Yijuzi. Do you think he's arrogant? Is he arrogant? Tonight, I will tear that bitch's mouth apart with my own hands. For the past 2 days, I haven't been able to eat or sleep, all because of that bitch. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with gloom. Whenever he had free time, Long Aoshan's voice and that sentence would keep echoing in his mind. I'm your dad, you big idiot. Whenever he thought of this, Lin Feng's heart trembled uncontrollably, and a raging anger burned in his body. Xiaoju covered her mouth and chuckled, looking at Lin Ao, who had a strange expression on his face. Your good brother, his hatred is now full. Now Lin Feng no longer has you in his eyes. Xiaoju whispered softly in Lin Ao's ear, and it could be seen that she was trying hard to suppress her laughter. Lin Ao smiled speechlessly. Indeed, the sarcasm in Long Aoshan's last sentence was at its peak. At this moment Lin Ao frowned. What's wrong? Xiaoju noticed Lin Ao's strange behavior and whispered softly. Someone called me, I went out first. After Lin Ao said this, he disappeared into the communication space. He took out his cell phone and found that it was Yijuzi Waishui calling. Then Lin Ao quickly picked up the phone. Hey, Moses. Dear President, let me make it short. Something urgent is going on. Lin Ao frowned slightly. This was the first time Yijuzi spoke so anxiously. It seemed that he had really encountered something. What's up? Lin Ao responded briefly and waited for his next words. Well, President, didn't you ask me to go pick out a house? I've come out with my wife and daughter to choose one. I've already chosen a villa closest to the manor, so I can be at your service anytime. Oh, no, now's not the time to be talking about this. Yijuzi seemed really flustered. Lin Ao did not interrupt him and continued to wait quietly for what to say next. It's Miss Sophia. Mr. President, my wife and I returned to the consortium at noon, and the employees rushed to me to say that Miss Sophia had arrived. I didn't think anything of it at first, but when I arrived at the office, I heard a startling cry. Yijuzi kept wiping his sweat on the other end of the phone and glanced at his wife. At this time, Yijuzi's wife was comforting the sobbing Sophia. When she first came, her crying was so heartbreaking that anyone who heard it would cry. Master President, the following words may be offensive. Please forgive me. I will convey them to you verbatim, and you can judge for yourself. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows. You said, it's okay. As soon as Lin Ao finished speaking, Yijuzi's words came over. Lin Ao, you bastard, you scumbag, why did you block me? Why didn't you listen to my explanation? Lin Ao, you are an absolute devil. Lin Ao, where are you? Woo. Yijuzi pinched his throat and imitated Sophia's voice and speaking style in a sharp voice, and finished speaking. The corner of Lin Ao's mouth couldn't help but twitching wildly. Good acting, don't act like that next time. Ahem, well President, these are Miss Sophia's exact words. Because I don't know how you plan to handle this, I'm going to run out and secretly call you to see how you need to deal with Miss Sophia. My wife is currently trying to calm her down. Yi Duzi's words were very clear. It depended on Lin Ao's attitude. If he just wanted to eat clean and leave, then Yi Duzi would do as he said. If he was just joking, then it would be a different story. Yi Duzi, thank you and your wife for your hard work. Please let her answer the phone. There was a hint of amusement in Lin Ao's eyes. Is this what happened after just being left out for a night? I thought I would have to wait until tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. But that's not enough, Sophia. You can't live without being crazy, and I'm not going to accept you like this. Chapter 263 If Lin Feng died. After receiving Lin Ao's reply, Yi Duzi understood that his president was a playboy, so it would be easy to deal with him. Yi Duzi responded respectfully and then walked into Lin Ao's office. Yi Duzi's wife looked at her husband for help. The girl cried so hard that she couldn't help wiping away a few tears. Ms. Sophia, our president wants to see you. Yi Duzi came to Sophia, handed her the phone respectfully, and then winked to let his wife leave first. Sophia stopped sobbing and looked up at the phone in Yi Duzi's hand. She looked so pitiful at this moment. While Sophia wasn't paying attention, Yi Duzi took a picture of the scene with another mobile phone and sent it to Lin Ao. The president would definitely want to see this scene. He then left the office with his wife. Hello. Sophia picked up the phone, and a crying voice mixed with a hint of Susu's soft voice came into Lin Ao's ears. This almost ruined Lin Ao's plan. Lin Ao calmed his mind, took a deep breath, and then responded in a cold tone. It's me. Lin Ao's voice made Sophia's tears flow all of a sudden. Like a flood bursting through a dam, her heart was filled with grievances and panic. Woo 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 Lin Ao woo 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 woo. Sophia kept crying, and it was impossible to express herself completely in one sentence. Did you come to me just to cry in front of me? I made it very clear last night, goodbye, we'll never see each other again. That's it. Lin Ao's cold voice came over, and then he hung up the phone directly. Sophia was sobbing with a confused look on her face, and then a hint of panic appeared in her eyes. She herself didn't know how this emotion suddenly broke into her heart, but she seemed very afraid that Lin Ao would say goodbye. She was completely lost. Lin Ao held his phone and counted silently in his mind. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Calabash Brothers 7 flowers on one vine. Sure enough, after Lin Ao finished counting in his mind, the phone rang immediately. Lin Ao hung up once, and then the phone rang again after 3 seconds. Then Lin Ao hung up again, and this time it was shortened to 2 seconds. Only then did Lin Ao answer the phone. Lin Ao, I won't cry anymore. Sure enough, when Lin Ao answered the phone, Sophia had stopped crying, and every time she spoke, it seemed as if she was trying hard to hold back tears. So speaking seems a bit difficult. Lin Ao just listened quietly without saying anything. Lin Ao, where are you? Can I come find you? It's okay if you don't want to see me now. Tomorrow is fine, or the day after tomorrow. You tell me a time, okay? Sophia's soft voice came again. She was afraid that she would say something wrong and make Lin Ao hang up her phone. You can go find Lin Feng. You don't need to come find me. Our fate is over. Lin Ao felt that the time was almost right, and he spoke slowly, his voice still as cold as ever. No. Lin Ao, I really have always regarded Lin Feng as my younger brother. No matter before or after, he is just a younger brother, and in my memory, I feel that my last feelings have been distorted, but I have never had any relationship with him. Really. I swear to God. Lin Ao, you have to believe me. You have to believe me. Sophia was extremely anxious at this moment. It was because of Lin Feng and because of Lin Feng. A feeling of disgust towards Lin Feng began to take root in her heart, without her even realizing it. Really? Lin Ao replied to Sophia indifferently, with no emotion in his words. To Sophia's ears, it was obvious that he did not trust her. Lin Ao, what will it take for you to believe me? Please give me a chance and let me explain everything to you face to face, okay? I beg you. Sophia couldn't help but shed tears at the end of her speech, but she didn't dare to make any sound of crying. Sophia. Lin Ao's tone softened, and Sophia immediately focused and stopped crying completely. She held the phone nervously, afraid that she would miss a word of Lin Ao's words. I know you're a good girl, really. What Lin Ao said is actually true. Flowers in a greenhouse have had few contacts with the outside world. They are easy to deceive and easy to have sex with, easy to coax and easy to manipulate. If she is not a good girl, then who is? Lin Feng is trying to seize my assets. You may be used to it. I believe your family all does this, but have you ever thought about what will happen to me? I will be left with nothing, and my company's employees will be left with nothing. Everyone will be homeless and hungry. Lin Ao's words stunned Sophia. Sophia had never thought about these things before. And I have to fight him to the end, and I'll probably have a conflict with your family. Then you'll be caught in the middle. Who will you help? How can you expect me to trust you? How can I trust you? Lin Ao's words touched Sophia again. Let's stop hurting each other. Can't we just be strangers again? Can't you let me forget my love for you? Then Lin Ao's voice became sad. Listening to Lin Ao's words, Sophia's heart twitched tightly and she had difficulty breathing. Is it love? Is Lin Ao trying so hard to suppress his love for me? Is that why he's trying so hard to avoid me, so cold and indifferent, all because he loves me? We are the modern version of Romeo and Juliet. I don't want such a tragedy to happen to us, so. The more Lin Ao spoke, the weaker his tone became. Sophia's breathing was rapid. She had a strong, bad premonition in her heart that made her feel terrified. Forget me. Well, beep beep beep. As Lin Ao let out his final sigh, the call was hung up. Sophia fell to the ground helplessly. Her entire emotional world had been shattered by Lin Ao's rampage in the past few days, and this time it finally reached a critical point. Why? Why is this happening? Sophia muttered to herself, her eyes became empty, and Lin Ao's words continued to hit her head. Suddenly a hint of madness flashed in Sophia's eyes. What if Lin Feng died? If I am the only one who has the final say in the family? Then this way no one can stop me. No one can stop me and Lin Ao from being together. Crazy ideas formed in Sophia's mind. Her entire aura suddenly changed, and a hint of madness and danger appeared in her. She wiped her tears on the ground and then washed her face thoroughly in Lin Ao's office. When she stepped out of the shower, a smile appeared on her face. She slowly walked into Lin Ao's closet, picked up the coat that Lin Ao had taken off that day, and took a deep breath. Then she twisted her waist and opened the office door with her clothes on. At this time, Yijuzi Waishui was still waiting quietly outside. President Yijuzi, do you mind if I take this phone? Sophia showed a gentle smile and shook the phone in her hand that could be used to contact Lin Ao. Although she was smiling, Yijuzi felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Ahem, yes sure, this is the president's personal phone. It only contains the president's contact information. Feel free to take it. Yijuzi Waishui felt inexplicably nervous. There was an invisible sense of oppression from Sophia who had just walked out, which made him dare not resist. There is no trace of the previous fragility anymore, it has completely disappeared without a trace. Thank you very much. By the way, I may not contact you in the next few days. Please tell him to wait for me for a week. I have some family matters to go back and take care of. Sophia smiled faintly, then took Lin Ao's coat and left. At this moment, Yijuzi's back was covered in cold sweat. Chapter 264. Can't I really take action? After Lin Ao hung up the phone, Xiaoju also ended the communication with Ming-san. What's wrong? Did something happen? Xiaoju looked at Lin Ao with a meaningful smile on his face and couldn't help but feel curious. Haha, it's nothing. Yijuzi Waishui just reported to me on his work. Let's go back. Lin Ao stood up and stretched. It was obvious that he was in a very good mood at the moment. Mysterious, strange. Xiaoju muttered something and followed Lin Ao down the mountain. Lin Ao and Xiaoju returned to the shooting range again. Seeing Lin Ao and others training, they couldn't help but think of Lin Feng's two big boxes of things. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Tisk. Brother Lin, you guys are back. It seems you're pretty fast. Long Aoshin dropped the two guns in his hands and walked to Lin Ao's side, with one hand hanging on Lin Ao's shoulder and a smirk on his face. Lin Ao looked at Long Aoshin in bewilderment. What on earth was going through this kid's head all day long? Get out of the way, you're laughing so disgustingly. I'm here to spy on you for military intelligence. What do you think I'm doing? Lin Ao pushed Long Aoshin away with a look of disgust. I tell you, if you don't defeat them to pieces in this battle tonight, you can go back home. Lin Ao rolled his eyes at Long Aoshin, and then began to talk about the situation on Lin Feng's side. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Is this all my son has? Ha ha ha, he dares to compete with his father with this. After hearing this, Lin Ao burst into laughter on the ground, holding his stomach. Lin Ao gave Lin Ao a slap on the face. You kid, you're his father, so that makes you my uncle. You're taking advantage of me. Only then did Lin Ao react. Ha ha ha, let's talk about our own things, ha ha ha. As soon as Lin Ao finished speaking, Lin Ao rolled his eyes, and then the war between the two men began. They used grenades as dodgeballs. This way of finishing scared the group of men. Xiaoju shook his head speechlessly and sat aside to rest. Night soon fell. In the evening, Lin Ao and his team had returned to the warehouse, loaded the things into several large trucks, and then came to Blade Dragon's current base, ready to be deployed at any time. The Blade Dragon's base at this time is in the central area of Saitama. It was originally the base of Lin Feng's Wanlong Club, but it has been occupied by Lin Ao and others. It's just a building a few stories high. It's going to be lively here tonight. At this time, there were many police cars outside, as if they were evacuating the crowd. Lin Ao took a look and thought, this couldn't be arranged by Yi Duzi, who said that the police station here would turn a blind eye. Aoshin, have someone find out what those police officers said to those people. Lin Ao understood and nodded. His head was covered with bumps and he looked a little disheveled. After a while, one of his men came back to report. Brother Lin, he said there's an anti-terrorist drill here tonight, and told those people to leave immediately. But it's strange, why didn't they come and tell us? There's an anti-terrorist drill here tonight, should we kill them all as well? Lin Ao's eyes flashed, as if he had encountered something very interesting, and his tone became a little excited. Anti-terrorism bullshit, this is arranged by the Yizi, leaving a piece of land for you to fight. Lin Ao rolled his eyes, but it seemed that this amount of munitions could really capture Saitama. Lin Ao thought about it and shook his head. It was still not possible now. If the military was forced into a corner and sent a few missiles, then it would be the end of the world. These people would not care about the life and death of civilians. It would be better if they died. The government would not even have to pay for Lao Jin. His previous arrangement was safer. He replaced all the people in the Japanese cabinet with his own people. From then on, he would have the final say and it would officially become his own back garden. Okay, go and cheer up your. Lin Ao didn't finish his words, feeling that there was no need to continue. Since nightfall, the eyes of that group of people were like hungry wolves, with murderous looks on their faces, just waiting for Lin Feng and the others to come. Forget it, it's okay. Let's arrange for someone to act properly and not scare people away all of a sudden. Lin Ao waved his hand and left with Xiaoju, feeling secretly sorry that he could only watch the show. Destiny. Destiny. Am I really just going to watch the show? Lin Ao called out for destiny in his mind, and he confirmed it again unwillingly. Who knew that after waiting for several minutes there was no response? If you don't say anything, I'll come and I'm coming. As soon as Lin Ao finished speaking, a golden palm appeared behind his head. Xiaoju beside him widened his eyes and quickly jumped away. There was a muffled, bang, sound. Lin Ao was caught off guard and was slapped to the ground by Tianming. What's up? Lin Ao's head was buzzing. Why did this guy like to launch surprise attacks? Lin Ao got up from the ground. Although there was no actual injury, he still wrote it down in his little notebook. Xiaoju pretended not to see it and walked aside consciously. When Tianming appeared, she didn't dare to help Lin Ao. Hee hee. Lin Ao sneered, and then a huge golden palm suddenly appeared. Hee hee, Lord Tianming, don't I have something I want to ask you? Lin Ao changed his tone and the slap landed on his head. Can I really not participate in the battle tonight? I think I can kill Lin Feng directly. Lin Ao quickly expressed his thoughts. You can't kill me until my fate is over. Tianming's voice sounded in Lin Ao's mind again, and Lin Ao probably knew what her words meant. Although you and Sophia ahem, it's not thorough enough. She is the bridge between Lin Feng and Elizabeth's family. Furthermore, fate has already allowed his clone to bless Lin Feng. As long as he senses your presence, or my presence, the consequences will become increasingly divisive. Be patient and wait. I believe it won't take long. This time, Tianming patiently explained to Lin Ao, because before, Lin Ao had a chance to kill Xiao Fan or Yi Chen only after he cut off their bodies or absorbed all the Tianming aura from them. And Yi Chen's experience was even more dangerous that time, he almost overturned the car. Although Lin Ao has now integrated the power of destiny and fate, it is still not enough. Tianming does not want to take a wrong step and waste all her previous efforts. Because of the fate she and Lin Ao will eventually face, she would rather spend more time before she has enough power. However, this time his clones will definitely expend a great deal of power. This is a good opportunity for you to absorb them all. This is your only way to obtain the power of destiny. Fate's words made Lin Ao's eyes light up. Lin Ao looked at Xiaoju and gave him a friendly smile. Xiaoju got goosebumps all over her body when Lin Ao looked at her. What are you doing? Are you thinking about this situation? Small head, big questions. Chapter 265, quite embarrassing. Late at night, the center of Saitama City was immersed in silence. Dozens of cars were parked quietly on the side of the road like a winding dragon. At this moment, Lin Feng stepped out of one of the cars, holding a weapon with a cold glow in his hand, and several grenades hanging around his waist. Daniel and Sean also got out of the car and stood side by side with Lin Feng. The three of them each held a variety of firearms in their hands, their expressions serious and focused. Yes, they are now entrenched in our former headquarters. Daniel's voice was low and firm. Ever since the Blade Dragon Society occupied this place, they haven't moved a single step. Lin Feng said with a cold smile on his face. I can't wait to see him kneeling down and begging for mercy. Before he finished speaking, he swung his arm vigorously, and the doors of dozens of cars behind him opened. In an instant, a group of men in black suits filed out, each holding a gun in his hand. The spectacular scene before them made the adrenaline of Lin Feng, Daniel and others surge rapidly, and their heartbeats accelerated. Cool. Lin Feng roared crazily in his heart, as if he wanted to release all the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time. Looking at the group of men and the weapons in his hands, he was so hot. At this moment, Daniel and Sean must be as excited as Lin Feng. Sure enough, their faces were flushed with excitement. Obviously they were all inspired by these powerful weapons. Let's go. Let's go in and have a blast. Don't be afraid of making a big noise. Daniel stared at the building not far away with a defiant look on his face, with a determined light flashing in his eyes. Sean was more free and easy. He leisurely lit a cigar, took a deep puff, and then exhaled a stream of smoke, as if to demonstrate to the enemy. Afterwards, when our families united to put pressure on the Japanese, they didn't even dare to say a word. The most they did was bow to the public and apologize, just like those politicians do, and that was it. What Daniel said is also true. No matter how big the incident is, there is only a press conference, a bow and an apology. At most, there is a resignation, and that's it. They are familiar with this matter. After hearing this, Lin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. He took a step forward slowly and walked forward without hesitation. Seeing this, Daniel and Sean immediately followed. The huge team was like a steel torrent, everyone holding weapons in their hands, advancing towards the building with high morale. Report to the boss. They have entered the attack range. Should we attack? A report from his subordinates came into Long Aoshan's earphone, and Long Aoshan showed his signature smile. No rush, let them continue to advance, we will catch the turtle in the jar. Not long after, a group of people appeared in Long Aoshan's eyes. Long Aoshan issued a series of instructions into the headset, his smile gradually becoming perverted. The show is about to begin. At this time, Lin Ao and Xiaoju were on the roof of a building looking down, and they were just eating popcorn and drinking coke. Xiaoju, where are Ming-san and Ming-si? Lin Ao asked Xiaoju beside him in confusion, and Xiaoju gave Lin Ao a charming look. Can you please open your eyes? Lin Ao suddenly understood. Oh, sorry, ha ha ha. Lin Ao then activated his power, and a golden red light flashed in his eyes. Ming-san and Ming-si followed Lin Feng. Ming-si, have you noticed anything wrong? At this time, Ming-san was following behind Lin Feng, and she saw figures flashing in the darkness. Ming-si's mouth twitched. I knew it a long time ago. He's surrounded. Didn't you see I've already started sending my strength? Just in case one bullet kills him. Ming-san turned his head to look at Ming-si, and sure enough, Ming-si had already mobilized the power of destiny and continuously transferred it into Lin Feng's body. Don't look. Help me now. I'm afraid my power alone won't be enough. After hearing this, Ming-san lazily began to transfer his strength. She kept complaining about Lin Feng in her heart. He didn't even know he was surrounded and was so arrogant. Just seeing him made her want to beat him up. Ming-si was suspicious. It seemed that Long Aotian and the others had been prepared and were just waiting for Lin Feng's arrival. How could his plan be known? Then he was shocked all over, and an unbelievable guess appeared in his mind. He had begun to doubt Xiaoju. Because during this period, they had only contact with Xiaoju, and there was no direct evidence to prove that Xiaoju was the one who leaked the information. He didn't have time to do anything else right now because Long Aotian and the others had already started attacking. Beep, 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 beep. The sound of a charge rang out, breaking the silence of the night. Lin Feng and his companions were suddenly startled and picked up their weapons. Drone bombing. Attack. Long Aotian looked at Lin Feng and his group with a hint of mockery. Then more than a dozen drones flew out from all directions, and things kept falling from them. Lin Feng's men were still looking curiously at the ball that fell at their feet. Boom 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 boom. The explosions continued to ring out, and people were constantly blown away. Lin Feng and Daniel's faces changed drastically, their brains almost shutting down. Why? Why would they have drones dropping bombs? Why would they know they would come tonight? Lin Feng immediately ordered his men to disperse and avoid the grenades dropped by the drones, and then ordered people to shoot down the drones. Everyone spread out, shooting down drones, keeping watch on the surroundings, and searching for the enemy. But there was really not a single ghost around. Prepare the smoke bombs. Stun grenades, tear gas, anything, throw it where they are. Remote-controlled tanks, go. Long Aotian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Lin Feng in the picture. As soon as he finished speaking, all kinds of spheres flew out from the darkness. But each of them just passed by Lin Feng and did not cause any damage to him. The same was true for the drone grenades just now, which did not hit Lin Feng's position. Life 3, increase your power output. Damn it, why are their firepower so strong? Ming Si was so anxious that he was sweating profusely, and he was sending the power of destiny to Lin Feng without caring about his life. For a moment, the scene was in chaos, and hundreds of people were fleeing in panic. They no longer had the momentum they had just now. The most terrifying thing was that they were beaten like this, and the enemy hadn't even seen them. Destroy those remote-controlled tanks. They're in the dark, charge over there. The veins on Lin Feng's forehead were exposed, and his expression was extremely ferocious at this moment. Daniel and Sean did the same, firing their guns at the dark corners. Keep hidden and prepare for the next attack. Long Aotian took a sip of coffee, glanced at the footage on the surveillance camera, straightened his clothes, and prepared to go on stage himself. Xiaoju, I think they will probably suspect you this time. Lin Ao looked at the defeated Lin Feng below and took a sip of iced cola. It doesn't matter, don't I still have you? Xiaoju pursed her lips and smiled. She never worried about this. How are you going to thank me? Lin Ao looked at Xiaoju. Under the moonlight, Xiaoju looked like a fairy under the moon. Oh, what do you think? Xiaoju gave Lin Ao a charming look and circled her fingers around the Coke bottle. Put aside your thoughts, you'll be busy enough in a while. Tianming's voice suddenly appeared in Lin Ao and Xiaoju's minds. The two of them were quite embarrassed. Hee hee. It's quite embarrassing. Chapter 266, The Fate of Breaking Defense. Lin Feng's men below had been beaten by all kinds of weapons and were running away in panic. At this time, Long Aotian also came out. He was wearing night vision goggles and holding a mortar book in his hand. Whenever you see a crowded place, just shoot it. His men cooperated well, using their weapons and local advantages, and few were injured. They were like demons, harvesting Lin Feng's people. At this time, Lin Feng, Daniel and Sean were completely confused. They tried to break through with their backs to back, and they were also lucky as many bullets just grazed them. Damn it, how on earth did he know that? Lin Feng's face was already hideous, and so were Daniel and Sean. Have those people under my command been infiltrated? Otherwise, how could they be so well prepared? Moreover, their weapons are simply foul. Lin Feng's veins were exposed, and he had no place to vent his anger. He took out his gun and fired randomly at the sky. Feng, let's retreat. If we continue like this, it's all over. Although Daniel looked unwilling, he believed that this was the most correct choice now. Yes, Feng, let's retreat. There will be plenty of opportunities later. Sean also tried to persuade him. Lin Feng's eyes were gloomy, and he threw the empty gun to the ground. Walk. Daniel and Sean breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, but they were not the only ones who breathed a sigh of relief. Ming-san and Ming-si also breathed a sigh of relief. Ming-si, I'm so tired. If this guy stays any longer, I'll run out of energy. Oh my god. The bullets are so dense, it scares me. Oh, why do I feel like they knew Lin Feng's plan in advance? Is there an undercover agent on their side? Ming-san kept on babbling. Ming-si rolled his eyes at Ming-san helplessly. You only realized it now. Huh. That undercover agent, I guess, is you. Ming-si is in great trouble now. His strength has also been greatly consumed. Otherwise, how could he have dodged so many bullets and bombs? Ming-si now only wants Lin Feng to retreat quickly, and then he will tell this news to the other clones. Even if it is not Ming-er, he will let the other clones be on guard, as it may be Lin Ao's other tricks. Lin Feng and the other three glanced at the battlefield, then retreated quietly. Just when the three of them were about to leave the battle circle, a nasty voice was heard. Hey, so-and-so. Your dad just showed up and you're running away. Long Aoshin came out from behind and fired a few shots, knocking down several people. Lin Feng paused, a strong anger surged in his heart, and his eyes turned blood red. Aoshin, keep taunting him, attack them, and force them to flee. Lin Ao's voice appeared in Long Aoshin's earphones. Long Aoshin understood, it seemed that brother Lin had other plans. Then Long Aoshin took out a Gatling gun from his subordinates and put on a playful smile. Son, let your father educate you well. Lin Feng and the others were shocked when they saw the weapon in Long Aoshin's hand. Ming-si's mouth twitched wildly. He probably had to drain him dry tonight. Ming-san, don't stop. After Ming-si finished speaking, he increased his power output and threw a ball of red energy towards Long Aoshin. Just as Long Aoshin was about to shoot, the Gatling gun exploded. Lin Feng and his companions took this opportunity to immediately get out of the shooting range. Long Aoshin looked at the weapon in his hand in confusion, threw it aside, then changed to a new one and chased after them. On a dark street, a Gatling gun with a flaming glow was chasing three ragged men. Da da da, da 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 da, D8 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 da. Fuck, this guy must be the Lin Feng that he mocked. Ha 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 ha, what a talent. Ming-san followed Lin Feng and started to joke. Ming-si didn't want to talk anymore. He swore that he would change his partner after this. Lin Feng was almost hit every time. He was very lucky, but Sean and Daniel were not so lucky. Their arms and calves were hit by Long Aoshin. Their ability to move was greatly reduced. Their faces were pale and their eyes were filled with fear. Jia Ao, who had just arrived, had disappeared. Ming-san, this won't work. Let's work together to stop him and kill him if necessary. Ming-si looked at Lin Feng and the others and could only make this request. Their clones could only help the person with destiny in the most critical moments. Usually they used their power to help the person with destiny survive and stimulate the destiny energy in his body. This method has always been very successful, but too many accidents happened today. Okay, but I don't want to kill him. He's quite interesting. Ming-san's words made Ming-si roll his eyes and he didn't say anything in response. Each of you pick one. Ming-si and Ming-san looked at each other, and then directly merged into Daniel and Sean's bodies. Feng, you go first, I'll stop him. At this moment, Daniel stood up as if he had never been injured, and the same was true for Sean beside him. Go away now, don't get in the way here. Sean's tone was somewhat uninterested, and it was obvious that his body was controlled by Ming-san. Lin Feng was confused and didn't understand what was happening between the two of them for a moment. Seeing that Lin Feng was unmoved, Ming-si grabbed his neck and threw him out. Then he turned around and looked at Long Aoshin who was chasing after him. Long Aoshin looked at Daniel and Sean in confusion, and the demeanor of both of them changed. Aoshin, go chase Lin Feng behind you and kill him if you can. I'll handle some of the problems with these two. At this moment, Lin Ao's figure appeared next to Long Aoshin, and Xiao Ju's figure also slowly fell from the air. Long Aoshin glanced at Lin Ao and Xiao Ju, nodded, and chased in the direction of Lin Feng. Just as Daniel was about to stop him, he was stopped by Lin Ao. At this time, Sean saw Xiao Ju behind Lin Ao and kept blinking at Xiao Ju. What I mean is, hurry up, Lin Ao has his back to you, hurry up. Xiao Ju just gave Sean a faint smile. Oh, Fate 2, I'm Fate 3. How could you be so stupid? Hurry and get him. Ming-san was so anxious that he shouted out. Ming-si, who was stopped by Lin Ao, finally couldn't help it. Stupid pig. She's obviously in cahoots with Lin Ao. What are you asking? You're just so stupid. Calling you a stupid pig is an insult to pigs. Ming-Si yelled at Ming-San, while Lin Ao showed an intriguing smile. This time, I really had the help of Ming-San. Ming-San was stunned for a moment, as if thinking about what Ming-Si said. What did you say? You called me a stupid pig. And you said I was worse than a pig. Sean's muscles swelled rapidly. His entire body turned red. His body quickly rose to about 3 meters tall. She looked at Daniel angrily and punched him. Lin Ao and Xiaoju who were present were both stunned for a moment, and even looked at Ming-Si with sympathy. The corners of Ming-Si's mouth twitched wildly. %#. Is this what you're focusing on? I can't stand it anymore, I'm going to fight you. I saw a red keyboard appear in Ming-Si's hand, and his eyes turned red. He stared at Daniel, his hands clacking at the keyboard. Chapter 267 Intercontinental Missile. Mysterious and puzzling code symbols flashed in Ming-Si's eyes, constantly changing like a dynamic data stream. At this moment, an amazing scene happened. A group of small red drones suddenly appeared above the head of Life 3. They appeared quietly like ghosts. Although each drone was small in size, it was equipped with a variety of firearms and weapons, and fired at Life 3 at an astonishing speed. Faced with this sudden attack, Ming-San was not afraid at all, and a ball of anger burned in his heart. With a roar, he swung his fist and hit one of the drones accurately. In an instant, the drone exploded violently and turned into a red symbol code. However, unexpectedly, after the explosion they did not dissipate, but instead quickly condensed into more new drones. Ming-Si, it's fine you insulted me, but now you even dared to attack me. Ming-San was furious. She widened her eyes, pointed at Ming-Si's nose and shouted angrily. I'm a girl. Can't I just hit you a couple of times to vent my anger when I'm angry? You're really going too far. Ming-San's words made Ming-Si, who was typing the code, hesitate slightly, as if he was shocked by her words. Obviously, Ming-Si was caught off guard by such accusations and questions, and for a moment he could not find a suitable response. Why your thoughts are always so clear? You this. He seemed a little anxious, trying hard to think of how to refute, but the words in his mind seemed to be infected by Ming-San, and he couldn't think of how to curse for a while. It seems that Ming-Si is not very good at this. Just when he was about to freeze the phone, a voice suddenly came from the side, reminding him in time. Little cutie. This unexpected hint woke Ming-Si up from his dream. So this is it. Oh, yes, you little cutie. After Ming-Si finished speaking, he felt something was not right. Fuck you, little cutie, how can she be a little cutie? She's just so vulgar. A real tomboy, a Barbie doll, she looks like an ugly freak. After Ming-Si finished cursing, he turned around and took a closer look, and found that the person who spoke was actually Lin Ao. He was looking at him with a mean look on his face, which made Ming-Si's rage burn even more fiercely. Originally, when Ming-San heard Ming-Si call her a little cutie, the anger in her heart had shown signs of subsiding a little, but Ming-Si's next words ignited her anger again. This time I'm really going to fight you to the death. Ming-San's body exuded an extremely strong power of destiny, and even 2 streams of hot steam spewed out of her nostrils. She completely ignored other attacks around her and pounced straight towards Ming-Si. On the other side, Lin Ao shrugged at Ming-Si with a helpless expression on his face, as if saying, there's nothing I can do. He looked like he really deserved a beating. It's a pity that Ming-Si has no time to care about Lin Ao now, because he has to concentrate on dealing with the enraged Ming-San in front of him. Boom boom boom. Life 3 charged towards Life 4 without caring about his life. Ming-Si was concentrating on dealing with Ming-San, and red code walls appeared in front of him to protect him. Hey Xiaoju, does each of your clones have other skills? Lin Ao had already walked to Xiaoju and was watching the show with her. Haha, yes, but no one knows what abilities the other has hidden. Xiaoju nodded. She felt a little amused and helpless at this moment. She thought there would be a fight soon, but she never expected that Ming-San and Ming-Si would fight first, and for such a strange reason. So what's your hidden ability? Lin Ao looked at Xiaoju curiously, with anticipation glimmering in his eyes. Xiaoju turned her head, and the moment her eyes met Lin Ao's, her body suddenly began to change. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoju first turned into Ji Wanqing's appearance, and then changed into different images such as Qin Yun, Nozomi Sasaki, and Suzuki Masami. Lin Ao's mouth opened in surprise, and he thought to himself, could this be her ability? Is it the old lady she transformed into on the street that day? I saw through her right away. Just as Lin Ao was thinking, Suzuki Masami looked at him with a smile, as if she could see through his inner thoughts. Suddenly, Lin Ao felt a gentle pat on his shoulder. His heart tightened and he quickly turned his head away. Xiaozhou's beautiful face appeared before my eyes. So, do you still think my ability is weak? Do you really see through it? Xiaozhou smiled charmingly, stretched out her finger and gently touched Lin Ao's forehead. Lin Ao was a little confused. He looked at Suzuki Masami again, then turned to look at Xiaozhou beside him. What's wrong? Are you scared? Suzuki Masami observed Lin Ao's reaction with interest, with a playful smile on her face. When you were fighting me, the situation was too urgent and I couldn't have anticipated it. I didn't think that destiny was with you at the time, so I didn't use my power and became a prisoner. Xiaozhou, who was standing aside, walked over to Suzuki Masami and said with a smile. The corners of Lin Ao's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. He was secretly surprised in his heart. The skills displayed by Xiaozhou really shocked him. A combination of hallucination and the art of splitting. Or has he been hallucinating all along? Lin Ao opened his double pupil ability and cast his gaze on Xiaozhou and Suzuki Masami. He concentrated his mind, trying to see the truth beyond the surface. After some observation, he was surprised to find that these two people were actually real entities. Xiaozhou seemed to notice Lin Ao's doubts. She smiled lightly and explained gently. Haha, that's right, we are all real individuals. I used illusions before. Suzuki Masami suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if she had never appeared. All that was left in front of me was Xiaozhou's sweet smile, as charming as a blooming spring flower. Interesting. Interesting, ha ha ha. Lin Ao laughed, with a strange look in his eyes, and looked at Xiaozhou. How could Xiaozhou not know what he wanted to do? Then he rolled his eyes. Lin Ao explained without blushing or beating his heart. Well, I don't have any other bad intentions. I just think your ability will be a lot of fun in daily life. The atmosphere between Lin Ao and Xiaozhou became a little subtle, while the fight between Ming San and Ming Si had reached a white-hot stage. I saw that the whole street had become fragmented and full of potholes. Now it's not just the red drones, but even tanks have been developed by Ming Si. At this time, Ming San's figure was already 6 meters tall. I saw the giants constantly attacking the drones, planes, and cannons. Why does it feel like an American popcorn movie? It seems that both Ming San and Ming Si are really angry. Suddenly, countless red codes emanated from Ming Si's body. They continued to reorganize and turned into a missile with a length of 16.5 meters and a diameter of 2.78 meters. Holy crap, he's going crazy with his killing spree. This is an intercontinental missile. Lin Ao cried out in surprise, and in an instant, the missile was already in the air. Nah. Chapter 268 Boom. Xiaozhou also widened his eyes, looking incredulous. Ming Si really used all his strength this time. He usually doesn't say much, so why is he so fierce in a fight now? Lin Ao, call for help. I can sense that the missile contains a terrifying power. Without saying a word, Xiaozhou used all his strength to open an energy shield, wrapping himself and Lin Ao tightly. Lin Ao finally came back to his senses from his shock, and there was also Aoshin. He is now running to chase Lin Feng. Destiny. 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 Something happened. Lin Ao shouted out to fate in his mind, because he couldn't estimate how different this ICBM was from a real ICBM. Even if it was 1/10 as close as them, something would be wrong. I gave him a destiny talisman before, so nothing should happen to him. Tianming spoke, and then added more than a dozen layers of transparent protective shields outside Lin Ao, and Lin Ao instantly gained a full sense of security. Don't do it. Think of a way. What if something really goes wrong? I don't want to go back in time again. Lin Ao was still full of worries. What if something really happened to Long Aoshin? His child hadn't even been born yet. Okay. Tianming responded to Lin Ao in his mind. A strong golden light flew out from Lin Ao's body and turned into many stars, flying away in 2 directions like a meteor. I will transfer all your people away, so don't worry. After Tianming finished everything, he replied to Lin Ao indifferently. After this, come find me. He added a few words as ordered and then disappeared completely. Lin Ao then looked up at the sky with relief. A red light flew towards them. Even though he knew he was safe, Lin Ao still swallowed his saliva. As for why Lin Ao was not transferred away, it was because he had other things to do next. Ming San chased Ming Si like crazy, completely unaware of the danger that was about to come from above his head. Are you all so crazy? Lin Ao couldn't help but sigh. Haha, what else do you think? I can even defect to your side, don't you think it's crazy? Xiaoju rolled his eyes at Lin Ao and leaned his head on his shoulder. Weren't you originally given by destiny? Lin Ao subconsciously brought up this matter, and he immediately stopped what he was going to say next. That's right, I was initially branded with a soul mark by destiny, so I couldn't resist. I couldn't even tip off the person, and I couldn't even carry out the thought of committing suicide, but… Xiaoju pursed her lips and smiled, and Lin Ao turned his head to look at Xiaoju. But I will still find a way to escape the soul brand. The price is that I will lose all my past memories and become a brand new me. Xiaoju's words completely attracted Lin Ao, and she told Lin Ao the answer directly without keeping him in suspense. Actually, my ability is called splitting. That's why when you saw me demonstrated before, the split wasn't an illusion but a real entity. We just share the same soul. In fact, I can even split my soul, so I was able to escape Tianming's soul mark by splitting off a piece of my soul. Xiaoju's eyes gradually softened. He looked at Lin Ao deeply and spoke softly. However, once the split occurs, I will no longer be the same person I once was. My main soul will disappear with the split, and in its place will be a secondary body that completely replaces my original self, becoming a brand new second life. Xiaoju gently stroked Lin Ao's cheek. I really don't want to do this. After all, I've finally experienced the beauty of this world and the warmth of humanity. Even more fortunately, I have people who love me by my side. How can I bear to leave like this? Lin Ao responded to Xiaoju with the same tender gaze. Lin Ao, from now on, I have nothing to hide from you. Oh, and more. Xiaoju's expression suddenly became serious, and Lin Ao listened quietly. I love you. At this moment, a missile fell rapidly, and then a deafening explosion sounded in the sky. With the missile as the center, a dazzling white light suddenly spread out in all directions. At the moment when Lin Ao and Xiaoju embraced and kissed each other affectionately, everything around them began to fall apart, and the whole world was shrouded in vast white. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Hello everyone, I'm Ito, a Tokyo reporter. I've already arrived near Saitama. Overnight, the entire city of Saitama has become a living hell. The total casualties haven't been estimated yet, but the estimated casualties are over 3 million. The TV started broadcasting news about Saitama immediately after the explosion. Overnight, 1/3 of the land in the Saitama area disappeared, and an area of more than 1,000 square kilometers was razed to the ground. What was particularly shocking was that the disaster began with a huge explosion in the city center, and a city with a population of more than 7 million lost at least half of its area in an instant. That night, the shining white light was as dazzling as daylight, like a bright sun, rising around Saitama, and even the surrounding cities could witness this spectacular sight. However, the consequences of this incident go far beyond this. Afterwards, frequent earthquakes followed, bringing endless panic to local residents. Our Air Defense Department had absolutely no warning and didn't even sound the alarm for such a major incident. They held a press conference this morning and publicly apologized. Furthermore, several key officials have already resigned over this incident. The reporter on TV was unable to drive forward due to the traffic jam and had to get out of the car and walk, while turning the camera to present-day Saitama. Looking around, most of the buildings here have been destroyed, and everywhere you look is a desolate and bleak scene. The reporter slowly took out a radiation detector from his arms, looking nervous and serious. The hand was trembling slightly. Obviously, he was deeply worried about the current situation and secretly wondered in his heart whether this was a terrible nuclear attack. However, when he carefully observed the data on the detector, he found that everything seemed so calm and normal, with no signs of abnormality. This sudden result makes people wonder, is there something wrong with the detector? Then, the camera quickly turned to the surrounding people. They all stared blankly and disoriented at the barren land before them. Some people had despair and fear written all over their faces, while others knelt silently, clasped their hands together, and prayed devoutly for God's forgiveness and pardon. These scenes are heartbreaking, as if the whole world has fallen into endless darkness. The TV screen suddenly went dark, and the room became so quiet that only the sound of breathing could be heard. Chapter 269 The Replacement Plan begins. Lin Ao quietly watched the two people opposite him who were looking at each other. They were wrapped in thick bandages, like two tightly bound dumplings. Awesome. Lin Ao gave a thumbs up to a four-eyed Zongzi. That's right, he is Ming Si, and the one glaring at him is Ming San. Lin Ao was at the center of the explosion that night, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This was really the first time he had felt such an exciting thing in all his life experiences. With a deafening roar, the shockwave from the explosion spread outward like a surging ocean wave. When the smoke and dust cleared, Lin Ao found himself in a void, as if he had entered a completely unfamiliar world. He looked closely and saw the real bodies of Ming San and Ming Si lying on the ground. Their bodies were entangled in dense red threads of fate, like bound prisoners. At this moment, both of them had lost consciousness and were lying there lifeless. A golden ball of light floated out from between Lin Ao's eyebrows, and the energy of Ming San and Ming Si was continuously extracted by it. They both gave a look of pain, but did not wake up. The rich energy of destiny was directly poured into Lin Ao's body. As the power was absorbed, the color of his pupils became deeper and deeper. I'll take it in for processing and bring it out later. After Tianming said this, the two people on the ground disappeared. Then Lin Ao took Xiaoju and flew back to Tokyo. Looking down from the sky, the land was really bare, as if a stain had been cleaned out. On the way back, Lin Ao called Long Aotian as soon as possible. Fortunately, the call was connected quickly. Brother Lin, damn it, let me tell you something weird, holy shit, holy shit. The phone was connected. Long Aotian started talking about the quintessence of Chinese culture. It seemed that he was really shocked. I chased Lin Feng to an underground air raid shelter where he was hiding. A moment later, a flash of white light appeared before my eyes, and I was at Blade Dragon headquarters. All my men were there too. Holy crap. Lin Ao smiled faintly. He had to thank fate. The power of the explosion was really unbearable. However, Lin Ao immediately realized that it was the underground air raid shelter that Long Aotian was talking about. Tianming also once said that Long Aotian would not get into trouble because he had the Tianming amulet. So was it because of the amulet that he appeared in the air raid shelter? Or is it because of the power of destiny in Lin Feng? Or are they both there because of the double superposition? Lin Ao simply stopped thinking about it. Anyway, he came to a conclusion, which was that Lin Feng was most likely not dead. Then Lin Ao hung up the phone, leaving Long Aotian and his men in shock. He and Xiaoju returned to the manor and had a good sleep. Early in the morning, Tianming woke Lin Ao up. Then he threw out Ming San and Ming Si. They have also been branded with souls by me. As time goes by, their strength will recover. Keeping them will be useful. Lin Ao looked at the two big dumplings in front of him and the corners of his mouth twitched. A crazy man, a crazy woman. Xiaoju, watch them. I'm going to go out and make a phone call. Lin Ao stood up and walked out. After Lin Ao left, Ming San and Ming Si immediately looked at Xiaoju. Xiaoju. Ming why did he call you Xiaoju? Ming San immediately started asking, and Ming Si rolled his eyes at Ming San. Your focus is really so strange. Ming what's going on? When did you become Lin Ao's man? The problem with Ming Si is much more normal. Haha, now you are all his. Feel the mark in your body carefully. Xiaoju smiled slightly, picked up a cup of tea and drank it slowly. Ming San and Ming Si widened their eyes at the same time. This is the soul mark of destiny, which cannot be escaped. As long as Lin Ao has a thought, you will disappear from this world. Xiaoju looked at their shocked expressions and slowly began to explain. Ah, destiny. Ming San began to scream with an expression of shock. Does that mean I don't have to stay with Lin Feng anymore? Is that right? Destiny 3, Destiny 4, when our original body's goal is achieved, we will all disappear. Wouldn't it be nice to take this opportunity to choose your own life? Xiaoju's words made Ming Si fall into deep thought. Okay, from now on, if Ming Si dares to scold me, you and Lin Ao have to help me. Xiaoju simply filtered out Ming San's words. It seemed there was no need to consider her. Ming Si, since you can't escape now, why not try living a different life? After we disappear, we will become nothingness, leaving no trace in the world, and no one will remember us. Xiaoju looked at Ming Si. She believed that Ming Si understood what she said. In fact, Lin Ao could have directly absorbed all of you, and you would have completely disappeared. However, he asked heaven to keep you because he felt that we are all the same, just pawns of fate, all pitiful people. So he is willing to give you a chance, just like me, to live again. Xiaoju's words made Ming Si's body tremble slightly, and it was obvious that his words touched his heart. I believe you are all familiar with Lin Ao's experience. Ming Si raised his head and looked at Xiaoju seriously. Is there really a way to escape from him? Xiaoju smiled and nodded slowly. At this time, Lin Ao didn't know that Ming San and Ming Si in the room had been brainwashed by Xiaoju following Lin Ao's example, or rather, instilled with new ideas. He was busy talking on the phone with Yijuzi. Master, I've already dealt with them. No one will find out that we passed a batch of arms there. All the evidence was destroyed overnight. They are afraid of getting into trouble. Yijuzi was reporting on his work. After the explosion in Saitama last night, the people who provided arms to Yijuzi panicked and started calling him one by one. Yijuzi got out of bed in confusion and was shocked by the news. He knew that this must be related to his beloved president. He then calmed down and told them not to panic. Didn't they know the weight of their own country? Were they afraid that such a thing would be investigated? Lin Ao smiled faintly. He didn't care about any of this. Now was the best time to fish in troubled waters. Yijuzi, immediately mobilize Hatsune Miku and spread the word that all this is a punishment from heaven. Spread this out, and then use public opinion to directly point the finger at the Americans. Lin Ao's eyes lit up. Then arrange for some people to start building momentum. I need to assign a main force to each voice, and it must be one of ours. We can then start to intensify the implementation of the previous plan to replace the parliament. Lin Ao's words made Yijuzi tremble all over, and a surge of blood rushed to his head. This was an opportunity to overthrow the entire regime, and also an opportunity for Yijuzi to be second to none. Hey Mr. President, I will immediately launch the full plan. Lin Ao nodded in satisfaction and then hung up the phone. But what's a little strange is that there's no news about Sophia. This shouldn't happen, right? Am I too confident? Chapter 270 Nezha. Li Jing. Lin Ao returned to the room and saw Xiaoju drinking tea calmly. Ming San and Ming Si have stopped staring at each other. Ming San even looked at Lin Ao with excitement, which made Lin Ao full of doubts. Lin Ao. Lin Ao. Ming San's tone was joyful as he called out to Lin Ao excitedly. Lin Ao looked at Xiaoju, and Xiaoju shook his head slightly. What's wrong? Are you unconvinced or something? Lin Ao sat next to Xiaoju and drank tea. He looked at Ming San, only to see Ming San shaking his head desperately. I want to ask you, what name can you give me? I've been using Ming San for too long. Quick, give me a name, I've been dying for it. Lin Ao spat out a mouthful of tea. Even though Ming Si was wrapped up, he was still trying hard to move his body away from Ming San. Xiaoju continued to smile. This was fate, as she had developed an immunity to it. Ahem, why would you say that? Lin Ao looked at Ming San speechlessly. Normally, shouldn't he have asked Lin Ao what his current situation was and what he was going to do next? Or quarrel with Lin Ao, or something like that. Because you already call her Xiaoju when she was with Ming she'll have a new name when she comes to your side. I want one too. Ming San pouted her lips. If you look at her face without considering her figure, she is quite cute. The corners of Lin Ao's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at Xiaoju again helplessly. Just satisfy her, it's just a name anyway. Xiaoju smiled and spread out his hands, indicating that he could do nothing to help. Yes, that's right. Hurry up. Stop nagging. Ming San seemed extremely anxious, like a child who was about to get a new toy. Then call me Xiao San. Lin Ao said it casually, and Ming San immediately puffed up his lips. I don't want it, they all have a 3-character syllable. Change it. Don't give me a perfunctory answer. Ming San protested directly, and Lin Ao rolled his eyes and said, what do you know about perfunctory? Then call me Nezha. How about that? I'm a legendary figure from Chinese history, with 3 heads and 6 arms, invulnerable to swords and spears. Doesn't that suit you? Ming San muttered the word Nezha in a low voice, and gradually her eyes became brighter. Okay then I'll be called Nezha from now on, haha. Ming Ba, Xiaoju, Ming Si, I have a new name. From now on, remember to call me Nezha. It seems that Ming San is very satisfied with this name. Xiaoju chuckled and nodded, while Ming Si rolled his eyes. Ming Si, why don't you let Lin Ao change his name as well? The moment you have a new name, you will be like a new person. Let's make a break with the past. Anyway, we are all on Lin Ao's side now. Hearing Nezha say this, Lin Ao was a little surprised. How could she say such a profound name? Lin Ao looked at Ming-Si, only to see Ming-Si shaking his head. I'll get it myself. Please call me Li Jing from now on. Okay, Li Jing no longer holds the pagoda, but holds the keyboard instead. Ming-Si's words silenced Xiaoju and Lin Ao. Are you so vindictive? And so vicious? Aren't you afraid that Neja will burst into flames and beat you up right now? Okay, we all have new names now. Ming-Si, you're the smart one. You can come up with a name yourself. No, from now on, I should call you Li Jing. When Ming-San heard that Ming-Si changed his name to Li Jing, he didn't react at all. Instead, he praised Ming-Si. You can call me by my nickname, Ba. Ming-Si looked at Ming-San with an ant smile on his face. Ba. Ming-San muttered doubtfully. Hey, Ming-Si responded readily. Isn't your name Li Jing? Why do you have such an inappropriate nickname? Ming-San looked at Ming-Si doubtfully. Alright, from now on you'll be called Neja, and you'll be called Li Jing. It's settled. Do you understand the situation? Lin Ao speechlessly stopped Neja from continuing the discussion. Neja and Li Jing both nodded. I've told them all. Xiaoju spoke slowly and briefly recounted what happened in the room after Lin Ao left. Lin Ao nodded and snapped his fingers. Neja and Li Jing suddenly felt their bodies relax. Although they were still wrapped in thick bandages, they were able to move. Actually, I'm the same as you, we're all ants. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Ao's words attracted everyone in the room. It wasn't just me who was manipulated by fate. You were all at the mercy of fate as well. Do you think I'm the only one being manipulated like a puppet? You're all like me. Every step and every thought you take could have been predetermined by fate. Li Jing, you're the keyboard player. You know what programming is, right? What code is, right? Lin Ao looked at Li Jing and saw him nod deeply. Lin Ao knew very well that the best way to convince someone was to start with what the other person was most familiar with. After he said this, even if he didn't say the rest, Li Jing must have already started to think along his lines in his mind. Isn't language a code, a program? We are all just a piece of code, a program. Once this code or program is finished, it has no value. Fate only needs to press the del key. You and I. Although Xiaoju had expressed similar views before, they were far less specific than Lin Ao's. At this point, it is enough for Lin Ao to make Li Jing realize this deeply. You don't need to pay too much attention to Neja, who is making a lot of noises on the side. Li Jing fell silent. He frowned and took a deep breath. Seeing this, Lin Ao smiled slightly. He knew that it was enough and there was no need to say anything more. After a while, Li Jing slowly exhaled and smiled for the first time today. Now, I want to write my own code. Li Jing looked at Lin Ao seriously, and the expression on his face was obviously different from before. Then, I wish us a happy cooperation. Lin Ao smiled slightly, stood up, and slowly walked in front of Li Jing. Happy cooperation. Ming-San leaned over, his eyes full of stars. Okay, then I wish us all a happy cooperation, to break free from fate, to be free, and to be ourselves. Xiaoju, who was sitting next to her, also stood up. Lin Ao did not disappoint her. Just a few words and he gave up his life. Li Jing was completely convinced. I can't touch the soul marks on you, and the same goes for Xiaoju. I'd like to apologize in advance. Lin Ao continued speaking with a sincere tone. Destiny is battling with fate. I believe you understand, so I won't say anything more. Neja and Li Jing both nodded to show their understanding. Hehe, if you want to cancel it, I can help you. The voice of destiny suddenly appeared in Lin Ao's mind. Lin Ao kept smiling and gave her a blank look in his heart. Chapter 271 Qualifications. A few days passed peacefully like this. The Japanese side's report on Saitama is still going on and has attracted widespread attention from all over the world. No organization or country has come forward to acknowledge it. In the show, Little Days Hatsune Miku, there were constant criticisms and remarks pointing the finger at the Americans, which triggered an anti-American wave among young people. The American base stationed here was completely surrounded. Some pro-American politicians began to come out, and then they were strongly counterattacked by some people, and large-scale demonstrations took place demanding his resignation. In this chaotic environment, representative figures from several groups appeared in Hatsune Miku. There are several representative figures from all walks of life, including young people, old people, working class, lower class, upper class, etc. Different groups have different ideas. The younger generation is also divided into several groups. One group is just muddling through, and is fine with anything as long as the world doesn't explode. Some demand the abolition of the old system, the establishment of new policies, and the withdrawal of American bases. Some demanded that Japan become a province, surrender to China, embrace China, and even called across the sea for China to come and take it over directly. The Japanese are in complete chaos. Lin Ao was currently at the Ao group, looking at the data on the big screen. Next to them were the dozen or so core figures in the consortium when Lin Ao proposed the plan. Master President, the plan is going smoothly, but the cost is also huge because we need to promote it. However, the representatives in every group are our people. Yijuzi Waishui looked at Lin Ao with fanatical eyes, and the others did the same. This is a change that changes history, and they are fortunate enough to be able to participate in it. Well, for the people selected, are there any problems with their resumes? Lin Ao spoke lightly, and immediately someone came over with a thick stack of information. Mr. President, these people have been carefully selected by us. After a period of training, they have performed very well. They were originally employees of our Ao group. We have used various channels to shape their backgrounds and information to be very perfect, without any flaws. Lin Ao picked up the information, flipped through it, and read 10 lines at a glance. Soon he put down the information in his hand because he had finished reading it completely. Lin Ao nodded. Tell me about your next steps. I want to hear your plans. Those people immediately became alert. They knew that the president's test was coming, but they were not afraid at all because they had done a lot of research. Hey, President, we've supported several core members of each group leader. We simply outline the goals, and they execute detailed plans, dividing the work into groups and coordinating with each other. If they don't perform well, they'll be replaced. The next step is to ignite public opinion that will overthrow the current cabinet and let those in the cabinet feel the public's anger first. Lin Ao nodded and began, I will cooperate with you here. Today, your Yasukuni shrine will explode. Take this opportunity to push out some divine punishment statements, and then your cabinet will also explode. Some old school members of the inner circle will completely disappear today. I don't need to say anything more about what's next, right? Lin Ao's words shocked everyone. They were shocked by Lin Ao's ability. Yi Duzi was even more excited. He knew that Saitama's affairs were related to the president. I want to see news of a cabinet re-selection in the next few days, and have it implemented within a month. This is my goal. The people in the room were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Hey, we will definitely live up to the president's expectations. Long live China. Long live China. Long live China. Lin Ao was stunned for a moment. He looked at Yi Duzi. He was the one who shouted the loudest just now because he was standing next to Lin Ao. Sure enough, Yi Duzi showed a sincere smile. This smile will only be shown to the president. Very good, Yijuzi, it's you again. Lin Ao raised his hand and they immediately stopped shouting. Li Jing, project the video. Lin Ao took out a projector device and placed it on the table, then spoke into the void. All I saw on the screen was the image of the Yasukuni Shrine's toilet. Let's get started. Just as Lin Ao finished speaking, a red missile fell from the sky towards the sanctuary. A dazzling white light flashed, and a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. This scene made everyone present feel excited. It was like the most gorgeous fireworks in the world. Blooming Lin Ao looked at this scene and smiled sincerely. What do you think when you see this picture? Lin Ao asked casually. President, please don't worry. We have no good feelings towards the country as it is now. Yes, Mr. President, we've been treated like dogs by the Americans, like dogs of the upper class. We're exhausted every day, burdened by high mortgage payments, intense work schedules, and a perverted hierarchy. We've had enough. Lin Ao nodded lightly. I believe those people in the cabinet are dead. It's time for you to take action. Loyalty can't be expressed in words. Understand? As soon as Lin Ao finished speaking, they immediately bowed to him, and then all the doors and windows of the consortium were closed. Because they have a big move today. It was a lie detector machine made by Li Jing. They distributed it to every employee and soon everyone in the consortium, including the cleaners, would be gathered together. They will announce at the conference what Lin Ao and his team are doing because they need more manpower for the next things. Then they were asked to swear an oath, and if any one of them was unwilling, the device would stop that person's heart permanently. Yi Duzi bowed deeply to Lin Ao, then left with the core members. He was going to organize the conference. A raging fire started from the Ao group, and this fire would set the whole of Japan on fire. On the other side of the earth, a huge fire was also burning in Sophia. She coaxed all the family members together, saying that they were going to hold an important meeting. As a rich lady, no one dares to question what Sophia says, so no matter how busy they are, those people will make time to come. After dinner, Elizabeth's family was completely under Sophia's control. Not a drop of blood was shed, and everyone did it willingly. Because Sophia had poisoned everyone's food, all the doors and windows of the venue were tightly closed. Agreements were placed in front of the family members. Signed. Only then can you survive. Sophia's parents looked at their daughter in shock, completely unable to understand why Sophia did this. The same was true for her uncles and brothers. Sophia used to be an angel, but after being away for a while, she came back as a devil. Dozens of lawyers are busy organizing the documents, and the entire process will be completed today. Sophia sat calmly on the high seat, like a queen. She took out the cell phone. She couldn't help but call Lin Ao several times during these days, but she couldn't. How can I call him when the obstacles haven't been removed yet? Sophia has been enduring it, and the more she endures, the stronger the desire in her heart becomes. Finally now she is qualified to dial that number. Calabash Brothers 7 flowers on one vine. At this time, Lin Ao's phone rang, and he found that the caller was Yiduzi Waishui. Could it be that he encountered an obstacle in some problem? Then Lin Ao picked up the phone. Hello. Lin Ao dear, I am finally qualified to call you. A familiar voice sounded, and Lin Ao raised his eyebrows. Chapter 272 How am I doing? Sophia. Lin Ao was quite surprised to receive a call from Sophia. Lin Ao, I'm telling you now, no one can stop me from running towards you. No, there's still one person missing, Lin Feng. But believe me, he will die in my hands soon, and then Sophia will truly have the qualifications to love you. Sophia's voice was filled with excitement, and her words made Lin Ao's eyes widen in disbelief. He originally wanted her to break up with Lin Feng, and then sever the ties between Lin Feng and Elizabeth's family, so that his aura of destiny would be directly cut. Now Sophia actually proposed to kill Lin Feng. For a moment, Lin Ao suspected that there was something wrong with his hearing. Hey, good girl Sophia, tell me what you have been doing these days. Lin Ao thought it would be better to understand the situation first. After receiving Lin Ao's praise, Sophia's face flushed strangely. She smiled brightly, her eyes narrowed as if she was enjoying herself, savoring Lin Ao's words. Lin Ao, from today on, the Elizabeth family is completely in my hands. They can't stop us at all. Don't you think I'm amazing? Ah, Lin Ao was incredulous when he heard the news. Sophia. She controlled the entire Elizabeth family. Oh my god, how did she do that? Lin Ao paused for a moment before remembering that he hadn't answered Sophia yet. Great. Absolutely fantastic. I'm so proud of you, Sophia, you've grown up. Lin Ao praised Sophia as if he was coaxing a child. Sophia narrowed her eyes to partially enjoy Lin Ao's praise, then she looked coldly at the people in the high seats. Speed up. I can't wait to get back to my lover. If anyone is slow, I'll chop off his hands. She speaks fluent English and her voice is very sweet, but the content is very explosive. Her words made everyone below tremble uncontrollably, and they sped up the pace of signing the documents. Lin Ao's mouth twitched wildly. All right. Another great villain was born. Ahem, Sophia, what is this? As soon as Lin Ao spoke, Sophia immediately regained her sweet smile. This conversion speed was amazing. Lin Ao, you won't be scared by me, will you? You know, I'm not usually like this. I'm just anxious. I want them to sign the document quickly because they still need to take it to the notary office to handle the formalities. Sophia narrowed her eyes and glanced at the people below. Seeing them speed up, she nodded with satisfaction. They were all so disobedient that I had to poison them. Only now did they obey. Sure enough, they all wanted to stop Sophia from being with you. But you won't have to wait much longer. After today, Sophia will be free. Seeing that Lin Ao had not responded, Sophia's voice became timid and uneasy, and her face even began to panic. Is it true that Lin Ao is completely helpless against Sophia, and that she has poisoned the entire family? And then forced them to sign an asset transfer agreement. Is this really something that Sophia can accomplish? Ahem, how could I be scared by you? I know Sophia is doing something very, very meaningful. Come on. Lin Ao really didn't know how to respond, so he could only keep cheering. Lin Ao, can I call you dear from now on? Hearing Lin Ao's affirmative words, Sophia mustered up the courage to ask this question. Even for such a small request, Sophia wanted to get Lin Ao's affirmation. Sure. Lin Ao paused and answered directly. Can I call you anytime later? Sophia's voice was filled with joy as she continued to make a request. Sure. Lin Ao agreed, since she had already completed her transformation. Then, can I come see you right away when I get back? Lin Ao's mouth twitched. Why did this question seem to be asked endlessly? Sophia, from now on, you can do whatever you want. I won't reject you like I did before. Lin Ao had just finished speaking when Sophia's weak voice came from the phone. Then let me ask you one last question. Now, can I love you? This question caught Lin Ao off guard because he had never thought about it before. But in this situation, it's best to agree to her. Can. Yes. 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 Lin Ao's response made Sophia completely crazy. She held the phone tightly in her hand. Tears flowed from her eyes. She did it all right. She did it all right. Then wait for me darling, we will meet soon. Sophia smiled happily. After hanging up the phone, Sophia immediately returned to her cold expression. Did you record the call just now? The blonde woman standing next to Sophia shuddered. I recorded it. She handed over the tablet with trembling hands. Sophia took it and put on the headphones, and Lin Ao's voice appeared again. Tell them to speed up. She said this coldly, closing her eyes with a look of great enjoyment. At this moment, Lin Ao was staring blankly at the phone in his hand. This effect is too good. Lin Ao was also very shocked by this result, but the goal was achieved. Tian Ming, can I take action on Lin Feng? When your little woman comes back, it should be almost done. Why do you seem so weird? Bang! A 2-meter-long golden palm suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ao. After the sound, Lin Ao fell into the wall. Li Jing, let me play with you. Nezha and Li Jing are looking at the mushroom cloud from a high building. The huge explosion just now shook the whole of Tokyo. There were no police officers and fire trucks everywhere, and all the streets were clogged with people. It was completely evaporated. I told you to call me by my nickname. If you don't, I won't give it to you. Li Jing took a red tablet aside and refused to give it to Nezha. Ba ba. Hearing Nezha call like that, Li Jing was secretly happy, and Xiao Zhu rolled his eyes behind them. Then Li Jing handed the tablet in her hand to Nezha. How do I use it? This time, Li Jing patiently taught Nezha, just like teaching her son. Then a small map of Japan appeared on the tablet, as well as the portraits and information of each character. It's locked, press this button. Nezha's eyes gleamed, and without hesitation, he pressed the button on the tablet. From this moment on, Little Japan is about to undergo earth-shaking changes. Chapter 273, Day of Divine Punishment. In an instant, dozens of screens suddenly appeared in front of Xiaozhu and others, blocking their view without any warning. Each of these screens shows a person of different ages, old, middle-aged, young, and so on. They are all busy with different things, but without exception, they are surrounded by many subordinates. At this time, countdown numbers began to flash at the top of the screen. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Xiaozhu and his companions had faint smiles on their faces, their eyes fixed on the countdown on the screen. Time passed minute by minute, and when the countdown ended, a dazzling red laser fell from the sky and pierced through the people in the picture like lightning. All the people around them didn't even have time to react before they watched these people leave this world forever. It seems there are some people who need special care, right? Xiaozhu turned to look at Li Jing, and recalled in his mind that Lin Ao seemed to have left some special people behind who needed to be dealt with separately. Li Jing raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and at the same time, her eyes lightly swept across the watch on her wrist and said, according to the agreed time, he should be here soon. As expected, before Li Jing finished her words, Lin Ao's tall and straight figure suddenly appeared behind them like a ghost. However, unlike in the past, at this moment, half of Lin Ao's body and cheeks were red, as if dyed by someone, making him particularly eye-catching. Seeing this, Xiaozhu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. With her keen sense of smell, she detected a faint scent of destiny in the air. There is no doubt that Lin Ao, who looks like this, must have offended the moody Empress at some point. Lin Ao himself also looked helpless and complained in his heart. He really couldn't figure out where Tianming had learned such a strange method. Even this golden palm print had a dying function. And according to destiny, this mark will remain until after 12 o'clock tonight and will disappear automatically. Ahem, here I come. Lin Ao scratched his head awkwardly, his eyes flickering. Even though he was facing his own family, he still felt a little embarrassed by his miserable appearance at the moment. Ahem, since you're here, I'll leave this to you. Li Jing suppressed her smile and handed the tablet in her hand to Lin Ao. Just then, Nezha reacted when he saw Lin Ao approaching. Ha 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 ha. Lin Ao, you're so cool, ha 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 ha, where can I dye my hair like this? I want one too. I want one too. Nezha was holding his stomach and laughing wildly on the ground. Lin Ao looked at Nezha gently. Go to the side and bark like a dog. As soon as Lin Ao finished speaking, Nezha immediately jumped up from the ground, then quickly walked to the side and squatted on the ground. Woof 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 woof, ha ha ha, Lin Ao. Woof woof woof, too funny. Woof 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 woof. Lin Ao rolled his eyes and ignored Nezha, who was lacking in basic skills. He took the tablet from Li Jing and started operating it. Let them disappear first. Lin Ao looked at the avatar on the tablet, and saw a complete and dense chain of relationships. The Emperor. Are you ready to accept the divine punishment from heaven? Lin Ao spoke calmly, and locked prompts appeared on the tablet. Then Lin Ao took out his phone and called Yijuzi Waishui. Hey, Moses, Mr. President. It's a bit noisy over at Yijuzi, I guess they are also doing it in full swing. Spread the news. Divine punishment is coming, and the Emperor's family will be completely annihilated. Next up will be all the prime ministers. You'll have half an hour. Lin Ao said this lightly and hung up the phone. Yijuzi's face is flushed. He immediately called a few people over, and after he finished speaking quickly, they hurried out. Their faces were as red as a calf's, revealing a strange blush. Half an hour passed quickly. Lin Ao was browsing Hatsune Miku and found that a large number of prophecies of divine punishment had appeared. Coupled with the death of some cabinet members, the news completely exploded in Hatsune Miku, and people began to have heated discussions in Hatsune Miku. Lin Ao looked at the people arguing inside and gave a playful smile. Great. Let's get started. It's time to pay back the debt. After Lin Ao finished speaking, he took Xiaoju and the others to a high altitude, overlooking the entire Tokyo. Lin Ao tapped lightly on the tablet. The densely packed screens appeared in front of them again. The countdown has begun. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dense red beams of light fell from the sky, and the scene was shocking. If time wasn't urgent, I really didn't want to end it so hastily. Lin Ao looked at the screen that turned gray and sighed. Next batch. Lin Ao flipped through the tablet. There were relatively fewer people on this page, so he pressed it without hesitation. Just like the scene just now, many red beams appeared in the sky again, falling from the sky in different places. No matter where that person is, the beam of light will go straight through all obstacles and reach that person's head. Looking at the screens going off one by one, Lin Ao was shaking with excitement. The next batch will be the largest. Li Jing, can you hold on? After all, you and Nezha consumed so much energy that day. Lin Ao looked at Li Jing, who was already a little weak, and asked uncertainly. Woof woof woof, I can give him the power first. Woof woof woof. Nezha squatted in the air and continued to shout. Lin Ao almost forgot about her. Then Lin Ao snapped his fingers, and Nezha finally stopped. He. Lin Ao, let's play like this next time. It's quite fun. Nezha's words almost made Lin Ao unable to help but order Li Jing to point all weapons at her. Stop talking nonsense and transfer the energy to Li Jing first. Lin Ao chose not to respond to Nezha's words. This was the best choice. Nezha also walked happily to Li Jing's side. The red energy continued to merge into Li Jing's body, and Li Jing's complexion immediately improved. After a long while, Li Jing nodded at Lin Ao. Great. Then I'll get started. After Lin Ao finished speaking, a dense crowd of people appeared on the tablet. There are many people in their 60s among them, a huge number. You like war, don't you? Then I'll uproot you all. Lin Ao excitedly pressed the button on the tablet. Countless screens were densely arranged at the feet of Lin Ao and the others. Forming a stage, Lin Ao stood up gently and opened his arms. After the countdown ended, countless red beams of light appeared in every corner of Japan. In an instant, the screens on the stage began to turn black and white, foreshadowing the end. At this time, panicked crowds appeared all over Japan. They called this day, the Day of Divine Punishment. Lin Ao bowed towards the east. Chapter 274 Memorial. Lin Ao bowed deeply and did not stand up for a long time. Xiaoju and his companions followed Lin Ao's example and bowed towards the east. Lin Ao exhaled deeply. At this time, his phone also rang. Hey, President. The news has spread, and our people have gained a large number of supporters. The whole country is in chaos, and order will probably be in chaos. Please give us your instructions, President. The call was from Yijuzi Waishui. His voice was very excited. In their eyes, Lin Ao was like a god. In addition, a miracle also happened in the Ao group today. Not a single person inside triggered Li Jing's lie detector test, meaning everyone passed. When Yijuzi Waishui announced Lin Ao's plan, they were indeed in chaos, that is, when Lin Ao called him, and this chaos was not caused by panic but by excessive excitement. The consortium is united. It was Lin Ao who came and changed their lives. They had long been dissatisfied with the current government and the previous corporate culture. When they heard that they could join this historic change, everyone was glad that they were part of the Ao consortium. Well, I'll send Special Manager Long to your side. In troubled times, severe punishments are needed. First, we need to control the local self-defense forces, the police station, and so on. Lin Ao began to issue instructions one after another, and he continued. Keep promoting our people, and at the same time, give positive publicity to what happened after Director Long. Make him a hero of the Japanese. And then, badmouth the self-defense forces and the American troops stationed there. You should be able to do this without me telling you, right? Yijuzi was already quickly recording the instructions issued by Lin Ao. Our other industries should start doing public welfare and charity to win the hearts and minds of the people, establish a positive image of ourselves, and vilify other capitalists. Yijuzi Waishui's eyes lit up and he nodded excitedly. Hey, I got it. I'll do it right away. Lin Ao nodded and hung up the phone. Let's go find Aocean. Lin Ao looked at Xiaoju and the others, and Li Jing nodded slightly. Then a string of codes flashed across his eyes, and a door composed of codes appeared in front of Lin Ao and the others. Lin Ao nodded at Li Jing and opened the door. They immediately appeared downstairs of the Blade Dragon Club. This ability is really convenient. Lin Ao sighed in his heart at the ability of this clone of destiny. As fate had said, keeping them would be useful, and they were indeed of great use. Just as Lin Ao was about to take them in, his phone rang again. He took it out and looked at the name on it. He slapped his forehead and immediately picked it up. Master, are you okay? I see something terrible happened in Saitama and Tokyo. I only noticed it when I checked my phone after finishing my work today. Nozomi Sasaki's voice came from the phone. It seemed that Lin Ao had forgotten this beloved disciple for several days. I had originally wanted to go and see how she was progressing, but so many things happened along the way. I'm fine. How's your situation? Are you done? Nozomi Sasaki finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Lin Ao's voice. They had been fighting intensively with the people of the Haido family for the past week. There are indeed several master-level experts hidden in their home. Fortunately, they were prepared and almost got caught. Me. Hey. Master, let me tell you. Destroy them all. Without exception. I have completely avenged the master. Nozomi Sasaki's cheerful voice is always so contagious. Lin Ao also smiled unconsciously. Where are Yuichi, Yami and the others? Lin Ao asked about the situation of Nakamura Yuichi and Suzuki Masami. They're right here with me. We only had time to pull out our phones today, and something so serious happened. They're all very worried about you. By the way, Master, are you still in Hokkaido? Lin Ao smiled, motioned Xiaoju and the others to wait for a moment, and then answered Nozomi Sasaki. I'm in Tokyo. Now that you've completed your mission, please return to the manor. I have more missions to assign to you. I'm busy with something, so be careful on your way. Lin Ao hung up the phone and then dialed Aragaki Yui's number. They had been in touch through text messages and just said goodnight to each other last night. Aojun, something happened in Tokyo today. As soon as Aragaki Yui answered the phone, she talked about what happened today, and Lin Ao quickly asked her to pause. I'll give you an address. You'll go there and wait for me. Leave immediately after receiving it. It's going to be very chaotic here, and I'm worried you'll be in danger. Lin Ao asked Yui Aragaki to go to the manor to prevent some people with bad intentions from taking advantage of the situation to cause trouble after the order was lost. Especially in this nation, there are always some perverts that we have to guard against. Oh, okay. Aragaki Yui nodded obediently. Lin Ao hung up the phone and sent an address to Aragaki Yui, and finally everything was arranged. Xiaoju raised his eyebrows. It seemed that those two were coming. She glanced up and down at Lin Ao. It seemed like tonight. Let's go. Let's go in and find Aoshin. After Lin Ao finished speaking, he took the lead and walked in. As soon as he stepped into the Blade Dragon headquarters, a familiar figure appeared before him. Long time no see, President. A soft voice sounded, and Lin Ao looked up. It turned out to be Ito Miko, whom he had not seen for a long time. Xiaoju raised his eyebrows again. Tisk. However, after seeing Xiaoju, Ito Miko did not stick to Lin Ao as she did before. She knew how to maintain a good distance in her own identity. Are you here to see Chief Executive Long? He's holding a ceremony on the rooftop. You've arrived just in time. Lin Ao tilted his head in confusion. Festival? What festival? Lin Ao followed Ito Miko to the rooftop, and then saw a large group of people kneeling on the ground sincerely. Where is Long Aoshin? He was at the front of the crowd, holding 3 very thick incense sticks in his hands. In front of him was a large tribute table, and the offerings on it were exactly the same as those placed when worshipping gods in China. There are 2 long couplets written next to the altar. Pay tribute to the heroic spirit, great revenge has been achieved. Long Aoshin held up 3 incense sticks sincerely with a serious expression. Today, the descendants of China, Long Aoshin, report to the millions of heroic spirits of China in a foreign land. He raised the fragrance in his hand a little higher. Our great revenge has finally been avenged. A gift. At Long Aoshin's command, 2 rows of people stood up below, holding guns in their hands, and fired continuously into the sky until all the bullets were used up. Keep on offering gifts. The people in the first and second rows immediately put away their guns, and then those in the third and fourth rows stood up. He also picked up his gun and kept shooting at the sky. After this shooting, the 2 people on the left and right each took out the flamethrower in their hands and fired at the air at the same time. The 2 shells collided in the middle and exploded. If grand fireworks exploded in the sky. Chapter 275. The plan begins. Lin Ao, Xiaoju and others watched the ceremony quietly from the side. Long Aoshin inserted 3 incense sticks into the huge incense burner that he had prepared. He picked up 3 bottles of white wine and held them in his arms, preparing to toast towards the east. Give me a bottle. When Long Aoshin heard the voice, he turned around in surprise, with joy shining in his eyes. He opened his arms and hugged Lin Ao behind him tightly without hesitation. Ha ha ha. Brother Lin. That's so refreshing. Today is really a great day. How about we get drunk tonight? Long Aoshin's face flushed with excitement, and his voice trembled when he spoke. Lin Ao smiled slightly, took one of the bottles of wine from Long Aoshin, and then cast his deep gaze towards the distant east. Long Aoshin also laughed, holding 2 bottles of fine wine, and stood facing the east with Lin Ao. They slowly raised the bottles in their hands and poured the wine in the bottles slowly onto the ground, as if they were expressing their inner feelings to the earth. Report to our ancestors. The mighty dragon of the east has risen. We no longer suffer from hunger and now have warm clothes. The mountains and rivers remain magnificent, the country is prosperous, and the people live in abundance and well-being. While pouring the wine, Lin Ao shouted loudly towards the east. His voice was as loud as thunder and shook everyone's heart. We will no longer be bullied by foreign races. Anyone who dares to offend the Chinese will be punished, no matter how far away they are. Like Lin Ao, Long Aoshin raised the wine in his hand and expressed his feelings. At this moment, their hearts are filled with love for the motherland and respect for their ancestors. At this special moment, they report the glorious achievements of today's prosperous era to their ancestors in their own way. Aoshin, I have something to tell you. Only after he had finished drinking all the wine in his hand did Lin Ao start talking to Long Aoshin about today's business. Okay, but brother Lin, please wait a moment. Long Aoshin turned around and looked at the team members behind him. Everyone. At the command, everyone looked at Long Aoshin with bright eyes. They had been trained by Long Aoshin into a team of qualified soldiers. Kneel down. Long Aoshin gave orders again, and everyone knelt down immediately, moving in unison without a trace of hesitation. You must apologize to our heroic spirits here. Cleanse your souls. Then everyone started to kowtow to the ground. They kept saying, I am guilty. I beg for a chance. Only then did Long Aotian leave with Lin Ao in satisfaction. Lin Ao smiled. This was Long Aotian's style. Did anyone here die as a result of divine punishment today? Lin Ao asked and Long Aotian shook his head. By the way, brother Lin, we appeared at Blade Dragon headquarters in an instant. It's incredible. Vocal, I know you must know something. Long Aotian stared at Lin Ao closely. Haha, today's divine punishment is also related to me. But Saitama has nothing to do with me, he was the one who caused it. Lin Ao smiled and pointed at Li Jing. Long Aotian was completely stunned. He really thought that it was a divine being from China who came to bring down divine punishment. Who knew that person was actually Lin Ao? He is. Long Aotian looked at Li Jing and asked blankly. Oh, his name is Li Jing. Her name is Nezha. She is Xiaoju. Ahem, your sister-in-law. Lin Ao introduced several people one by one, and then Long Aotian walked to Li Jing. Li Tianwang, where is your tower? Li Jing's originally smiling expression froze immediately. Ever since that conversation between Lin Feng and Long Aotian, he had already concluded that Nezha and Lin Feng were the same type of people. Today's official meeting was finally confirmed. What tower? Nezha also leaned over. He's your dad. Long Aotian looked at Nezha and suddenly asked. Lin Ao's mouth twitched, and a drop of cold sweat ran down Li Jing's forehead. Yeah, his nickname is Baba. How did you know that? Nezha blinked his big eyes and looked at Long Aotian, who nodded. That's right. It seems my guess was right. Long Aotian slapped his thigh. It seems they are really father and daughter. So you were just guessing. I thought you two knew each other before. Lin Ao looked at the two people talking at cross purposes. How could they communicate happily? Li Jing breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, let's get to know each other briefly first. I'll have a task for you to do soon. Lin Ao quickly interrupted the two people who were chatting more and more familiarly. Oh, brother Lin, you say. At this time, Long Aotian and Nezha were already arm in arm. After the divine punishment, the Japanese will surely fall into chaos. I need you, Nezha, and Li Jing to lead your team and be heroes. Lin Ao's words made Long Aotian and Nezha's eyes shine brightly. First of all, control the self-defense forces and police stations in various regions of Japan. Develop more manpower. You can ask Yijuzi Waishui to help you with this. Lin Ao began to slowly talk about his plan. With Li Jing and Nezha helping you, I believe it will be very easy for you and your team. Long Aotian and Nezha continued to stare at Lin Ao, while Li Jing pushed her eyes away with a slightly smug look on her face. Then, in the first battle, we will destroy or drive away all the American troops stationed here. In the second battle, we will eliminate those who are equally ambitious. Leave it to me, it's already 3 battles. It should be left to Yijuzi Waishui, the war of public opinion. Do you understand? Lin Ao looked at Long Aotian and Nezha. He didn't need to ask Li Jing, because Li Jing must have understood that these were the two people. Yeah, just a fight. If you don't know, ask Li Jing. Nezha was the first to respond to Lin Ao's question. Yes, just hurry up. If you don't understand, I'll ask Li Jing. Long Aotian followed closely behind. Lin Ao looked at Li Jing with some sympathy. He stood up and patted Li Jing's shoulder heavily. So it's up to you. The corners of Li Jing's mouth kept twitching, and he nodded helplessly. Then Lin Ao began to introduce Li Jing's abilities. Li Jing also demonstrated it in front of Long Aotian, leaving him stunned. This is an endless arsenal, there's even a portal. Holy crap, who can withstand this? Then Long Aotian looked at Nezha beside him. What about you? Nezha, can you have 3 heads and 6 arms or an invincible wind-fire wheel? Nezha thought about Long Aotian's question in confusion, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Is that so? Then she really made 6 arms, and then 3 heads really appeared. Why didn't I think of using it this way before? Ha 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 ha, Long Aotian, you're so smart. Nezha raised his 6 hands and picked up Long Aotian. Ha ha ha, Nezha, you really can have 3 heads and 6 arms. So amazing. Ha ha ha. They both laughed foolishly and spun in circles. Lin Ao and the others looked at them speechlessly. Xiaoju Nezha's ability is. Lin Ao looked at Xiaoju, who was also speechless. She doesn't use her brain, so it hasn't been fully developed. Don't you use your brain? Lin Ao looked deeply at Nezha and Long Aotian. Then he looked at Li Jing with sympathy. I also have a blessing for Li Jing. I hope Nezha will never discover the secret in his name in this lifetime. Chapter 276. Oh. Are you okay? Where are you? Lin Ao was speechless. Tianming could create such an avatar, which showed that he was not a normal person either. Alright, now that you Li Jing understand everything clearly, then you can go ahead. I'll be waiting for your good news. After Lin Ao finished speaking, Nezha put Long Aotian on his shoulders. Shoutian, tell me, where should we go now? We're leaving right away. I can't wait. My brain no, my hands are itching. Nezha was breathing heavily, his feet still standing still. As long as Long Aotian pointed a finger, he would definitely fly out. Oh, my blood is boiling, Nezha. Okay, let's go. Then a fierce light flashed in Long Aotian's eyes. Looking at Li Jing, Nezha also raised his head and looked at Li Jing. Lin Ao's mouth twitched wildly, and he patted Li Jing, who was constantly pushing up her glasses. I'm counting on you, I'll wait for your good news. Then he shook his head and left with Xiaoju. Let them mess around here. With Li Jing watching, I don't think anything serious will happen. Lin Ao, what should we do next? Xiaoju followed Lin Ao and left the Ao group. Yi Duzi, Waishui and others were working on public opinion, while Nezha, Li Jing and Long Aotian were responsible for controlling the Japanese military force. Both the civil and military affairs are being completed by someone. So what should we do? Lin Ao put his hand on Xiaoju and leaned his head over to smell Xiaoju's unique fragrance. How about we go back and develop that ability of yours? How about that? Lin Ao's words made Xiaoju blush, and she pinched Lin Ao's waist hard. Ouch! Lin Ao let out a cry of pain and jumped away immediately. You, how can you say that in broad daylight? At least wait until night time. Xiaoju's face turned red with embarrassment and she started to stutter when she spoke. Lin Ao was amused by her cute performance. Ha ha ha, okay, I was just kidding, of course I have to find that rat. He's the most important thing for the little Japanese this time. Lin Ao walked over with a smile and took Xiaoju's tender little hand again, stroking it gently. Xiaoju pouted with a look of dissatisfaction, and actually teased her about such a thing. Lin Ao smiled and kissed Xiaoju. Okay, we'll definitely study tonight. Definitely. Let's go now. Lin Ao picked up Xiaoju and flew into the sky. At this time, Lin Feng was watching TV leisurely. He was in a villa and there were several people unconscious on the ground. Apparently he was borrowing someone else's space in a very polite way. That night, he found an air raid shelter and narrowly avoided Long Aotian's attack. Suddenly, the person behind him disappeared, and then the earth began to shake. He waited until everything calmed down before walking out. Fortunately, the cave entrance was not completely blocked. After he went out, he found that the area within 100 miles around him had become a ruin, barren with broken walls and debris everywhere. His brain completely froze. Daniel and Sean were definitely dead, and the same was true for his men. That guy who wanted to be my dad might be dead too. Which country attacked here? It's simply God's help. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Lin Ao was stunned for a moment and then burst into laughter. Then he thought of Sophia. Fortunately Sophia did not come with him. If she died here, it would be difficult for him to deal with the anger of the Elizabeth family. Lin Feng took bus number 11 to leave this place. Along the way, there were basically no creatures called humans appearing, and there were flames everywhere. Fortunately, Li Jing's intercontinental missile was made with his own ability. After the explosion, the energy dissipated and the simulated radioactive substances also dissipated. Otherwise, Lin Feng probably wouldn't be able to jump up now. He ran all the way straight to Gunma. Here he found a remote family and stayed there for a few days to rest. He wanted to call Sophia these days, but he held back. He wanted Sophia to worry about him and let her be alone with her thoughts for a few days. Then he would miraculously survive, and the two of them would be reunited. Then Sophia would find out that she actually liked him. These were all Lin Feng's beautiful fantasies over the past 2 days, and he even turned off his phone on purpose. He just wanted to create some drama, but he couldn't answer the calls from several people in Elizabeth's family, otherwise he would have known how crazy Sophia was at that moment. He also knew that the Yasukuni shrine in Tokyo had been blown up, the Japanese cabinet had been basically purged, and hundreds of thousands of people had died almost simultaneously on the same day. God's punishment. Is it an alien attack on Earth? No, this should be an opportunity given to me, Lin Feng, by God. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. This place is already in chaos. With the financial support of the Elizabeth family, doesn't that mean we have a chance to control half of Japan? If we think about it in a bigger way, we might even have a chance to control all of Japan. Ho. There was already fanaticism in Lin Feng's eyes, and he exhaled heavily. His heart was beating uncontrollably, and he was extremely excited. This was the greatest opportunity of his life. It's time to contact Sophia. I think she must be very worried about me. Hee hee, hee hee hee. Lin Feng was in a very happy mood. This time, he would have wealth, beauty, and power. He would have them all. Once I use Elizabeth's funds to become the king here, I can kick them away. From now on, he is the only one who has the final say. Then he immediately took out his cell phone and pressed the power button. When the phone was fully started, he immediately dialed the familiar number. The number rang for a while but no one answered. Lin Feng thought, poor Sophia, she must be looking for me day and night, so pitiful. Lin Feng dialed the number again and the call was finally answered. Lin Feng. Sophia's lazy voice sounded, and Lin Feng immediately sat up straight with excitement. Sophia. It's me, I'm not dead, I left Saitama safely. You don't have to worry about me. I'm not dead. Ha 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 ha, surprise. Lin Feng was speaking excitedly, while Sophia on the other side rubbed her eyes and yawned. It was already evening here, and there was a time difference. But after a moment, Sophia immediately woke up. Lin Feng. She really knows how to choose a good day. The family affairs have come to a perfect end today. At this moment, Sophia has completely taken control of all the industries in Elizabeth's family. Sophia was still thinking that there was still someone named Lin Feng that had not been dealt with, but she didn't expect you to come to her now. But what did he mean by nothing? She had been busy with family affairs these past few days and hadn't read the news or received any information from the outside world, but that didn't stop her from trying to get Lin Feng to talk. Oh, are you okay? Where are you now? Chapter 277 Wu Take Off. Lin Feng immediately told Sophia his location. Then he talked about what happened in Japan in the past few days. Sophia's eyes widened. Half of Saitama, Japan, disappeared. Tokyo was also attacked today. Hundreds of thousands of people died. Lin Ao. Yes, Lin Ao. Although Lin Ao spoke to me on the phone today, is he safe right now? Alright, tell the family immediately and let them make the final decision. Just wait for us over there. I'm going to hang up now. Sophia responded to Lin Feng perfunctorily and hung up the phone in a hurry. The other Lin Ao was stunned by the sudden busy tone. What's going on? Why is Sophia acting weird? Is it because you're too excited to know I'm still alive? Lin Feng looked at his phone in confusion. Sophia hadn't even said a word of concern to him yet, and he hadn't spoken the affectionate confession he had prepared yet. She hung up on me just like that. But she did seem anxious. He should contact his family right away, and then come find me, hee hee. When we meet again, hee hee hee. Lin Feng has already started to imagine automatically. After Sophia hung up the phone with Lin Feng, she looked anxious and even her hands were shaking. Answer my call. Answer my call. She kept muttering to herself, listening to the beeping on the phone. Her eyes turned red with anxiety and tears were welling up in her eyes. Hello, Sophia. What's going on? Finally, a familiar voice was heard, and Sophia's tears flowed down. She finally let go of her worries and breathed a sigh of relief. Honey, I'm glad you're okay. She wiped her tears, took a deep breath to calm herself down, and then spoke. Huh, what's going to happen to me? Lin Ao and Xiaoju were on their way back to the manor at this time. They went to Saitama to look for Lin Feng but couldn't find him, so they went back to rest for a night. Then he received a call from Sophia, but what she said made Lin Ao a little confused. I heard Lin Feng talk about what happened in Japan. Saitama was hit by an intercontinental missile, and then Tokyo was also hit today, and hundreds of thousands of people died. I was worried about you. Why didn't you tell me today? I was scared to death. I was busy with family affairs and didn't have time to watch the news. I'm sorry, dear. Sophia said this with lingering fear, patting her chest as she spoke, saying that it was a good thing that Lin Ao answered the phone, otherwise she would have gone back to kill the Japanese. Oh, Lin Feng called you. When Lin Ao heard Sophia mention Lin Feng, he thought it was really true that hard work pays off. But Lin Ao's question had a completely different meaning to Sophia. Her eyes were a little panicked at this moment, her body was trembling slightly with nervousness, and her breathing was a little rapid. Honey, listen to my explanation. I didn't answer his call on purpose. I was sleeping and it happened accidentally. Don't get me wrong, my feelings for you won't change. You have to believe me, if you don't like me in the future, you can block him, and I will kill him immediately. Block him forever. Sophia went from being panicked at the beginning to being a little crazy at the end. Damn Lin Feng. Lin Ao paused for a moment. It was over. Sophia had turned evil and there was no going back. He hurried to comfort her. It's okay. I just happened to be looking for Lin Feng. He disappeared after the Saitama explosion. I just heard you mention him and wanted to ask you about his whereabouts. How could I blame and misunderstand such a lovely Sophia? Xiaoju couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Ao's childish tone. Which ancestor did you offend? Is it more terrifying than the one inside you? However, Lin Ao's words and tone did work. He immediately calmed Sophia down. It was probably that Lin Ao was the only one in the world who could do this. Really, don't you blame me. Sophia spoke softly, as if the crazy person just now was not her at all. Yeah, I won't blame you in the future, because Sophia is already mine, Lin Ao's. So can you tell me Lin Feng's specific location now? Lin Ao spoke patiently. After all, he might have had some influence on Sophia becoming like this, but this was also to help her release her true self. She had been protected too well in the past, so she probably didn't even know what her personality was like. It was just that Lin Ao happened to turn on this switch. Ah, I forgot to ask him exactly where he lives. He only said that he is in Gunma Prefecture. But dear, can you wait for me? I can kill him with my own hands to prove my sincerity. Lin Ao listened carefully to the first part of Sophia's words, but the second half. No, how can I let you dirty your hands? I can do it myself. Because Lin Ao has to kill him with his own hands, the destiny energy in his body will belong to him completely, so that he can absorb it completely. Then can I come with you? I had originally booked a flight for tonight, but I was just too tired so I took a nap. I've already completed the family business perfectly. Sophia still wanted to stay with Lin Ao. Even if she couldn't take action, she had to make things clear in front of Lin Feng so that Lin Ao would not doubt the relationship between her and Lin Feng. Sometimes women's train of thought is just like that. You may not necessarily understand it, but you must respect it. So Lin Ao still agreed to Sophia. Okay, I'll wait for you. Lin Ao hung up the phone with a smile on his face. Lin Feng, are you ready to have your heart broken? Lin Ao, I don't want to fly anymore, hold me and fly. Xiaoju suddenly started to act coquettishly, which surprised Lin Ao a little, but Lin Ao still listened to Xiaoju and hugged her in his arms. Lin Ao, after we get home tonight, let's study my abilities together and develop new functions. I guess the research will take all night. Xiaoju adjusted herself to a comfortable position in Lin Ao's arms. Her request almost made Lin Ao fall from the air. Ahem, okay. After all, exploring alone is equivalent to working in isolation, so two people can achieve twice the result with half the effort, hee. Hey. Lin Ao almost drooled after hearing this. He changed his state every minute, and then studied multiple clones. Wu take off. Lin Ao's flying speed increased unprecedentedly. Target. The manor. Xiaoju gave Lin Ao a charming look in her arms, because she had just heard from the phone that Sophia would be here soon. Aragaki Yui was already at the manor, and Nozomi Sasaki and the others also arrived here one after another. Then she doesn't have much time to monopolize Lin Ao. Fool. Chapter 278. Everyone is here. Lin Ao and the others returned to the manor. He also met Yui Aragaki. Lin Ao had already made proper arrangements for Yui Aragaki. The two of them flirted for a while, and then Lin Ao left with Xiaoju's constant eye contact. A silent night. The next day, Xiaoju appeared in the hall in high spirits. It was almost noon at this time, and Yui Aragaki did not go out to work. She had already quit all her work. This was also arranged by Lin Ao. It was too dangerous to go out now. Because the social order outside Japan is now in chaos. Yui Aragaki greeted Xiaoju, and the two chatted intermittently. After all, they were not very familiar with each other. At this time, three people also arrived outside the manor. Nozomi Sasaki, Yuichi Nakamura, and Masami Suzuki. They also rushed back today. Hey, long time no see, Yui-chan and Master Kojyu, hello. Nozomi Sasaki greeted them warmly as soon as she arrived, while Yuichi Nakamura and Masami Suzuki seemed much more stable and nodded at them in a reserved manner. What? It seems like you killed quite a few people this time. Xiaoju saw that the aura of the three people was much stronger than before. Xiaoju controlled his strength and suddenly attacked Nozomi Sasaki, but Nozomi Sasaki dodged nimbly. Hey, Master Xiaoju, I have made a lot of progress during this period. Nozomi Sasaki spoke triumphantly after dodging Xiaoju's attack, but before she could finish her words, she found that Xiaoju in front of her had disappeared. Oh, is that a big improvement? Xiaoju's voice appeared behind Nozomi Sasaki. Wow, Master Xiaoju, why do you attack me as soon as you come back? I'm going to find my master to complain about you. Oh, right. Where's my master? Nozomi Sasaki's smile immediately froze on her face. She looked sad and wanted to find Lin Ao to hug and comfort her, but she found that he was not there. Him. He's just having fun, so he hasn't gotten up yet. Xiaoju smiled strangely after hearing this. Ah, playful. Nozomi Sasaki was confused for a moment, then she understood what Xiaoju meant and spat. Never mind him, I'm so hungry I want to eat. The three of them hadn't eaten well during this period and were exhausted from the journey. Lisa smiled and bowed slightly to everyone, then went downstairs to prepare. Other maids also brought tea to everyone. Only after Nozomi Sasaki and the others had a full meal did Lin Ao slowly walk over. Hey, you're all back. As soon as his voice appeared, a figure at the table disappeared. Then it hung on Lin Ao's body. Master, you're going too far. Obviously this person is Nozomi Sasaki, and Nakamura Yuichi and Suzuki Masami were both sitting in their seats excitedly, looking at Lin Ao with burning eyes. They both missed him very much. How did I go too far? Hey, your strength has improved quite a bit. Lin Ao carried Nozomi Sasaki to the dining table and sat down. Lisa carefully served lunch to Lin Ao. Did you have a lot of fun last night? Nozomi Sasaki whispered softly in Lin Ao's ear. The corners of Lin Ao's mouth twitched. Who told her this? You're the only one who's nosy. Lin Ao helplessly put her on a chair beside him, then looked at Nakamura Yuichi and Suzuki Masami. You are all very good, and you have all grown. Lin Ao saw that Nakamura Yuichi's muscles had completely recovered to their original lean state. This was not a regression, but a great improvement, a return to nature. It feels like his full strength is unleashed at this moment, and he should be able to fight against Neja with 4 arms. Suzuki Asami has mastered the control of her aura to perfection. As long as she wants, no one will be able to sense her presence unless someone specifically locks on her. And Nozomi Sasaki. Her temperament was still the same as before, which was good. She had always maintained a pure heart, and her strength was steadily improving. If you added the power she had hidden, she could now compete with the Grandmaster. Nakamura Yuichi and Suzuki Masami both stood up and saluted Lin Ao excitedly. Lin Ao waved his hand and asked them to sit down quickly. Aragaki Yui sighed aside. She found that she seemed to be the only vase here. She had already understood the world of warriors. She was just an ordinary person here and was simply a burden. Lin Ao noticed her abnormality and gently took her hand to comfort her. He didn't actually need all of them to be powerless. If Lin Ao is willing and has time, Aragaki Yui can become a master in minutes. There is no rush. You all understand the situation here now, right? Lin Ao spoke softly while eating, and everyone nodded. Just as Lin Ao was about to say something, his cell phone rang. Lin Ao took it out and saw that it was Sophia calling. He picked up the phone immediately. Dear, I'm already outside the door of your manor. Sophia's excited voice came from the phone. She wanted to see Lin Ao so much at this moment. Lin Ao immediately ordered Lisa to go out and bring Sophia in. There's another person. When she comes, I'll talk to her together. Except for Xiaoju, everyone else looked at Lin Ao curiously. Master, is this your little lover again? Nozomi Sasaki asked directly, and her words also piqued Yui Aragaki's interest. Lin Ao rolled his eyes at Nozomi Sasaki and said, You talk too much. She is now the head of the American Elizabeth Chable. Lin Ao's words did not satisfy Nozomi Sasaki. I asked her about her relationship with you, and you answered about her identity. Lin Ao was obviously talking at cross purposes, which was tantamount to confessing his own fault. Soon, a beautiful blonde in a pure white dress appeared at the door. Her figure and appearance are eye-catching, especially her innocent smile, which is very contagious. Dear. Sophia saw Lin Ao sitting in the seat. She took off her high heels, ran over and threw herself into Lin Ao's arms. Nozomi Sasaki rolled her eyes at Lin Ao, while Yui Aragaki stared at him blankly. Just as Lin Ao was about to speak, Sophia stopped him. After a while, Sophia let go of Lin Ao. Ahem, foreigners, this is the etiquette of foreigners, they are all very enthusiastic, hee hee. Lin Ao wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and looked at everyone with some embarrassment. He didn't expect Sophia to be so enthusiastic, as if she was about to melt Lin Ao. Sophia, it looks like you haven't had lunch yet. Eat something first. Sophia nodded obediently. She stood up and greeted everyone politely. At this moment, she was elegant and graceful, which was in sharp contrast to her previous enthusiasm. Well, next, let me tell you about the current situation and your new mission. After Lin Ao and Sophia finished their meal, Lin Ao went straight to the point. Nozomi Sasaki and others also took full precautions. Chapter 279, Distribute tasks and meet Lin Feng. Lin Ao briefly introduced everyone and let them get to know each other, and then Lin Ao began to get to the main topic of today. Everything that happened in Tokyo these days was caused by me. Lin Ao's words caused a huge uproar. Except for Xiao Ju, everyone including Lisa looked at Lin Ao in amazement. Did you blow up that Go Yashin toilet, master? Nozomi Sasaki looked at Lin Ao in disbelief. Hey, pay attention to your influence. Why are you talking so unladylike? But master, I like it. Ha ha. Lin Ao laughed and continued speaking. That's right. I was the one who blew up that damn Yasukuni shrine. I was also responsible for the current parliamentary situation, the hundreds of thousands of lives lost, and the divine punishment I orchestrated. What's happening in Saitama has absolutely nothing to do with me, but it also seems a little related. Lin Ao spoke slowly and calmly, but he did not reveal some crucial core information, such as the matter of destiny and destiny's clone. Lin Ao described Nezha, Li Jing and others as superpowers, who would assist Lin Ao in completing various difficult and dangerous tasks. At this moment, Nakamura Yuichi and Suzuki Masami looked at Lin Ao with eyes full of awe and admiration, as if he was a real god who had come to the world. Yui Aragaki rubbed her eyes vigorously and looked at Lin Ao in disbelief. She secretly sighed in her heart, my man can actually control divine punishment. When she learned that Lin Ao was the big boss behind the Ao group, she was already stunned. Later, when he told her that he was actually a powerful warrior, she was even more shocked. And now, even such an earth-shattering event as divine punishment was actually caused by him. She couldn't help but secretly congratulate herself. My judgment of people is truly amazing. Okay, do you all understand? If there's anything unclear, feel free to ask. Lin Ao looked at everyone with a smile, his eyes full of encouragement and expectation. At this moment, Nozomi Sasaki and others shook their heads to indicate that they had understood it very thoroughly. However, their faces revealed an unconcealable curiosity and desire, as if they were eagerly waiting for Lin Ao to announce specific tasks. Lin Ao nodded slightly, his eyes swept across everyone's face, and then he spoke. First of all, Nozomi Sasaki, Yuichi, and Yami, you three need to go and meet up with my brother Long Aoshin immediately. The goal of this operation is very clear, to fully control all military organizations in Japan, seize the opportunity to recruit talents, and gradually build a powerful armed force. During this process, President Iduzi of our consortium will fully assist you in completing your mission. Changing the subject, Lin Ao's gaze suddenly fell on Aragaki Yui. He shouted softly, Yui. Hearing her name being called, Aragaki Yui quickly straightened up and listened attentively to the following instructions. You also shoulder an important mission. I'm sure you're already aware that Hatsune Miku is a product of our consortium. With your extensive network of contacts and high profile in Japan, and the ample financial support our consortium will provide, we hope you can leverage these resources to invite numerous motivated artists to participate in promotional activities. As for the specific promotional content, President Yijuzi will inform you in detail. Lin Ao's words were sonorous and powerful. Aragaki Yui nodded heavily, her heart filled with joy and anticipation. She finally found something she could work hard for, and it could also help Lin Ao, which made her extremely excited. Lisa, you'll be responsible for Yui's safety. Lisa beside her bowed slightly to show that she understood. Lin Ao turned around and spoke to everyone. Then our goal is. Before Lin Ao finished speaking, Nozomi Sasaki couldn't wait to interrupt him and loudly stated her goal. The goal is to control the Japanese and establish myself as emperor. After hearing what Nozomi Sasaki said, Lin Ao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Our goal is not to control anyone, nor to establish ourselves as emperor. Our goal is to eliminate all militarists and reclaim China's largest island. Hey, yes. Well, you will leave soon. I've given you Aocean's contact information. I have my own things to do, so be careful. After Lin Ao finished speaking, he looked at Xiaoju and Sophia. Next, it was time to kill Lin Feng. Master, what else do you want to do? Isn't what you just said the purpose of your visit to Japan? Nozomi Sasaki looked at Lin Ao in confusion. She felt a little reluctant to let Lin Ao go as they had to separate after meeting. Ah, this is an accident. My goal is something else. Recovering the small Japanese islands is just a side job. Anyway, my business will be finished soon, and I will meet you then. Nozomi Sasaki said goodbye to Lin Ao again with a look of reluctance, and Lisa also set off with Yui Aragaki. Now only Lin Ao, Sophia and Xiaoju were left in the field. Sophia, you did great. Lin Ao smiled faintly and looked at Sophia. Sophia was a little excited when she heard Lin Ao's praise from close range. Honey, I need a reward. In Sophia's longing eyes, Lin Ao gently kissed Sophia. Sophia, did he tell you Lin Feng's specific address? Sophia in Lin Ao's arms blinked her big eyes. She took out her cell phone and a location was displayed on the message. Lin Ao nodded. Without further delay, let's go. Lin Ao looked at the address and smiled slightly. He brought Sophia to the outside of the manor. Sophia was a little puzzled. Where was the means of transportation? As a result, Lin Ao hugged her in his arms and flew into the sky in an instant. The Junwu realm is really cool. Sophia stared at Lin Ao with her eyes wide open. They were flying at high speed in the air. Sophia only felt a slight cool breeze, and her eyes looked at Lin Ao more and more fanatical. Xiaoju rolled her eyes and thought, men just like to show off, because she saw a faint smile on the corner of Lin Ao's mouth. They flew over the desolate Saitama and soon arrived at the foot of a relatively sparsely populated mountain where a few villas were scattered. Lin Ao looked at one of the buildings and slowly landed outside its door. Lin Ao rang the doorbell politely. There was no sound from inside, but Lin Ao smiled. Sophia, come over here, look at the camera and say hello. Sophia understood, walked to the door and waved to the camera. The door was opened immediately. Sophia, you're finally here. Chapter 280. You are my brother. When Lin Feng opened the door, he saw Sophia standing at the door. At this moment, she was the only one in his eyes. I was still thinking about the emotional release after the reunion of life and death. He walked towards Sophia excitedly, opened his arms, and wanted to hug her. After this incident, it should be natural for them to have an intimate contact, right? These are all fantasies in Lin Feng's mind. As a result, Sophia quickly took 2 steps back and looked at Lin Feng with disgust. Sophia retreated to Lin Ao's side and hid directly behind him. Lin Feng paused, then looked towards Sophia uncertainly. Was he dazzled? Why were Sophia's eyes full of disgust towards me? Sophia. Lin Feng opened his mouth in confusion, and then he saw Lin Ao in front of Sophia. Lin Ao looked at Lin Feng with a smile, his eyes full of teasing. Lin Ao. Lin Feng looked at the smiling man in front of him. He immediately recognized that this man was the eldest son of the Zhonghai Lin family. Lin Feng had done a lot of research on the Zhonghai Lin family. Originally, he had intended to return to the Zhonghai Lin family to avenge his mother. As a result, today I suddenly came into conflict with Lin Ao. Sophia. Why is Lin Ao here? Lin Feng's eyes gradually became cold, and he had many questions in his mind. Sophia looked at Lin Ao as if asking for his opinion. Lin Ao nodded slightly. Only after getting his approval did she speak. I brought him here. I came here today because I have something to tell you. Sophia's tone was very cold, making Lin Feng feel that there was a huge distance between them. Sophia, has something happened that I'm not aware of? Sophia, don't let the bad guys fool you. You're so innocent and could easily be used as a tool. Your parents would definitely be heartbroken if they knew. Lin Feng spoke softly, looking at Sophia with eyes full of heartache. At this moment, he already had a very strong sense of foreboding in his heart. A thought was madly reminding him to leave quickly. Go as far as he could. But at this moment, most of his mind was occupied by Sophia, and he did not react for a while. Lin Feng, first of all, I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm just pursuing my own love. This is fate destined by God. Secondly, I am the only one who has the final say in the Elizabeth family now, and there will be no second voice to oppose me. Third, when I was controlling the family, I discovered that there were many hidden agents in the Elizabeth family with the purpose of controlling my family. I have uncovered all of them and dealt with them properly. Fourth, from the beginning to the end, I have no romantic feelings for you. Please throw away all those dirty thoughts in your heart, otherwise I will feel disgusted. Fifth, I now completely belong to Lin Ao. Whether in body or soul, I feel incredibly happy now. Sixth, from this moment on, we are strangers. Please don't approach me. I'm afraid my dear will misunderstand me. Sophia's cold voice, every word was like a sharp knife piercing Lin Feng's body, every knife was a critical hit, every knife was fatal. Every sentence overturned Lin Feng's previous impression of Sophia. Lin Feng's expression became increasingly ugly, his eyes full of resentment, and he looked at Lin Ao. Even though it was Sophia who said such hurtful words to him, he still pointed the finger at Lin Ao. Did you use some kind of drug or hypnosis? What did you do to Sophia? Lin Feng's voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Seeing this, Sophia immediately stood in front of him. Lin Feng, shut up. Only you can have such dirty thoughts. Don't judge someone based on your own thoughts. You don't deserve it. Boom. It was as if a 3-ton bomb had been dropped in Lin Feng's mind, and Sophia's words made his head buzz. Sophia, please step aside first. What follows is between him and me. Sophia smiled gently at Lin Ao, walked to the side and stood with Xiaoju. Lin Feng, what Sophia said is true, and I didn't force her. Lin Ao spoke lightly, and Sophia nodded vigorously beside him. Lin Ao slowly approached Lin Feng, and his voice was only audible to him and Lin Feng. Sophia is very smooth, I am very satisfied. Lin Ao's words made Lin Feng's heart seem to skip a beat. His mind went blank for a moment, and after that, endless anger continued to grow in his heart. So, I want to interview you. How do you feel now? To be honest, I'm quite curious. I haven't had the chance to interview Xiao Fan and Yi Chen before. Lin Ao pinched his chin and looked at Lin Feng, whose face was full of resentment. What would the child of destiny be thinking at this time? Endure, changes over time, or call out to the old man. I'll pick you MMP. Lin Feng roared, took out a pistol from his waist, and immediately pulled the trigger at Lin Ao's head. Bang! A gunshot. No, it should be the gun in Lin Feng's hand that exploded. Lin Ao looked at Lin Feng with disdain. The moment he approached Lin Feng, all the weapons on his body had been tampered with by Lin Ao. Lin Feng threw away the pistol, took out a submachine gun, and fired at Lin Ao. Da 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 da. Well, this was the scene that Lin Feng imagined. Just as he pulled the trigger, the gun exploded again. I have to say, you're the weakest person I've ever seen. Maybe it's because I'm too strong now, hee hee. Lin Ao still stood in front of the door very calmly. Lin Ao, I have no grudge against you, what on earth do you want to do? Lin Feng had already realized that Lin Ao was not an ordinary person. He tried to delay some time and then find an opportunity to escape. No, 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 our hatred is too great. Lin Ao used to be just like you. We had no grudges against each other. If you wanted to avenge your mother, you could just kill your second uncle. But why do you always come to Zhonghai to kill me? Lin Ao kept complaining about Lin Feng's words in his heart. Lin Ao, there's one thing you probably don't know. I'm your cousin. We're closely related by blood. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and acknowledged the Lin family's bloodline. He felt that this was the most humiliating thing in his heart. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows. Seeing this, Lin Feng thought that Lin Ao was shocked by his words. Then he spoke again. You're my brother. Chapter 281 Destiny Defense Mechanism. I'm your cousin, a genuine cousin. I'm your second uncle's biological child who was left behind. As Lin Feng spoke, he carefully observed Lin Ao's expression. When he saw that Lin Ao was staring at him with interest, he took the opportunity to take 2 steps back and then continued. Thinking back then, my poor mother was toyed with by that shameless man and then cruelly abandoned. She went through untold hardships to give birth to me. Can you imagine how miserable my childhood was? Lin Feng seemed to become more and more excited as he spoke. His eyes turned slightly red and tears welled up in his eyes, as if they would roll down at any moment. A miserable childhood. You must be kidding. When you were just a few years old, my father brought you back to Elizabeth's home and made you our adopted son. From then on, you enjoyed the best education and the most comfortable life. How could you say you had a miserable childhood? Are you deliberately slandering our Elizabeth family? You can't even take care of a child. Before Lin Feng finished speaking and Lin Ao could respond, Sophia could no longer suppress her anger and directly retorted. Her words made Lin Feng's body stiffen suddenly, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. The sad atmosphere that was originally created was instantly destroyed by Sophia. It was not until this moment that Lin Feng suddenly realized that this woman really belonged to Lin Ao completely. Puff. Xiaoju couldn't help laughing when he heard Sophia's words. Okay, it's time to end it. Actually, the reason I asked you to talk so much and wait so long was just to verify one thing. Lin Ao slowly stood up, and an invisible force enveloped the entire villa. They always say villains die because they talk too much, and that if they talk too much, something bad will happen. I don't believe that, so I was so patient talking to you this time. I wanted to see what else happened to you. But the result disappointed me. Lin Ao shook his head and his body instantly disappeared from Lin Feng's sight. Lin Feng had been paying attention to Lin Ao's movements. When he saw him disappear, he immediately took a defensive stance. Bang! You are really too weak. Lin Ao punched Lin Feng in the stomach. Lin Feng widened his eyes in disbelief and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was too fast, and he couldn't catch Lin Ao's figure at all. Lin Feng's strength was already that of a master, but he didn't even know where the corner of Lin Ao's clothes was. I told you that you are the weakest person I have ever met. Lin Ao's voice was cold and he threw another punch, but it was just an ordinary punch. As Lin Feng was injured, the remaining destiny energy in his body was dispersed with a light punch, and the huge destiny energy directly merged into Lin Ao's body. Because they have already determined that Lin Feng is not qualified to carry them. You are a Grand Master. Lin Feng looked at Lin Ao in disbelief. He believed that at the Grand Master stage, few people could be his opponents. Only a Grand Master could suppress him so that he had no power to fight back. Lin Ao shook his head. Grand Master. Sorry, I'm not. Then Lin Ao displayed all his might and soared into the sky. The sunny day turned into night in the blink of an eye, and a large dark cloud covered the sky. Junwu. Lin Ao spoke lightly, and snapped his fingers lightly. A thunder exploded from the sky, and a flash of lightning streaked across the sky and fell directly at Lin Feng's feet. Lin Feng's soul was trembling as he barely dodged the attack. Looking at the deep pit before him, his legs couldn't help but tremble, his heart filled with shock. Junwu. The legendary realm. Why did all the previous information show that Lin Ao was just an ordinary mortal? The Junwu realm can directly affect the weather and nature, and is no longer within the scope of ordinary warriors. This was just a trick that Lin Ao casually demonstrated, but it was enough to scare Lin Feng to death. Lin Ao, you let me go. I can help you. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a few steps back. He weakly supported his body and tried his best to suppress the impulse in his lower body. He really doesn't want to die. His life has just begun. How can he die so easily? No, absolutely not. Therefore, he could only beg for mercy from Lin Ao and ask him to give him a way out. Oh, how do you think you can help me? Hearing Lin Feng's plea for mercy, Lin Ao stopped what he was doing, but continued to absorb the power of destiny emanating from Lin Feng's body. He wanted to hear what else this once arrogant guy could say. I can help you completely control the Lin family and eliminate all those who oppose you. In this way, you can easily control the entire Zhonghai. From now on, you will be the only one who rules this land. Lin Feng said hurriedly. He understood that at this moment he had to seize every possible opportunity to survive. Besides, you've already successfully captured Sophia's heart, so controlling Elizabeth will be a piece of cake. I can also take good care of Elizabeth's family for you and serve you wholeheartedly and to the best of my ability. With the support of Elizabeth's family, you can even open up your own territory in Japan. Lin Ao, you see, I'm still very useful. Lin Feng looked at Lin Ao expectantly. He only had one thought in mind, to survive. Only by living could he have the capital to talk about the future. Only by staying alive can we have the chance to find the next opportunity to eradicate Lin Ao. Lin Ao rolled his eyes, control the rivers and seas. Now the entire Zhonghai belongs to Lin Ao. Elizabeth family. Sophia will automatically offer her hands to him at his word. As for the Japanese. The current situation of Japan was all planned by him. Do I still need you to help me expand my territory? I want to make the whole of Japan my backyard. Very good. Lin Ao clapped his hands. Seeing this, Lin Feng thought to himself, it's done. Just wait for me, Lin Ao. Just give me enough time. I will definitely not be careless. Just wait until all the achievements become my wedding dress. Sophia. And the beautiful woman beside her, sooner or later. You can go die now. Before Lin Feng could finish his words, Lin Ao's second half of the sentence made him stunned. Lin Ao snapped his fingers, and more than a dozen half-meter thick bolts of lightning hit Lin Feng directly. Lin Ao you. Boom 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 boom. A large amount of destiny energy poured into Lin Ao's body. Only after absorbing the last bit did Lin Ao stop the lightning strike. Lin Feng's body stood straight in place, his whole body was charred black, probably completely carbonized. It's over. Lin Ao slowly walked in front of Lin Feng, wanting to crush him to pieces with one foot. Lin Ao, a large number of red lines of fate are coming. Xiao Ju suddenly shouted. Lin Ao found that his foot had not landed completely. Lin Feng's charred body was entangled with the red thread of fate. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows and thought, fate's defense mechanism. Chapter 282 Scavenger. The charred corpse was covered with red lines, which tried to climb up Lin Ao's feet and onto his body. Lin Ao's eyes shone brightly, a golden light flashed on his hand, and the red line was completely evaporated. Lin Ao immediately jumped away and watched. Lin Feng, stand up straight. Lin Feng now has completely lost his original appearance. It looks very weird and twisted, like a dark carnival. Ho ho, the target has been locked, Lin Ao. He has been separated from the will. Eliminate him according to the will code. Restore the original trajectory. The distorted, Lin Feng, spoke mechanically. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows, looked at Xiao Ju and asked. Your colleague, are you familiar with him? Xiao Ju just looked at the twisted monster. A trace of red energy flew out and gently touched it. She tried to establish communication with the monster. Detected, clone number 2, please help me eliminate Lin Ao. Then a dark red energy wave from the monster's body attacked Xiaoju's energy. Xiaoju was shocked. When the dark red wave was about to invade her body, the soul imprint in Xiaoju's body flew out and absorbed the energy in one gulp. Lin Ao and Xiaoju both breathed a sigh of relief after escaping danger. Xiaoju, are you okay? Lin Ao quickly walked to Xiaoju's side. It's okay. It seems destiny has left a trick up its sleeve in the mark. That power is extremely overbearing. It will twist my will to make me carry out its orders. Xiaoju looked at it solemnly and continued speaking. I just tried to communicate with it, but it was useless. It was completely incoherent. It was a mess, with only one message, to eliminate you. She must be a defensive measure left by fate. Actually, we clones don't know what backup plan he has left. We all act independently. When we need to unite, a higher level person will pass on an order for enforcement, just like what happened just now. After Xiaoju finished explaining, Lin Ao frowned and turned to look at Lin Feng. Ming is right. It is a kind of defense mechanism, similar to a scavenger. Just then, Tianming's voice came out and began to explain for Lin Ao. Ming Er's will to enforce execution has been devoured by the soul mark. I'm guessing it's now on its elimination list. From now on, any monster like this will come straight for you, even to the ends of the earth. Fate himself is starting to get anxious. Lin Ao nodded. Fate is anxious. How can it not be anxious when 3 of the 4 people left in the human world have been eliminated? However, Lin Ao did not show any fear. He looked at Lin Feng with sharp eyes. Scavenger. This is a gift from fate to help me grow faster. Lin Ao clenched his fist, and violent energy gathered in his fist. Wait for me here, I'll be back soon. As soon as Lin Ao finished speaking, he flew towards Lin Feng, rapidly. Lin Ao approaching detected, start. Start. Interference detected from clone No. 2. Added to the elimination list. Start. Start. Death mode activated. Accompanied by a cold and ruthless electronic synthesized sound. A dark red laser suddenly spurted out from Lin Feng's mouth. Seeing this, Lin Ao did not dare to be negligent at all. He slightly turned his body and narrowly avoided the deadly laser. The laser was like a sharp sword, easily penetrating the thick clouds. A beam of dazzling sunlight shone through the gap in the clouds and shone directly in the direction where Lin Ao was. What a powerful force! Lin Ao was secretly amazed in his heart, but at the same time, he did not pause for the slightest. He flew behind Lin Feng at an extremely fast speed, then used all his strength to swing a punch, hitting Lin Feng hard on the back. There was only a muffled sound, and suddenly dense red lines appeared on the back of Lin Feng. These red lines seemed to have life, and they quickly separated to form a huge hole. Lin Ao's fist passed through Lin Feng's body without any hindrance. However, at this moment, the red lines seemed to have received some kind of command and immediately began to close, trying to trap Lin Ao completely inside. At the same time, Lin Feng's head rotated 180 degrees in a strange way, turned his body around, and stared at Lin Ao. A frightening red light flashed in his mouth, as if he was brewing some terrible attack. Damn, your attack is too insidious. Lin Ao couldn't help but curse out loud. He could feel a powerful energy gathering within Lin Feng's body. If he couldn't escape in time, the consequences would be disastrous. You have bad breath, did you know? Lin Ao formed a palm with his left hand and slapped Lin Feng's jaw, causing his mouth to swell up. Just swallow it honestly. Lin Ao roared, and golden energy lit up on his right arm, constantly burning red lines, and wisps of green smoke rose. Those red lines seemed to have life and quickly dodged the golden light. Lin Ao took the opportunity to pull out his entire arm. Then he quickly pressed Lin Feng's head with his right hand. At this time, the red light strangely slid down to Lin Feng's neck. A small hole opened in his neck and shot towards Xiaoju. You're really disgusting. But Xiaoju was not panicked. A red barrier trapped her and Sophie. After the red light hit the barrier, it seemed to merge into the barrier. Xiaoju looked at Lin Ao with a serious expression. Lin Ao, stop him now. Its beam can assimilate my energy and gain control. It can then absorb my energy in reverse, and even the soul mark can't stop it. Xiaoju felt that this, Lin Feng, was constantly evolving. She had just blacklisted her and was now prepared to deal with the clone. Lin Ao's face darkened, and the light in his eyes became brighter. At the same time, his palms became dazzling. One hand is the power of destiny, the other hand is the power of fate. He grabbed Lin Feng's head and threw him to the ground. The beam of light attacking Xiaoju passed across the ground, causing violent explosions wherever it passed. Look, I'm going to tear your head off, and see if you can stop lashing out at people. Lin Ao grabbed Lin Feng's head tightly, bent over, and stepped on Lin Feng's chest with one foot. Pull it with all your might. Detected destiny energy, crisis. 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 Detected willpower, I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. The red lines on Lin Feng's body became extremely violent. Click. With a crisp sound, Lin Feng's entire head was pulled off by Lin Ao. Lin Ao thought it was over, but those red lines actually broke away from Lin Feng's body and flew towards Sophia. Chapter 283. It's over with a slap. You are so difficult to deal with. And you are so disgusting. I saw those red lines flying straight towards Sophia like disgusting insects. After seeing this scene, Xiaoju immediately opened the powerful protective shield again without hesitation. However, these red lines were extremely tenacious. They quickly wrapped around Xiaoju and Sophia, tightly wrapping them up to form a huge, airtight cocoon. Lin Ao immediately stepped forward and began to tear the cocoon apart with both hands. Golden energy wrapped around Lin Ao's fingers. As soon as his fingers touched the red line of fate, they immediately corroded her, and bursts of green smoke emerged. But the speed at which he disappeared was far less than the speed at which he grew again. Xiaoju, who was inside the energy shield, looked at the energy shield becoming more and more transparent, and showed a hint of worry. But Sophia's face was very relaxed, without a trace of fear or tension. She was full of firm belief and trust in Lin Ao, as if she firmly believed deep down in her heart that Lin Ao would be able to successfully rescue her. Xiaoju stared at Sophia and seemed to be influenced by her. His body gradually relaxed and he continuously transferred his own energy into the energy shield. Lin Ao, you must race against time, because the scavenger's absorption speed is accelerating. In fact, Lin Ao's speed is already beyond ordinary people, but the recovery speed of those red lines is extremely amazing, which can be said to be extremely abnormal. At this moment, they were caught in an unsolvable vicious circle. If Xiaoju stopped supplying energy, the red line would take the opportunity to seize control of Sophia's body and devour all of Xiaoju's energy. However, if Xiaoju continued to output, the situation would be as we see now, the red line greedily absorbing Xiaoju's energy on the one hand, and quickly repairing the damage caused by Lin Ao on the other. This continued until Xiaoju's last bit of strength was exhausted. However, Lin Ao did not dare to use powerful and lethal moves easily, for fear that he might accidentally hurt Xiaoju and Sophia who were trapped inside. Damn it, is there really no other way? Lin Ao kept cursing inwardly, this thing was really disgusting. Suddenly Lin Ao's eyes lit up. Wasn't it afraid of the power of destiny? Then he also had a palm technique that fell from the sky. Destiny. Destiny, I love you. Destiny. Destiny, I want to watch you take a bath. Lin Ao kept calling out to destiny with the word, love, in his mind. A palm 6 meters long and wide silently emerged from behind Lin Ao. Lin Ao didn't notice at all and was still singing, love, in his mind. Destiny. You are the woman I must win. I love you. Bang, bang. An extremely violent explosion sounded, and Lin Ao's mind went blank. Lin Ao and Jianzi were both slapped away by this big slap. The red line of destiny continued to dissipate during this process, and strands of energy were continuously absorbed by Lin Ao. Xiaoju and Sophia also saw the outside environment clearly, and they were actually flying in the air. Half of Lin Ao's body was still red. Sophia looked at Lin Ao with great emotion. It seemed that Lin Ao had spent a lot of effort to save her. Xiaoju immediately hugged Sophia and helped her stabilize her body in the air. Solved. Xiaoju looked at Lin Ao. Actually, she knew that her question was redundant, but she still asked it. Someone had taken action, so the problem was solved. Looking at Lin Ao's appearance, that person almost solved him. Hee, with me taking action, it will definitely be easy to catch him. Lin Ao also steadied his body. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoju and Sophia's faces became strange. Xiaoju had a look of deep condolences on her face, while Sophia covered her mouth in shock. Lin Ao scratched his head, somewhat confused. What happened? Did my strength shock you? Sophia and Xiaoju both pointed behind Lin Ao. Lin Ao turned around in confusion, with the corners of his mouth twitching. A huge palm as big as a hill suddenly and strangely floated in front of his eyes, as if it came from another world. Lin Ao looked at the giant palm and couldn't help swallowing, but still said it with a stiff upper lip. Lightly, gently. However, before he could finish his words, a clear and loud voice was heard. Bang! The giant palm slapped over with lightning speed. In an instant, Lin Ao's figure disappeared quickly from the sight of Xiaoju and Sophia, like a kite with a broken string. Dear! Seeing this, Sophia became extremely anxious and shouted loudly. Her voice was filled with worry and fear, fearing that something bad might happen to Lin Ao. Don't worry, he's fine. Xiaoju seemed very calm and comforted him calmly. His skin is thicker than a city wall. This little blow can't hurt him at all. As soon as Xiaoju finished speaking, a dull thud was heard in the distance, followed by an earth-shaking explosion. Xiaoju smiled slightly, took Sophia's hand as if nothing had happened, and slowly flew towards the direction where the sound came from. When they landed on the ground, they were both startled by the sight. A huge deep pit appeared on the originally flat ground, and Lin Ao was buried deep in the pit. Xiaoju walked over slowly and pulled Lin Ao out of the deep pit like pulling a carrot. Paw, paw, paw. Lin Ao spat out the dirt in his mouth and crawled up from the ground in a miserable state. At this moment, his face was covered in dirt, and he looked like he had just been dug out of a coal mine. Xiaoju looked at his appearance and tried hard to hold back his laughter, but he still couldn't help but smile. Looking at Lin Ao at this time, his whole face has become like Guangdong, black with red, red with black. It is simply a funny look. Damn it, this is too. As soon as Lin Ao opened his mouth, Xiaoju secretly pointed his finger behind Lin Ao, and Sophia nodded blankly at Lin Ao. Too gentle. I shouldn't have said such nonsense. I believe that lady is kind-hearted and will definitely forgive me. As the saying goes, a prime minister's heart can hold a boat, let alone that lady. Her heart is so broad that it encompasses the entire universe. Lin Ao flattered people continuously for several minutes without repeating himself, and the hand behind him slowly dissipated. Lin Ao breathed a sigh of relief. He had never been so tired even when fighting against the scavenger. It turns out that an angry woman is scarier than anyone else. Lin Ao tidied himself up and stood up. Let's go. Time to finish up other things. Chapter 284 I am the God of War. You mortals must surrender your weapons and I will not kill you. At this time, Lin Ao really hoped that Li Jing was by his side so that he could just open the door and get there without having to fly for so long. At this time, Long Aoshan had already reunited with Nozomi Sasaki and the others. Li Jing saw the new arrivals and quickly made arrangements. This device here is one I customized specifically for electronic equipment and radar. If you press the first one, all of that electronic equipment will malfunction. Pressing the second one will hack into their equipment. With a large number of devices, it will take a relatively long time. Then you can turn the tables and make their equipment your own, like their missiles. Li Jing distributed the equipment to Long Aotian and the others. Neja pressed it lightly with a crisp click, the device turned into a wisp of red energy and returned to Li Jing's body. Is it so crispy? Li Jing, give me another one. Neja scratched his head and looked at Li Jing. Just touch the third button and the image will be enlarged, making it easier for you to operate. Li Jing continued to explain, completely ignoring Neja's needs, and said that she shouldn't have given Neja such a thing in the first place. Then we will gradually expand outward from Tokyo. I think this task is very easy, so please give it your all. Long Aotian nodded excitedly. In his hand was the unlimited ammunition firearm made by Li Jing, and on his back was a rocket launcher. These two unlimited ammunition firearms were only suitable for Long Aotian and Neja. Because Neja was there to help Long Aotian replenish his destiny energy. Nozomi Sasaki and the others will be led by Li Jing, and he also knows that these people are people Lin Ao values. He felt relieved only when he saw him watching in person. As for Long Aotian with Neja around, the enemy should be afraid. You can also use the device to check the loyalty of new personnel and whether what they say is sincere. It can help you screen out those with ulterior motives. Li Jing finally finished her explanation. Then let's go. When Neja heard the word, set off, he immediately put Long Aotian on his shoulders and ran out. Li Jing pushed her glasses speechlessly, and a red tank appeared at the spot. Nozomi Sasaki and the others looked at Li Jing in shock. Let's use it to take down all the military areas in Tokyo. As for Neja and the others, forget about them. There was a door on the side of the tank, and the space inside was completely different from the original structure of the tank. The inside is more like a cozy private room. The space is different from what you see from the outside. Nozomi Sasaki and the others walked in blankly and sat on the soft sofa. All three of them felt so unreal. Other Blade Dragon members also drove various vehicles behind the tanks, and each of them was equipped with very sophisticated equipment. A screen appeared in front of each of Nozomi Sasaki and the other two who were sitting on the sofa. It displays the outside world, a 360-degree view with no blind spots. You can use the screen to control various missiles. Just treat it like a game. Send a large wave to them, and then go out and harvest them slowly. Li Jing sat calmly in the driver's seat. In front of him were dozens of screens monitoring various places, including two oddities. They ran wildly on the streets of Tokyo. Every time they arrived at a police station, Long Aotian pressed a button. Then Neja turned into a giant and smashed the police station. Long Aotian sat on her head and kept shooting at the surroundings as a deterrent. I am the god of war. You mortals must surrender your weapons and I will not kill you. Long Aotian just wanted to show off, and the roar without any reason felt more intimidating. Neja also cooperated very well. Her head transformed into a sacred and brave image, with rays of light emanating from them. As a result, they are not afraid of you shooting them with a gun, but as soon as you act like ghosts, they will immediately kneel on the ground and kowtow to Long Aotian and the others. This is all thanks to Hatsune Miku. The divine punishment was widely publicized, and they had to believe it. The successive large-scale attacks and the bizarre deaths of hundreds of thousands of people on the same day and at the same time forced them to believe it. The weirder the images of Neja and Long Aotian are, the more they fit the description of gods. So when they saw Neja and Long Aotian, they wanted to surrender. But Long Aotian didn't let them speak and just started beating them. Aotian, they seem to be taking it seriously. Neja whispered something to Long Aotian, but he continued to maintain that majestic and sacred look. Didn't Li Jing make a tester for people's hearts? Let me take it out and give it a try. Neja's eyes lit up, and he conjured up a pair of arms to lift Long Aotian into the sky. This move made those people tremble even more. Long Aotian took out Li Jing's device and pressed a button. I have something that can test your true intentions. Are you willing to submit to me? Long Aotian turned on the device, and a screen that only he could see appeared in front of him. Everyone below shouted that they were willing. Tisk, how could my little empire of Japan willingly surrender? You're just playing tricks on me. Just wait and see. I'm sure I'll tear you into pieces. Although a middle-aged man was kneeling, his eyes were vicious and his words were even more vicious. The other people on the side looked at him in horror. You dare to disrespect God, he will test your true heart. This person was completely submissive, while the middle-aged man looked at him with contempt. This kind of scene was happening everywhere below. Lin Ao frowned as he looked at the screen. Nearly 30% of the people were saying one thing and meaning another. The screen shows that the target is locked. Lin Ao lightly pressed the button on the screen. Suddenly, a series of red circular devices flew out, the size of a small steel ball. They were as dense as a swarm of bees and lined up in an instant. The people kneeling below looked up at the sky. After a while, these red beads were hovering above some people's heads. They seemed to realize something and their eyes were filled with fear. Execution. At Lin Ao's command, all the beads gradually emitted red light, causing those people's psychological defenses to collapse directly. Others even used their loved ones to block the incoming attacks. Red beams shot out and directly penetrated the bodies of those people. If the first shot didn't kill them, the second shot would be fired. In an instant, at least 40% of the people on the field collapsed. Boom! All the survivors exclaimed and kowtowed to Lin Ao and Nezha. You kowtow 10 times toward the east. Then follow me. You will receive my protection. At Lin Ao's command, everyone kowtowed 10 times towards the east, very hard. Then he stood up and bowed deeply to Lin Ao. Lin Ao waved his hand and took them away. The team grew longer and larger along the way. Chapter 285. No such person exists. Lin Ao had actually already arrived above Tokyo, and he was watching from above. It seems like there's nothing for me down there. I feel like this Aocean guy must be an expert at pyramid schemes. Lin Ao sat in the air and stretched. He dialed Li Jing's number and the call was answered soon. At this time, Nozomi Sasaki and others in Li Jing's cab were also having a great time. Some militants drove helicopters and fighter jets, wanting to bomb Aocean and them. In the end, they were all intercepted by Nozomi Sasaki and her team. Various locking buttons appeared on the screen. With just a touch of their fingers, Nozomi Sasaki and her team would hit the locked targets with various missiles, or directly use a super powerful jamming bomb to make the planes lose control in an instant. Jing, I'm so bored, I want to get some of those toys I had before to play with. As soon as Lin Ao finished speaking, a red package appeared in front of him. If you're bored, why not go to the Pacific? There are some guests visiting there. Oh, and China is also out. Lin Ao immediately perked up when he heard Li Jing's words. What's in the package? Lin Ao took the package with a red question mark and looked curious. I call it Pandora's box. I made it a long time ago when I was bored. I kept pouring energy into it for a long time and had almost forgotten about it. It was only after that incident with Saitama that I remembered I had such a thing. Li Jing paused. If he had taken this out before, he, Nezha and the entire Japanese would have been sunk. As long as you reach in and take out the corresponding item you want, don't exaggerate too much. As long as you have enough energy, you can basically take it out. Like what Saitama did last time, he could easily take out thousands. Lin Ao was shocked. A thing like you can easily destroy a country. Hey, thank you, Xiaoju. Sophia, do you want to come with me? Or do you guys go downstairs and play? Lin Ao looked at Xiaoju and Sophia beside him. I'm with you. Me too. After seeing that both women answered, Lin Ao hugged them without saying a word and disappeared over Tokyo. Lin Ao rubbed his hands together, ready to try this mysterious Pandora's box with great anticipation. He thought to himself, first I have to get a spaceship out, so I can join in the fun more comfortably. So he began to picture the spaceship in his mind. While imagining the appearance, internal structure and various functional facilities of the spacecraft, Lin Ao reached into the magic box. When he stretched out his hand again, he actually took out a red sphere. This sphere looks a bit like a pokeball, but it also has a hint of mystery. Lin Ao pressed the sphere gently out of curiosity, and saw it instantly emit a dazzling red light. Lin Ao threw the red ball aside. At this moment, a dazzling light flashed, and a huge spaceship suddenly appeared in the air. The spaceship gleamed with metallic luster all over, with smooth lines and majestic appearance. At this moment, the originally bright question mark light in the box seemed to dim slightly, but this change was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Lin Ao was overjoyed. He quickly pulled Xiaoju and Sophia up and boarded the magical spaceship together. After entering the spaceship, they discovered a different world inside. Not only was there a spacious swimming pool, luxurious private rooms, a large screen TV and other leisure and entertainment facilities, but every detail was designed to perfection, as if it was tailor-made for them. The interior configuration of the spacecraft is top-notch luxury and amazing. Master, welcome to number 1. I'm Xiao Ao, please give me your orders. Accompanied by a pleasant intelligent voice, Lin Ao knew that the intelligent assistant he had carefully set up was online. Lin Ao lay lazily on the sofa and gave the first order to Xiao Ao. Can you help me see who's in the Pacific Ocean? After the order was given, the three of them sat comfortably on the sofa, waiting for the result. Not long after, a huge screen suddenly appeared in front of them. Several majestic aircraft carriers were displayed on the screen. Tisk tisk tisk, I knew you guys would definitely come join in the fun and want a piece of the pie. Lin Ao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, as if he was not surprised by the appearance of these aircraft carriers. Then he asked about the situation in his hometown. So how's things going back home? As soon as he finished speaking, another screen lit up, showing a fleet ready for battle. This fleet is stationed in the marginal waters of China and is obviously carrying out strict defense. It seems that people back home are still very cautious, always on guard against another accidental injury from the Americans. Huh, Lin Ao let out a cry of surprise. Because there was another screen displayed by Xiao Ao at this time. In the picture, there are several rows of intercontinental missiles standing on the border of China. Another scene is the deep sea, where several giant beasts were lurking on the seabed. It seems that my hometown is going to make those greedy people pay for what they have done. A smile flashed across Lin Ao's face. But why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? I, Lin Ao, will lead the charge. Lin Ao decided to learn more about the Americans' dynamics, so he continued to give orders. Xiao Ao, let's summarize the recent news about the Americans and see what they are advocating for. Receive. Xiao Ao responded quickly and began searching and compiling relevant news information. The Americans are advocating for Japan to defend its territory and combat terrorists. They plan to take over Japan and provide protection within 2 days. Furthermore, European countries have responded positively, intending to join the Americans in protecting Japan. South Korea has also dispatched 2 warships. North Korea will initiate large-scale military operations first. As Lin Ao listened to Xiao Ao's report, his expression became more and more exciting. What happened in Japan has produced a butterfly effect, with undercurrents surging in various countries. Xiao Ao, expand the search area to the world. Help me find Chu Tian. At this moment, Lin Ao changed his orders. In such a chaotic time, it is the best time for the child of destiny to develop. He will definitely do something at this time, otherwise he would be unworthy of his name. Destiny. I've noticed that the people stirring up trouble are all Chinese. Why aren't there any other country's destiny's sons capable of causing such a big stir? Lin Ao suddenly asked Destiny in his mind. Because China is the land of true dragons. Otherwise, do you think fate was idle and sent all those people to China? Lin Ao raised his eyebrows. There is such a statement. No, Destiny finally paid attention to him. He thought she would be angry for several days. As for Chu Tian, this person is the one Lin Ao hates the most, because the total number of deaths caused by him, even if Xiao Fan, Lin Feng, and Yi Chen are added together, is not as many as those caused by Chu Tian. A wealthy young man from Kyoto, a foreign military leader. What else? A miracle doctor. Chu Tian appears in front of Lin Ao almost every time with a new identity, and his patterns are impossible to understand. This time the waiting time was relatively long. Sorry, Master, there is no such person. Xiao Ao's mechanical voice rang out. Lin Ao frowned. Chapter 286 Xiaoju Exposed. Lin Ao pondered for a while, then smiled faintly. Fate would eventually bring them together. But isn't there a Xiaoju here? Xiaoju, can you try to get some information from Chu Tian? Lin Ao wanted Xiaoju to try to communicate with Mingwu and the others as he did before, to see if he could get some information from their side. Xiaoju nodded, and energy leaked out of the spaceship and shot into the sky. However, after a while, Xiaoju frowned slightly. What's wrong? Lin Ao looked at Xiaoju in confusion. It seemed that something went wrong there. Xiaoju didn't open his eyes and continued to emit energy as if he was still trying to communicate. After a while, Xiaoju opened her eyes. She sighed and shook her head. I guess the scavenger has already sent my message to Mingwu and the others. I just tried to communicate with Nezha and Li Jing and there was no problem at all. Lin Ao nodded after listening to Xiaoju's explanation. Let's leave it at that for now. After this is over, I'll go check on Neja and Li Jing and communicate with them to see if there's any effect. Lin Ao then turned around and continued to look at the aircraft carrier fleet on the screen. They advanced a distance and it seemed that they were determined to control the Japanese. Lin Ao smiled jokingly and said, "The meat is about to be eaten by me, how can I let you intercept it?" Xiao Ao, immediately activate stealth mode and move the spacecraft above the American fleet. Following Lin Ao's command, Xiao Ao quickly responded, and the spaceship instantly blended into the surrounding environment, becoming completely transparent. Not long after, the spaceship arrived above the fleet. Lin Ao, Xiaoju and Sophia stood side by side on the deck, overlooking the dark scene on the sea. In addition to the aircraft carrier, there are also many destroyers and frigates following closely around it, and there are several submarines hidden on the seabed, always in a state of combat readiness. Aoshin and Neja are doing great over in Japan, I can't fall behind. Lin Ao looked down, stretched out his arms and yawned loudly. Then he took Pandora's box in his hand and began to imagine the appearance of a suicide drone in his mind. After a moment, Lin Ao took out a red sphere from the box. He gently released his fingers, and saw countless red light spots swarming out like a swarm of bees, and then quickly gathered into the shape of the suicide drone he had just imagined in his mind. These suicide drones were like locusts, densely covering the entire sky. "Go," Lin Ao said lightly. They fell rapidly, hitting the US fleet like raindrops. Each drone carries high explosives and will cause a violent explosion once it approaches its target. For a moment, flames shot up into the sky over the sea, and warships were destroyed one after another. The American soldiers panicked and tried to fight back with various weapons, but faced with such a large number of drones, their resistance seemed pale and powerless. Lin Ao stood on the spaceship, witnessing all this, with a satisfied smile on his face. If you like war, you can fight more. Looking at the scene below, Lin Ao recalled the arrogance of the Americans in previous news reports, and a playful expression appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lin Ao took out a few more small balls from Pandora's box, all of which were drones. The Pacific Ocean went completely crazy. They didn't even have the chance to start the fighter jets because Lin Ao had added some suicide drones with electronic pulses inside. Now they really had no one to turn to. As expected, fate has placed extraordinary people around each of the destined child. Perhaps they themselves haven't even realized how terrifying their abilities are. Lin Ao smiled faintly, then looked at Xiaoju. Xiaoju rolled his eyes at Lin Ao. "You're the only one who can develop abilities." In reality, there isn't much difference between Destiny's clones and Sophia. Since the day these clones were born, when and where will they have the opportunity to use their own abilities to fight? Faced with so many timelines and so many years, they never really thought deeply about how to use their abilities and the various possible changes. Even the Pandora's box created by Li Jing was probably just to kill time. Li Jing alone is enough to rule the entire world as long as she has sufficient energy support. Xiaozhou's ability is also quite astonishing. Only after Lin Ao got to know her in depth did he realize how terrifying her abilities were. She is able to create an infinite number of distinct entities, each of equal power. If Xiaozhou was in the Junwu realm, then with sufficient energy support, she could create an endless number of people in the Junwu realm. Just imagining it is creepy. In addition, Xiaozhou has another more deadly ability, illusion, also known as mirror flowers and water moons. Once she uses this ability, you will be pulled into a dream and be slaughtered by her. In this environment, you simply cannot tell what is real and what is illusory. What you think is real is often false, and what you think is false actually exists. Such lethality is simply crazy. Looking at Neja, what we can see now is that he can become huge, has a body of iron and steel, and is even strong enough to compete with nuclear bombs. The last battle between him and Li Jing is enough to illustrate the strength of her ability. Not only that, she also has 3 heads and 6 arms. As for what kind of abilities she will develop in the future, no one knows. Thinking back to the incident in Sicily, Lin Ao still feels a lingering fear. The reason why Ming Yi was successfully killed before was purely because the other party underestimated him, and the incident happened too suddenly, which gave Lin Ao an advantage in intelligence. However, the most crucial problem is that they don't know that destiny is actually within Lin Ao's body. This is undoubtedly the most fatal point. Lin Ao also took advantage of the information asymmetry when he subdued Xiaozhou and others. At this moment, it is unclear how much information Mingwu and his team have obtained about Lin Ao. Was it all the information? Or was it just the news of Xiaozhou's betrayal? After it's over, ask Nezha and Li Jing, and you should be able to figure it out. Artillery fire continued to roar below, and Lin Ao continued to admire the fireworks with a wine glass in hand. Several reconnaissance planes flew over from his hometown to investigate. Lin Ao thought about it and decided that he should inform the people in his hometown. He thought of his grandfather. So Lin Ao made a phone call. Lin Ao thought about it. Ever since Wanqing called her grandfather when she was pregnant, she hasn't called him since she came to Japan. I don't know how he is doing recently. But this and that matter are almost over. Lin Ao will be able to return home soon, and his child will be born in a few months. Thinking of this, Lin Ao felt a little excited that he couldn't suppress. The incense of this world. His first child. Chapter 287 Nezha's ability evolution. Hey, you're such a busy guy, it's rare for you to call grandpa. What's up? Do you need some weapons or something? Last time your mom scolded me, how about we come secretly this time? The call was answered quickly and the person started talking immediately, without Lin Ao having time to greet him. The same kind voice came from the phone, and it was full of energy. Lin Ao smiled warmly when he heard the familiar words. Grandpa, how can I trouble you? I have something to tell you, so please prepare yourself mentally. Lin Ao was laying the groundwork. After all, what he was doing was somewhat shocking. Li Goliang on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, then spoke. Lin Ao, tell me the truth, have you done something so outrageous that even old man Lin Ru can't cover it up? The Lin Ru mentioned by Lin Ao's grandfather is actually Lin Ao's grandfather, the respected old man of the Lin family. Lin Ao couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. What his grandfather said seemed to make sense. This time he had indeed made a huge mess. Even his grandfather might not be able to clean up this mess. Grandpa, listen to me, you must have heard the news about the Japanese recently, right? Lin Ao couldn't wait to speak, fearing that his grandfather would misunderstand that he had done something bad. Li Goliang raised his thick eyebrows. He used to be a high-level leader. Although he has retired, he is still very concerned about national political affairs. Yeah, I've been watching. That explosion was beautiful. I wish I could be the one to flip the switch. Li Goliang's voice was trembling with excitement. People of his generation had the most unforgettable memories, and all the things in the past kept flashing before his eyes like a movie. In a few years, these old people will be like the setting sun, and may never have the chance to witness the country's next grand military parade with their own eyes. Now that we hear that the Japanese have been bombed into such a miserable state, how can we not be happy? On that day, many Chinese families seemed to be welcoming the most lively New Year, and the atmosphere was filled with joy and happiness. Grandpa, that was I blew it up. Lin Ao spoke with some trepidation, and sure enough, he heard a click as soon as he finished speaking. There was a harsh sound coming from the phone, probably because the phone in Li Goliang's hand fell to the ground. Then the phone started to ring again, and I guess Li Goliang quickly picked up the phone. Grandpa, please be careful and slow down. Lin Ao said with concern. You little brat, do you think I'm really old? I'm in great health now. Now is the time to slow down, isn't it? Weren't you kidding me just now? My dear grandson, this is no joke. There was some uncertainty in Li Goliang's voice, but in his heart he actually believed what Lin Ao said. I'm just waiting for Lin Ao's second confirmation, so I can feel more at ease. Really, Longmen sect master's son, Long Aoshan, is still causing a commotion in Japan. Then Lin Ao began to talk about the current situation of the Japanese, and how they had bombed Saitama and Japan's largest toilet, and how those hundreds of thousands of people received the punishment they deserved. He kept talking about the current situation in the United States. During this time, Lin Ao opened a video and connected directly with Li Goliang, letting him watch the live broadcast. Li Goliang excitedly pulled his wife Lin Ao's grandmother by Jingshu, and then a dozen old men appeared in the video. Lin Ao's grandfather Li Goliang was all smiles and kept talking, saying that it was his grandson who took the video. These elderly people are all retired senior executives and are also important figures in their respective families. Lin Ao helplessly took out another drone from Pandora's box, which was equipped with a camera and broadcast the scene specifically for the group of elderly people. They brought out Niulanshan, Erguotu, and garlic peanuts. Everyone laughed and talked, and raised their glasses to celebrate. Grandpa, hey, you're still here. Grandpa had forgotten just now, ha ha ha, good job, my dear grandson. Grandpa won't ask you how you did it, you have your own ability, and his old friends are also tight-lipped. Grandpa promises you this. Li Goliang was smiling, his face was a little red from drinking. What I'm saying is, you should inform the nation and tell them my plan so they can prepare to take over our largest island. I've already dealt with the Americans, and those clowns will probably be scared after seeing what the Americans are doing. Lin Ao quickly finished what he said to Li Goliang, otherwise he would forget everything after getting drunk. By the way, Grandpa, please tell the Shaw family so that they can also take a share of the credit. Li Goliang was stunned for a moment when he heard Lin Ao's words, then his eyes widened. My dear grandson, the little princess of the Shaw family is yours. Lin Ao nodded towards Li Goliang in the camera. Ha 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 ha, great. I'll definitely pass on the message, I'll make a call right away. Old Ghost Shaw. Tisk 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 ha ha ha, well done. You're worthy of being my good grandson. Li Goliang laughed heartily, and an old man in the camera seemed to have a darker complexion. Lin Ao quickly continued to broadcast the live scene. He seemed to see an old man staring at Lin Ao through the video. Half an hour later, the fire here had completely stopped. Because there was nothing left to blow up, everything sank. Lin Ao did not pursue those who managed to escape, but asked them to bring the news back to the Americans. Because the communication was completely blocked by Lin Ao, it is estimated that the people in the White House are still waiting for the news that they have logged into Japan and incorporated Japan into their territory. Xiao Ao, where are the Koreans? And where are the ships from those small European countries? After Lin Ao finished speaking, he took out a red magic ball from Pandora's box. Report to the master, they have been observing the American fleet from a distance. No one dared to take action, and now they have all begun to evacuate. Lin Ao was not surprised by Xiao Ao's information. These missiles were meant for them. Help me lock onto them, then fire missiles and make sure they don't get back. After Lin Ao finished speaking, he pressed the button of the magic ball and threw it into the air. In an instant, hundreds of cruise missiles appeared in the air. They were launched in different directions and started automatically without the need for ignition devices. Come on, we should go back. It's getting dark. This Tokyo section should be over, right? Lin Ao stretched, and Xiao Ao drove the boat towards the Japanese. Lin Ao and others ate dinner on the spaceship and enjoyed the night view. At this time in the country of Japan, as Lin Ao said, all the military forces were occupied by Aoshin and his men, and a large number of believers joined Long Aoshin. There are also some people who are highly educated, but their brains are fanatical. He obeyed Long Aoshin's orders and offered advice from the side. There's a huge battle formation maniac here. Kill him. There's a huge pervert here. Kill him. There are people here who strongly hate China. Kill them. Long Aoshin and Neja spent the entire day together, their enthusiasm never waning. The longer they spent together, the more excited they became. Neja also transformed into a new form, Tall Gundam. When they arrived at Chiyoda district in Akihabara, Neja was attracted by the Gundam promotional poster. She stared at the poster, her eyes sparkling, and then a burst of extremely strong red light emanated from her body, and she suddenly turned into a pink Gundam. By the way, he stuffed Long Aoshin into his body. This made those little days worship even more crazy. Who dares to say anything bad about Long Aoshin and the others now? Here are some big peanuts for you to eat. Chapter 288, Contact completely cut off. Aoshin, let's go on a trip around the island. Neja's voice came from the cabin. Long Aoshin was in the cabin, sitting in a futuristic seat. There were many displays in front of the chair, showing various weapons. The scenery around his seat was what he could see, as if he was sitting in the air. You can also zoom in and out of the picture at will, giving it a high-tech feel. Long Aoshin explored the various settings inside with excitement. Which boy doesn't have a dream of playing with mecha? I'm ready. Neja, let's go. Long Aoshin excitedly pointed forward in his seat, and the pink mecha Neja ignited its thrusters and soared into the sky. The people below knelt down and bowed towards the sky. At this time, Lin Ao and Xiao Ju and the others had already returned to the sky above Tokyo. He was looking at the screen in front of him on the spaceship. The picture showed Aoshin and Neja. Lin Ao's mouth twitched as he looked at the pink mecha. He quickly passed over Lin Ao and looked at another picture, which showed the tank of Li Jing and Nozomi Sasaki. At this moment, Li Jing's tank was too simple compared to Neja. Then Lin Ao established communication with Li Jing on the spacecraft. Master, this is so fun. As soon as the video was connected, Nozomi Sasaki leaned close to the camera and began to talk incessantly about her novel experience. Lin Ao listened to her patiently before asking, "How's the progress over there?" Nozomi Sasaki contentedly gave up her seat to Li Jing. They were concentrating on intercepting artillery shells bombarding the military base and had no idea what the current situation was. Well, Tokyo is completely under control. Neja and Long Aocean have attracted a large number of believers. Lin Ao could hear some shock in Li Jing's voice, and this was indeed something Lin Ao had not expected. Well, let them be. Starting from Tokyo and radiating outwards, how long will it take? Li Jing immediately took out her keyboard and started calculating. According to preliminary calculations, it will take about a week to fully radiate the area. Subsequent policy changes will take a relatively long time. Lin Ao nodded and said that the rest of the matters would be left to the country. Lin Ao was just dealing with this matter as a side job. In the next few days, the speed was even faster than Li Jing's calculation. In less than 5 days, the entire Japanese nation had been completely wiped out by Long Aocean and his men. Under absolute power, everything becomes simple. Humans are very good at adapting to the environment. When most people in Tokyo believed in Long Aocean, and Hatsune continued to fan the flames and continuously instilled the information output by Lin Ao, the entire Tokyo was soon under control. Even if there are still some people who are not convinced, they will be directly detected and excluded by Li Jing's equipment. During this period, the United States and other countries with ulterior motives continued to send troops. Lin Ao simply drove the spaceship around a few times, and the entire Pacific Ocean became quiet. The whole of America was in an uproar. All reports point the finger at China. The Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs simply responded indifferently, saying, "If you have evidence, present it. Otherwise, go to Japan and take a look yourself." It just made the Americans choke and unable to breathe. Now they dare not even step out of the door of the Pacific Ocean. All usable aircraft carriers were destroyed. They were also anxious and wanted to secretly fly over and bomb Shaoxi. This was something they were familiar with. After all, they had done it before, but this time they were stopped by Lin Ao. Because this place has been taken over by China now, so much labor force has been lost because of your bombing. In the past, we would have been eager to have a few shots every day, but now that we have been included in our territory, you Americans can forget about it. Now they were completely obedient and could only curse in their own news. The Americans are scared, not to mention other small countries. They have all become cowards. Now their idea is that as long as they are not attacked, they will live an honest life. Gradually, a voice emerged among the people of Japan and began to spread rapidly. That is to throw ourselves into the arms of China, become a second-class citizen, give up war and weapons forever, we need peace. After this screening, the population of Japan was directly reduced by half and disappeared permanently. At the same time, in Lin Ao's manor, all the important people here gathered and a grand banquet was being held. The innermost circle of the manor includes Long Aocean, Yi Duzi's family, core members of the Ao group, several of Lin Ao's disciples, the clones of Fate, members of the Blade Dragon Club, and some other people who have performed outstandingly and made significant contributions in this incident. The outer circle consists of the remaining peace-loving, socially influential and technically skilled people in Japan. Thanks to everyone's close cooperation, things have been able to proceed so smoothly during this period. Let us raise a toast together and celebrate. We will all be remembered in history. Lin Ao stood in the center of the venue, holding up his wine glass, looking at Yi Duzi, Long Aocean and others. The people below were excited. They raised their glasses, cheered loudly, and then drank them all. In the next period of time, everyone please enjoy this feast. Lin Ao said this with a smile, then walked downstairs and called Neja, Li Jing and Xiaozhu in. It was only today that they got away from their own affairs. The matter regarding Xiaozhu's contact with Mingwu last time has not been resolved yet. Long Aocean also followed curiously. They came to a secluded room, and Lin Ao sat down and spoke immediately. Neja, Li Jing, have you received any instructions from the main body? Lin Ao's question left both of them stunned. No, if I had, I would have contacted you a long time ago. Did anything happen during this time? Li Jing immediately answered Lin Ao's question. After hearing Li Jing's answer, Lin Ao frowned. Could it be that they were also included in the list of scavengers? Then Lin Ao told the story of Lin Feng, including the scavenger he met. Neja and Li Jing both widened their eyes. This was the first time they heard of such a destiny defense mechanism. There was no possibility of the two of them lying, because with the soul mark left by Tianming, Lin Ao could always clearly know whether what they said was true. Each of you try to contact Mingwu and see if you can get in touch with them. Neja and Li Jing immediately released a trace of red energy from their bodies and flew into the sky. After a while, both of them frowned. Lin Ao looked at their expressions and knew that there was no hope. This should have completely severed their connection. Chapter 289 Returning Home. No one responded. It's the same here. It's strange. Why don't they contact us? Lin Ao and the others simply ignored Neja's words. But give me some time. Once my energy recovers a little, I can try to decipher our communications and invade their side. Li Jing pushed up her glasses and raised her head. Lin Ao was overjoyed when he heard this. He is indeed a programmer. The technology is awesome. It can even decipher the communication method designed by the original Will. It turns out that the ability still needs to be developed. Okay, things here will be perfectly concluded tomorrow when my people from my hometown come over, and we'll go straight back to Zhonghai. Lin Ao was very happy when talking about this. He could finally go back and finally see Gu Wanqing and the others. By the way, Aoshin, go call Yijuzi, Nozomi Sasaki and the others to come in. Long Aoshin walked out immediately and brought them over in a short while. Master President, do you have any instructions? As Yijuzi Waishui came in, he bowed respectfully to Lin Ao, while Sasaki, Nozomi and the others stood aside obediently, as if they knew what Lin Ao wanted to say, with obvious nervousness on their faces. Well, Waishui, you have been following me until now. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Ao's address immediately excited Yijuzi Waishui. It's not hard. As long as I can help the president, I will risk my life. What Yijuzi Waishui said was also true. He spent the first half of his life doing nothing and was exploited by society, the upper class, policies, and national conditions. His life was basically hopeless. It was Lin Ao's arrival that changed his life. Tomorrow, the Chinese leadership will come to take care of the aftermath of the Japanese invasion, and you will be elected as the governor of the Japanese province, fully cooperating with the people from my hometown to carry out their work. Lin Ao's words made Yijuzi stunned for a moment, and then he shed tears of excitement. His body was trembling. The president was so kind to him. Manage this place well and don't make any mistakes, okay? Hey! Yijuzi Waishui knelt down and kowtowed to Lin Ao. Lin Ao did not avoid him. After kowtowed 9 times, Yijuzi tactfully retreated. After Yijuzi left, Lin Ao looked at Nozomi Sasaki and the others, and they immediately straightened up nervously. Are you willing to go back and live with me? As soon as Lin Ao finished speaking, Nozomi Sasaki's eyes immediately turned red and she jumped up excitedly. Yeah, I do. Nozomi Sasaki was very afraid that Lin Ao would abandon her in Japan. Although Lin Ao had said before that he would take her back to live there, she was still very nervous. And next to Nozomi Sasaki there were 3 nervous girls. Sophia, Yui, and Yami, where are you? The 3 women breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, tears streaming down their faces as they nodded continuously. When Lin Ao looked at Nakamura Yuichi shook his head. Master, I want to stay in Japan. I'll help you look after your territory here. If you need my help any day, I'll come right here. Nakamura Yuichi bowed deeply to Lin Ao. Lin Ao smiled and nodded. Okay, you have your choice. I respect the choice of every one of you. Since you are staying, you will be in charge of Aoshin's followers. Don't let them cause any trouble. Hey! Nakamura Yuichi bowed again. We'll be heading back tomorrow after the handover. There's nothing else to do, so go out and have fun. Upon hearing this, Neja pulled Long Aoshin out to drink. Li Jing, Nakamura Yuichi and Suzuki Masami also went out. The only people left in the room were Xiaoju, Sophia, Nozomi Sasaki, and Yui Aragaki. What's wrong? Aren't you going to play together? Lin Ao spoke in confusion, and then was hugged by a figure. Master. Xiaoju waved his finger lightly, and a red energy completely covered the room. It seems to be a means of protection. Then Xiaoju and Sophia looked at each other and smiled meaningfully. Aragaki Yui stood there with a flushed face, poking her fingers, her eyes revealing desire. The next morning, Lin Ao got up and broke the barrier set up by Xiaoju. He looked back at them, smiled slightly and walked out. Because he received a call from someone. He is Sha Qianzhe's brother, Sha Long. Lin Ao came to the outside of the manor and saw Yijuzi Waishui already waiting for him, and Lisa was also beside him. As soon as Lin Ao walked in front of them, Lisa came over first. Master I. This time, Lisa's voice was not as calm as usual, but full of trepidation. You don't have to say any more. Lin Ao interrupted Lisa. Lisa's face turned pale and her body trembled a little. She gritted her teeth and said nothing. You are my maid, so of course you go wherever I go. Come back to China with me today. You pack your things. Yijuzi Waishui and I have something to go out and take care of. Lin Ao gently touched Lisa's head and sat in the back seat. Yi Duzi drove the car himself and they were going to Tokyo Airport. Lisa shed 2 lines of tears, bowed deeply to Lin Ao's departing car, and then showed a bright smile. When they arrived at Tokyo Airport, there was already a row of people waiting at the door to greet Lin Ao, including Nakamura Yuichi. These people were all members of the Blade Dragon Society and Long Aoshin's followers, but later Long Aoshin changed the name to the Pro-China Society, and now their leader is Nakamura Yuichi. They walked into the airport and came to the takeoff and landing area. Now the Japanese have completely blocked it off, so only Lin Ao's people are in the airport. It will be reopened only after everything stabilizes. I saw dozens of oversized transport planes parked in the takeoff and landing area. 2 young men and a middle-aged man stood below. Lin Ao. One of the young men looked at Lin Ao and spoke. Hello. Are you my uncle Sha Long? Lin Ao spoke with a smile, and his words made Sha Long not know whether to nod or not. But in the end he nodded, because his sister liked it. Besides, his grandfather personally nodded to Lin Ao's great achievement. Hello, my name is Sha Hu, and I'm also your uncle. Another young man came over, and the 2 of them really looked alike. Hello, my 2 uncles, this gentleman is. Lin Ao looked at the middle-aged man, and the man smiled warmly and shook hands with Lin Ao. Lin Ao, your name is well known among us now. My name is Chen Dong, and I'm in charge of handling the affairs of the Little Japan province. Lin Ao also chatted with them enthusiastically and with a smile. Then he looked behind him and found that the transport plane was filled with Chinese soldiers, and it was carrying a lot of weapons, various missiles, and so on. Then Lin Ao introduced Yi Duzi and Nakamura Yuichi. He also explained his requirements, and Chen Dong agreed with a smile. Yi Duzi also behaved very calmly and said that he would fully support Chen Dong in his work. He kept a low profile and knew where he was and what he should do. Yuichi Nakamura will also cooperate with Sha Long and Sha Hu on matters such as the armed forces. Everything is done in secret. When it is made public, the whole world will be shocked. And now the rest of the people who are living a peaceful life obey the arrangements and agree to everything as long as there is peace and no war. First, anyone who had an opinion was cleared out. Second, fear. Fear of power. What happened these days is enough to keep them in line for the rest of their lives. And the next generation. They've already been well educated. After Lin Ao handed over the work to them, he became a hands-off boss and only came to travel when he had time. Then he hurried back to the manor, and Kojima, Nozomi Sasaki and the others were already ready. Everyone packed their luggage. Lin Ao waved his hand. Everyone get on the spaceship. Let's go home. Chapter 290 The Disappearance of Chu Tian. A ship was flying to Hainan, moving quickly in the air. Nozomi Sasaki and others were on the deck admiring the magnificent sky. Lin Ao was becoming more and more nervous, perhaps because he missed his hometown so much. Brother Lin, what are you nervous about? Long Aoshin sat next to Lin Ao and teased him. Haha, I'm nervous, so what are you shaking about? Lin Ao gave Long Aoshin a blank look, only to see that Long Aoshin was shaking all over, and was obviously much more nervous than him. Honestly, Brother Lin, why are you so nervous? This is the first time I've felt this way. Long Aoshin's hands were shaking, and the excitement in his heart suddenly came to him when he saw that he was only halfway there. Haha, how can you say that about me? It's good to chat and relax. The 2 chatted idly, distracting their attention a little. Brother Lin, have you decided what to name your child? As Long Aoshin and Lin Ao were chatting, they both thought about their children. What about you? Have you decided on a name? Lin Ao had previously thought of a name called Lin Yuyu, but he felt too sorry for the child, so he decided to think of a new one. Me. I named him Long Baishan. Bang. With a loud bang, Lin Ao slapped Long Aoshin on the head. Tian Gang. That's your father's name, Stupid. Lin Ao rolled his eyes. Tisk, old Deng is even trying to steal his own grandson's name. Long Ao touched his head and sat back in his chair. I'll tell your father when I get home. Lin Ao looked at Long Ao unhappily. Hee, brother Lin, I was just joking. I've already decided on the boy's name, Long Xiaotian, and the girl's name, Long Linger. What about you, brother Lin? Long Ao looked at Lin Ao, and Lin Ao lowered his head and began to think. After pondering for a long time, Lin Ao slowly spoke. For the boy, let's name him Lin Yi, which represents freedom and ease. For the girl, let's name her Lin Yuan, which also signifies a beautiful and free life. Lin Ao smiled faintly and watched them playing outside. It would be nice if the years were peaceful like this. Brother Lin, why does it mean freedom? Long Ao scratched his head and Lin Ao stood up. Freedom is the most precious thing. Whether it's freedom in life, freedom in wealth, or freedom in thought, it's all freedom. So, whether my children are boys or girls, I hope they can all have freedom in the future. Lin Ao came to the board and Nozomi Sasaki and the others immediately surrounded him. Master, what kind of place is China? This is my first time going abroad, and I followed your instructions and didn't tell Master's wife and the others. Nozomi Sasaki came to Lin Ao with an excited look on her face, while Yui Aragaki was a little nervous. She didn't know whether Ji Wanqing and the others would like her. Sophia didn't seem to care. As long as she loved Lin Ao and Lin Ao loved her too, it was enough. Xiaoju didn't care at all. He and Lin Ao were inseparable. Huaxia is a very tolerant country, a country full of generosity, and its people are even more so. Go there and feel it for yourself. Are you really not giving away your true colors? Wanqing is very astute. Lin Ao went back without telling his family, as he wanted to give them a surprise. Nozomi Sasaki chats with Ji Wanqing and others almost every day. She and Lun Yen get along best, like sisters. I'll do the work, don't worry. Lin Ao has already seen the coastal city appearing ahead, and soon he will be home. At this time, it was the Lin family manor. After Ji Wanqing and her friends finished their lunch as usual, they watched parenting videos in the house. Everyone was there except Lun Yen, who was at school. Sister Wanqing, the baby will be born in a few months. Why do you look so calm? I'm the one who's quite nervous. Sha Qianj, wearing glasses, was watching the video and taking notes. Yeah, I'm getting more nervous the closer the day gets. Luo Yanran is the same as Sha Qianj. I don't know why, but unlike most of you, I was quite nervous at the beginning, but the more time went on, the less nervous I became. It was as if the baby in my belly was comforting me. I've heard that other pregnant women feel uncomfortable here and there, but I feel very happy every day. Ji Wanqing touched her belly gently with a loving smile on her face. Like Wanqing, I didn't feel nervous at all. Instead, I felt at ease. Joanna was also touching her belly with a gentle look on her face. Hee me too, you'll know when you get pregnant. Qin Yun also joined in the conversation. Sha Qianj, Luo Yanran, Lu Mengan and Zhang Xiying, the four girls, looked at the pregnant women in front of them with envy. In the first month after Lin Ao left, they started to get pregnant, and when they went to check, they found out they were both pregnant. This made them all very envious. It must be that Lin Ao is not strong enough. They kept it a secret and waited to give Lin Ao a surprise when he returned. I don't know what's going on with Lin Ao. Yesterday, I heard from Nozomi Sasaki that things are very chaotic in Japan. I guess something this big was also made by Lin Ao. Otherwise, I don't think anyone else would have done it. Lu Mengan was a little worried, her eyes full of longing, and the other girls showed the same expression after hearing this. Don't worry, you have to trust him. I have a feeling he'll be back soon. He promised us that he would put an end to things over there when the baby is born. Ji Wanqing looked at them with a smile. By the way, Yanran, have you found any news about Chu Tian? For more than 6 months, Ji Wanqing and the others have actually been tracking Chu Tian's news. He completely disappeared a month ago. The previous traces showed that he was in Africa. They completely disappeared, without a trace left. It was as if this person no longer existed in the world. Ji Wanqing and the others couldn't help but frown when they heard the news. The Chu family in Kyoto was also under their surveillance, but now it seemed that no one in the Chu family had any news about Chu Tian, and only Ji Wanqing and others could remember Chu Tian's name. There's something weird about this matter. Chu Tian, the eldest son of the Chu family in Beijing, a renowned soldier. A medical genius. Or the world's top assassin. In previous timelines, they had never encountered any of these identities, let alone heard of this name. These were the news that Lin Ao told them before he left. While Lin Ao was chasing after the third child of destiny and beating him up, Jiyu Wanqing and the others began to collect information about Chu Tian, hoping that they could provide reference materials to Lin Ao after the Japanese attack was over. It was previously discovered that Chu Tian was working as a mercenary in Africa and had recaptured a number of tribes. Now, that news seems to be false, and those tribes have never been recaptured at all. It was as if his traces were erased by some force. Ouch! Just as the girls were lost in thought, Jiyu Wanqing let out a cry of surprise. Then came Joanna and Qin Yun. Naughty boy, you're already so close to each other so soon. Are you going to do bad things together? It turned out that it was the babies in their bellies kicking them. The girls resumed their conversation and laughter. A spaceship was currently hovering over the Lin family manor. Chapter 291 Reunion. Haha, they really have the same father. Their mischievous personalities are so similar. Jiyu Wanqing looked at her round belly and her thoughts flew to Lin Ao again. Every day, Jiyu Wanqing would think of Lin Ao unconsciously. Wanqing, why do you feel happy? The baby just kicked me again. Joanna frowned slightly, her face full of doubt. At this moment, a group of women stood up and wanted to go over to take a look, and at the same time, a strange sound was heard outside the manor. The eyes of the women instantly became extremely sharp, because everyone present was a master-level expert. In the blink of an eye, everyone's momentum burst out. Even the manor's alarm system didn't sound. Everyone, please be cautious. Don't make any noise for now. Jiyu Wanqing's expression immediately became serious, because she had just mentioned Chu Tian, and she was a little worried that something might have gone wrong, causing Chu Tian to notice this. Sister Wanqing, please step back a bit. We'll go out and investigate first. If anything unusual happens, evacuate directly through the tunnel in the back. Leave us alone. Luo Yanran and the other 4 women who were not pregnant walked forward without hesitation. They each remained highly alert and focused on their surroundings. Then he slowly approached the door of the house. Ding dong. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Luo Yanran quickly made a gesture to keep quiet, walked to the door quietly, and answered the video doorbell. She widened her eyes, covered her mouth, and her face was full of disbelief. Sha Qianj and others on the side noticed that Luo Yanran was acting strangely and hurried forward to inquire about the situation. However, when they walked to the door, they all showed the same shocked expressions as Luo Yanran. Jiyu Wanqing and the other 2 in the back looked at the reactions of the people in front, their hearts filled with confusion. They looked at each other and decided to go forward together to see what was going on. When they approached, they heard a familiar voice. Strange, is no one home? This voice was like a sharp sword, instantly piercing the hearts of Jiyu Wanqing, Chao Anna and Qin Yun. Their eyes suddenly turned red and tears flowed uncontrollably. Because this voice belongs to Lin Ao. At this moment, Lin Ao was like a wanderer who had been away from home for many years. He stood at the door with a heart full of anxiety. He even forgot that the door of his own house was open and raised his hand to ring the doorbell. When he saw the spaceship approaching Zhonghai, he couldn't help but come over first. The strange noise just now was the sound of Lin Ao landing. Nezha turned into a mecha and flew back to Longmen with Long Aocean. Feng Qiwu and the others stayed in Longmen to take care of the fetus. Lin Ao. Luo Yanran, who was at the front, spoke excitedly. Lin Ao, who was outside the door, also became excited when he heard her voice. Luo Yanran immediately opened the door and saw the real Lin Ao standing at the door. She immediately threw herself into Lin Ao's arms, and then the second and third figures flew out. Lin Ao's eyes were slightly red with excitement, and a familiar smell lingered at the tip of his nose. He could tell who they were with his eyes closed. Yanran, Mengan, Qianj. Lin Ao hugged the 3 of them tightly, then looked behind them. Standing at the door was Zhang Xiying. Luo Yanran looked at Lin Ao with a bright smile and made way for him. Zhang Xiying bit her lip, 2 tears rolled down her cheeks, and she suddenly threw herself into Lin Ao's arms. Xiying. Lin Ao called out Zhang Xiying in the same gentle voice. Zhang Xiying lowered her head and took a deep breath of the nostalgic smell, and then the 3 women in Lin Ao's arms immediately left Lin Ao's arms. They pointed inside the house at the same time, then pulled Lin Ao in. As soon as he entered the door, he saw 3 beautiful pregnant women covering their mouths and looking at Lin Ao at the door with tears in their eyes. Lin Ao was shocked by their condition. In addition to Ji Wanqing, he didn't expect that Joanna and Qin Yun were also pregnant. Hurry up, stop crying. Ouch, it will affect your health. Lin Ao walked over distressed and gently held the 3 girls in his arms. It's all my fault it took so long. As soon as Lin Ao opened his mouth, Ji Wanqing in his arms pressed her fingers against his mouth. We don't blame you, we are just happy. Ji Wanqing shook her head. This was already much earlier than they had expected. Anna Eunuch, why didn't you tell me? Lin Ao looked at Joanna and Qin Yun, and was suddenly so excited that he was speechless. Puff. Anna and the others said they wanted to give you a surprise. Unexpectedly, you gave us a surprise today as well. Ji Wanqing left Lin Ao's arms and looked him up and down, looking at the man she missed day and night. Congratulations, you are now the father of 3 children, Lin Ao. Joanna gently stroked Lin Ao's face. She was a real mother. I thought it would take a long time before I could see you. Qin Yun rubbed Lin Ao hard, mainly to wipe away her tears. Where is Nian Nian, that evil spirit? Lin Ao looked around but didn't see the girl. Puff. She was sent to school by Sister Anna. Sha Qianj found it funny when she talked about Lu Nian. Those exercise books that were sent in batches were all made by Lin Ao. They thought about Lin Ao every day, and Lu Nian scolded Lin Ao every day. The girls couldn't help laughing when they thought of Lu Nian's usual appearance. Lin Ao slapped his head, forgetting that Lu Nian was just a child under 10 years old. Where's she? Ji Wanqing looked behind Lin Ao and found that there was no one there. This was not right. Nozomi Sasaki has been reporting to Ji Wanqing how many people are around Lin Ao in Japan. Yeah, what about she? I really like that girl. Luo Yanran also asked. She's on top. Lin Ao pointed to the ceiling, then smiled and took Ji Wanqing and the others out of the house. Then they looked up at the sky, and the girls looked at it in confusion. There was nothing in the blue sky or white clouds. Xiao Ao, remove the invisibility and land. Lin Ao said something towards the sky, there was a fluctuation in the sky, and then a spaceship appeared. Ji Wanqing and others covered their mouths in surprise. Then the spaceship slowly landed and stopped on the open space of the manor. The hatch opened, revealing 7 people standing inside. They slowly got off the spaceship. Hello, master's wives. Nozomi Sasaki rushed over here when the cabin door opened. They were meeting each other in person. Ji Wanqing and the others all smiled brightly. Master Anna and Master Yun are both pregnant, I'm so envious. Nozomi Sasaki looked at Joanna and Qin Yun in surprise. All the girls were amused by Nozomi Sasaki and laughed out loud. Welcome Ji Wanqing gently touched Nozomi Sasaki's head and smiled gently. Others also came to Ji Wanqing and the others one after another. Nozomi Sasaki, Lisa and the others were a little nervous. Ji Wanqing took Nozomi Sasaki's hand and came to them. Let me guess. Yummy, we've met before. Welcome to live with us. Ji Wanqing smiled at the shy Suzuki Masami, which made her relax a lot. This should be Yui. We've seen quite a few of your performances here. We all like them very much. Your acting is great. Ji Wanqing smiled playfully and gently at Aragaki Yui. Aragaki Yui's originally nervous heart relaxed and she gave Ji Wanqing a bright smile. This foreign beauty must be Sophia, and this mixed-race beauty is Lisa, right? Sophia and Lisa both looked at Ji Wanqing in surprise. It's actually pretty easy to tell them apart. Sophia is naive, the eldest daughter of a wealthy family, very confident and cheerful, while Lisa is a serious and reliable person. I can tell who you are just by your temperament. Welcome. Sophia smiled brightly and walked forward to hug and kiss Ji Wanqing on the cheek. Lisa also smiled back and bowed to Ji Wanqing. Then the last one should be Xiaoju. You are welcome as well. Ji Wanqing walked in front of Xiaoju. Xiaoju smiled and a gentle force flew out of her body and divided into 3, all of which slowly merged into the stomachs of Ji Wanqing, Anna and Qin Yun. This is my welcome gift. It will bring good luck to your child. Ji Wanqing was not afraid that Xiaoju would hurt her because she was recognized by Lin Ao, so Ji Wanqing trusted her. Thank you. Surprisingly, Ji Wanqing walked in front of Li Jing. You must be Li Jing. Thank you for helping Lin Ao. Did Neja go back with Aoshin? Faced with Ji Wanqing's thanks, Li Jing felt a little embarrassed. Lin Ao just stood there and looked at Ji Wanqing with a smile. After not seeing her for many days, Ji Wanqing was still the same Ji Wanqing. Master's wife has such a powerful aura. Nozomi Sasaki moved closer to Lin Ao and looked at Ji Wanqing with admiration in her eyes. Lin Ao smiled faintly. Otherwise, do you think anyone can forcefully kiss your master on the Ferris wheel? Chapter 292 Dad. Mom. Nozomi Sasaki, Masami Suzuki, and Lisa each helped Ji Wanqing and the others back to the room. The one who is still a little nervous about this right now is probably Yui Aragaki. Yui, I really like the movies you acted in, your acting is so great. I'm also in the entertainment industry, I'm a singer. Sha Qianj took the initiative to talk to Aragaki Yui, and she was very easygoing. Yui Aragaki suddenly started talking. Yui Aragaki finally relaxed while chatting with Sha Qianj. When they arrived at the house, Ji Wanqing took the lead and introduced the people on her side to everyone. From now on, we are all one family. We all welcome you to join us. After hearing Ji Wanqing's final words, everyone smiled. However, there was an accident here. Li Jing was the only one in the venue, and he felt a little out of place. He moved to Lin Ao's side, patted Lin Ao and said, Lin Ao, I'm going to go find Nezha. I'm afraid she might be doing something careless. Lin Ao looked at Li Jing in confusion. As soon as Li Jing finished speaking, a string of codes came out of his body and formed a door. I'll be back in a few days. Li Jing immediately turned the handle and was about to step out, but his foot was indeed hanging in the air. Lin Ao glanced towards the door in confusion. Nezha and Long Aotian are on the other side of the door, but the scene now is a bit weird. He found that Long Aotian was kneeling on the ground for some reason. Nezha was eating a big watermelon. On the top were Long Baishan and his wife, with Feng Qiwu sitting on the right. People on both sides of the door were looking at each other. Long Aotian stared at Li Jing and Lin Ao behind Li Jing. At this time, one of his eyes was black. Li Jing's mouth twitched as she slowly retracted her foot. It seemed that the situation on Long Aotian's side wasn't much better. Although it was awkward on Lin Ao's side, at least it wasn't as serious as Long Aotian's side. Li Jing retracted her foot and began to close the door gently, just pretending that nothing had happened. When Li Jing heard Long Aotian start calling out his name, he couldn't help but speed up closing the door. Jing. Li Jing looked at the hand bent on the door frame speechlessly. After all, she was still a step too slow. No, she shouldn't have thought of going to look for Nezha. Li Jing, come here and help me talk. Long Aotian roared at the other side of the door, which also attracted the attention of Ji Wanqing and the others. All the girls looked at Li Jing, who was frowning, and Lin Ao, who was stunned. Brother Lin, hurry up and tell Lao Deng. No, my dad, and Qiwu, Nezha is not my woman. Long Aotian's shrill voice was still ringing. Everyone in the house was shocked. Especially those who came back from Japan, all looked at the door in disbelief. Li Jing and Lin Ao were also confused. What did Long Aotian mean? Nezha was involved with a woman. Li Jing and Lin Ao roared in their hearts at the same time. These are clearly two different creatures. Li Jing had no choice but to slowly open the door. At this time, Long Baishan and others were also standing outside the door, looking over here curiously. What the hell is this? Lin Ao, is that you? Long Baishan looked over here curiously. Uncle Long, long time no see. Lin Ao greeted him politely, and Nezha also came over holding the big watermelon. Dad, he is Li Jing. Everyone was shocked by Nezha's opening words. No. Long Aotian collapsed and screamed. Long Baishan's face was as black as ink, and he pulled Long Aotian inside. No, don't listen to her. Lao Deng, Dad. Long Aotian kept wailing. Long Aotian, you've turned your back on me. You clearly said that night that from now on, your father is my father, and your wife is my sister. Now you're accusing me of talking nonsense. Just tell me if you said that or not. Nezha held a watermelon and pointed at Long Aotian angrily. Is what she said true? Long Baishan picked up Long Aotian and questioned him. Ah, did I say that? We are comrades, and she has no parents. Long Aotian thought about it and remembered that he did say this to Nezha at the celebration banquet after defeating the Japanese that day. We, the Long family, keep our word. We are a family that keeps its word. You still refuse to admit it even if you were beaten to death. Long Beishan's eyes were filled with the desire to sacrifice his own family for the sake of justice. Long Aoshan informed them before he came back. He and Feng Qiwu went outside to wait. As soon as they went out, they saw the little girl Neja carrying Long Aoshan and running towards them. "Dad! Mom!" Before Long Aoshan could shout, Neja started shouting enthusiastically, which confused Long Beishan. Feng Qiwu also looked at Neja and Long Aoshan in disbelief. "Daughter, what are you shouting?" Long Beishan thought he was hallucinating. He looked at Neja's size in shock, and at Long Aoshan's silly smile, the corners of his mouth twitched. "I'm calling you guys. Aoshan said we'll be a family from now on." After Neja finished speaking, Long Aoshan nodded with a smile. Long Beishan couldn't help but punch him, and what happened next was the scene that Lin Ao and the others saw. "Brother Lin, save me!" Long Aoshan shouted for help, and Lin Ao seemed to understand something. Was this such a big mistake? "Uncle, wait a minute, let me explain something to these two idiots." Lin Ao couldn't just stand by and watch him die, so he quickly stepped over the goalkeeper Long Beishan to stop him. When he passed Feng Qiwu, he heard something even louder and couldn't help but speed up. "Sister, can't I stay here?" Neja tugged at Feng Qiwu's clothes with a wronged look on his face. "Dad said, we in the Long family are all about friendship. We'll help you hold a wedding in a few days, and marry you off officially. I won't let my sister suffer any injustice. If you want to blame someone, blame Long Aoshan." Feng Qiwu glared at Long Aoshan fiercely. Neja nodded without understanding why. Lin Ao rolled his eyes. Fortunately, Li Jing opened this door, otherwise Neja would have really become the daughter-in-law of the Long family in a few days. In this way, there were a few more guests at the Lin family manor. Long Aoshan and his family also came. Lin Ao spent a lot of time and effort to finally make the matter clear. Long Aoshan was squatting beside him in an emo manner. Long Beishan coughed and walked gently to Long Aoshan's side and kicked him with his foot. "Hey, why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought your taste had changed, you're not like me at all." Long Aoshan simply ignored him, and Long Beishan winked at Feng Qiwu. "Ouch, my stomach." With a whoosh, Long Aoshan appeared beside Feng Qiwu. "What's wrong? What's wrong with my stomach?" Long Aoshan looked left and right worriedly. Xiaoju also patiently explained things to Neja, and finally Neja understood. She turned her head and shouted at Long Beishan. "Dad!" This roar almost killed Long Beishan. "I don't like skinny guys like Aoshan. I'm not his woman." The corners of Long Beishan's mouth twitched. "If you had said it earlier, wouldn't it have been over?" "Haha, my girl, I'll find someone stronger than you for you in the future." Long Beishan also recognized Neja. One fool in the family is stupid, and two fools are also stupid. One more doesn't matter. Finally, a strange development path was stopped by Li Jing's portal. At this moment, Li Wanyu, Lin Dong, and Yan Dong also hurried back. Li Wanyu was still holding Lun Yan's hand. Chapter 293 Lun Yan's Thoughts Day and Night. Lun Yan pulled his hand out and ran over with a clattering sound. The two balls on his head were shaking, and his short legs were about to smoke. "Lin Ao, uncle!" While shouting, she ran in front of Lin Ao and jumped. Lin Ao looked at Lun Yan and smiled slightly, blocking Lun Yan's flying kick with one hand. Lin Ao grabbed the short legs in his hands and swung them into the air. "Oh, your skills have improved." Lin Ao smiled slightly, and the Lun Yan in his hand disappeared. He turned to the left and dodged Lun Yan's punch again. Then he picked up Lun Yan. Her little hands and short legs were flying around in the air. "What? You're greeting me like this after not seeing me for so long?" Lin Ao smiled as he looked at Lun Yan, who looked like a little dumpling. At this time, Lun Yan's eyes were slightly red, his face was puffed up, and tears were welling up in his eyes. Everyone in the Lin family covered their mouths and chuckled, thinking of the truckload of exercise books that Lin Ao sent. No wonder Lun Yan had such a strong resentment towards Lin Ao. Lun Yan turned his head angrily and looked at Li Wanyu and the others behind him and shouted in grievance. "Lin Ao bullied me, woo." After Lun Yan finished shouting, tears flowed down like a flood that broke through the dam. Li Wanyu, Lin Dong, and Yan Dong all had a familiar red light in their eyes. Lin Ao shuddered. Lin Dong was the first to move, and the belt around his waist had been pulled out. He stared at Lin Ao intently, meaning, "Do you dare to hide? Try hiding once." Yan Dong followed closely behind, taking out a hemp rope from somewhere. The corners of Lin Ao's mouth twitched. At this time, Lun Yen in his hand had appeared in Li Wanyu's arms. She raised her head and looked at Lin Ao with a triumphant smile. Lin Ao saw a flash before his eyes, and then he was hanging in the middle of the hall like a spring silkworm. Lin Dong and Yan Dong clapped their hands at the same time. Lin Ao's heart finally died. It was still a familiar scene and there was even a lot of that damn familiar feeling. This time, Yan Dong's hemp rope was added, making it more secure. Senior sister. Nozomi Sasaki ran over. She had wanted to hug Lun Yen for a long time. Every time she saw Lun Yen in the video, she wanted to pinch her face. Now we finally meet. Lun Yen in Li Wanyu's arms also happily jumped into Nozomi Sasaki's arms. Hey junior sister, it seems you are quite talented. Lun Yen's mischievous look made Nozomi Sasaki laugh non-stop. Seeing how popular the party was today, Li Wanyu waved her hand and asked Uncle Zhang to prepare a banquet. During the dinner, everyone got to know each other again. Li Wanyu also grabbed Xiaoju, Nozomi Sasaki and the others and looked at them one by one. Xiaoju almost couldn't resist Li Wanyu's enthusiasm. At the dinner table, Lin Ao and Long Aoshan both dealt with everyone with forced smiles. Brother Lin, I kind of miss life in the manor. Long Aoshan muttered softly. Aoshan, me too. Lin Ao responded quietly, and then the two of them looked at Li Jing who was being dragged by Long Baishan and Lin Dong to drink. After the dinner, Li Jing went back with Long Aoshan and the others, saying that if there was anything, they could contact him directly and he could come over directly. Li Wanyu and Lin Dong stayed in the manor and chatted with Lin Ao for about an hour before leaving. Leave the time to the couple. What? Are you still angry? Believe it or not, I'll buy you another truckload of exercise books. Seeing Li Wanyu and the others leave, Lin Ao spoke more confidently. Lun Yen angrily pulled Nozomi Sasaki and Asami Suzuki to play somewhere else. Lin Ao smiled and turned around, looking at Ji-Yu Wanqing and the others whom he hadn't seen for a long time, and didn't know what to say for a moment. I don't know where to begin to express my longing for you. Xiaoju and the others also tactfully left temporarily, leaving them time and space. Let me touch your belly. Lin Ao looked at the three people's stomachs and for some reason, his eyes couldn't help but turn red. Before leaving, their bellies were still very flat. Now that Lin Ao saw their bulging bellies, the feeling of being a father became stronger and stronger. Lin Ao put his head on Ji-Yu Wanqing's belly. With his hearing, he could clearly hear the beating of two hearts. The baby is very healthy. Lin Ao had just finished speaking when he felt Ji-Yu Wanqing's stomach move. He's responding to you. Ji-Yu Wanqing smiled gently. Then there are Joanna and Qin Yun. The amazing thing is that every time Lin Ao approaches, the baby will respond. The three girls touched their bellies gently, and it seemed that the babies in their bellies were also very happy. It's getting late, we all need to rest early, you guys can chat slowly. Ji-Yu Wanqing, Joanna and Qin Yun all stood up. Since they became pregnant, they would go to bed before 8 o'clock. Even though they are all master-level warriors, as mothers they are still very cautious. Lin Ao sent them back to the room and came to the hall again. Sha Qianj, Lu Mengan, Luo Yanran and Zhang Xiying all had different looks in their eyes. Lin Ao smiled knowingly. 5 people disappeared from the hall at once. Tisk. Stinky uncle. Lun Yen rolled his eyes at the disappearing Lin Ao. Senior sister. Do you have any thoughts about master? Nozomi Sasaki looked at Lun Yen covering her mouth and laughing. Nozomi Sasaki also knew about Lun Yen's situation. Don't talk nonsense. What can a child under 10 years old like me think? Be careful or I'll lock you up in the dark room. Lun Yen rolled his eyes at Sasaki Nozomi and looked at the exercise book in front of him with hatred. Don't worry, master. With Yeimei and I here, these exercise books are nothing. When Lun Yen heard what Nozomi Sasaki said, she was moved and looked at Nozomi Sasaki and Suzuki Masami. Gently pushed the exercise book over. Nozomi Sasaki and Masami Suzuki started to look at it. It was just a child's exercise book, how could it be so simple? As time passed, more than 10 minutes passed. Nozomi Sasaki and Masami Suzuki looked up in despair. What's the matter? Lun Yen looked at the two women in confusion. Senior sister, are you studying all the university courses? Nozomi Sasaki looked at Lun Yen with a bitter expression, and Suzuki Masami's expression was not much better. Lun Yen rolled his eyes and turned the exercise book over. First grade. Is that okay? If not, give it back to me. What on earth are you learning over there? Lun Yen looked at Nozomi Sasaki and Masami Suzuki with disdain. Both of them were deeply shocked by the child's gaze. Okay, we will definitely finish it tonight. Nozomi Sasaki patted her chest and made a promise. Suzuki Masami looked at Sasaki Nozomi with some concern. Lun Yen nodded with satisfaction. Then senior sister, I'm going to take a shower first. She jumped off the chair and happily went back to her room to take a shower and watch cartoons. In the living room, Nozomi Sasaki and Masami Suzuki looked at each other, picked up the exercise books and started reading. Xiaoju, Sophia and the others also saw Nozomi Sasaki's bitter and resentful look. Xiaoju came over, took a look, smiled, then shook his head and left. Yui Aragaki, Sophia and Lisa sat next to Nozomi Sasaki and the others. He also frowned. Chapter 294 Weird. The next morning, Lin Ao came to the hall and gave him a big shock. Aragaki Yui, Sophia and Lisa fell asleep on the table without any energy. Why are you sleeping here? Lin Ao walked over curiously. There were a lot of draft papers on the desk, densely covered with various formulas. Lin Ao took out the exercise book from under the draft paper and took a look at it, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Then he took turns picking up the three of them and carried them back to the room before returning to the living room. Ji-Yu Wanqing and Qin Yun also got up, and the servants had already prepared breakfast. The two looked at Lin Ao gently, and Lin Ao smiled gently. This scene had been unseen for a long time. At this time, Lun Yen also went downstairs at Joanna's urging, as she still had to go to school. She walked to the table, picked up her exercise book and looked at it. Nozomi Sasaki, I will never trust you again. Lun Yen looked at the answers above and was speechless. How did the Japanese teach math? Little brat, you want someone else to help you with your homework. Just wait for me. Lin Ao rolled his eyes at Lun Yen. Lun Yen was shocked when he heard Lin Ao's words and looked at Joanna for help. It would have been better if he hadn't looked at her. As soon as he saw Joanna, she shrank her neck. Just in case. Just in case. Joanna looked at Lun Yen seriously. Lin Ao smiled proudly and started eating breakfast happily. Lun Yen was struggling with breakfast with a resentful look on his face. After he finished eating, he was picked up by Li Wanyu and the other two and sent to school. Lin Ao accompanied the three pregnant women to bask in the sun and take a walk. Others also got up one after another. They also came to the garden. Lu Mengan and the others blushed as they were stared at by Ji-Yu Wanqing, Chao Anna and Qin Yun. Joking with them while walking, Lin Ao would interject a word or two from time to time, but most of the time he just watched quietly. He cherishes days like this. Peaceful and happy. Happy days passed very quickly. After a period of time, Nozomi Sasaki, Xiaoju and the others had completely integrated into Ji-Yu Wanqing and the others. Most of the time, Lin Ao has nothing to do. Li Jing was also called over by Xiaoju and used as a means of transportation. Take Ji-Yu Wanqing and the others to travel around the world. It's raining today, so let's go to a country where it's not raining. It's a bit hot today, so let's go to some place with moderate temperature to avoid the heat. She and Nezha Li Jing acted as bodyguards, and Long Aotian also came over, and they had a lot of fun. Lin Ao would conduct a carpet search for Chu Tian wherever he went, but Chu Tian seemed to have really disappeared from the face of the earth. He also asked Xiaoju, Nezha and others to continue trying to contact Mingwu, but it was useless as they were cut off completely. This incident made Lin Ao feel a little uneasy. He was afraid that fate would harm Ji-Yu Wanqing and his unborn children. During this period, Sophia, Lisa and Aragaki Yui were also trained to become masters and learned the Yin Shenju. They officially entered the world of warriors. Surprisingly, Sha Qianj also became pregnant during this period, followed by Lu Mengan, Luo Yanren, and Zhang Xiying. They worked hard and finally got what they wanted. Now it's Lin Ao's turn to be worried. This name is not enough. Can anyone give me some advice? Dear, we also seem. Sophia came over, touching her belly, with several test reports in her hand. Lin Ao looked behind him. Nozomi Sasaki, Lisa, and Yui Aragaki all smiled and raised the test results in their hands. On this day, the Lin family held a citywide banquet in Zhanghai. Even the top leaders of China sent people to congratulate them. The Japanese have already taken over. Yijuzi Waishui would report to Lin Ao from time to time that it has become China's back garden, and the Japanese have become China's first line of defense against the Americans. 2 months passed, and the Lin family was very lively. Lin Ao finally welcomed his first child with Ji-Yu Wanqing. It was also very lively on Long Aotian's side. He and Feng Qiwu had a child, a boy, named Long Xiaotian. Then Long Aoshan put aside his bold words and tried to have another child, Long Linger. Lin Ao and Jiyu Wanqing's child was also a boy, named Lin Yi. The next month, Joanna and Qin Yun gave birth to their children almost on the same day, 2 girls. One is called Lin Yuan and the other is called Lin Zan. The names of several people all imply freedom. With the birth of the child and the new lives growing in the bellies of several other women, Lin Ao suddenly felt that his meaning in the world had become different. Yuaner is the best, daddy gives you a kiss. Shuaner is also good, daddy gives you a kiss too. Lin Ao was busy with Lin Yuan in his left hand and Lin Zan in his right hand, and was having a lot of fun. And Lin Yi. As the eldest brother, he must give way to his younger sisters. Looking at the children who were making sounds, Lin Ao felt as if all his worries were thrown away. Lun Yan is finally no longer the youngest among the group, and she seems to be on the verge of becoming the big sister. The whole family was circling around the little ones. Xiaoju used his power to condense several clones to protect the children 24 hours a day. She often touched her belly and sighed secretly. Now that she was free, she had tried everything, but she had never experienced the process of pregnancy and nurturing life. After another month, the Lin family held a 100-day banquet, which was unprecedentedly grand. This time, even the Japanese Yiduzi family came over to celebrate for Lin Ao. After the banquet, they returned to the manor, and Lin Ao and Xiaoju sat on a secluded bench. Xiaoju, the uneasiness in my heart is getting worse and worse. Lin Ao's face was solemn. As time passed, he felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart as if it was about to hit him. He believed in his feeling very much, and it must be related to Chu Tian. I haven't found Chu Tian yet. I've searched almost every corner of the world, but there's still no news. I can't even sense Mingwu in the other's presence. Xiaoju also had a solemn expression on her face. She didn't know what the original will had done. Ever since the scavenger appeared and was defeated, things had become weird. As for Chu Tian, apart from those who possess the aura of destiny or fate, others, including the Chu family in Kyoto, have no impression of him. This person does not exist at all. Lin Ao sighed. He couldn't let anything happen to Jiyu Wanqing and the others again, and his children hadn't experienced this world well yet. Destiny. Lin Ao closed his eyes and called upon destiny again. This is the fewest times this month. After returning from Japan, Tianming has never appeared again. Lin Ao also tried to enter Tianming's space to check, and even sneaked into Tianming's house, but he couldn't find any trace of her. It was too weird. All the weird things happening on top of each other made Lin Ao feel even more uneasy. Where are you? What happened? Chapter 295. 6 years. The rivers and seas are calm. It seems like a peaceful and tranquil time. Lin Ao did not show any abnormality in front of Jiyu Wanqing and the others. During this period, he continued to try to contact Tianming, but as before, he received no response. Don't think too much. What needs to be faced will eventually come. I've let it go now. If I end up disappearing, I'll just treat it as a perfect dream. There's just one thing I haven't tried yet. Xiaoju was beside Lin Ao, and she just smiled brightly. Actually, I thought so before. Lin Ao looked up at the sky, which was dotted with stars. He exhaled and continued speaking. I thought I was finally free this time and could control my own destiny, so I decided to give it a try. Even if things end up back to how they were before, I'd have struggled and made it this far. Before the Japanese came back, I was still very excited. I felt that I was about to do it. As long as I eliminated Chu Tian and waited for the fate entity to notice, I would probably have lived my life to the end. The power I have gained is also different from before. I dare to face all enemies head on. With destiny in my hands, I feel that I can also face destiny itself. Lin Ao's eyes were full of stars, and he gently clenched his hands towards the void, as if he had grasped something. Is it because of the child? Xiaoju leaned her head on Lin Ao's shoulder, slowly closed her eyes, smelled Lin Ao's breath, and said in her heart, no matter what happens, I will be by your side. It's not entirely because of the children, it's mainly because of the unknown. This move by fate has completely taken control of my psychology. Lin Ao withdrew his hand, stared at it blankly, and made a loose grip. I'm afraid these are all illusions. He wants me to have them first, and then be afraid of losing them. He is sharpening my edge. He wants me to beg him. Lin Ao's voice became more and more excited as he spoke further. Everyone is pregnant. Lin Ao suddenly began to whisper again. Xiaoju opened her eyes slightly and said, I haven't yet. What do you mean by everyone? I don't know if fate is playing a role in this, strengthening and deepening my bond. Lin Ao sighed again and turned to look at Xiaoju. Xiaoju, I have a bold guess. Xiaoju opened his eyes and looked at Lin Ao. Destiny has awakened. He has collected all his clones. He no longer needs a puppet like Chu Tian. Xiaoju's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. This is impossible. Only a few reincarnations. Destiny shouldn't wake up so early. Tian Ming, I guess, had already sensed something. After consuming Lin Feng's destiny energy, it disappeared. And you, like us, have already deviated from the original trajectory and are no longer affected or controlled by fate. Lin Ao didn't know whether his guess was right or not. Everything can only wait until the day when the truth comes to light. Maybe you're right. We should enjoy our current life. Lin Ao smiled, holding Xiaoju, and continued to look at the starry sky. Xiaoju also came back from his shock. Yes, we should just enjoy the present moment. Dad, you're being unreasonable. A delicate little boy looked at a handsome man angrily. When the man didn't speak, he gave people a feeling of keeping away from strangers, but the little boy was not afraid of him at all. Reasonable. Ask your eldest brother Lin Yi, when has your father ever been reasonable? There were also a few little boys standing nearby, one of whom looked a little older. Lin Qian, don't waste your energy. Our dad is just a nobody. Just stand there as punishment. Lin Qian walked aside with a wronged look on his face and stood with the 5 or 6 boys. Only then did Lin Ao nod in satisfaction. Lin Yi. Lin Ao lay on the recliner like he was inspecting his troops on the battlefield. Arrive. Lin Yi responded unhappily. Lin Qian, Lin Yong, Lin Wei, Lin Xiao. Here, 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 here. Several little boys stood by and all rolled their eyes. Run around the manor 10 times. After Lin Ao finished speaking, a force flew out of his body and merged into their bodies. Dad, that's too much. Making the kid run so many laps and even restricting his power. No wonder my brother complained to you. Lin Yi directly retorted to Lin Ao, then took the lead and ran. Dad, Eunuch also wants to run. A little girl beside them flew up excitedly and followed Lin Yi and the others. Ouch, Eunuch, be careful, don't bump into anything. After Lin Ao finished speaking, the little boys ran even harder. Dad, there was a little girl with a delicate figure, who tugged at Lin Ao's sleeve. When will the mothers come? Lin Zan pouted, and Lin Ao's heart melted when he saw it. Then 4 little girls looked at Lin Ao with pouts on their lips. Hey, Shuaner, Shuer, Linur, Yunur. Lin Ao picked them up. The mothers will be back soon. They are accompanying Lin Ju's mother to work today. Lin Ao was so happy looking at the little cotton balls in his arms. In fact, Jiyu Wanqing and the others did not go out to work. But it is not easy to take care of a child. Every once in a while, Jiyu Wanqing and the others will not leave the child to Lin Ao, and then go shopping around the world with Xiaoju and the others to relax for a day. Of course Lin Ao was also very happy. It's just that he has 2 completely different attitudes towards boys and girls. Time flies, and 6 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yi, Lin Yuan, and Lin Zan are all 6 years old. The other children were born in the same year and are all 5 years old. Lin Qian is Luo Yanren's child, Lin Shu is Lu Mengen's, Lin Yu is Zhang Xiying's, Lin Yang is Sha Qianzhe's, Lin Lan is Nozomi Sasaki's, Lin Wei is Yui Aragaki's, Lin Xiao is Lisa's, and Lin Yuan is Sophia's. Lin Ao has lived a very happy life in the past 6 years. He simply stopped thinking about fate. What is coming will come. There has been no news from destiny in the past 6 years. The world order has also changed. Li Jing was too bored, so he participated in the research of the Chinese military scientific research team. His superb skills and rich knowledge shocked the top leaders, and China became the most technologically advanced country in the world. The lunar base has already been built. Since the heavy losses suffered by the Americans 6 years ago, they have been in a slump and everyone is pushing them down. The small Japanese province was officially and publicly incorporated into the territory of China, and no one in the world dared to say a word. Long Aoshan and Long Xiaotian, father and son, have been beaten repeatedly for 6 years. The reason was that Long Xiaotian actually said that he wanted to marry Lin Yuan when he grew up. Lin Ao gave him a look and Lin Yi took the initiative. And Lin Ao. Then he must find Long Aoshan. If a son doesn't teach well, it's the father's fault. Lin Ao's child and Long Aotian's child showed amazing talents shortly after they were born. However, Lin Ao's children are more special. Each of them has a huge energy that combines destiny and fate in their body. Lin Ao called it, life, energy. As the evening approached, a 1.7-meter tall girl with 2 ponytails was running quickly through the manor. She was so fast that only her shadow was left. My little cutie's Auntie Nian Nian is out of school. Lu Nian jumped in the air, and little girls like Lin Yuan, Lin Zong, Lin Shu all flew into the sky and hugged Lu Nian. Auntie Nian Nian. Lin Ao glanced at Lu Nian. Every time, she and Lin Ao would fight for the right to hug the little cutie. Lu Nian had grown up at this time. She had developed very well and did not look like a girl of 10 years old at all. She had charmed a lot of young boys outside. Lin Ao. From now on, my little cuties are mine. Lu Nian looked at Lin Ao arrogantly. Lin Ao silently took out his mobile phone and opened Taobao. Lu Nian immediately ran away with the little cuties. Lin Ao. Chapter 296, Return of Destiny. Lin Ao called Lu Nian over and looked at the children. He walked to a secluded corner. Then his consciousness came to the destiny space. This is the first time Lin Ao has entered here again in 6 years. He looked up at the sky and saw that the ancient door of Tianming's residence was already open. Lin Ao flew directly towards the gate. Came to the courtyard. A beautiful figure stood in front of Lin Ao. When she heard the noise, she turned around. The face was the same one Lin Ao had seen before. This time, Tianming did not block it at all. Face Lin Ao with his true face. Lin Ao looked at this peerless beauty, paused, took a deep breath and then flew towards her. Destiny. Lin Ao's heart was extremely complicated. For so many years, at first I was hoping you would show up soon, but I was worried it was just a fleeting dream. But later on, I just hoped you would never show up. Lin Ao looked at the beautiful woman in front of him with a complicated expression. What you actually know, you will have to face eventually. Tianming smiled faintly, and her voice was obviously very gentle at this moment, and her voice was already full of human emotions. Lin Ao was very surprised. Tianming had been away for 6 years and came back as a human. Lin Ao also began to become curious about where Tianming had been for the past 6 years. Yeah, we have to face it eventually. Tell me, where have you been these past 6 years? Lin Ao took a deep breath and prepared to face what was next. Tianming produced 2 chairs, a table, and a set of tea sets, and motioned Lin Ao to sit down. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows and walked over. Tianming also carefully poured a cup of tea for Lin Ao. Don't be so polite to me. I always feel like something is going to happen when you do this. Tianming paused in pouring the tea, and Lin Ao's heart skipped a beat. Completion. Haha, 6 years have passed here, but I've been there for almost 600 years. I'm just happy to see an old friend. Lin Ao frowned. The time difference was almost 10 times. Where did she go? Lin Ao looked at Tianming suspiciously, picked up the tea and started drinking it. It was not bad, there was a rare amount of Tianming energy in it. After taking a bite, Lin Ao felt his body filled with energy. Tianming also picked up the tea and took a sip. She looked at Lin Ao and spoke slowly. Lin Ao, I lost. Lin Ao was shocked after hearing this. He forced himself not to speak and continued to listen to Tianming. It's not a complete loss, he's not feeling well either. Lin Ao was almost so angry at Tianming that he rolled his eyes. Can you please stop pausing for so long when you speak? After absorbing Lin Feng's energy, I think I can now fully compete with Destiny. With the appearance of the scavenger, I knew Destiny had awakened. Over half of his puppets vanished, triggering his defense mechanisms. This time, his true consciousness awakened. He urgently reclaimed all his means, leaving no trace of him, no matter how you searched for him. He withdrew from this world. Lin Ao thought this sounds like a very good thing. Fate withdraws, destiny returns to its place and dominates the world, while Lin Ao lives his own life until the end of his life. Isn't this a good thing? I know what you're thinking. If he had truly left completely, I wouldn't have been gone for so long. He escaped into the long river of time, and I chased him for 600 years. Finally, I caught up with him 100 years ago. We fought again in a distant era. Lin Ao stared at Tianming with eyes wide open. It wasn't because of what Tianming said, but because Tianming's body was flickering. She slowly turned into a little girl and her clothes no longer fit her. You both suffered losses, and then you returned to my side, while Destiny stayed over there and hid, right? Lin Ao took over Tianming's words, and Tianming turned his head and looked at Lin Ao in surprise. How did you know? Lin Ao pointed at Tianming, who looked at Lin Ao in confusion, then turned his head to look at his own body. Ah! Tianming's face turned red, and then a golden light flashed, and Tianming returned to the mature and domineering form. Hey, stop trying so hard. You've been beaten like a child, why do you still want to act like an adult in front of me? Lin Ao's words seemed to stimulate Tianming, and a pair of mini golden palms appeared. Ah! The golden little palm left an afterimage, and Lin Ao felt as if his whole body was being caressed by a pile of marshmallows. It seems the power of destiny has really declined seriously. After a long while, Lin Ao pretended to be very weak, and Tianming was satisfied and stopped. Bang! Tianming, in a burst of golden smoke, turned back into the appearance of the little girl that Lin Ao had just seen, about the same age as Lun Yan when she was 5 years old. Lin Ao continued to pretend to beg for mercy, and then cleverly brought the topic back on track. As a father of many children, Lin Ao definitely has enough say on how to coax children. He must be feeling bad right now. His injuries are far more severe than mine. He doesn't even have the strength to come back. Tianming raised her head with a hint of pride. Lin Ao immediately praised her, which made her feel satisfied. So, are you coming back this time just to retire? Nothing else is happening now, right? Since even fate cannot be returned, then the battle between him and me should be completely over, right? Lin Ao smiled slightly, thinking that this should be good news. However, Tianming did not respond to him. She turned her head to the side and did not look at Lin Ao at all. Lin Ao's smile gradually froze on his face. What exactly did this mean? Was there some other hidden secret? Are you hiding something from me? Why don't you say anything? Lin Ao suddenly stretched out his hand and hugged Tianming tightly in his arms, but Tianming still did not look at Lin Ao directly. In the evening, Jiyu Wanqing and the others also came back, each holding a baby. Lin Ao greeted them happily. Mom, Dad restricted my abilities again today and made me run a lot of laps. Lin Qian hugged Luo Yanren's thigh and complained. Luo Yanren tapped Lin Qian's little forehead. You're so young and you dare to tell on your father. Do you think your mother can do anything to your father? Luo Yanren is justified. Then I'll go find Wanqing's mother. Lin Qian pouted, looked at Lin Yi and Jiyu Wanqing, and planned to go find the person with the most say in the family to complain. Lin Ao looked at his little ones and smiled happily. At this time, Xiaoju slowly walked to Lin Ao's side. She's back. Xiaoju is still so sensitive to the aura of destiny. Yeah, I'm back, Lin Ao answered in a low voice. Chapter 297 Countdown. The days that followed were no different from the previous ones. Lin Ao has been accompanying Jiyu Wanqing and the children. As usual, Xiaoju took Jiyu Wanqing and the others around the world to play from time to time. Lin Ao and the others truly enjoyed the game of life. Time flies by in a flash. In a flash, another 10 years have passed. Lin Ao's children have all grown up and entered their teenage years. I can only say that the genes are too good, and everyone has top-notch looks. Lin Ao was also worried about who in this world was worthy of his daughter. Long Xiaotian, haha, after fighting for more than 10 years, you still have such evil intentions. Eunuch, will not fall in love with you. At least not now. These children, with the guidance of Jiyu Wanqing and Xiaoju, didn't experience any rebellious phases. After all, if they rebelled, they would have to face more than a dozen Grand Masters and their parents who were in the true martial realm. You'll be scared just thinking about it. Lin Ao's belt-beating skills were inherited from Lin Dong, and they are even better than Lin Dong's. He finally understood that beating children can make him happy. Since childhood, Lin Yi, Lin Qian and others have been tied up by Lin Ao many times. This belt accompanied the brothers throughout their childhood. Perhaps it was the blessing of destiny and fate that Lin Yi, Lin Yuan and others showed amazing talents since birth. In addition to the abilities of ordinary warriors, there are also some special abilities. Now at the age of 15 or 16, they have already reached the level of masters. The power of the new generation can be described as terrifying. And Lun Yan has become a young lady in her 20s. She finally didn't have to do the workbook anymore. However, people who have been caught in the rain always want to see how others get caught in the rain, so Lin Yi, Lin Yuan and the others. And I have the support of everyone in the family, otherwise Lun Yan would not be convinced. The exercise books I did when I was a child were shipped here in truckloads. How dare you kids not do it? As Lun Yan grows older, some of his intentions become very obvious. Everyone saw it. It's just that Lin Ao has been pretending to be deaf and dumb. And China has become a super-developed country in the past 10 years. Li Jing is obsessed with research. Together with many Chinese scholars, he is committed to helping humans escape from the Earth. He has also won many national honors. He has been greatly recognized here. Today, Li Jing is enjoying his life very much. Nezha has been living with Long Ao. Long Beishan and his friends really treat Nezha as their own daughter, but she has always encountered setbacks in her love life. Her desire to try love has caused Long Beishan to lose a lot of hair. He threatened Long Beishan, "Dad, if I can't find a partner, Aoshan, I won't be polite. If you are my brother, come and chop me up." So all year round, Long Beishan was looking for a suitable candidate to marry Nezha off. When those people saw Nezha's face, they were all shocked. He was so cute and beautiful, but when they saw his muscular body, they all backed off. She cried bitterly for this, and finally attacked Long Aoshan with the help of Feng Chiwu. Long Aoshan married Nezha without knowing why. But Nezha is no longer the same as before, because of a word from Long Aoshan. "Can't you grow bigger? Why can't you shrink that muscle?" Nezha was suddenly enlightened. "Yes, I can shrink." Then Nezha turned into a slim girl in front of Long Aoshan and the others, with an outstanding figure and appearance. Long Beishan almost fainted from anger. "How can you become like this? You are usually full of muscles. You didn't tell me you were used to it before." Long Beishan covered his forehead with his hands and looked at Long Aoshan and Nezha, shook his head, turned around and left, looking as if he was weathered. Xiaoju devoted herself to taking care of Jiyu Wanqing and the children, becoming an all-round nanny. She loves Jiyu Wanqing and the others very much, because apart from Lin Ao, they are the people Xiaoju wants to protect. Xiaoju treated those children as his own and took care of them meticulously. Of course, Xiaoju did not give up on the goal of getting pregnant, but she still couldn't figure out the reason. Maybe she was just a fictitious person. Although it was very frustrating, the love of Jiyu Wanqing and Lin Ao made up for the loss in my heart. Little Japan has now become China's OEM factory and granary. After 16 years of education, their new generation has become as popular as ever. China is not like them who maliciously modify history, but writes it all out openly. This once stimulated some children to hate their own blood, but at the same time they were glad to be second-class citizens of China. From then on, there was no more war, and they felt completely safe. Now, if anyone dared to say a bad word about China, they would really fight you to the death. At the Lin family manor, Lin Ao was taking a walk with his wives. Jiyu Wanqing and the others have not changed at all over the years, but have become younger and younger. The same is true for Lin Ao, who looks like the older brother and sister of Lin Yi and Lin Yuan. Sometimes when I go out to sweep the streets, I am always surrounded by passers-by. "Dad, have you been hiding something from us all these years?" Lin Yi, who was walking at the back, came up and bumped into Lin Ao lightly. Lin Ao looked at Lin Yi in surprise, his smile unchanged. Why do you think so? What could I possibly be hiding from you?" Lin Ao pulled Lin Yi over and put his arm around his shoulders. The child was as tall as him now. How come children nowadays grow so fast? Ah Yuan and the others actually seem to have sensed it, a kind of telepathy, but the mothers don't know, and we haven't told them. Lin Yi lowered his head and looked at the road, with a hint of worry in his eyes. "What are you guys thinking about, you little brat?" Lin Ao smiled and pinched Lin Yi's face. "Dad, I'm grown up, please stop pinching my face. And actually, there are some things you can tell me. I'm really not a child anymore." The feeling in Lin Yi's heart grew stronger, a feeling that Lin Ao was about to leave them. Recently, those younger brothers and sisters have had similar dreams and sensations. They all found Lin Yi, and Lin Yi also had a similar feeling. If they hadn't come, he would have thought he was overthinking it. Lin Ao paused and looked at the blue sky. I squinted my eyes and felt the breeze. "Lin Yi, promise Dad that if I really leave, you will take good care of our mothers, as well as our younger brothers and sisters." Lin Ao spoke slowly. Lin Yi's eyes widened and he suddenly turned around to look at Lin Ao. He felt right, his father really was hiding something. "Don't react so strongly. I will tell you these things sooner or later. It's just not the right time yet." Lin Ao gently tapped his son's forehead. Lin Yi and Jiyu Wanqing have very similar personalities. He pays attention to everyone around him and sometimes doesn't mind being wronged. He is very sensible, and Lin Ao trusts him the most. The child has really grown up, can you promise Dad? Lin Ao showed a warm smile, and Lin Yi nodded heavily with red eyes. Chapter 298 Lin Ao, did you misunderstand something? 3 years later, all the children have finally grown up. Today the Lin family held a grand coming-of-age ceremony banquet for them. Everyone Lin Ao knew was present. Mr. President, Lin Waishui is honored to receive your invitation. Lin Ao is still young, but Yi Duzi Waishui already has some white hair. During this period, he has devoted himself to the affairs of the Japanese and has done his best. Master, this is my child, Lin Hongri. Nakamura Yuichi, now called Hayashi Yuichi, finally got married. He cooperated with the brothers Sha Long and Sha Hu, one in charge of external affairs and the other in charge of internal affairs, and firmly controlled all the armed forces. They all changed their surnames to Lin, regarded themselves as outsiders of the Lin family, and swore that their descendants would protect the Zhonghai Lin family as a family rule. Lin Ao looked at his only male disciple, and a gentle power of destiny gently merged into the child in his arms. From now on, you all must live a good life. For some reason, Lin Ao's simple words made Lin Yui and Lin Waishui's eyes red. After the banquet, Lin Ao invited them to the manor. Everyone was talking enthusiastically, except for Lin Yi's brothers and sisters, who had serious expressions. Lin Ao walked to the front and the others immediately quieted down. They knew that Lin Ao had something to announce. Everyone, we have known each other for more than 10 years. Lin Ao looked at his wife and children, his parents, Long Aoshan, Lin Yui and the others. Everyone was immersed in various memories after hearing Lin Ao's words. I'm here to tell you something. After tonight, I have something I have to do and I need to leave for a while. Lin Yi and the others' faces darkened. Dad was finally going to make the announcement. It seemed like the time had come. Ji Yu Wanqing and the others' expressions also changed slightly. They thought that Lin Ao must have found Chu Tian's location and was planning to go to the Japanese like he did last time and come back after dealing with him. Brother Lin, is it time for you and me to start our journey again? Long Aoshan laughed heartily. Nezha's eyes lit up, while Li Jing frowned slightly, thinking about something. Master President, if you need me, Lin Waishui, please don't hesitate to ask. I, Lin Waishui, will be yours for the rest of my life. Lin Waishui knelt on one knee and swore an oath to Lin Ao. Master, I, Lin Yui, feel the same way. Lin Yui and Lin Waishui knelt on the ground together. Without the master, there would be no Lin Yui today, so he hoped to be able to help the master with anything. Lin Ao smiled faintly, and 2 gentle forces helped the 2 men up. Maybe this time, Lin Ao continued to speak. Dad, you should tell the truth. Tears were already flashing in the corners of Lin Yi's eyes. Ji Yu Wanqing looked at her son in confusion, and then a flash of lightning flashed in her mind. Could it be? The other girls also stared at Lin Ao. Joanna asked Xiaoju, but Xiaoju shook her head and looked at what Lin Ao would say, because she only knew that Tianming had returned, and Lin Ao didn't say anything else. Lin Ao looked at Lin Yi and smiled bitterly. Maybe I'll never come back. After Lin Ao finished speaking, everyone looked at him in shock, then rushed forward and surrounded him tightly. Lin Ao, what on earth happened? Ji Yu Wanqing held Lin Ao's hand, tears welling up in her eyes. She had originally thought that the days ahead would be just like before, until they grew old. Watching their children grow up and start their own families, they and Lin Ao travel around the world, enjoying every day of their hard-earned life. Now, suddenly hearing that Lin Ao might leave forever, no one can accept it. Lin Ao smiled bitterly. Wanqing, do you still remember the things about destiny and fate? Ji Yu Wanqing and the others nodded. The panel on Lin Ao's body also came from this, but it had not been seen for a long time, so Ji Yu Wanqing and the others thought that everything had returned to normal. And this time, destiny has lost again. Fate is getting stronger and stronger, and its final counterattack will directly destroy this world. So this time I will go with destiny. Before Lin Ao could finish his words, someone jumped on him and bit his shoulder. Lin Ao, you bastard, why are you saying it now? Lin Ao could only smile bitterly and let Lu Nian vent. Ji Yu Wanqing covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. She also slapped Lin Ao in despair. Why did you say it today? Aren't we husband and wife? We can handle anything together. Ji Yu Wanqing and Joanna were both supported by their children. Brother Lin, where are you going? I'll go with you. Long Aoshan walked in front of Lin Ao. Feng Qiwu and Long Xiaotian behind him stretched out their hands, but finally retracted them. I'll go with my father. Lin Yi, Lin Yuan and all the others were kneeling in front of Lin Ao. We want to be together, live together, die together. Ji Yu Wanqing and the other girls also expressed their opinions. Lin Ao looked at them and his eyes also turned red. He also wanted to live his life like this. He took a deep breath and then shook his head. Lin Ao. Dad. Brother Lin. When everyone saw Lin Ao shaking his head, they became extremely excited and everyone was immersed in a sad atmosphere. Lin Ao was also infected by this atmosphere. He looked at everyone's face seriously, wanting to bring them all into his heart. Because this might be the last time we meet. Lin Ao, did you misunderstand something? I don't think I ever said I couldn't come back and bring anyone with me. The corner of Lin Ao's mouth twitched slightly. The atmosphere has become like this, and you tell me I can bring people with me and come back. I'm back, aren't I? Lin Ao looked at the people who had burst into tears. He didn't know how to end it. I was just joking, can you forgive me? The hall inside the Lin family manor. Lin Ao was tied tightly with belts and hemp ropes and hung aside. Lin Yi and the others looked at their old father with some gloating satisfaction. It's up to the grandfathers to take action. In the past, it was Lin Yi and his group who were tied up here. Now, seeing Lin Ao's miserable state, all the anger in their hearts for many years was released. You little brat, are you kidding me? Come on, explain it to us. Lin Dong was swinging his belt, Yan Dong was drinking tea and watching the fun, and Li Wanyu was coaxing her daughters-in-law. Tian Ming, I'm tired, you come out and explain to me. Lin Ao called out for destiny in his mind. Back then, you said you knew before I even finished what I was saying, but it turns out you had already figured it out yourself. Tianming's words made Lin Ao feel extremely ashamed. When Lin Ao came back, Tianming said that he needed Lin Ao to go with her to chase destiny, otherwise the world would disappear when he counterattacked. Lin Ao thought this was a one-way journey, so he asked, can we wait until the children grow up before leaving? Tianming agreed, and then Lin Ao enjoyed spending time with his family for so many years and did not communicate with Tianming again, until tonight's coming-of-age ceremony. Everyone was getting excited, but in the end it was my own fault. I'm impressed by you, Tianming said lightly, and a golden energy flew out from Lin Ao's forehead. Chapter 299 Arrival. A golden figure gathered in the hall. A hazy veil made it impossible for anyone to see her face clearly. Lin Ao curled his lips as he looked at Tianming. Sure enough, he still had to save face. Lin Ao could clearly see the porcelain doll-like figure behind the veil. I am destiny. Tianming's words echoed in the hall, and a sacred and ancient majesty shocked everyone's hearts. Tianming, please speak nicely and don't scare my wife and children. Lin Ao rolled his eyes at Tianming, and then dozens of golden small palms appeared in front of him. The corners of Lin Ao's eyes twitched, and the small palms left afterimages. For a moment, Lin Ao was hanging in the air and swinging back and forth. I believe you should know something about me. Tianming looked at Ji Yu Wanqing and the others, and the women nodded. The purpose of Lin Ao and I's trip is to completely defeat fate, but this trip is not a farewell. The time channel is not stable at the moment, so I can take the two of us with me for the time being. Master Tianming, does this mean that I can come back too? Xiaoju stood up and Tianming nodded. Yes, with enough energy, I can come back anytime, but if you want to go there. Tianming paused for a moment, and everyone looked at Tianming nervously. Tianming seemed to be thinking about something, and it was not until a long time later that she slowly spoke. I will establish a space at the passage. Once it stabilizes, any one of you who reaches Junwu may enter. Only those who are from Junwu can enter. The words, destiny, ignited the hope of all of them. The turning point will leave guidance. Follow the guidance and you will be able to find us. If you don't come to Junwu, you will get lost in the time channel. This is the real way to never come back. After Tianming's explanation, everyone understood that it was not as Lin Ao said. Then everyone looked at Lin Ao, who was still being slapped in the air and was tossed around. They were all speechless. What did they mean by, can't come back? Because of this, everyone shed so many tears. Destiny returned to Lin Ao's body, and Lin Ao was finally able to stop. Just when he breathed a sigh of relief, the resentful gazes of a dozen or 20 pairs of eyes below made him tremble again. After a long time, Lin Ao was surrounded and sat in the middle of the living room. Okay, Okay, this is a good thing, blame it on me. Blame it on me for not explaining it clearly. Lin Ao scratched his head embarrassedly. 1 hour, we'll set off in 1 hour. Hurry and choose 2 people. The voice of destiny emerged in his mind, but Lin Ao did not feel the sadness of separation between life and death. Since he could come back, they could also go there, so there was nothing to explain. As for the candidate, Lin Ao looked at Xiaoju. She was the one person Lin Ao must bring with him. Her abilities and familiarity with the original body are both indispensable. As for the other candidate, Lin Ao originally wanted to choose Li Jing. His creative ability is very strong now, and he is also a powerful combat force. However, Lin Ao was defeated by Lun Yan's extremely resentful look. It won't be too late for others to come over after Tianming stabilizes the space. It was just right to keep Li Jing and use his abilities to help train Lin Ao's wife and children into real warriors. Others agreed. Brother Lin, wait for me. I believe I will break through soon. I feel like I'm just a little short of it. I'll work harder with Neja later. Before long Aoshin could finish his words, Feng Qiwu slapped him on the forehead and gave him a polite smile. It seems that Aoshin and Neja also produced other effects. Wanqing, and everyone else, we'll see you soon. Everyone said goodbye reluctantly, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Then let's go ahead and take the lead. Lin Ao, Xiaoju and Lun Yan waved goodbye to everyone. A golden vortex appeared behind the 3 of them. They slowly stepped into it and then disappeared. A porcelain doll appeared in front of the 3 people and opened a protective shield. The tunnel is full of mysterious colors, which will make people dizzy if you look at it carefully. This time we're heading to another world. After we pass through, I'll fall into a deep sleep for a while. Tianming began to explain slowly, while Lin Ao looked at Tianming in confusion. Are we going back to the past? Or to a different world line? A completely different world line, a world line that has not yet been tainted by fate. In fact, every time you die, it foreshadows a success of fate. I was careless last time. Tianming sighed, and the original destiny of that world line also fell because of this, and finally transferred its power to me. Lin Ao looked at the leader Tianming in surprise. What's your relationship to that original destiny? Does every world have a destiny? Yes, every world has one. We all awaken from a deep sleep. Once awakened, it heralds the birth of the world. We are born knowing our mission. So what kind of world are we going to? Lin Ao's question made Lun Yan and Xiaoju prick up their ears. They were both full of curiosity about the world they were about to arrive in. A world where status is determined by force. Everyone in it is born with innate strength. Grandmasters are everywhere. Only those who reach the level of Junwu are considered high-level fighters, and fighters with even higher strength than Junwu are everywhere. What is above Junwu? Lin Ao's eyes were gleaming with excitement, because he had long felt that he was much stronger than Junwu. Above Junwu is Xuanwu, and above Xuanwu is Shenwu. Then my current strength should be at Xuanwu level. Lin Ao mobilized his strength, and his golden red eyes emitted bursts of strange light, captivating people. Between Xuanwu and Shenwu, destiny gave the answer. That destiny, what is your strength? If we divide it by realm. You will know now later. Get ready, the exit is coming. The golden pupil of destiny flickered, and a bright gap appeared before their eyes. After a flash of dazzling light, Lin Ao and the other 3 were unable to open their eyes due to the glaring sunlight. Lin Ao and the other 2 quickly looked around and found themselves in a forest. Tianming, what do we need to do next? After Lin Ao discovered that there was no danger around, he finally relaxed a little. A golden light enveloped the 3 of them, and then unfamiliar words and languages appeared in their minds, and then they merged into one. Lun Yan, find a random place to smash it. Tianming's inexplicable words made the 3 of them stunned. But Lun Yan still did as she was told. She walked to the side and punched the ground. Then a deep pit and an iron box appeared on the ground. Lun Yan took out the box in surprise, and then opened it. Inside was a large stack of banknotes, gold, silver, house deeds, etc. Destiny this. It's no big deal. Take the money and the deed and go do the repairs. I need to sleep for a few days to recover my energy. Lin Ao's mouth twitched. It turned out that this was the so-called destiny. He could become rich enough to rival a country by just digging a place. Tianming fell silent after he finished speaking. The title deed is to Yuchunyuan. No. 1, Yupai Street, in the capital of Hongguo. Lu Nianian made a sound. Lin Ao walked closer and saw the address on it. Forget it, let's just follow fate and get familiar with this world first. Lin Ao put the things into the destiny space. Let's go. Let's go to Yuchen Garden. Lin Ao then prepared to set off with Xiaoju and Lun Yan. Lun Yan tilted his head and asked, "How do I get there?" Xiaoju also tilted his head. "Have you been here?" Lin Ao's mouth twitched. "Can you please tell me how to get over there and sleep again?" Chapter 300 Entering the city. Several people flew in the forest for most of the day before finally coming out. I'm finally out. What kind of forest is this? It's so huge. Lun Yan looked at the building that finally appeared in the distance and breathed a sigh of relief. It's no wonder that Lun Yan was so emotional, because if you measure this forest by the flying speed of Lin Ao and Xiaoju, it would be really an exaggeration. It's quite large, and the creatures we encountered were also quite gigantic. An ant half a meter in size. A tiger 3 meters tall. Only then did Lin Ao realize that he had really come to a world that was both strange and familiar. Are the people here the same as us? Or are they also several meters tall? Lun Yan couldn't help but feel disgusted with those creatures. What she feared wasn't the animals, but those giant bugs. There are buildings ahead. Let's go and take a look. Xiaoju smiled faintly and flew beside Lin Ao. In the blink of an eye, the three of them arrived outside the city wall. They had just landed when suddenly dozens of armored men jumped down from the city wall, emitting a chilling chill. They surrounded Lin Ao and the other two. It seems they are just like us, but they don't seem very friendly. Lun Yan observed the people in this world. The armor they wore was similar to the ancient Chinese armor, but slightly different. There were complicated seals on them, and it seemed that there was a unique power operating. Who are you? How dare you invade the border of Hong Kingdom? A captain-like figure walked to the front, pointing the weapon in his hand at Lin Ao and the other two with a cold glow. Some soldiers also blushed, and they glanced at Xiaoju and Lun Yan stealthily. Because Lun Yan and Xiaoju were still dressed the same way as when they were in Zhanghai, and it was summer, so they were both wearing tight-fitting short-sleeved shirts and shorts. Which no shameless. The captain also blushed and pretended to be calm, scolding Lin Ao and the other two. Lin Ao glanced at them coldly. He was angry. Their gazes made Lin Ao angry. If you dare to look at me again, I will make you all disappear immediately. Lin Ao's life energy was circulating throughout his body, and a strong energy wave erupted with Lin Ao as the center. The curse marks on the soldiers' armor immediately lit up. Then it immediately shattered and everyone was blown away. Only the leader was able to withstand Lin Ao's energy explosion. However, he also spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to one knee on the ground. Xuanwu. His eyes were filled with disbelief and he looked at Lin Ao in shock. A Xuanwu realm warrior had actually appeared in a border city. Was he sent by the enemy nation? Lin Ao, it seems that the armor they wear has a certain degree of defense, but I haven't figured out the energy form yet. Xiaoju picked up a piece of armor fragment on the ground and began to study it. If Li Jing was here at this time, he would probably study it. Is this Hong Kingdom? Who are you from? How do I get to know? 1 Yupai Street, the capital of Hong Kingdom. Lin Ao asked a series of questions, only to see the team leader trembling, and the words Lin Ao said sounded very strange. May I ask who is Lord Xuanwu? The team leader opened his mouth to test the waters, wondering who this gentleman was and which family was behind this powerful figure. Lin family. Lin Ao. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows. It seemed that this person was very knowledgeable. He could even judge Lin Ao's realm from the methods and strength he had just used. Let him figure out the rest. Sure enough, after hearing Lin Ao's simple 4 words, the team leader frowned and thought, his brain working rapidly. The Lin family. Is there a powerful family with the surname Lin in Kyoto? Or is it a reclusive one? That's right. They must be from the secluded world. Otherwise, why are their outfits so different from ours? Those young ladies' outfits are too bold. Only those secluded families would be so unconventional. The team leader kept imagining Lin Ao and the others' life stories in his mind, but he still had to confirm whether he was from the hidden family of Hongguo, because they had walked out of the vast forest. Crossing the vast forest would lead to the enemy country, Chu. May I ask why you came to our Hong Kingdom? The team leader tried again, and Lin Ao changed his mind. What do you mean by your Hong Kingdom? Hong Kingdom is my country. I have been traveling with my master since I was a child. Now that I am back, I want to take a look at my Lin family's property. After Lin Ao finished speaking, he took out the house deed and thought to himself, Tianming, I hope the thing you asked me to pull out is not something from the northwest. The team leader carefully took the title deed and examined it. It was indeed a property in the capital of Hong State, but his eyes looked a little strange. Although the title deed was indeed genuine, the team leader was still not sure whether this person was from the enemy country. I see. Please forgive our recklessness, sir. This is the border of Hong Nation. If you need to return to Kyoto, you can use the teleportation array within Zhenchu Pass. The team leader first returned the house deed to Lin Ao, and then took out a piece of jade. Sir, since this is a border crossing, could you please hold the jade in your hand and declare that you are a Hong people? If I am correct, I will be allowed to pass. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows and looked at the team leader. This man was really cautious and loyal to his duties. He was a talented person that could be cultivated. May I have your name? Lin Ao took the jade generously. My lord, my name is Qian Zhuang. Qian Zhuang looked at the jade in Lin Ao's hand and answered Lin Ao nervously. Heaven's will. Why don't you give me a hint at this time? Activate life energy. Yes. Tianming actually spoke, and then there was no more sound. Lin Ao had originally thought so, and he felt more relieved after receiving Tianming's reply. He also didn't want to start killing people as soon as he arrived at a place, which would affect his subsequent actions. Then Lin Ao circulated his life energy and said as usual that he was a Hong people. The jade stone then glowed with a faint green light. Seeing the jade light up green, Qian Zhuang breathed a sigh of relief. He loosened his hands behind his back slightly, and the red bead in his hand quietly disappeared. Master Lin, please come this way. I will let you pass right away. I will take you to the teleportation array and take you back to Kyoto. Qian Zhuang gave Lin Ao a brilliant smile, feeling equally happy in his heart. His brothers didn't have to die, as this lord from the Xuanwu realm was a fellow countryman. Lin Ao nodded lightly, and Xiaoju and Lun Yan followed him into the city. The soldiers who fell to the ground also lowered their heads and climbed up, not daring to glance around again. Sir, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should say it. Qian Zhuang looked at Lin Ao cautiously, and glanced at Xiaoju and Lun Yan out of the corner of his eyes. Speak. Lin Ao replied, and Qian Zhuang bowed slightly to show his respect. Master Lin, I suggest you change your clothes, otherwise it will cause the misunderstanding just now. Lin Ao smiled faintly and thought to himself, it seems that this place is from a feudal era, somewhat similar to ancient China. He nodded, took out a piece of gold from his hand and handed it to Qian Zhuang. Qian Zhuang stared at the gold nugget that Lin Ao handed over with wide eyes and waved his hands repeatedly. Lin Ao stuffed it into his arms. Qian Zhuang smiled foolishly and put it away. Thank you. Since others were polite to him, Lin Ao was naturally polite to him as well. The city gate slowly opened, and rows of ancient buildings appeared in front of Lin Ao and his companions. Set off. Chapter 301. Would you bring your female relatives with you to that kind of place? Qian Zhuang took Lin Ao into the city, and the three of them observed the scene in the city curiously. The walls of the city are engraved with seals similar to those on the soldiers' armor. Passing through the thick tunnels, they saw the general landscape of the city. Qian Zhuang exchanged for a car without wheels, with a curse mark flashing and floating above the ground. He invited Lin Ao and others to get in the car. After they were seated, the car drove through the city and headed towards the center. It was a very strange scene, with a smooth road surface, like a first-tier city in China, but the buildings were like those in ancient China, with some buildings similar to modern ones. Soldiers were training and living in the outer areas, and it was not until we reached the inner city that we saw ordinary people living their lives. Qian Zhuang, I've lived away from home since I was a child, practicing with my master and not caring about worldly affairs. Could you please tell me about the current situation of Hongguo? Lin Ao asked Qian Zhuang while observing. Of course, sir. This is the border between Hong State and Chu State, separated by a vast forest. This Zhenchu Pass, or Zhenchu City, is primarily a military base, so it's not very busy. Qian Zhuang looked at Lin Ao and thought that they were indeed from a secluded family. Judging from their very young age, they must have just reached adulthood and gone out to gain experience. Sir, Kyoto is prosperous, and your Lin family's industries are well known in Kyoto. Ahem, we will soon reach the teleportation array. What Qian Zhuang said was equivalent to saying nothing. What Lin Ao wanted to know was not this. Perhaps what he wanted to know was the common sense of this world. Lin Ao didn't ask too much. By the way, Brother Qian, how do I get my identity documents? Qian Zhuang smiled faintly after hearing this. Please wait inside, my lord. I will handle this for you personally. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows. Does Qian Zhuang have so much say here? Then they came to a heavily guarded area. The soldiers saluted Qian Zhuang, and Qian Zhuang led Lin Ao and the others in smoothly. Wait for me a moment, sir. After Qian Zhuang finished speaking, he knocked on a door. When he walked in, he saw a big man with gray hair drinking. Dad, this is incredible. A descendant of a hidden family has arrived in our city. He's already reached the Xuanwu realm at such a young age. The Khan glanced at Qian Zhuang and looked at his son with disgust, saying that he was still so unstable after serving in the army for so long. But when he heard that, he almost dropped the glass he was drinking from. Have you verified your identity? Did Bian Zhenyu pass? Qian Zhuang nodded. They have been away from home since they were young and are preparing to get their identity documents. The big man immediately stood up and led Qian Zhuang out. As soon as I went out, I saw 3 young people with stunning looks. The Khan immediately calmed down and walked over with a big laugh. Gentlemen, I am Qian Dacheng. I just heard from my son that you have all been away from home for many years and have no identity documents. Please follow me here and I will process them for you. Lin Ao took a look and found that they really looked like each other. Lin Ao observed Qian Dacheng and found that his strength was at the Junwu level, and his strength was pretty good. Hello, Mr. Qian, my last name is Lin Ao, this is my wife, and this is my sister. Lin Ao introduced himself and Xiao Ju, but Lun Yan seemed very dissatisfied with this introduction and looked at Lin Ao angrily. Oh, it's madam and your sister. Come this way, please. Qian Dacheng politely led the way, and Qian Zhuang followed beside him. They came to another house. Lin Ao vaguely felt the energy fluctuations in the house. He silently used his life energy to wrap up Xiao Ju and Lun Yan. Then the 3 of them walked in slowly. Qian Dacheng walked in front with his eyes slightly narrowed, keeping an eye on Lin Ao. When he found that there was nothing unusual, he breathed a sigh of relief. Come here, enter the identity documents for these adults. Qian Dacheng shouted, and an old man hurried out from behind. 3 pieces of jade were handed to Lin Ao and the other 2, along with 3 pieces of paper and a pen with curse marks on them. Lin Ao found that this one was somewhat similar to the one Qian Zhuang had used before. Sir, hold the jade stone and write the information on the paper according to the annotations. Lin Ao nodded, and Xiao Ju and Lun Yan did as he was told. It contains some simple information such as name, family, residence, strength, etc. Lin Ao continued writing as usual, and the jade pendant in his hand was always glowing with a green light, and the same was true for Xiao Ju and Lun Yan. The residence they filled in was Yuchin Garden in Kyoto, which made Qian Dacheng and Qian Zhuang look a little strange, but there was nothing unusual about the jade. They thought it was probably the place where they just came into the world. It seemed that they knew nothing except their strength. Qian Dacheng and Qian Zhuang looked at each other and nodded in understanding. After writing, they let Lin Ao and the others keep the jade pendant. From then on, this would be their identity jade card. Then he ordered people to prepare several sets of clothes for Lin Ao, Xiao Ju and the others. Because their clothes are too eye-catching. The clothes are not particularly fancy, but the material is very comfortable. Lin Ao and the others immediately went to change. When they came out, Qian Dacheng and the others widened their eyes. It was not until this moment that Lin Ao and the others met their current aesthetic standards. For a moment, they felt that they were 3 banished immortals who had descended. Lin Ao was also very satisfied with his clothes, but they were a little troublesome to put on. Sir, the teleportation array is ready. Shall we set off now? Qian Zhuang stepped forward, Lin Ao nodded, and hurried to Kyoto to find out some news about this world. This border was a military stronghold, and Qian Dacheng and Qian Zhuang were watching here. Asking some too low-level questions would probably make them suspicious. Then, under the leadership of Qian Dacheng and others, Lin Ao finally arrived at the teleportation array. Then Lin Ao took out 2 silver bills and stuffed them into Qian Dacheng and Qian Zhuang. I don't know if this small gift will please you too, but I'll just consider it as a way to improve your lives in this border city. I'm sorry for bothering you so much. Lin Ao used force to force the silver notes to them, and they couldn't take them back even if they wanted to. Since there are a large number of silver notes and gold and silver now, it proves that these are still circulating in this world. Qian Dacheng and Qian Zhuang looked at the face value of the banknote and their eyes widened. 10,000 taels for one banknote, both of them gasped. Qian Dacheng was the general defending the city and his annual salary was 2,000 taels, and Qian Zhuang received 500 taels a year. How could they not be surprised by the total of 20,000 taels? Thank you, sir. As long as you hold the jade token in your hand, I will activate the formation for you. Qian Dacheng ran to the side happily to activate the formation for Lin Ao. Qian Zhuang also kept thanking Lin Ao. After a flash of light, Lin Ao and the other two disappeared into the formation. Dad, it's posted. Qian Zhuang hugged his father excitedly, only to see Qian Dacheng reach back and find a silver note in his hand. It's posted. Yes, it's posted, ha 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 ha. Lin Ao and the other two saw a flash before their eyes, and clearly felt the energy in the time tunnel at that time, but it was very, very weak. When the scene reappeared in front of them, they had appeared in a square, surrounded by some well-armored soldiers and generals guarding it. There are also many different teleportation arrays around, with people constantly coming in and out. Lin Ao and the other two followed their lead, holding jade tokens and walking out in an orderly manner. Sure enough, there was no problem at all. Lin Ao and his companions looked forward, and an extremely prosperous scene came into view. Lin Ao found a young man who came out with him and asked him how to get to Yuchen Garden. Excuse me, bro, how do I get to Yuchen Garden? The young man who was stopped by Lin Ao was stunned at first, then he showed a meaningful smile, even a little obscene. Looks like you're pretty anxious, even more anxious than me. Since we're on the same path, let's go together. When Lin Ao heard his words, he seemed to realize something. Then Xiaoju and Lu Nian followed him. The next words of the young man made Lin Ao more certain of his thoughts. Brother, do you bring your female relatives to a place like that? Chapter 302 Yuchen Garden. Chen Chaosheng met the young man's strange gaze and nodded stiffly, cursing fate in his heart. What did you ask Lu Nian to dig up? The young man glanced at Xiaoju and Lu Nian and was surprised to find that they were both as beautiful as fairies. Unlike Qian Zhuang's soldiers, he withdrew his gaze very politely. I wondered in my heart, since he has such a beautiful wife and concubine, why would this guy go to that kind of place? The look he gave Lin Ao became increasingly strange. I wonder what this gentleman's name is. Lin Ao talked to the young man enthusiastically to see if he could get anything else out of him. My name is Li Rui, what should I call you, brother? Li Rui bowed slightly to Lin Ao enthusiastically, and Lin Ao followed his lead and bowed to Li Rui. My name is Lin Ao. I'm visiting Kyoto. I wonder if Brother Li has anything to recommend. I see you seem very familiar with Kyoto. Lin Ao's words made Li Rui understand all of a sudden. No wonder he needed someone to lead the way. It turned out that this was his first time in Kyoto. Haha, Brother Lin, Kyoto is full of fun things to do, like the Yuchen Garden we're planning to visit, which is very famous in Hongguodu, hee. Li Rui blinked at Lin Ao, looked at Xiaoju and Lu Nian who were following behind him, then moved closer to Lin Ao and whispered. That's a brothel, Brother Lin. Bringing your family with you is really not very appropriate. After Li Rui finished speaking, he gently pointed behind Lin Ao. Lin Ao's mouth twitched. He knew that Yuchen Garden was not a good place. No wonder Qian Zhuang looked so strange when he saw the deed. Ahem, Brother Li, I'm just looking for someone. Lin Ao made up an excuse and Li Rui blinked. Yes, we are all here to look for someone. Li Rui obviously didn't understand what Lin Ao meant. I mean, there's someone I know inside, and I came here specifically to visit. Lin Ao had no choice but to speak again. Brother Lin, what a coincidence. I have an acquaintance in there. Every time I come here, I always look for her. It feels so. Li Rui started to talk non-stop, and Lin Ao immediately turned off the microphone. It's okay if I don't say anything. I was thinking of asking for other information, but you diverted the topic. Lin Ao simply looked at the streets on both sides. Its style really made Lin Ao feel that he was in ancient China, but it was mixed with a hint of modern elements. Just like the buildings here, most of them are ancient buildings, but there are also a few that look very much like the modern houses of the past. Moreover, the transaction prices of those modern houses are cheaper than those in the surrounding areas, so more ordinary people spend their money there. Brother Li, excuse me, why aren't those shops the same as the surrounding buildings? Lin Ao's words were somewhat ambiguous, allowing Li Rui to understand them on his own. He could hear some information from them, but it would not make Li Rui feel that he was out of tune with this world. Oh, isn't it because we don't have money? You know, the land in Kyoto is expensive, so we can't build wooden buildings. So we have to use bricks and cement. They're cheap and can be built quickly. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows. It turned out to be a house built in a real modern style. Now Lin Ao was even more confused. What kind of complex is this world? Oh, I've lived away from home for a long time and don't know much about this. Why not just use the same material for construction? Li Rui looked at Lin Ao and thought that Lin Ao must be a rich young man and must know very little about folk affairs. Then Li Rui slowly began to explain. It's useful and cheap, but compared to the technology passed down by our ancestors, it's too crude and rudimentary. If you weren't really poor, you wouldn't choose to build a building using that model. But it's very suitable for businesses just starting out, as it saves costs. Hearing this, Lin Ao was a little confused. Steel bars and concrete were the only materials that could be used to build taller buildings. They were also more convenient and cheaper to use. Wouldn't this be beneficial to development? Yet, in this world, they were despised. If you have time, you must learn more about the history of this world. However, as they continued to approach the central area, some high-rise buildings of several tens of meters gradually began to appear. However, these high-rise buildings were all made of wood without exception, and there were some mysterious seals engraved on the outer walls. When you walk into these high-rise buildings, you can see the golden splendor and colorful lights hanging high. The whole atmosphere is very cyberpunk, but also has a strong Chinese style. As you go deeper, the buildings become taller and taller, and each building has its own unique style and design, which is dazzling. What is even more surprising is that there is not a single building made of cement bricks here. There were also various kinds of flying wooden boats in the sky. Lin Ao and the other three were all shocked when they saw those flying boats. Brother Lin, we're almost at our destination. Do you really want to bring your 2 wives along? Li Rui looked at the 2 beauties beside Lin Ao and couldn't help but ask him in a low voice. Lin Ao just smiled slightly when he heard this, then nodded firmly, indicating that he had made up his mind. Seeing this, Li Rui could only shake his head helplessly, secretly sighing in his heart. It turns out that those rich young men know how to have fun. Afterwards, the 4 of them came together in front of an 8-story building that was nearly 30 meters high. The outside of the building is decorated with lights and is brightly lit, and the 3 eye-catching characters, Yuan, were hung high on the roof, making it particularly eye-catching. At this moment, all the people coming in and out of the door were young men in luxurious clothes, and there were also a few drunkards passing by in groups. The melodious music coming from inside can stir people's hearts. Hey, Brother Lin, I'll excuse myself now. I'm going to meet some friends of mine. Have fun. After Li Rui finished speaking, he stepped into Yuchen Garden. After seeing these scenes, Xiaoju and Lun Yan understood what the Yuchen Garden on the title deed was. It was not the kind of mansion they had imagined at all. Lin Ao, that gentleman, really knows how to choose a place. Xiaoju sighed. Lin Ao, don't even think about messing around in a place like this. Be careful or I'll go back and complain. Lun Yan glanced at Lin Ao. Since she became an adult, she no longer called Lin Ao uncle, but called him by his name. Stop it, am I that kind of person? Lin Ao rolled his eyes, but Tianming was indeed good at choosing places. This kind of place was full of good and bad people, and it was also the most powerful channel for obtaining information. It seems that Yuan is still the top one in Hongguo. Can they open such a place in Kyoto just by the land deed? Are there no other forces involved behind the scenes? Then Lin Ao took out the exquisite box and found a jade pendant inside with the words, Yuan, written on it. Lin Ao took out the jade pendant and brought Xiaoju and Lun Yan directly to the gate of Yuchen Garden, and handed the jade pendant to a servant at the gate. The boy's pupils shrank slightly. Please wait a moment, sir. After saying this, he disappeared immediately, looking very urgent. I value this jade pendant very much. Chapter 303 Ziyu. Not long after, a veiled woman ran out in a hurry. Sir, this way please. The woman was very respectful to Lin Ao and his companions, and led the 3 of them into Yuchen Garden. As soon as you step inside, the first thing that catches your eye is an atmosphere of luxury, which can be described as extremely luxurious. Every pillar and every piece of furniture is meticulously carved. Then I saw a huge stage in the center of the first floor, where many women in thin and cool clothes were performing singing and dancing. There were dense crowds of guests below, some of whom even threw a lot of silver onto the stage. The whole scene seemed extremely decadent, full of bliss and springtime beauty. Lin Ao looked at this scene and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. This is the case for the first floor, what about the second, third and top floors? He turned to look at Xiaoju and Lun Yan beside him, only to see that they looked calm, but the blush on their faces completely betrayed them. Lin Ao then continued to look at those people, secretly sighing in his heart, the city knows how to have fun. As he thought about it, he followed the woman and continued walking upstairs. In this mysterious place, the veiled woman led Lin Ao and others to a closed door with ease. She gracefully reached out her hand, took out a piece of crystal-clear jade from her bosom, and gently placed it in the groove beside the door. The jade shimmers with a faint light, as if resonating with some mysterious power. Then, there was a slight noise at the door. "Sir, please come in," the veiled woman said softly. Lin Ao stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes, and a hint of doubt arose in his heart. This door was so magical that it reminded him of the elevators on Earth. No need to make any more connections, this was just another version of the elevator. Lin Ao tried to remain calm and followed the veiled woman into this mysterious space. Soon after, the door opened again and they found themselves in a quiet corridor. Walk 2 steps forward and you will see an ancient and solemn gate. The veiled woman led Lin Ao to the front of this ancient gate. Lin Ao keenly discovered that there was a groove on the door that was the same shape as the jade pendant on his body. He took out the jade pendant without hesitation, secretly injected a trace of life energy into it, and then carefully embedded it into the groove. Sure enough, the jade pendant fit perfectly into the groove without any gap. In an instant, the jade pendant flashed brightly and the door began to slowly open. A hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the veiled woman, as if she finally breathed a sigh of relief. As the door slowly opened, the interior became increasingly luxurious, with numerous glittering decorative objects and exquisite carvings that were dazzling to the eyes. After a few people walked in, the woman fell to her knees with a plop. "Master, you finally showed up." The veiled woman's sudden action made Lin Ao at a loss as to how to respond for a moment. A wave of doubt rose in his heart, but he still spoke calmly. Hearing this answer, the woman's eyes flashed with surprise and she stood up excitedly. "Master, why did you suddenly come here in your true form after all these years? And why didn't you reply to our secret letters for over a year? I was worried that something might have happened to you. And it was your first time using your true form, and it was only thanks to the jade pendant that I wouldn't have recognized you otherwise." There was a sense of anticipation and excitement in her tone, and she was somewhat talkative. Lin Ao was also able to learn some basic information from her words, such as the secret letter, her disappearance, and the fact that she never showed her true face to anyone. The jade pendant was the only token of their relationship. If that's the case, it will be much easier. The woman continued to speak, seemingly unaware of Lin Ao's abnormality, and continued to question. "Master, is that plan really going to succeed?" Her eyes were full of eagerness and desire, as if she attached great importance to the plan. Lin Ao was slightly stunned. Plan? What plan? There was nothing else in the box. He decided to understand the situation first. At this moment, the woman suddenly took off her veil, revealing a face covered with hideous scars. Lin Ao, Xiaoju and Lun Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. They were shocked by the scene before them. It can be imagined that if it weren't for these terrible scars, this woman would definitely be a stunning beauty. However, at this moment she looked at Lin Ao with a smile, as if these scars did not affect her mood. Then Lin Ao returned to his original expression. "That's not your concern right now." Lin Ao's voice was cold as an iceberg, making people shiver. When the woman heard this, she was startled and a look of horror appeared on her face. She immediately knelt on the ground again and spoke while trembling all over. "Master, please calm down." Ziyu was just too excited for a moment and lost her composure. Lin Ao looked at Ziyu, who was kneeling on the ground, expressionlessly, without a trace of emotion in his heart. He used his strength to lift Ziyu up from the air and spoke indifferently. "I don't need you to apologize, just do your job well." Ziyu felt the powerful aura emanating from Lin Ao and was secretly surprised. She found that the master's strength seemed to have been greatly improved. No wonder he dared to show his true face today. It seems that the master has broken through to the Junwu realm. Or when Ziyu thought of this, her admiration for Lin Ao increased, but at the same time, she also felt a sense of loss and inferiority. Ziyu secretly glanced at Lin Ao's true face and was instantly attracted by his handsomeness, and her face couldn't help but blush. However, she soon remembered her ugly appearance and cursed herself in her heart. In this world, who would like an ugly person like me? Then, a feeling of sadness came over her and lingered deep in her heart. I'll summon you later. I have something important to do now. Lin Ao spoke in a flat tone. Ziyu turned her gaze to Xiaoju and Lun Yan. She felt that these two were Lin Ao's playthings, so she did not take the initiative to greet them. After all, such situations were common in Yuchen Garden. She even thought that Lin Ao had such a need. She looked at Xiaoju and Lun Yan with envy, then bowed lightly to Lin Ao, put on her veil again, and left the room. Lin Ao's body relaxed immediately, having finally gotten rid of the person. He then looked into the room and saw that the back was filled with many letters and books. It seems that Lady Destiny is not without a plan. She must have sent us here to help us. It will definitely be beneficial to us. Xiaoju smiled slightly and walked in front of Lin Ao. Let's first look at those books to see if we can find out the identity of the owner of this building, so as to avoid being exposed. We will probably need to obtain various information from here later, so we need to familiarize ourselves with this world first. Lin Ao walked to the bookshelf and began to browse the books. The face of the woman called Ziyu. Lun Yan also walked forward, frowning slightly. She was wondering if her former master had tortured her to make her obedient and then did these cruel things. Lin Ao touched Lun Yan's head. The child was really sentimental. Stop touching my head. I'm grown up. Grown up, grown up. Lun Yan walked to Xiaoju angrily. Xiaoju smiled faintly. What this child hated most now was that Lin Ao still treated her as a child. Chapter 304 Ji Chengming. Lin Ao, Xiaoju and Lun Yan were all flipping through the books inside. Hong, Chu, and Nancy are three kingdoms in a three-way balance of power, with various other smaller tributary states. Those curse seals are unique to this world, and different seals can be used to absorb different energies from nature, achieving different effects. But why is the writing here still in ancient pictographic script? After reading the books, Lin Ao gained a basic understanding of this world. The martial arts were indeed much higher than those in his own world, and there were more